Chapter 1 Boom! A colossal sound reverberated through the cosmos, shattering the primordial chaos and revealing the nascent void. Countless strands of primordial purple energy, capable of elevating beings to sainthood, fled in a desperate escape towards the boundless emptiness. However, apart from the fated 3,000 strands of primordial purple energy, the rest failed to escape. Instead, they were drawn by an immense force to a singular location. This location was none other than the very heart of chaos, where the great Tao of chaos resided. The entity that drew these primordial energies was not the great Tao of chaos itself, but rather an enormous bronze coffin. This coffin, forged from primordial bronze, stood a staggering height of 100,000 zhang and was embedded deep into the earth, resembling a colossal natural sword piercing through the heavens and the earth. Surrounding the bronze coffin were 9 lifelike chaos stone dragons, each stretching thousands of zhang, coiled upon the ground in a dragging posture. These dragons exuded no signs of life, yet radiated an overwhelming power that deterred any approach. Simultaneously, endless chaos spiritual energy was drawn towards the vicinity of the primordial 3 realms bronze coffin. Upon the surface of the coffin lay countless intricate patterns. Swords, raging flames, divine axes, sharp ice, and even the eye of heavenly punishment, the river of time, and more adorned its surface. Each of these patterns embodied a unique aspect of the power of law. There were a total of 3,000 patterns, representing the myriad paths of the great Tao. Most importantly, beneath this bronze coffin, a continuous series of plopping sounds could be heard. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the coffin was positioned directly upon the pulse of the great Tao. Beneath it lay the great Tao of chaos. The supreme great Tao of chaos was willing to support the bronze coffin from below. Such a spectacle could undoubtedly be deemed a marvel of the cosmos. Yet, at this moment, as chaos was still in its infancy and had not yet birthed life, no one witnessed this extraordinary sight. Endless strands of primordial purple energy converged behind the bronze coffin, where a vague consciousness emerged within. Subsequently, the boundless primordial purple energy fused with his consciousness, as if gestating something profound. During this process, several strands of primordial purple energy overflowed, being absorbed by a newly sprouted 36-petal chaos blue lotus nearby. Upon absorption, a dramatic transformation occurred, and the life force within surged exponentially. In the midst of chaos, the fleeing 3,000 strands of primordial purple energy also reached their destined locations, awaiting the opportune moment to give rise to life. The entirety of chaos exhibited a semblance of rebirth. Time in chaos was unmeasured, and no one knew how many cycles had passed, but the tranquil primordial realm finally began to undergo significant changes. The ancestor Yangmei, have finally emerged. With this jubilant proclamation, an unusual sound reverberated throughout chaos, echoing for hundreds of thousands of miles. Immediately, an incredibly extraordinary hollow willow shot up from the ground, morphing into a figure of ethereal grace. With 3,000 strands of white hair cascading to his waist, his eyes sparkled like lightning, as if galaxies flowed within. In his hand, he wielded a willow branch imbued with supreme power. This individual was none other than Yangmei Daoist, one of the 3,000 demon gods, possessing the laws of space, manifesting with the strength of an early-stage Hunyuan saint. Such power established his dominance as the ruler of chaos. Upon his emergence, other chaos deities also began to manifest in various parts of chaos. I, the demon ancestor Hu, shall stand amidst this chaos, annihilating the entire world and monopolizing all of chaos. With the law of destruction at his command, demon ancestor Luo Hu immediately displayed his ambitious intent upon taking form. His accompanying weapon, the 4 swords of extermination, further endowed him with a unique mission. Possessing the strength of an early-stage Hunyuan saint, he too claimed his dominion over a portion of chaos. Elsewhere, as time flowed, a figure suddenly emerged from the river of time. Handsome in appearance and tall in stature, he exuded an air of cultured elegance. Yet in his grasp lay a fearsome weapon, the wheel of time. With a turn of the wheel, he could sever lifespans, obliterate histories, and even slay individuals within the river of time itself. Coupled with his early-stage Hunyuan saint strength, he was likewise a formidable figure in chaos. Of course, not all chaos deities possessed such might. They were ranked in various tiers, with many lacking significant power. A typical example was a chaos deity known as Hongjun. He was a chaos creature, birthed from primordial purple energy, yet his strength was relatively feeble. In terms of power, he had barely reached the threshold of a heavenly Tao saint, falling significantly short of the Hunyuan saints. Such a level of power could easily be crushed by a single hand in the presence of a Hunyuan saint. However, he excelled at evasion and survival, thus managing to preserve his life amidst the competitive chaos. Following the emergence of these chaos deities, they all vied for territory. These territories not only represented their authority, but also embodied opportunities. At this juncture, the chaos deities had just appeared, and many areas within chaos remained unexplored. Numerous locations potentially concealed unmanifested treasures. Should fortune smile upon them, they might unearth several extraordinary artifacts. Hence, many sought to seize these coveted lands and treasures. Amidst their fervent pursuits, the primordial bronze coffin at the center of chaos began to stir. Where am I? Tian awoke from his haze, feeling somewhat disoriented. He sensed himself enveloped in a vast void, surrounded by an infinite expanse, devoid of boundaries or an endpoint. Most alarmingly, he could not even perceive his own body. It felt as though he lacked a corporeal form, existing merely as a wisp of essence. This ethereal sensation caused Tian to feel a tinge of panic. However, he soon realized that his mind had acquired new knowledge. Firstly, he discovered a cultivation method, titled the Primordial Tai Chi Fortune Source True Scroll. This technique encompassed all the foundational paths within the vast primordial world, with the Chaos 3000 paths being just one among many. When mastered to its zenith, it would grant dominion over all foundational paths, rendering oneself the ruler of the universe. Moreover, it contained the supreme path of fortune. Provided one possessed sufficient fortune, it could be harnessed in conjunction with abundant spiritual energy to shatter the barriers of one's cultivation realm, transcending limitations to reach a higher echelon. Secondly, he stumbled upon a secret killing technique, the Tai Chi Annihilation Sword Art. When executed to perfection, it could obliterate worlds, severing myriad paths, and annihilating all existence. The pinnacle of destruction ushered forth a new beginning. A subsequent strike could recreate the heavens and the earth, allowing all to unfold anew. Simultaneously, Tian felt the presence of a sword nearby, the primordial Tai Chi sword. This sword was immense, its brilliance flickering erratically, with its laws operating autonomously, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly, as though a mere glance could extinguish one's very soul. Yet, Tian felt an intimate connection to it, as if it were his innate treasure, intrinsically linked to his essence. The cultivation realms are celestial, true celestial, earth celestial, heaven celestial, golden celestial, great golden celestial, the Luo golden celestial, saint, heavenly Tao saint, Hunyuan saint, Hunyuan Tao venerable, Hongmeng saint venerable, and Hongmeng Tao venerable. Could it be that I have arrived in the primordial great world? Surrounded by an unfathomable void and lacking a physical form, Tian remained oblivious to the external circumstances. He could only rely on his conjectures to estimate the nature of the world he had entered. Yet, the thought of it being the primordial world filled him with urgency. This was a realm where the strong prevailed and the weak were preyed upon. Without power, one was no different from a blade of grass, easily crushed underfoot at any moment. With this realization, Tian resolutely embarked on his cultivation journey. Unaware of the external situation, he aimed to rapidly enhance his strength in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. As he commenced his practice, The endless primordial purple energy within the bronze coffin surged into Tian's being like a flock of birds returning to their nest. The overwhelming pull even drew the spiritual energy from outside the bronze coffin, causing it to rush uncontrollably towards the coffin. Inside the bronze coffin, Tian immediately entered a state of profound transformation, experiencing monumental changes. Meanwhile, the influx of spiritual energy from outside naturally caught the attention of the 36-petal Chaos Blue Lotus. This Chaos Blue Lotus lacked consciousness of its own, yet within it, a life was being nurtured. This life was none other than the legendary figure known to all, the master of the path of strength, the Pangu great deity. At this moment, although he had already achieved significant power, reaching the late stages of Hunyuan Saint, he had yet to emerge into the world. He was oblivious to the fact that he had arrived in this chaotic realm bearing a mission. Within the 36th tier of the chaotic azure lotus, he distinctly sensed the stirring of the immense Hongmeng Three Worlds bronze coffin beside him, as the elder within had evidently commenced their cultivation. Has the elder awakened from slumber only to begin their practice anew? The magnitude of this disturbance is truly perplexing. I wonder to what level the elder's cultivation has ascended. From the moment Pangu gained consciousness, he had perceived the presence of the Hongmeng Three Worlds bronze coffin, understanding that the entity within had, knowingly or unknowingly, nurtured him even before his emergence into the world. His feelings for the Hongmeng Three Worlds bronze coffin were profoundly deeper than that of an ordinary being. Moreover, he sensed an immense pressure emanating from within the coffin, as if a mere shift of the Hongmeng Three Worlds bronze coffin could crush him effortlessly. This instilled within him a sense of both closeness and reverence towards Tian, who resided within the coffin. Now, sensing the activity within, Pangu felt an exhilarating connection with the elder, stirring profound excitement within his heart. Of course, he was aware that although the elder within the bronze coffin had stirred, they were still in seclusion, engrossed in their cultivation. Thus, despite his fervor, he chose not to intrude, but instead emanated a powerful aura, silently standing guard. His restraint in not disturbing Tian's cultivation did not imply that others would do the same. Beyond the 9 chaotic stone dragons, several chaotic demon gods materialized at the periphery. They distinctly sensed the potent fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within. That energy felt reminiscent of an extraordinary treasure residing here, igniting the desires of these chaotic demon gods. There must be an immensely powerful supreme treasure within should we not venture forth to explore? Explore? Do you possess the audacity for such a feat? Have you not sensed the overwhelming aura present? Yet, the individual clearly remains in seclusion. Perhaps we stand a chance. Indeed, if they are so formidable while still concealed, the repercussions of their emergence would be catastrophic. Therefore, until we comprehend the situation fully, we must refrain from provoking this formidable being. These individuals were not true apex chaotic demon gods. Their power had yet to reach the level of a Hunyuan saint. Thus, upon sensing the deliberately emanated aura from Pangu, they were filled with trepidation. While supreme treasures held great significance, the preservation of one's life was paramount. Among them, some individuals prudently quelled their inner impulses. Yet, a select few, driven by insatiable ambition, could not restrain their avarice. I must explore this place. I must ascertain the nature of the treasures contained herein. Even if I cannot claim the most powerful treasure, partaking in a share would suffice. Having resolved this, he chose not to linger but sought out potential allies instead. These so-called allies were, naturally, more formidable chaotic deities and demons. As he departed, he lost track of how many myriad years had elapsed. Amidst the chaos, significant upheavals ensued, with powers and territories perpetually shifting as new and old sovereigns constantly replaced one another. Some attained supreme treasures and grew increasingly potent, while others seized opportunities to elevate their realms. Within the chaotic azure lotus, Pangu also felt his strength steadily augmenting. It was only when his power reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan saint that he suddenly sensed the moment for his emergence had arrived. Subsequently, he could not help but unleash a mighty roar, proclaiming his existence to the heavens and the earth. I am Pangu, standing tall amidst the 9 heavens, ready to forge a grand new world. Upon his emergence, Pangu immediately comprehended his mission, that he understood that he was destined to create a new realm and establish a new order. Such an endeavor was undoubtedly immensely arduous. Once a new world was forged, the chaotic realm that currently existed could very well perish at that moment. Countless demonic deities would inevitably attempt to thwart Pangu, requiring him to contend against 3,000 of them single-handedly. Yet within Pangu's heart, there resided not a trace of trepidation. Even knowing he would face 3,000 demonic beings alone, he displayed no signs of fear. After transforming, he found himself wielding his innate weapon, the Pangu axe. Simultaneously, the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus that had nurtured him remained present. It possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, demonstrating immense power in warding off adversaries. These two weapons, combined with his own profound state, would serve as his foundation to confront 3,000 demonic deities amidst chaos. However, he did not actively seek out those 3,000 demons or attempt to amalgamate the 3,000 paths. Instead, he chose to guard the Hongmeng 3 Worlds bronze coffin, quietly enhancing his strength while safeguarding Tian's safety. After his emergence, he had already realized that it was due to the overflow of a few strands of Hongmeng purple qi from the Hongmeng 3 Worlds bronze coffin that he had attained his current height. Thus, he willingly stood vigil by Tian's bronze coffin, ensuring no one disturbed Tian's seclusion. Yet his decision to avoid trouble with the chaotic demonic beings did not imply that no one would come seeking him out. The previously departed chaotic demonic deity had returned. Moreover, he was not alone. He brought back several immensely powerful demons. Before these demons, he displayed an attitude of both arrogance and humility, showing utmost reverence and subservience. He had brought these chaotic demons here to offer treasures. Before his departure, he had harbored grand ambitions to share the treasures of this place with others. However, after venturing out, he realized that his strength paled in comparison to that of others. To preserve himself, he could only divulge the existence of treasures in this place to those individuals. Naturally, the formidable chaotic demons were intrigued upon hearing such news. Among them, the leader was none other than one of the overlords of chaos, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. He was the sovereign of all dragonkind and one of the most powerful demons among the 3,000 chaotic beings, his strength already reaching the mid-stage of Hunyuan Saint. Nearing the late stage, it was precisely due to his formidable power that he acted with impunity within the chaos. If there was an opportunity, he would seize it. If there were treasures, he would claim them. Though he had offended many, his strength only grew. Now arriving at Tian's domain, he did not even cast a glance at the ground. Is this truly the place you spoke of, filled with great opportunities and treasures? Indeed, this place was undoubtedly a blessed land, replete with abundant spiritual energy. Moreover, from time to time, fluctuations would emanate from within, indicating that there were indeed treasures yet to be revealed. Have you explored within? There exists a formidable aura inside that I do not dare approach lightly. Only someone as powerful as you, my lord, could investigate the resources within. Ah, indeed, that is reasonable. After all, your strength is woefully lacking. The Chaos Ancestral Dragon cast a disdainful glance at this chaotic demon. Although they were all chaotic demons, making them difficult to kill, the strength of this particular demon was simply too inadequate, barely reaching the level of a Hunyuan Saint, akin to an insignificant insect. Furthermore, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon distinctly sensed that in this area, the spiritual energy was indeed exponentially denser than in other locations, making it an excellent place for nurturing treasures. Simultaneously, he also detected a powerful aura emanating from this place, deliberately radiated as if warning others not to approach lightly. However, rather than feeling fear in response to such a formidable presence, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon grew even more intrigued. It seemed that there were indeed exceedingly potent treasures yet to manifest here. Otherwise, that person would not remain steadfast in guarding this place, unwilling to emerge. In that case, let us enter and see what treasures lie within. With that, he offered no further words to Pangu and strode directly inside. However, as he drew near, Pangu's voice resonated. "Halt. This place already has its master. I kindly request you do not intrude." Pangu wished to prevent these chaotic demons from encroaching upon this area and disturbing Tian's seclusion. Yet, the more he resisted, the more the Chaos Ancestral Dragon desired to proceed. "Ha ha! How can a fellow Taoist be so greedy as to monopolize the treasures here? Perhaps you might allow me to enter so we may share in these treasures." Given the insatiable greed of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, it was clear he had no intention of sharing the treasures with Pangu. He merely sought to placate him in order to enter this blessed realm. However, Pangu saw through his intentions in an instant. As the Chaos Ancestral Dragon uttered such words and sought to enter this blessed land, Pangu did not hesitate for a moment and took action. A colossal axe descended from the heavens, cleaving toward the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Before Pangu struck, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon was filled with confidence. But the moment Pangu unleashed his blow, the Chaos Ancestral Dragon's expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, he felt Pangu's overwhelming momentum. The peak realm of the Chaos Saint felt like an insurmountable force crushing down upon him. When the axe struck, the heavens and the earth erupted, leaving him with a sense of utter helplessness. He frantically channeled his power of the laws to resist while shouting in desperation, "No!" The Chaos Ancestral Dragon wished to say more, but he was astonished to discover that his power of the laws could not withstand Pangu's assault. Pangu's strike contained the essence of his primal force, truly reaching the level of shattering myriad laws with a single stroke. With one swing, the very fabric of reality would be cleaved asunder. The Chaos Ancestral Dragon's power of the laws was effortlessly shattered by Pangu's might. Moreover, the force of Pangu's axe bore down without any diminishment, striking directly at the Chaos Ancestral Dragon's heart. In an instant, it cleaved the Chaos Ancestral Dragon in twain, annihilating even his primordial spirit. Only a shattered Chaos Ancestral Dragon pearl was sent hurtling into the unknown. The sight of this unfolding left all witnesses in a state of shock. Especially upon sensing the disappearance of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon's primordial spirit, they were rendered utterly speechless. His primordial spirit vanished. The Chaos Ancestral Dragon is utterly dead. How could this be possible? Was it not said that we chaotic demons cannot be killed? Even if slain, the primordial spirit would still be reborn within the Tao. Yet now, why had the Chaos Ancestral Dragon's primordial spirit completely vanished? Could it be that Pangu was unlike other demons, capable of utterly slaying his foes? As this realization dawned, all the chaotic demons were filled with dread. They recalled that previously, no matter how fiercely they battled with other chaotic demons, none had ever truly perished. Even if they were killed, their primordial spirits would be reborn from the Tao, akin to a predetermined fate that granted these 3,000 demons infinite possibilities, though they would start anew, losing their prior advantages. At least they still lived, with a chance for rebirth. Hence, these chaotic demons had acted recklessly before, unafraid of offending others, confident that death was not a concern. However, with just a single strike, Pangu shattered their long-held beliefs. The chaotic demons, once certain they were invincible, had been slain by Pangu. For these chaotic beings, it was nothing short of a cataclysmic nightmare. The World Annihilator. He must be the legendary World Annihilator, for only such a being could completely eradicate other chaotic demons. Quickly, inform the others. The World Annihilator has appeared. The World Annihilator has arrived. Within the realm of chaotic deities, there has long existed a legend of the World Annihilator. Yet, due to the absence of this figure, few took it seriously. However, after Pangu emerged and vanquished the Chaos Ancestor Dragon, the populace immediately recognized him as the fabled Annihilator. With this realization, they fled in a frenzied AS for those chaotic deities who escaped. Pangu paid them no heed. His attention was captivated by a colossal jade disc that had suddenly manifested beside him. This magnificent object, known as the Creation Jade Disc, was born from the Tao and served to temporarily hold the essence of the 3,000 pathways of the Tao. Upon slaying the Chaos Ancestor Dragon, the primordial spirit that once resided within the Ancestor Dragon was drawn away by this disc, leading to its obliteration. Only the Tao insights gleaned by the Ancestor Dragon remained. Preserved within the creation jade disc for Pangu's mastery. In that moment, Pangu grasped another vital mission. He needed to gather the 3,000 laws of the Tao to restore the currently fragmented pathways, thereby paving the way for the emergence of a new grand world. This was not merely his duty. It was a struggle for the supremacy of the Tao. Should he fail in this endeavor, the creation of a new world and the attainment of enlightenment would forever elude him. Thus, this mission was imperative. Furthermore, he was bound by a time limit. From the moment he struck down the first chaotic deity, he had 3 epochs, equivalent to 388,000 years, to complete the assembly of the 3,000 laws of the Tao. Only then could he fulfill his destiny. This monumental task felt akin to a death warrant for Pangu. With the slaying of the Chaos Ancestor Dragon, Pangu's understanding deepened, that he realized that once he commenced the creation of a new world, the chaotic deities would inevitably come to thwart his efforts. This conflict was not solely Pangu's, but also a battle for the Tao among the chaotic deities. Should a new world be birthed, the chaotic realm would collapse, akin to the primordial world, resulting in a total disintegration and loss of spiritual essence, transforming it into a chaotic wasteland. Even if the chaotic deities wished to refrain from obstructing Pangu, they would have no choice but to intervene. The collapse of the chaotic realm would spell doom for them as well, leaving them without hope of enlightenment and potentially leading to their demise. Consequently, Pangu refrained from actively seeking out the chaotic deities, choosing instead to remain by Tian's side, steadfast and unwavering. However, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him. Predecessor, please emerge from your seclusion soon. I may not be able to hold out much longer. The 3 epochs felt neither long nor short. For many chaotic deities, a mere retreat could span that duration. Yet it was ample time for a single chaotic deity to undergo profound transformation. Pangu could only do his utmost to protect Tian while awaiting his awakening. After countless millennia of vigil, Tian, residing within the bronze coffin of the primordial 3 worlds, finally stirred. He awakened from his haze, sensing a remarkable change within himself. He had now coalesced into a corporeal form, a manifestation of the purest human Tao body. His physique surpassed that of any human in subsequent eras, even eclipsing the might of Pangu amidst the chaos. With sheer physical strength alone, he had reached the pinnacle of the primordial Tao, able to unleash a punch that could send tremors throughout the entire chaotic realm. His cultivation level transcended the boundaries of the chaotic world, attaining the zenith of the primordial saint. The boundless essence of the primordial purple chi and the spiritual energy of the chaotic realm had forged Tian into an extraordinary being. Though he had yet to reach the moment of his emergence, he was already unrivaled in the world. Upon his awakening, the very pathways beneath him quivered in response, an amalgamation of excitement and trepidation. This tremor precipitated a tremendous upheaval throughout the chaotic realm, causing countless paradises and blessed lands to collapse, their spiritual energies drawn toward Tian. Even numerous uncharted treasures from these realms were involuntarily drawn to him. All chaotic deities sensed an overwhelming pressure upon their souls, as if an unfathomably powerful entity had awakened, reminiscent of a slumbering Tao coming back to life, its mere presence compelling reverence. The weaker chaotic deities fell prostrate, unable to withstand the immense force of this overwhelming aura. Among them, Pangu felt this pressure most acutely. As if the Tao itself had descended, he stood firm, bearing what felt like the weight of the entire Tao. For a fleeting moment, he teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, this oppressive force did not linger long. Dissipating after a mere 10 breaths, in the aftermath, Tian absorbed the boundless spiritual energy, filling him with renewed vigor. Subsequently, countless unclaimed treasures materialized beside the bronze coffin of the primordial 3 worlds, in addition to the myriad ordinary chaotic artifacts, such as the chaotic wind and fire fan, the chaotic thunder hammer, and the chaotic yin-yang staff. Several chaotic treasures emerged, the most formidable of which was the chaotic pearl. This treasure contained immense spatial laws, capable of both offense and defense, embodying an entire world that a single strike could obliterate foes. Resembling the unleashing of an entire realm, it stood as the center of existence, exerting a natural dominance over other chaotic artifacts. The commotion heralded Tian's awakening, and Pangu inhaled deeply to steady himself. Respectfully proclaiming, "Predecessor, you have awakened." Upon awakening, Tian immediately grasped the external happenings. He understood that Pangu had been vigilantly guarding him, ensuring his safety without departing. This realization stirred a myriad of emotions within Tian, especially towards the primordial deity responsible for the world's creation. "You must have your own tasks. Why do you remain here?" Tian's voice resonated, momentarily stunning Pangu before igniting his enthusiasm. He had not anticipated such a response from Tian. "My current achievements are indebted to your guidance. Now that you are in seclusion, it is only right that I safeguard your safety. Thus, you remain here to await my emergence?" Tian inquired to some extent. "Yes, additionally, this place is my home. If I were to leave, I would have nowhere else to go." Upon hearing this, Tian was momentarily taken aback, then recollected that Pangu had been born from the bronze coffin of the primordial three worlds. In that sense, this indeed constituted Pangu's home, almost akin to an unwarranted occupation. This realization left Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Though I have not yet emerged, you need not worry about my safety. My defenses are impenetrable." The bronze coffin of the primordial three worlds possessed unparalleled defenses, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of primordial saints in the chaotic realm. Aside from Tian, no being possessed the strength of a primordial saint. Moreover, the coffin lay upon the pulse of the Tao. Should anyone approach Tian with harmful intentions, the Tao would unhesitatingly eradicate the intruder. In the eyes of the Tao, Tian was the child of the previous primordial world, a being deserving of veneration. Should Tian forcibly emerge, he could effortlessly suppress the Tao. Thus, the Tao also bore the responsibility of protecting Tian, leaving him with no cause for concern regarding his safety. Nevertheless, he recognized that Pangu was genuinely committed to safeguarding him. Thus, he curiously queried, "I have heard of boundless opportunities outside, with many powerful artifacts. Do you not wish to venture forth and explore?" Upon hearing Tian's words, Pangu scratched his head in contemplation. "I am unsure where to go. Since my emergence, I have been here, by your side. Moreover, I sense that the opportunities beyond are largely irrelevant to me. Whether I venture out or stay does not significantly impact my fate. Therefore, I choose to remain here." In certain respects, Pangu has begun to regard Tian as a figure of his own lineage. After all, it was the primordial purple energy that overflowed from the chaotic bronze coffin that enabled Pangu to ascend to his current stature. Though Tian has yet to emerge into the world, Pangu has developed a degree of dependence on him, which renders Tian's existence all the more extraordinary. This prompted Tian to engage Pangu in conversation. "Your task, I presume, is to forge a new grand world. Indeed, to vanquish the 3,000 demon gods and establish a new realm. What kind of world do you envision creating?" I hope for something. I desire a tranquil world, one that shelters countless beings, allowing them to thrive within its embrace simultaneously. I yearn for a realm with fewer conflicts, where the weak have greater opportunities for survival, ideally free from burdens of purpose, living solely for themselves. When discussing the grand world he intends to create, Pangu was clearly filled with aspirations. In fact, he had already begun to conceive of this world in his mind. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the act of forging this grand world would also herald his own demise. Not only would he perish, but countless chaotic demon gods would accompany him into death, fulfilling the great Tao. Except for a select few, none would survive to witness the new world. This truth was left unspoken by Tian, who continued to converse with Pangu about the existence of a new world, their discussions growing increasingly harmonious while Tian elaborated on concepts such as equality and shared prosperity. Through their dialogue, Tian discerned that Pangu was, in essence, a remarkably simple-minded individual. Were it not for his own mission, he might have remained here indefinitely, quietly honing his strength. In modern parlance, he resembled a recluse, devoid of ulterior motives. This only served to deepen Tian's fondness for Pangu. However, while the two conversed amiably, chaos erupted outside. What just transpired? Why was there such a tremendous commotion? I do not know. Yet, I felt as though I was on the verge of kneeling. The oppressive force was simply terrifying. I sensed that the pressure emanated from the very heart of chaos. the fabled abode of the world destroyer. It is quite possible that something extraordinarily powerful has emerged there, or some unforeseen event has occurred, resulting in such overwhelming force, the world destroyer. It seems we must pay a visit there. Ultimately, it was not a mere handful of chaotic demon gods that arrived before Pangu, but a multitude. Although their gathering was not preordained, they converged nonetheless. Consequently, they temporarily set aside their grievances and appeared collectively before Tian and Pangu. Leading the assembly were the true sovereigns of chaos, the Taoist Yangmei and the Taoist Shurchen. Both possessing the late-stage strength of the primordial saint, present, they had nearly grasped the threshold of the peak of the primordial saint. With one more step, they would ascend to that pinnacle. Their presence firmly overshadowed the other chaotic demon gods. The two approached with absolute confidence in their ability to subdue Pangu. Not to mention, lurking in the shadows was another chaotic demon god. In Ra's heart, he believed himself to be the true world destroyer, for it was he who sought to annihilate the world. Yet now, rumors circulated that Pangu was the world destroyer, igniting Ra's curiosity about him. Thus, he followed the throng of chaotic demon gods. Without waiting for them to knock, Pangu stepped forward upon their arrival. In that moment, Pangu displayed his formidable aura, the peak strength of the primordial saint overshadowing all, causing both Yangmei Taoist and Shurchen Taoist to pale in astonishment. How is this possible? How could your realm be so elevated? Yangmei Taoist and Shurchen Taoist had traversed the chaotic realms for countless years, encountering numerous chaotic demon gods. Yet, most of these beings were either inferior in realm or combat prowess. Even the mightiest among them, Luo Hu, only matched them in strength. Thus, they had long since concluded that they were among the most elite of chaotic demon gods in the primordial world. Yet, the Pangu before them stood a full realm above them. It was evident that Pangu had not merely just reached the peak of the primordial saint. He had attained this level long ago. This was almost beyond their comprehension. However, Pangu paid no heed to their incredulity and spoke directly. I have no desire to engage you in battle at this moment. You may leave upon hearing this. Yangmei Taoist and Shurchen Taoist exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. In a one-on-one scenario, encountering such a formidable Pangu would compel them to retreat without hesitation. However, with a multitude of demon gods gathered, Pangu's demand for them to depart felt like an affront to their dignity. Thus, rather than retreating, some among them, lacking in understanding, insisted, "If you wish for us to leave, then tell us. Are you the world destroyer? No. Then how is it that you could slay the chaos ancestral dragon?" At that moment, the crowd urgently sought an explanation from Pangu. Yet, Pangu had no intention of engaging them in combat. He had sensed an impending life-and-death crisis as he prepared to forge the grand world. Thus, he preferred to linger a while longer with Tian, unwilling to squander time with them. It was not I who killed him, but the great Tao. The world destroyer you seek is another. That is not for you to determine. We need to verify this. Moreover, given the immense disturbance you caused in the primordial world, are you not attempting to monopolize the treasure? Release your domain so that we may investigate. Had Pangu's tone been more assertive, the chaotic demon gods would not have dared to speak so boldly. Yet in the realm of chaos, the law of the jungle prevailed. The weak were preyed upon by the strong. Pangu's gentle demeanor led them to perceive him as easy to intimidate. Not to mention, many among them were drawn by the allure of treasures, eager to enter the realm where Tian resided. However, upon voicing their desire to enter Tian's domain, Pangu's expression shifted dramatically. Why Tian's domain was akin to a taboo in his heart. It was not only the place of his birth, but also where Tian currently remained in seclusion. In Pangu's eyes, Tian bore the weight of a paternal figure. Although Tian had assured him of his own safety, Pangu would never permit others to encroach upon this sacred ground. Thus, when a chaotic demon god made such a declaration, Pangu's axe materialized in his hand. You seek death. The sanctum of an elder is not a place for you to pry. In a fit of rage, Pangu unleashed his formidable might, the overwhelming pinnacle of a Han Yuan saint weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. With a single stroke of his axe, he cleaved towards the chaotic demonic gods who had dared to speak. Among them the Taoist Yangmei, The strike was devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers. It was a straightforward and simple blow. Yet, infused with the laws of power, it imparted to the onlookers an indomitable sense of purpose. An impression that it could shatter everything in its path. As the axe descended, even Yang Mei felt the chilling specter of mortal peril. This imminent threat stripped him of the courage to retaliate. All he desired was to evade the catastrophe. In the next instant, a willow branch appeared in his grasp, his accompanying treasure. With this branch, he drew a decisive slash against the chaos, instantly conjuring layers upon layers of spatial barriers. Within these barriers, a spatial passage emerged. Without hesitation, Yang Mei dove into the passage, seeking to escape through this means. However, Pangu's axe seemed to have singled him out, relentlessly pursuing him. The immense force shattered the spatial barriers, obliterating the passage, and struck Yang Mei directly in an instant. His body was cleft in twain, disintegrating piece by piece. Only his accompanying treasure, the willow branch, soared toward an unknown destination. His form vanished. His power of the spatial Tao was absorbed by the creation jade plate. Used to fortify the in a sense, he had perished, both in body and essence. Not only he, but also a dozen or so chaotic demonic gods met the same grim fate. Pangu's strike had extinguished the lives of more than 10 chaotic demonic gods. The sheer ferocity of this slaughter took everyone by surprise. Witnessing Pangu's devastating blow that felled Yang Mei and the others, Shi Daoist and Luo Hu stood frozen, their breaths caught in their throats. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, they fled in a frenzy. If even Yang Mei had succumbed to Pangu's onslaught, how could they, mere chaotic demonic gods of lesser stature, hope to withstand his might in such dire circumstances? Survival was their only viable option. They even resorted to employing their blood escape secret techniques. This technique, once invoked, could propel the chaotic demonic gods to unparalleled speeds, facilitating a swift escape from danger. Yet, the cost was exorbitant. Using the blood escape technique would severely deplete the user's vitality, and it was uncertain how long it would take to recover. The blood escape of Shi Daoist and Luo Hu was utterly unexpected for the other chaotic demonic gods. However, they quickly grasped the reality that if Yang Mei had perished at Pangu's hands, they, far inferior to him, stood no chance against Pangu. If Pangu set his sights on them, they might meet their end in the next moment. Realizing this, the chaotic demonic gods were engulfed in terror. This world destroyer is too formidable. We are no match for him. Everyone, flee at once. There's tremendous danger here. We must escape immediately, they shouted in unison, employing their escape techniques to hasten their departure. Yet, their belated realization of the need to flee was clearly too late. Observing their frantic escape, Pangu raised his axe once more, in the next instant. An incredibly powerful strike surged forth towards the fleeing beings. Boom! The impact reverberated throughout the cosmos. Consequently, those chaotic demonic gods who failed to escape were obliterated, their essences extinguished. A simple count revealed that at least 100 chaotic demonic gods had perished. Though they were all chaotic demonic gods, they could not withstand even a single blow from Pangu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Thus, tranquility descended upon the realm where Tian and Pangu resided, with no reckless chaotic demonic god daring to approach. Simultaneously, tales of Pangu and Tian began to circulate throughout the chaos. All chaotic demonic gods became aware that at the very center of chaos resided a world destroyer, whose power far surpassed that of mortals. And no chaotic demonic god could endure even a single strike from him. Should he choose to act, none would survive. They also understood that the world destroyer's domain might house an even more powerful predecessor. Yet whether such a predecessor truly existed remained a mystery to all. Some speculated that there was no predecessor at all, only an immensely powerful treasure. Even so, regardless of the presence of an unparalleled treasure, no one dared to tread further into that territory. As long as Pangu did not seek them out, they would not provoke him willingly. Thus, Pangu and Tian continued to exist in peaceful solitude for several 100,000 years. After this span of time, Tian's moment of emergence had yet to arrive, while Pangu's time to open the heavens had come. Pangu, standing beside Tian, distinctly sensed the will of the Tao beckoning him. The Tao compelled him to open the heavens, to abide by the cosmic order and forge a new world. Should he fail to comply, the Tao would annihilate him and seek a replacement. Therefore, the act of opening the heavens was imperative for Pangu. He also sensed the looming threat of life and death. Should he succeed, he could attain enlightenment, yet failure would result in his demise. He had a premonition that this endeavor might lead him to a point of no return. Hence, with a hint of reluctance, he addressed Tian, saying, "Senior, I fear I shall not be able to remain by your side any longer. I must fulfill my duty and open the heavens. Go then, since it is unavoidable. Give it your all." Pangu felt Tian's encouragement reverberate through him, invigorating his spirit. Over the years of companionship, they had forged a profound bond. Thus, upon hearing Tian's words, Pangu let go of his lingering attachments, resolving to dedicate himself fully to the task of opening the heavens. However, just as he was about to depart, Tian suddenly interjected. "Do you wish to glimpse the world you create in the future?" "Indeed," Pangu answered without hesitation, affirming his desire to why Tian had anticipated this response. Thus, he calmly replied, "Leave me a drop of your essence blood, and I shall show you the world you have forged." "Very well. Thank you, Senior." Regarding Tian's intentions, Pangu could faintly infer a hint. Thus, he extracted a drop of his essence blood, which bore a wisp of his primordial spirit. Subsequently, he placed this drop of essence blood beside the Hongmeng bronze coffin. The appearance of this drop immediately elicited a response from the great D. An overwhelmingly potent force of the Tao instantaneously manifested within the chaos. Pangu's fate was already sealed. He was destined to perish in the calamity of creation, to be utterly annihilated with the opening of the primordial world. However, leaving behind this drop of essence blood altered the situation. With it, Pangu retained the possibility of rebirth. Consequently, the Tao instinctively sought to erase this drop of essence blood at that moment. The Hongmeng bronze coffin, under Tian's influence, quivered slightly, and a mournful wail resonated forth. Although the Tao lacked consciousness and acted solely according to order, it was nonetheless aware of life and death. Why Tian's tremor immediately subdued the in a certain sense, as the son of Hongmeng. Tian also represented a higher order. Once Tian expressed his will, the Tao dared not resist any longer. Thus, Pangu's drop of essence blood floated beside Tian. While this event may seem straightforward, it was fraught with peril. As the mightiest chaotic demon god, Pangu nearly knelt in that instant. He sensed a mortal threat, as if he himself were to be obliterated by the devoid. Was only after Tian subdued the Tao that this lethal threat dissipated. At that moment, Pangu took a deep breath. He then bowed deeply to Tian, refraining from further words, and departed from that place. Carrying the 36-petal chaotic green lotus, he arrived at a location and proclaimed to the entire chaos, "Today, I, Pangu, shall commence the creation of heaven." Upon uttering this, Pangu wielded his axe and struck forcefully at the chaos. Rumbling. This strike reverberated throughout the chaos. Countless reclusive chaotic demon gods were roused, and the hidden realms began to collapse. The powerful light of the axe extended far into the chaos, rendering it impossible to see its end. Among them, some unfortunate chaotic demon gods, unaware of the unfolding events, were directly cleaved by the axe light. Wherever the axe light passed, the chaos transformed into a new hue, reminiscent of a nascent world. This was a harbinger of the creation of heaven and the beginning of the great struggle among the chaotic demon gods for the Tao. However, after Pangu's strike, the chaos gradually began to heal, and the potential new world was slowly vanishing. At this moment, Pangu had yet to gather the 3,000 paths and was incapable of forging a new world. Nevertheless, after delivering this blow, all chaotic demon gods sensed the will of the Tao. The Tao conveyed to them all that they must thwart Pangu's creation of heaven. Should they succeed, they would attain enlightenment and reach a higher realm. Should they fail or flee, they would be obliterated by the Tao. Thus, like Pangu, they had no choice that Pangu's creation of heaven necessitated their intervention. This was a sorrowful predicament for the chaotic demon gods. Alas, what had to come was now upon us. After departing from Pangu, I sensed that we would face a calamity, and now it appears that such is the case. The destroyer of worlds, the creator of heaven. There is no distinction, absolutely none. I, as a destroyer, am but a jest before him. Fellow Taoists, let us go. It is time for us to sacrifice ourselves for the Tao. The phrase sacrifice for the Tao is not mere rhetoric. They truly needed to undertake this. Before the Tao, they must contend. Yet these individuals were far from being Pangu's match. Thus, their venture was akin to a death march. However, some matters must be faced, even the most timid. Hong Jun had no choice but to proceed. Yet before he left, he severed a portion of his own essence, leaving it within the chaos. His essence, being that of a cricket eel, possessed an innate extraordinary capacity for rebirth. By leaving a fragment of himself, he could reincarnate from this remnant. Logically, any chaotic demon god who attempted such a thing would be instantaneously obliterated by the Tao. Yet after Hongjuan's actions, this fragment astonishingly remained. However, after his departure, this fragment was struck by lightning. Its power and vitality diminished dozens of times compared to before. Meanwhile, the chaotic demon gods gradually gathered around Pangu, encircling him. Pangu, why must you do this? Did we not coexist harmoniously before? Why must you pursue total annihilation? If my intent were solely annihilation, why would you come? This is a struggle of the Tao. This is fate. Upon uttering these words, all fell silent. Subsequently, an incredibly brutal war erupted within the chaos. All surviving chaotic demon gods participated in this conflict. Even the likes of Taoist Luo Hu and Taoist Shurchun were not spared. It was unclear how long this battle raged. All that was known was that the heavens were devoid of light, and the chaos lay in ruins, with spatial rifts scattered throughout. The final outcome was the demise of 3,000 chaotic demon gods. While Pangu stood alone, battered and bloodied, amidst the chaos, this moment, the tattered chaos exhibited signs of imminent collapse. It could be foreseen that without intervention, the entire chaos would inevitably shatter into fragments, leading to total annihilation. However, though the chaos was on the brink of destruction, the powers of the 3,000 Tao laws had been restored, and the Tao became increasingly refined. Simultaneously, a new order of celestial law began to coalesce slowly. Pangu understood that it was time for him to create heaven. Having restored the 3,000 Tao laws, it was also time for him to attain enlightenment. With that, Pangu disregarded his injuries and struck forcefully at the nearly shattered chaos. Rumbling. This time, the new world Pangu cleaved forth was even more expansive than before. With a single stroke, he divided the heavens and earth across 100,000 miles. Such vastness was sufficient for many beings to thrive within. Yet Pangu was not satisfied. He continued to strike in every direction. With another blow, he cleaved an additional 100,000 miles of heavens and earth. Although signs of gradual erosion by chaos began to manifest in the newly created realm, Pangu persisted in his efforts. In this moment, he was not merely creating a new world. He was also attaining enlightenment. The larger the world he forged, the more solidified his Tao became. Moreover, Pangu understood that Tian might one day inhabit the world he was creating. Thus, he naturally wished for the realm he fashioned to be grander. Even if it could not rival the current chaotic expanse, it should not differ too greatly. For this reason, Pangu tirelessly continued to cleave for countless years, only pausing when he truly felt exhausted. However, just before he ceased his efforts, he summoned all his strength for one final strike. This last blow not only concentrated his power, but also embodied his essence, spirit, and all his profound insights into the Tao. With this strike, his strength surpassed the limits of his current realm, reaching the level of the Primordial Tao Supreme. Following this blow, not only did the new world expand several-fold once more, but it also solidified the heavens and earth, preventing chaos from encroaching upon this domain. This expanse seemed to acquire self-sustaining protection, capable of resisting the erosion of chaos. This strike also granted Pangu deeper insights into the Tao, enlightening him on how to ascend to the Primordial Tao Supreme. Should he survive, it would not be long before he could attain that status. After the blow, Pangu collapsed to the ground, taking a deep breath, a hint of bewilderment in his voice as he spoke. Have I succeeded in creating heaven? Although Pangu sensed the existence of a higher realm of Tao, He remained unaware of whether his efforts at creation could be deemed successful. Just as he uttered these thoughts, he noticed that the heavens and earth he had forged began to gradually sink. Following this trend of descent, it seemed likely that the realms Pangu had established would eventually converge once more. This unforeseen development sent a wave of panic through Pangu's heart. Instinctively, he rose to his feet, striving to support the sinking sky. To his astonishment, his action staved off the descent of the heavens. This revelation left Pangu momentarily stunned, prompting him to raise his hands even higher. Though the sky was immensely heavy, he felt an inner strength that suggested he could elevate it further. Consequently, he unleashed his Taoist powers, causing his form to expand continuously. As his body grew, the heavens were naturally lifted higher. Despite the mounting pressure he endured throughout this process, Pangu remained steadfast, determined not to relent. Deep within, he sensed that if he were to let go, the sky might plummet once more, causing the realms to overlap again. Thus, even in his profound exhaustion, he refused to release his grip. Pangu could not discern how long he had maintained this stance or how vast and elevated he had become. He only felt that he was on the brink of exhaustion at last. When his consciousness began to fade, the sky trembled suddenly. The once sinking heaven stabilized, no longer descending. Simultaneously, the newly formed world's sky and earth completely separated. The sky became the sky, and the earth became the earth. It was now a complete world. Witnessing this scene, Pangu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, I have succeeded in creating the heavens. Subsequently, he expended his final ounce of strength and sat down in a state of transcendence. Following his departure, the world underwent a monumental transformation. His breath became the winds and clouds. His voice transformed into thunder. His left eye became the sun. His right eye turned into the moon. His limbs and body morphed into the 4 cardinal directions and 5 sacred mountains. His blood became rivers. His veins formed the mountains and roads. His skin became fertile lands, and his hair and beard transformed into stars. His skin and body hair turned into flora. His teeth and bones became precious metals and rare stones, and his marrow transmuted into exquisite gems. His sweat transformed into nourishing rain, while the myriad insects that clung to him were swept away by the wind, becoming various rare beasts. His spine became the towering peak of Buzhou Mountain, the backbone of heaven and earth. Alongside this, the Pangu jade disc, which bore the power of the 3,000 Tao laws, shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the unknown. Simultaneously, the nascent heavenly Tao, accompanied by remnants of primordial chaos, seized dominion over this realm, instilling it with newfound vitality and order. As Pangu successfully opened the new world, a cataclysmic transformation was also unfolding in Etienne's domain. The moment Pangu commenced his divine creation, the entire chaos began to fracture. It was as if the primordial world was slowly disintegrating. Countless spiritual energies and treasures contained within were frantically fleeing, desperate to escape. However, as they began their exodus, Etienne's Hongmeng bronze coffin trembled slightly, drawing forth waves of chaotic spiritual energies and treasures, which surged toward him. An endless torrent of chaotic spiritual energy enveloped Etienne, forming a vast lake of vitality around him. It was as though he and the Hongmeng bronze coffin were submerged within this ethereal lake. Under the nurturing embrace of the spiritual energy, Etienne's powers surged rapidly. When he finally began his cultivation, he encountered no barriers, advancing swiftly and steadily. Of course, Etienne's remarkable progress was not solely due to the abundant spiritual energy. It was also the result of the collective luck of the 3,000 chaos demon gods and Pangu converging upon him. In a sense, he was the sole survivor of chaos, the embodiment of all fortune. Such an overwhelming destiny made overcoming obstacles a trivial matter for him. Amidst the accumulation of vast spiritual energy, Etienne gradually reached the pinnacle of the Hongmeng Saint's sovereign level. Then he sensed that the opportunity to transcend into the realm of Hongmeng Dao sovereign had arrived. Compelled by this realization, Etienne inhaled deeply toward the void. In an instant, he devoured the entire lake of chaotic spiritual energy surrounding the Hongmeng bronze coffin. Not only that, All spiritual energies within the chaos rushed toward him, with not a single strand escaping his ravenous grasp. Following this domineering consumption, Etienne's body trembled with newfound power. His realm underwent a profound transformation, propelling him directly into the Hongmeng Dao's sovereign state. However, it was not only his realm that changed. His physical body also underwent a significant enhancement. As he ascended in realm, the strength of his physique surged correspondingly. Soon, he naturally attained the level of Hongmeng Saint's sovereign. Now, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could effortlessly obliterate an entire path of Dao with a single hand. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant realization was that Etienne felt the moment of his emergence had arrived. Overwhelmed by this awareness, he could not contain his elation. Ha ha! At last, it is my time to emerge. In the grand world of primordial chaos, I have arrived. Upon uttering these words, the Hongmeng bronze coffin that had long shrouded him opened automatically, releasing an endless stream of purple light that illuminated the entirety of chaos. In that moment, a figure of imposing stature, with a face like jade and an elegant demeanor, materialized within the chaos. The instant he appeared, the Tao responded immediately. Celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Sweet nectar descended, and heaven and earth rejoiced together. In an instant, the space surrounding Etienne was enveloped by boundless spiritual resonance, elevating him to the status of a revered immortal, inspiring awe and admiration. The Tao celebrated Etienne's emergence, but he paid little heed to it. Instead, with a wave of his hand, he transformed the colossal bronze coffin into a quaint, ancient box. He then turned his attention to his companion treasure. The Hongmeng Taichu sword. At first glance, Etienne felt a sense of familiarity about the sword. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this Hongmeng Taichu sword was, in fact, a small hairpin he had purchased in his past life. The moment he laid eyes on that hairpin, he had been captivated by its charm. To his surprise, this seemingly trivial hairpin had transformed into the esteemed Hongmeng treasure, the Hongmeng Taichu sword. Etienne felt as though he had unraveled the mystery behind his reincarnation. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, but instead gathered all the chaotic treasures drawn to him. Then he gently pointed at the 9 chaotic stone dragons. In an instant, 9 resounding dragon roars reverberated throughout the chaos. Roar! The sound was thunderous, echoing through the vast expanse. Soon after, the 9 stone dragons stirred, gradually rising to their feet and transforming into true dragons. Having long absorbed spiritual energy and lingered by Etienne's side, they had developed their own sentience, birthing life within them. Following Etienne's guidance, they seamlessly transformed into genuine dragons. The 9 colossal true dragons filled the sky, their powers reflecting the might of the Hongmeng Saint. After years of seeking the Tao, they had finally attained enlightenment, and each one was filled with euphoric exuberance. Yet, merely 3 breaths later, they all prostrated before Etienne on one knee. "Thank you, Master, for your benevolent guidance. Indeed, from this day forth, you shall serve as my disciples," Etienne proclaimed. "I also have tasks for you to undertake. Please, Master, command us. I require you to traverse the chaos and even venture beyond it, seeking new worlds. Should you discover any, do not hesitate to contact me." After conveying this, Etienne once again pointed at the 9 chaotic stone dragons, planting seeds of Tao within their primordial spirits. These seeds would not only aid them in their understanding of the Tao, but also facilitate their communication with Etienne. However, in the end, they did not all venture beyond chaos in search of new worlds. Instead, he retained the smallest of the chaotic stone dragons, Xiaojio, to accompany Etienne, serving him in place of the others. Etienne did not oppose this arrangement. With Xiaojio and the essence of Pangu's blood in tow, he directly entered the primordial world. The location of his emergence was none other than the pinnacle of the highest peak in the primordial realm. Mount Buzhou. Why Etienne's appearance did not incite any commotion. Even the heavenly Tao of this realm failed to perceive his presence, giving Etienne's formidable strength as long as he wished to remain undetected. The heavenly Tao could not possibly sense him. Standing at the summit, Etienne experienced a profound sense of superiority, as if surveying all the mountains beneath him. Gazing upon the primordial world, he was filled with reflection. It seemed that Pangu had indeed been influenced by my presence. Thus, this primordial world is vastly greater than the one originally intended to be forged, a magnitude several times larger. However, this is advantageous. The larger the world, the more abundant the resources, and the richer the fortune will be. The thicker the fortune, the more beneficial it is for my cultivation. In this primordial realm, one of the most vital elements is none other than merit. However, the merits of the heavenly Tao or the great Tao hold little significance for Tian. What he truly requires is boundless fortune. With ample fortune, his realm will naturally ascend smoothly. Therefore, Tian must carefully contemplate the path ahead. Yet before devising a plan, he produced a palace of chaotic treasure level and placed it before him. Subsequently, he deposited a drop of Pangu's essence blood within the palace, to further enrich the rebirth of Pangu. Tian added a drop of his own pure blood, free of impurities. Once this drop of blood merged with Pangu's essence, signs of life immediately manifested within it. Though the essence of Pangu stirred, he did not emerge at once. He still required gestation, but Tian then casually formed a magical seal, positioning it beside the palace. Soon, the vast spiritual energy surrounding Mount Buzhou was drawn in by the seal, coalescing into a massive mist of spiritual energy that enveloped the summit completely. That moment, the peak of Mount Buzhou became the most potent cave dwelling in the primordial realm. Following this, Tian instructed Xiaojiu to construct a thatched hut in this location, as many of the innate beings of the primordial realm had yet to emerge. Tian realized he would need to bide his time to acquire fortune from them. Thus, he resolved to cultivate vegetables, tend flowers, stroll, and recline in his chair, embracing a leisurely existence that, of course, Tian primarily occupied himself with walking, admiring flowers, savoring vegetables, and lounging. The remainder of the tasks were entrusted to Xiaojiu. In this regard, the chaotic stone dragon Xiaojiu was more than willing, even exhibiting some ingenuity. Not only did he prepare delectable dishes that catered to Tian's palate, but he also nurtured exquisite flowers. He even established a small pond atop Mount Buzhou, evoking the ambience of a rustic homestead that resided in Tian's heart. Tian was utterly satisfied. Furthermore, with the playful games that Xiaojiu conjured, Tian found himself entranced. This state of enchantment persisted for an indeterminate duration until a stir emerged atop Mount Buzhou, the mountainside. A wisp of primordial spirit energy from Pangu divided into three, manifesting three figures. I am the authentic Pangu, honored to meet my two junior brothers. I am the authentic Yuansher of Pangu, pleased to meet my elder brother and junior brother. I am the authentic Tian of Pangu, delighted to meet my two elder brothers. Ha! Congratulations, fellow brothers. We have finally emerged. The beings who had manifested were none other than the three pure ones of the innate demon gods. This moment, they shared a close bond, complementing one another, united without any discord. Thus, they quickly established their footing in the surroundings. We were born from the divine spine of our father, Mount Buzhou, yet we have yet to thoroughly explore this mountain. Why not we embark on a journey through Mount Buzhou? There may be unexpected delights awaiting us. What my elder brother says holds merit. We are willing to accompany him. As innate demon gods and the authentic Pangu, the three pure ones possessed formidable foundations, emerging with the realm of golden immortal and accompanying treasures, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Hence, they had a certain degree of self-preservation on Mount Buzhou. Consequently, they swiftly began their search upon the mountain. It must be said that they did indeed uncover some treasures. However, these treasures paled in comparison to their accompanying artifacts, leading to a modest accumulation. This left the three pure ones somewhat disheartened. It seems that this Mount Buzhou does not harbor our fortunes. The opportunity has not yet arrived. Shall we explore the primordial realm or return to our cave dwelling? The primordial realm is fraught with peril. With our current strength, we cannot ensure absolute safety. Returning to the cave to further enhance our strength is the wisest choice. However, before heading back, I wish to ascend Mount Buzhou's peak and behold the grandeur of the world created by our Father. Very well, I share the same intention. Upon hearing Laozi's suggestion to ascend Mount Buzhou, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian immediately concurred. However, as they embarked on their ascent, they soon discovered that the higher they ascended, the greater the pressure exerted by the heavens and earth. Had they not been the authentic Pangu with extraordinary foundations, combined with their golden immortal strength, they would never have reached the summit of Mount Buzhou. Yet, just as they were about to reach the pinnacle, they noticed a mist appearing before them. Although this mist was merely composed of spiritual energy, it evoked a profound sense of helplessness as they approached it. They felt incapable of penetrating this miasma. Should they truly venture inside, it might be a one-way trip. This situation left them feeling quite troubled. Why is there such a powerful formation here? Could it be that there's a supreme treasure hidden within? I cannot comprehend this. I cannot decipher it, that I suspect that a senior may be guarding this peak. A senior. We are the authentic Pangu, the first generation of innate beings, even if someone is stronger than us. Could they be that overwhelmingly powerful? Gazing at the mist before them, the three pure ones found themselves at a loss, their hearts harboring thoughts of retreat. They were wary of the unknown. However, just as they were about to withdraw, the mist before them suddenly parted, revealing a pathway. The emergence of this path left the three pure ones momentarily stunned. Indeed, there is a senior present. Should we proceed or retreat if such a powerful senior truly wishes to detain us? We may not have the chance to escape. Therefore, we might as well enter and pay our respects. As he spoke these words, Laozi felt a flutter of anxiety within. He too was uncertain whether the elder at the peak of Mount Buzhou harbored benevolent or malevolent intentions. Nonetheless, at that moment, he could only think positively and speak optimistically. Embracing this mindset, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian cautiously stepped through the open path. Meanwhile, Tian rose from his reclining chair, a faint smile gracing his lips. The children of fortune have come to my doorstep. It appears the time has come for me to collect fortune. The reason Tian lingered at the summit of Mount Buzhou was twofold. Firstly, it was the highest point in the realm. Secondly, within the vast primordial world, many individuals endowed with great fortune were either authentic Pangu or born from Mount Buzhou, destined to ascend to its peak. Thus, Tian merely needed to wait at this pinnacle. Indeed, he awaited the arrival of the three pure ones. Upon confirming their presence, he reclined once more, adopting a languid demeanor. Subsequently, he addressed Xiao Jiao at his side, saying, "Xiao Jiao, we have guests. Please go and guide them here." Understood. As the Chaos Stone Dragon, Xiao Jiao, heard Tian's words, he promptly proceeded to the entrance to greet the Sanqing that ate tea that moment. His imposing aura was somewhat restrained, and his demeanor was notably respectful. After all, he felt compelled to treat Tian's guests with courtesy. Nevertheless, even in this restrained state, the might of the Hunyuan saint emanated from him like the very will of heaven and earth, imposing enough to leave the Sanqing breathless. In that instant, the Sanqing seemed to perceive boundless chaos within Xiao Jiao, glimpsing the river of time and the entirety of the cosmos. They had already struggled to withstand the pressure emanating from the peak of Buzhou Mountain. And now, with Xiao Jiao before them, they nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel. Fortunately, Xiao Jiao noticed their discomfort, and his aura flickered and faded, transforming into an ordinary presence, thus preventing them from collapsing to the ground. Once he contained his aura, the three Sanqing felt a sense of lightness wash over them, as if a great burden had been lifted. Yet their reverence surged to unprecedented heights. "Forgive our audacity in intruding upon your esteemed presence. Come in. My master is already awaiting you inside." Master? The term master uttered by Xiao Jiao left the Sanqing utterly astonished. The moment Xiao Jiao had unleashed his aura, they had perceived him as the embodiment of the Tao of the primordial world, as if the entirety of this realm lay within his dominion. They even felt that no other presence, not even the will of heaven and earth, could rival the terror he instilled. Such a formidable being, nonetheless, referred to another as master. Had they not heard it with their own ears, they would have questioned their own sanity. Subsequently, a wave of exhilaration surged within them, for they understood they had stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. The three exchanged glances, instinctively grasping each other's intentions. This monumental chance was one they could not afford to let slip away. Thus, they followed closely behind Xiao Jiao, Upon traversing the mist, they found themselves in a quaint courtyard reminiscent of a rustic homestead, complete with fields, vegetables, flowers, grass, and even groves and ponds. To the heart of the courtyard stood a large thatched cottage, before which lay a young man. He appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly around 20 years of age, and possessed an extraordinary handsomeness that set him apart from the mundane, akin to a deity among mortals. Even the three Sanqing, despite being men, could not help but praise Tian's appearance. However, it was primarily his aura that captivated them. Reclining there, he exuded an impression that the sun, moon, and stars of the universe gravitated around him, as if he were the sovereign of this realm, with celestial bodies in attendance. Yet upon closer inspection, Tian resembled an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation or extraordinary phenomena. This realization further cemented their belief that he was indeed a true master. Consequently, their demeanor became even more humble. "We have come to pay our respects, and we humbly request your forgiveness for our intrusion. No matter. As guests, I am quite hospitable. Why not stay for a simple meal?" "A meal. Thank you, esteemed one." With their cultivation as golden immortals, the trio had long since reached the point of abstaining from food, sustaining themselves solely on the essence of heaven and earth during their daily practices. They had never consumed a morsel of mundane food, for doing so would taint their bodies with impurities. However, when Tian extended the invitation, they could not decline. Naturally, they were eager to find an opportunity to engage with him further, and his request perfectly aligned with their desires. Thus, they humbly remained. Yet, their presence felt somewhat awkward, as Tian and Xiaojiao, both esteemed figures, rendered them at a loss for words. Fortunately, Tian timely broke the silence to "Oh, you know how to play Go." "What is Go, esteemed one?" "It is a game played on a board where the objective is to connect 5 pieces in a row to win." "Ah, that does not sound difficult. I should be able to manage." Upon hearing Tian's explanation, Tian, ever forthright, spoke up. His eagerness was such that Laozi and Yuanshi found it impossible to intervene as Tian spoke. Tian could not help but smile. "Excellent. Xiaojiao, please prepare the meal." "Now, my friend, may I know your name?" "Esteemed one, I am called Tian. You may refer to me as Xiao Tian, for I cannot presume to address you as a peer." "Xiao Tian? We share a character in our names." "Ah, we share a character? Then you may call me Xiao Tong." "Very well. Xiao Tong, you shall be my opponent in this game." "Yes, esteemed one." Hearing Tian refer to Tian as Xiao Tong, the latter showed little reaction, yet Laozi and Yuanshi could not suppress their amusement. The primordial deity, the genuine Pangu's Tian, being called Xiao Tong was indeed a peculiar sight. However, once their laughter subsided, they could not help but envy Tian. Had they acted more swiftly, it could have been they who played against Tian. Unbeknownst to Tian, who had long been deprived of interaction with others, the arrival of the Sanqing genuinely delighted him. Thus, he produced a Go board along with 2 sets of black and white stones. Then, Tian stated, "I shall make the first move." "Please, esteemed one, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Tian picked up a stone and placed it directly in the center of the board. To Laozi and Yuanshi, this action seemed entirely normal, without any hint of impropriety. However, Tian, who was engaged in the game with Tian, felt his expression change dramatically. He sensed himself being drawn into the board itself. The stone placed by Tian transformed into a colossal sword of the heavens, standing imposingly before him. The immense sword intent felt as though it could pierce through Tian entirely, standing before this overwhelming sword intent. He nearly found himself kneeling in submission. Although Tian had consciously suppressed his realm to match Tian's, both being at the golden immortal level, the sword intent emanating from Tian was sufficient to overwhelm Tian. Had Tian not inadvertently restrained his will, Tian would have been left utterly incapacitated. Nevertheless, the formidable sword intent did not linger long. It dissipated after merely 10 breaths, leaving only an unyielding sword of the heavens before Tian. At this moment, Tian appropriately spoke once more. Do not remain stunned, Xiao Tong. It is your turn. Upon receiving a reminder from Tian, Tian finally realized that he was engaged in a game of chess with him. He hurriedly picked up a piece, eager to make his move. Yes, he gazed at the chessboard before him. Whether intentional or not, his piece instinctively moved away from Yi Tian's. Simultaneously, a strand of his sword intent coalesced amidst his pieces. However, the sword intent he gathered was vastly inferior to that of Yi Tian. Yi Tian's sword intent was as grand as the heavens and the earth, while Tong Tian's was as feeble as a blade of grass. Nevertheless, the mere fact that Tong Tian dared to condense his sword intent in the face of Yi Tian's spoke volumes of his exceptional nature. Consequently, Yi Tian smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he placed another piece beside his own. With this placement, yet another surge of sword intent erupted before Tong Tian. Although it bore similarity to the previous one, Tong Tian still felt the impact, nearly collapsing to the ground in submission. This new manifestation of sword intent seemed poised to obliterate his own, subjecting Tong Tian to immense torment. Fortunately, it lasted only for 10 breaths, allowing him to endure. After those 10 breaths, Tong Tian's expression turned grim. His mind was overwhelmed by that soaring sword intent, rendering him powerless to condense his own. Simultaneously, he found himself unable to place his second piece. Observing his struggle, Yi Tian took the initiative to speak. "It seems your skill is lacking. You may step down and allow another to take your place." "Thank you, senior." At that moment, Tong Tian wished to take a moment aside to contemplate the soaring sword intent he had just witnessed. Despite the immense pressure it exerted upon him, his understanding was profoundly deepened. As for Laozi and Yuanshi, they initially failed to comprehend the game of chess between Tong Tian and Yi Tian. The soaring sword intent was only visible to Tong Tian, who was engaged in the match. However, they soon realized that this was no simple game of chess. Yi Tian was imparting wisdom. Thus, when Yi Tian announced the next participant, Yuanshi stepped forward without hesitation. Yi Tian had no remarks to make regarding Yuanshi's actions. Once Yuanshi took his seat opposite Yi Tian, the game commenced anew. This time, however, the chessboard presented only a single character, a colossal Dao character. This character encompassed all, imbued with countless nuances of the Dao. Although Yi Tian had suppressed his realm to the golden immortal level, Yuanshi was profoundly impacted by just a glance. He felt as if he were being enveloped by myriad paths, destined to be submerged in the essence of the Tao, potentially assimilated into it forever. Fortunately, the presence of the Tao character lasted only 10 breaths. After this duration, Yuanshi regained his senses, emerging from the boundless depths of the Tao. Upon looking back at Yi Tian's pieces, he found only the immense Tao character remaining, devoid of the infinite nuances that had previously surrounded it. With trepidation, Yuanshi placed a piece of his own, which also contained his Tao, and similarly distanced itself from Yi Tian's. Yi Tian smiled gently, swiftly placing another piece. This piece, like the previous one, was imbued with boundless Tao nuances, causing Yuanshi to once again succumb to its allure. This time, he teetered on the edge of assimilation, nearly unable to escape its grasp. After 10 breaths, he emerged from the brink of despair, yet found himself incapable of placing his second piece. Consequently, Yi Tian spoke once more. "Your skills are also lacking. Step aside and let another take your turn." "Thank you, senior." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yuanshi retreated to the side, beginning to contemplate the Tao that Yi Tian had just revealed. Meanwhile, Laozi, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forward. Although he was the last to present himself before Yi Tian, his impatience was palpable. He was even unaware of how eager he appeared. Yi Tian smiled gently, offering no rebuke. Before Laozi, the yin-yang Tao manifested. From Tao comes one. One gives rise to two. Two leads to three, and three births all things. The yin-yang Tao, which embodies the interplay of opposites, pulsated with vitality. The manifestation of the yin-yang Tao was particularly formidable, leaving Laozi utterly astonished. After several breaths, he, like Tong Tian and Yuanshi, found himself unable to make any further moves, entrapped in a state of enlightenment. This state of enlightenment persisted until Xiao Jiao completed the meal. Due to the presence of 5 individuals, Xiao Jiao prepared an elaborate feast consisting of 8 dishes and a soup, akin to a mortal's banquet. Once the meal was ready, he promptly called for Tong Tian and the others to dine. His summons naturally pulled Tong Tian and his companions from their contemplative states. However, they dared not express any irritation. On the contrary, their humility deepened due to the profound insights gained in their hearts. They became resolute, understanding that they had encountered a significant opportunity, though they did not communicate through their primordial spirits. The three of them comprehended one another's intentions. Following Yi Tian's customs, they began to partake in the feast. After indulging, they discovered that the dishes were not only infused with immense spiritual energy, but also remarkably delicious. Initially, they had harbored great disdain for such mundane fare, yet after a few bites, they became enamored. Unbeknownst to them, the 8 dishes and soup were swiftly consumed by the 3 of them. Upon finishing their meal, they experienced a sensation akin to awakening from a profound dream, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They quickly began to speak. "Senior, we have acted disrespectfully." For reasons unknown, Tian instinctively sought to wash the bowl before him. "This bowl, I shall wash it." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian did not object. In fact, he added, "That's the spirit. Remember to wash it by hand and ensure it's clean." "Yes, senior," Tian responded, his excitement akin to that of a child. His demeanor slightly smug. Though washing dishes was indeed a task, from a certain perspective, it also signified a closeness between him and Yi Tian that in this regard, he surpassed Yuanshi and Laozi. Witnessing this, both Yuanshi and Laozi experienced a moment of clarity. "Then I shall chop wood. That is my forte. I will fetch water and tend to the flowers. I excel in nurturing plants." Whether it was Yuanshi or Laozi, they quickly established their roles. They were eager to seize the opportunity to engage with Yi Tian. Thus, they proactively expressed their willingness to assist. Yi Tian did not refuse. Instead, he reclined in a lounge chair, allowing them to carry out their tasks. It was only at this moment that the 3 purities found a chance to converse. A true paragon of unparalleled prowess. "We must seize this opportunity. Indeed, we must ensure to remain here. As long as we can learn even a fraction of what the senior imparts, we could dominate the primordial realm. This time, even if it means sacrificing all our pride, we must stay. Even if it means serving tea and water daily, it would be better than our countless years of arduous cultivation." Upon voicing these sentiments, the 3 purities trembled with conviction. Once they completed their assigned tasks, they all knelt before Yi Tian. "Receive the senior's guidance is indeed the greatest boon. Today, we dare to beseech the senior to accept us as disciples. We humbly request your favor." With that, the 3 purities bowed deeply, anxiously awaiting Yi Tian's response. After a moment of silence, Yi Tian spoke. "You wish to take me as your master? Be advised, I do not tolerate idlers here. We shall serve tea, fetch water, and prepare meals. Whatever you command, we shall strive wholeheartedly to do our utmost." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the 3 pure ones reached an exhilarating peak of excitement. This moment, they humbled themselves to the utmost, seeking merely to remain by Yi Tian's side and comprehend the profound principles of deities. In response, Yi Tian did not impose any constraints upon them. Instead, he timely proclaimed, "Since this is the case, I shall accept you 3 as my registered disciples. Let it be known that you must not slack off should I discover any of you shirking your duties. Do not blame me for expelling you from the sect. Rest assured, senior, we shall wholeheartedly fulfill the tasks you assign to us, without the slightest hint of negligence." It is commendable that you possess such resolve. Yi Tian felt immense satisfaction with the demeanor and attitude of the 3 pure ones. Thus, these 3 fortunate beings could indeed be taken under his wing. However, just as Yi Tian accepted the 3 pure ones, the chaos demon God Hongjun, who had already been reborn in the primordial realm, suddenly felt an emptiness within his heart, as if he had lost a critically important opportunity. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he could not discern what had transpired. Soon as Yi Tian began to announce the acceptance of the 3 pure ones as registered disciples, he immediately sensed a significant surge in his own fortune. In fact, even his own realm felt a slight loosening, hinting at the possibility of further advancement. Now, the 3 pure ones were merely golden immortals, yet they already possessed such fortune. One could only imagine the magnitude of their luck upon attaining sainthood. Accepting the 3 pure ones as disciples was, for Yi Tian, a venture with immeasurable gains. From the perspective of the three pure ones, being able to stay with Tian was also a divine opportunity. After all, there was scarcely any labor to be done here. Tasks such as chopping wood, watering flowers, and feeding fish were, for them, exceedingly effortless. This made the three pure ones feel as though they were here merely to indulge in pleasure. Indeed, their master was considerate of them, unwilling to burden them with heavy labor. As this thought crossed their minds, their gratitude towards Tian deepened. Simultaneously, they looked forward to his teachings, eager to listen to the supreme principles of the Tao. On the other hand, Tian was also inclined to impart some instruction to them. With a gentle wave of his hand, his humble abode underwent a dramatic transformation. The once ordinary farmhouse now radiated an overwhelming aura. With many beings exuding terrifying energies, the gravitational force within the courtyard escalated to a staggering 100,000 times that of the outside world. The three pure ones found themselves shackled by an oppressive weight. Their movements rendered laborious. They even sensed that their own magical powers were severely suppressed. This was one of Tian's methods of tempering them, as well as a means of enhancing their physical prowess. As the three pure ones struggled to comprehend their circumstances, they could only exert their utmost strength to maintain their presence under the immense gravitational pressure. Bound by these limitations, they could only continuously scan their surroundings. Wary of any sudden occurrences, unbeknownst to them, they sensed a vague danger looming in the environment. Thus, they repeatedly reminded themselves to remain cautious. At the same time, their awe for Tian's ability to alter the very fabric of reality deepened. Observing their reactions, Tian felt relatively satisfied with them. Consequently, he spoke, "Come, let us assign your daily tasks. Tian, your task is quite simple. Chop wood, specifically the firewood within the courtyard. Here, take this manual on wood chopping." With that, Tian produced a tome crafted from an unknown beast's hide and handed it to Tian. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuanshi and Laozi instinctively drew closer. They soon beheld the title of the book in Tian's hands, The Art of Chopping Wood. Seeing such a title caused both Yuanshi and Laozi to involuntarily twitch at the corners of their mouths. They had not anticipated that Tian's so-called manual on wood chopping would indeed be a manual on wood chopping. Such a manual left them feeling somewhat disheartened, as it stood in stark contrast to the grand powers they had envisioned, who would require a specialized technique for chopping wood. Even Tian found himself momentarily at a loss upon encountering this manual. Nevertheless, his respect for Tian surpassed that of Yuanshi and Laozi. He would never refuse the gifts bestowed upon him. Subsequently, he accepted the book and opened its pages, discovering that it indeed contained only a single technique. Nothing more. This revelation left Tian with a feeling akin to wanting to weep without tears. However, just as he contemplated voicing his thoughts, he noticed something extraordinary within that singular technique. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it contained boundless profundities. The technique inscribed within the book seemed to yearn to transcend its pages and manifest in the world. The sharp sword intent emanating from it delivered a piercing sensation to his primordial spirit. In that moment, Tian felt as though he were immersed in a sea of swords, enveloped by a multitude of sword intents. At this instant, Tian comprehended that this sword intent had become sentient. He had been granted access to a true supreme secret art. Thus, he promptly bowed to Tian, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me the supreme Tao." With that, Tian joyfully began to contemplate the teachings. Yuanshi and Laozi were not fools. Observing Tian's reaction, they quickly grasped the situation. This was indeed a genuine supreme Tao, albeit its potency had been obscured by its unassuming name. This realization filled them with envy towards Tian, while simultaneously igniting their anticipation for Tian. They yearned for the opportunity to receive a supreme Tao similar to Tian's that Tian, indeed, had prepared for them as well. "Shaoshi, come here. Master, from this day forth, you shall be responsible for tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, pruning branches, catching and repelling pests, watering and fertilizing, even performing artificial pollination and warding off wild beasts. All of these tasks fall upon you. Therefore, I shall present you with a manual on plant care." After speaking, Tian similarly bestowed upon Yuanshi a book titled 108 Methods of Plant Care. Upon receiving this manual, Yuan wasted no time in flipping it open. A cursory glance revealed it to be a simple guide to plant care. Yet upon closer examination, it contained a wealth of knowledge, embodying supreme Tao principles. Yuan could not help but become engrossed after merely a brief glance. The last recipient of a manual was, naturally, lousy. Your composed demeanor resembles that of a little old man. From today onwards, you shall be in charge of feeding the fish. The fish in this pond are rather special. They are divided into yin and yang varieties, each containing distinct yin and yang energies, necessitating differentiated care. Therefore, I shall impart to you a manual on fish rearing. With that, Tian once again handed over a tome crafted from beast hide, inscribed with 3 simple methods of fish rearing. Upon opening this book, Laozi immediately discovered that it contained insights into the yin-yang Tao, a field in which he excelled. Many of the principles pointed directly to the essence of the Tao. After merely glancing at a few passages, Laozi became overwhelmed with excitement, trembling all over. The Supreme Tao. It was the true Supreme Tao. He had a premonition that if he fully comprehended the Supreme Tao inscribed within this book, he would undoubtedly become invincible in the primordial realm. Although he was unaware of the existence of saints, he sensed that should he grasp the entirety of the teachings within this book, he might even contend with the heavenly Tao in the primordial realm. This filled the usually indifferent Laozi with a profound sense of gratitude. Truly, our Master's kindness is as weighty as a mountain. Such formidable Tao teachings our Master generously imparts to us, all while feigning indifference, bestowing us with such a mundane title. This is an extraordinary act of care. From this day forth, the 3 pure ones vowed to repay their Master's kindness with their very lives whenever the opportunity arose. However, what they did not realize was that the supreme Tao they cherished so dearly was merely a spontaneous creation by Tian. For Tian, crafting such supreme Taos was as effortless as a flick of his wrist. In this blissful ignorance, the 3 pure ones learned to cultivate a spirit of gratitude. Soon, Tian's voice rang out once more. You have 1 hour's time. After 1 hour, all of you must commence your tasks. Those who are tasked with chopping wood shall proceed to chop wood. Those who are to water the flowers shall attend to the flowers. And those who are meant to feed the fish shall go and feed the fish. Yes, Master. Upon hearing such word from Tian, the 3 from Sanqing immediately responded with utmost respect, their demeanor significantly more reverent than before. After the passage of an hour, all 3 of them dutifully set about their tasks, as instructed by Tian. The woodcutter went to cut wood, the gardener tended to the flowers, and the one feeding the fish set off to do so. However, when Tian arrived before the firewood, his expression instantly changed. Upon reaching the designated area for chopping wood, he discovered that the so-called firewood was, in fact, a colossal demon of the Tai golden immortal realm. Although it did not possess the vast size of a typical giant demon, its status as a Tai golden immortal was undeniably real. Moreover, it exuded an overwhelming aura of sword intent, as if each tree were a formidable master of the sword path. Witnessing this scene, Tian was rendered speechless. Am I not here to chop firewood? Why do I feel as though I am here to challenge a master of the sword, faced with the formidable firewood ahead? Tian was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Not only he, but even Yuan and Laozi shared this sentiment, in Yuan's presence. Every flower, grass, and tree had transformed into a sentient being, each one a genuine great practitioner. The weakest among them was on par with Yuan, while those deeper within possessed even greater strength. Yuan felt that if he ventured too close, he might become ensnared by these floral spirits and end up as their fertilizer. Likewise, the 2 fish of yin and yang that Laozi was to nourish were equally formidable, possessing not only immense cultivation, but also a cyclical interplay of yin and yang energies, embodying tremendous destructive power. Among them, the most powerful yin and yang fish instilled in Laozi a sense of the Tao of yin and yang in motion. He had a foreboding that should these fish set their sights on him, he would likely be ensnared in the pond, unable to extricate himself. These realizations caused the 3 from Sanqing to suddenly feel regret. They should not have underestimated the routine tasks assigned by Tian. However, having reached this juncture, they had no other choice. Even though Tian sensed the overwhelming might of the tree demon before him, he still brandished his treasured Qingping sword and charged at the tree demon. Resembling firewood. The strike he unleashed was none other than the wood-chopping sword technique bestowed upon him by Tian. With his exceptional comprehension, an hour of insight had already allowed him to wield the wood-chopping sword technique. Yet, as he executed this strike, the tree demon retaliated with ferocity. A fierce storm of sword energy erupted, cascading violently towards Tian. In the presence of the tree demon, Tian felt akin to a solitary vessel adrift in a tempestuous sea, at any moment poised to be engulfed by the waves. Were it not for his solid foundation, the sharpness of his Qingping sword, and the potency of his wood-chopping strike, he might have already succumbed to the firewood. Nevertheless, even though he was not cleaved by the powerful storm of sword energy, he found himself in a state of utter disarray, his body marred by numerous sword marks, and 3 slender wounds gracing his face. Upon feeling the blood trickle from his face, he was left in shock that I was actually scratched by firewood. Such a notion had never even crossed Tian's mind before. He was Pangu's true heir. One of the first beings from the primordial world, a genuine innate deity, a being of immense power, yet he could not withstand a mere piece of firewood. Angered by his injuries, Tian raised his Qingping sword once more and charged at the tree demon again. This time, the force behind his strike was evidently greater than before. Even the sword intent he wielded reached its zenith. Were this unleashed in the outside world, it would possess the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth, capable of leveling an entire celestial mountain without difficulty. Yet here, in Tian's domain, the mighty manifested was confined to a mere span, unable to extend beyond this firewood grove, nor could it affect the second tree. Furthermore, the full force of Tian's strike was predominantly thwarted by the sword intent of the tree demon. Ultimately, he managed to sever only 2 or 3 small withered branches. Those 2 or 3 small branches would hardly ignite, let alone serve for cooking. However, Tian had already exerted his utmost effort. The mere fact that he had managed to sever 2 or 3 small withered branches under such strenuous conditions underscored the difficulty of the wood-chopping task. More importantly, those 2 or 3 small branches were not in Tian's possession. They lay beneath the golden immortal tree demon, scattered there as if mocking him silently. Though Tian could see them and had managed to cut them, he could not retrieve them. This realization sent Tian into a fit of rage. He began to wildly hack at the golden immortal tree demon with fervor. In the course of this frenzy, his wood-chopping sword technique reached its peak, disregarding his own injuries, solely focused on slaying the firewood before him. In such a state, anyone observing would recognize that Tian was fighting with desperation. When engaged in battle, he exhibited a ferocity that surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Were he on the battlefield, Tian would undoubtedly be a fearless general. However, his fearless demeanor seemed somewhat insufficient against the tree demon of the golden immortal realm. While he wielded a powerful sword technique, the tree demon possessed an equally formidable sword intent, and its realm was superior. Though it bore a feeble consciousness, the combat prowess it exhibited was not inferior to that of any individual. As the battle raged on, Tian found his spiritual energy utterly depleted, and he sustained grievous injuries. Ultimately, he was forced to withdraw from the firewood grove. By the end of the day, he had only managed to sever a handful of insignificant withered branches. As for what he had in hand, it was merely an exceedingly small withered branch. Such a performance left Tian feeling utterly humiliated. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his ability to sever those few small withered branches was solely due to his training in the wood-chopping sword technique. Without it, he would not only have been thoroughly outmatched by the firewood, but he would have been unable to sever even a single withered branch. Reflecting on this, Tian felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had initially believed that he, along with Laozi and Yuan Shi, had attained a considerable level of strength sufficient to stand among the second tier, if not the pinnacle, of the primordial realm. Regardless of the adversaries they encountered, he thought self-preservation would not pose much difficulty. Yet today he found himself in such a wretched state at the hands of mere firewood, which shattered his pride and left him deeply affected. However, upon exiting the grove and witnessing Yuan Shi and Laozi's appearances, His sorrow diminished. He observed that Yuan Shi was not only covered in wounds, but also caked in mud. His hair matted, as if he had been buried in the earth. Laozi fared no better. He was drenched, and visible bite marks adorned his face, clearly indicating he had been savagely bitten by the fish. This sight elicited an involuntary laugh from Tian, instantly dispelling his earlier gloom. Ha ha! It seems my two senior brothers encountered quite the misfortune on this outing. They returned empty-handed, unlike me, whose luck was fortuitous enough to bring back a small branch, in comparison to Yuan Shi and Laozi. Tongtian's haul was indeed commendable, at the very least. He was not returning empty-handed. He had achieved a minor victory. Such an achievement stemmed from Tongtian's fervent efforts. Had it not been for his frenzied combat, he might not have even managed to procure this single withered branch. Thus, he felt a sense of self-satisfaction. However, when Yi Tian appeared, all semblance of that satisfaction vanished. Is this all you have accomplished today? A mere withered branch brought back by the woodcutter. What use is this branch? It is so diminutive that it is scarcely suitable for even cleaning one's teeth. The situation regarding the gardeners is even more absurd. They were nearly buried by the very flowers and grasses they were meant to tend, almost becoming compost themselves. Who would dare believe such a tale? And as for the fish feeder, it is even more ludicrous. He was dragged into the water by the fish he was supposed to feed, nearly ground to pulp, and turned into fish food. You tell me, if you cannot even handle such trifling matters, how can you hope to establish yourselves in my humble abode? Teacher, we are ready, and no need to say more. I shall impose upon you the punishment of standing on the plum blossom pillars in the backyard without sleep tonight. Understood. The three pure ones held no objections to such a punishment from Yi Tian. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of standing meditation, they recognized that they had failed to accomplish the tasks assigned by Yi Tian, and thus, punishment was warranted. Moreover, they sensed that Yi Tian's directive was intended to toughen them. Consequently, one by one, they obediently went to take their positions on the pillars. However, upon entering the backyard, they immediately sensed something was amiss. There existed a formation that sealed away their magical powers. Once inside, they realized they could no longer sense their golden immortal realm powers. The formidable energy of the golden immortal realm felt as stagnant as a pool of dead water, suppressed to the point that no matter how hard they tried, they could not summon even a trace of it. Yet, this was not the most critical issue. The gravity here was 100,000 times that of the outside world. This overwhelming force crushed the three pure ones to the ground, rendering them nearly immobile. The immense pressure made even breathing a laborious task, had it not been for their innate strength and extraordinary physical constitution. They might have been crushed to death on the spot. Is this truly the teacher's way of toughening us? This is far too arduous. I feel as though I cannot even stand. How can we possibly meditate like this? I too feel it. I feel as if I might be crushed to death. Unable to muster the strength to stand, I might as well lie here and endure the night, without their powers. They found it exceedingly difficult to stand under such immense gravity. The task of standing on the plum blossom pillars, as instructed by Yi Tian, seemed utterly unattainable. Thus, they concocted a lazy scheme, to simply lie down and endure the night. However, as they voiced their intentions, Xiao Jiao outside burst into laughter. I forgot to mention, to prevent you from getting bored, the master has specially arranged a companion for you in the backyard. With that, Xiao Jiao propped up a sign that had fallen at the entrance of the backyard. The sign ominously displayed 4 large characters. Beware of vicious dog. What? The three pure ones were utterly clueless about the companion Xiao Jiao referred to, and their curiosity about what Yi Tian had arranged for them quickly turned into dread. Woof! Woof! As soon as Xiao Jiao spoke, a ferocious dog came charging towards them at great speed. Although it possessed no magical power, its massive size and remarkable speed, coupled with its gleaming teeth, indicated that it was not a creature to be trifled with. This was a dog crafted from chaotic clay by Yi Tian. Despite lacking magical abilities, the chaos-infused earth endowed it with extraordinary physical prowess, making it incredibly fierce. Upon hearing the dog's growls, the three pure ones' expressions shifted dramatically, and they quickly turned to see the menacing beast charging at them with its gaping maw. Its dagger-like teeth sent shivers down their spines. A vicious dog. There's a vicious dog here. Quick, get up. It's coming to bite us. Run. This dog is fast. We need to flee. Under normal circumstances, the three pure ones would have faced such a dog without fear, confident in their abilities to subdue it with a single spell. However, at this moment, their powers were suppressed, and they were trapped under 100,000 times the normal gravity, leaving them utterly defenseless. In the face of this ferocious canine, their instinct was to flee. The only way to avoid being caught by the dog was to run faster. In that instant, they completely forgot about the overwhelming gravity and the near-death state they had just experienced. As the dog pursued them, they tapped into their latent potential and sprinted with astonishing speed, rivaling that of the dog itself. Anyone observing would hardly believe they were running under such oppressive conditions. Outside the formation, Xiao Jiu watched in astonishment. The master's words proved true. The potential of living beings is boundless, and I have witnessed it firsthand. However, after running for a short while, they felt their stamina waning severely. Relying solely on their physical strength to run in a space with 100,000 times the gravity was an immense drain on their energy. Soon, they could no longer keep up the pace. While the dog continued its relentless pursuit, seemingly tireless, Yuan Shi, who lagged slightly behind, was bitten on the spot. The sharp bite drew blood and tore away a chunk of flesh. Faced with the dog's attack, Yuan Shi instinctively raised his fist and struck at the beast. Yet his punch landed on the dog as if it had hit an indestructible stone, producing a thunderous sound, but only causing the dog to stumble back a step. The ferocious creature remained unscathed and lunged at Yuan Shi once more. This realization dawned upon the three pure ones. Subduing the dog through combat was impossible. Their only option was to keep running to evade its attacks. As their physical strength dwindled, the relentless chase continued for what felt like an eternity. Whether it was Laozi, Yuan Shi, or Tian, they all suffered bites from the dog. The powerful jaws left each of them howling in pain. They understood that they could no longer run indefinitely. If they continued, they would face a fate worse than death. They needed to devise a strategy to deal with the pursuing dog. Then, they spotted two finely crafted plum blossom pillars standing in the courtyard. With a sense of desperation, Tian mounted one of the pillars, balancing on one leg. Upon his ascent, the dog barked furiously and leaped several times in an attempt to bite him, but ultimately failed. Subsequently, it disregarded Tian and redirected its focus to chase Laozi and Yuan Shi. Seeing this, Laozi wasted no time in climbing up the other pillar in the distance that he turned to Yuan Shi and said, "Junior brother, there are only two pillars here, and there's no space left for you. Please bear with it a little longer. Run until you're exhausted, and we will take turns so you can rest." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi felt utterly despondent. With both Laozi and Tian on the pillars, the dog had only Yuan Shi left as its target. And no matter where he ran, he would be pursued by the dog, which would not relent for even a moment. This left Yuan Shi in a state of despair. Get down from there. I'm already exhausted. The arrangements in the backyard were, of course, not devised by Tian to torment the three of Sanqing, but rather to strengthen their physical prowess. Whether being chased by ferocious dogs or standing on the slender plum blossom pillars, each task served as a formidable trial for their bodies. After all, under the weight of 100,000 times gravity, every movement they made demanded a significant expenditure of their energy. It was merely that being pursued by the vicious hounds was a bit more arduous, while standing on the pillars was comparatively easier. Nevertheless, the bond among the three of Sanqing remained steadfast. They understood the importance of mutual support. Thus, they spent 3 consecutive nights running and standing. When Xiao Jiu visited them the following morning, she found them utterly battered, nearly unrecognizable. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, their eyes were bloodshot, and their hair was in disarray, a sight that unmistakably indicated the torment they had endured. This elicited a twinge of sympathy from Xiao Jiu. Consequently, she opened the grand gate of the backyard and quickly exclaimed, "You may come out now. A bathing tub awaits you outside, where you can soak and rejuvenate." To the three of Sanqing, Xiao Jiu's words were akin to a celestial melody. They had been subjected to relentless trials in that backyard for an entire night, and both their bodies and spirits had been pushed to the brink. Many of them felt they were on the verge of collapse when pursued by the dogs. However, within that backyard, apart from the grand gate, there was no escape that IT was less a backyard and more an isolated microcosm. In this small world, the three of Sanqing yearned day and night to flee. Now that Xiao Jiu had opened the gate, they rushed towards it without a moment's hesitation. The instant they burst through the doorway, they were enveloped by a surge of abundant spiritual energy. Their once suppressed magical powers surged back into action. The sensation of wielding magical powers was exquisite. Upon their emergence, the three felt as though they had been reborn after a night of running. Their bodies were now nourished by a copious influx of spiritual energy, a bittersweet experience. Yet, what brought them the greatest joy was the prospect of soaking in a bath. Their night of relentless activity had taken a tremendous toll on their physiques, leaving every muscle aching. The opportunity to bathe was a tremendous relief for their weary bodies. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, they followed Xiao Jiu to the bathing area. Upon arrival, they were met with an astonishing sight. The bathing tubs were filled with an abundance of medicinal herbs. The mere scent of these herbs revitalized their exhausted forms. These herbs, casually cultivated by Tian, surpassed even the innate spiritual roots in potency. The chance to immerse themselves in such a bath was a monumental opportunity for countless individuals. Upon seeing the herbal concoctions, the three of Sanqing erupted in exuberance. I knew it. I knew our master would not continuously torment us. He still cares for us. Look, his affection has manifested. They laughed heartily. These herbs are clearly nourishing. This time, we've struck gold. Brothers, stop talking and let us hurry to bathe. I can hardly contain my excitement. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's enthusiastic words, Laozi and Tong Tian wasted no time and plunged into the tub. As they submerged, an overwhelming wave of pain assaulted them. IT felt as though every inch of their bodies was being torn apart, only to be stitched back together. The three of Sanqing grimaced, their faces contorted in anguish. Had they not sensed the herbs in the bath beginning to take effect, enhancing their physical strength, they might have leapt out in despair. The sensation was excruciating, enough to make one wish to escape. Simultaneously, Laozi's voice rang out. Brothers, you must endure. This medicine is immensely beneficial for us. The pain is temporary. If we persevere, our strength will surely increase. I know, but it truly hurts. They cried that we must hold on. Everyone, bear with it. Faced with such intense agony, the three of Sanqing felt as though they might not endure. Yet, feeling their bodies rapidly mending and strengthening, they managed to withstand the torment. In that moment, submerged in the tubs, they felt akin to three mystical tortoises, compelled to endure the pressure. However, for the sake of increasing their power, they had no choice but to persevere through the suffering. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu, observing them, voiced her admiration. Your composure is commendable. You did not leap out immediately, thus seizing this grand opportunity. However, even if you did jump out, it would be futile, as I would simply push you back in. Without the master's command, none of you may leave. Moreover, the master has decreed that such herbal baths will occur every 10 days henceforth. Every 10 days. Are we to be tormented to the brink of death? They lamented, we are doomed. I can already foresee the dark days ahead. They cried, is cultivation truly this arduous? Are opportunities so rare? This is so difficult. Under such relentless trials, the three of Sanqing felt a surge of tears welling up. It was their first realization of the difficulties inherent in the path of cultivation. Then, in a moment of irrepressible curiosity, Tong Tian addressed Xiao Jiu. Brother Jiu, did you also endure such trials to reach your present stature? As for me, not at all. The moment I was enlightened by the master, I attained my current realm without undergoing the trials you have faced, and the reason you have experienced such tribulations must be due to your humble origins. If your backgrounds were slightly higher, your initial prowess would have been greater, and the master would not have been so stringent. What? Our origins are too low. The heritage of the three had always been a source of pride. After all, they were among the first innate deities of the Hongwang world, the true successors of Pangu. Few could boast a better lineage. Yet now, being told that their origins were inadequate was utterly unfathomable to them. Brother Jiu, then what kind of heritage would satisfy the master? What kind of heritage? Tong Tian's inquiry truly perplexed Xiao Jiu. In his mind, Yi Tian's power was unfathomably high, transcending even the great Tao. Such strength would render even the Hunyuan Daoran insignificant before him. Yet, he had taken in the three of Sanqing, who were mere golden immortal cultivators, as his named disciples, indicating some level of acknowledgement. After pondering for a while, Xiao Jiu offered a vague response, perhaps a saint-level origin. Upon the utterance of Xiao Jiu's words, the three pure ones were left utterly bewildered. As the authentic heirs of Pangu, they possessed a faint memory of Pangu within their minds. Consequently, they comprehended the true significance of the sage realm in the primordial chaos. Such a realm could undoubtedly be regarded as that of the foremost individual beneath the heavenly Tao. The revelation that Yi Tian desired to be born into the sage realm was astonishing beyond their wildest imaginings. Simultaneously, their perception of Yi Tian's strength soared infinitely. They sensed that his prowess likely far surpassed that of the sage realm, perhaps even eclipsing the existence of the heavenly Tao itself. Merely contemplating this notion sent tremors of excitement coursing through the three pure ones. They realized they had genuinely encountered a master of unparalleled caliber. Subsequently, they remained immersed in the medicinal bath, enduring its torment while digesting the impact of Xiao Jiu's words. After half an hour, the three pure ones finally emerged from a bath. Feeling rejuvenated and invigorated, they found that all their previous injuries had completely healed. Moreover, they sensed that their physical strength had multiplied several-fold. They were now significantly more formidable than they had been the day before. However, they felt a tinge of regret that Yi Tian's medicinal bath had only enhanced their physical prowess without elevating their magical power or realm. They understood that to advance their magical abilities and realm, they would need to rely on their own diligence. With a sigh, Tian spoke, "Senior Brother Jiu, our medicinal bath has concluded, and it is time for breakfast. Let us proceed." Xiao Jiu had mentioned during mealtime that they were provided with 3 meals a day. Even including supper, tea this hour, it was indeed breakfast time. The three pure ones felt it was appropriate to head for their meal, only to be taken aback by Xiao Jiu's response. "Breakfast?" The Lord stated, "You failed to complete your tasks yesterday, and thus lack the qualification for breakfast. Therefore, your morning meal is cancelled. Instead, you may utilize this time to thoroughly study the Taoist teachings imparted to you by the Lord." "What? No breakfast?" The three pure ones wore faces of despair upon hearing this news. Fueled by Yi Tian's desire for sustenance, Xiao Jiu had honed his culinary skills to perfection. The dishes he prepared were not only imbued with spiritual energy, but were also exquisitely delicious. After savoring his cooking once, the three pure ones found it unforgettable. They had anticipated enjoying Xiao Jiu's culinary creations again today, only to be blindsided by the cancellation of their breakfast. This was an immense suffering for them. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, serving as an even greater torment. "I must master this wood-splitting sword technique. I will chop that firewood and earn my meal," declared one. "Indeed, I too desire sustenance, and I shall pluck those flowers to transform them into fertilizer," another chimed in. "Excellent. I too must strive harder." At this moment, the three pure ones were fervently dedicated to cultivating the Taoist teachings bestowed upon them by Yi Tian. Although the teachings lacked specific cultivation techniques, they felt that mastering the Tao would naturally lead to the desired outcomes. For Tian, having successfully grasped the sword technique, his sword intent deepened, consequently elevating his realm. Understanding this, they ceased their pursuit of magical power and realm elevation, focusing solely on the Taoist teachings from Yi Tian. On the second day of their cultivation, their situation remained unchanged. They were still tormented by firewood, flowers, and fish, and at night, they were pursued by dogs. The third day mirrored this pattern by the 10th day. Tian returned with 2 branches, Yuan Shi plucked a petal, and Laozi obtained a fish scaled out on the 20th day. Tian brought back a sturdy branch. Although it was insufficient for a full day's cooking, it sufficed for 1 meal. Consequently, Tian enjoyed a meal that day, while Yuan Shi gathered a complete flower. Allowing Laozi to stand firmly before the yin-yang fish without being dragged underwater, by the 30th day, the situation had transformed entirely. The three pure ones, possessing extraordinary comprehension, underwent a profound metamorphosis due to their 30 days of insight. Although their realms were suppressed by Yi Tian's grand formation, Their progress was not swift. 30 days had passed without a minor elevation in their realm. Yet their magical power had become more substantial, and their combat prowess had increased manifold. By the 30th day, Tian directly confronted a tree demon of the Tai golden immortal realm, standing resolutely like a sharp sword, radiating an aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. At this moment, he had attained clarity in his sword heart, comprehending his unique sword intent. With this newfound understanding, a single strike from his sword felled a tree demon of the Tai golden immortal realm. His combat style indistinguishable from that of chopping wood. Even Tian was astonished by his own sword strike. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi and Laozi experienced similar advancements. Yuan Shi could now water, fertilize, and ward off pests from the flowers, while Laozi could feed the yin-yang fish in the pond. They had grown immeasurably stronger compared to 30 days prior, and their physical forms had undergone a remarkable transformation, making it difficult for the pursuing hounds to keep pace with them. Consequently, they enjoyed 3 days of hearty meals, relishing each one thoroughly, which brought them a sense of comfort and enjoyment. However, after 3 days, with a gentle wave of his hand, Tian initiated yet another transformation within the courtyard. The gravity in the courtyard was elevated to a staggering 200,000 times. Simultaneously, the flora and fauna within the courtyard underwent further enhancement, growing even stronger. Reclining in his chair, Tian murmured to himself, "This truly resembles my experiences training new recruits during my previous life in the military, continually squeezing their potential to foster their growth. This feeling is quite pleasant. I am familiar with it." Tian's method of cultivating the 3 pure ones was one of relentless pressure, ensuring they would endure physical trials. After 3 days of respite, the 3 pure ones quickly realized something was amiss upon resuming their daily tasks. Tian approached the firewood with a carefree demeanor, planning to engage in a fierce struggle to gather his firewood for the day. However, as he drew near, a sharp sword energy suddenly surged toward him with ferocity. The lethal aura of the sword struck him with a sense of imminent peril. Instinctively, Tian evaded, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Nevertheless, that fierce sword energy still grazed him, tearing his clothing and inflicting a grievous wound. Tian not only felt the physical pain, but also sensed the sword intent entwined within, causing his countenance to change dramatically. What is happening? Why has today's firewood become so much stronger than before? Moreover, I sent this sword intent reminiscent of my own. After experiencing the strike, Tian gained a clear understanding of the sword intent. He realized that the Tai golden immortal tree demons exhibited a formidable strength, particularly in their sword intent. The sword intent they displayed was strikingly similar to the one he had comprehended during his own moments of clarity in sword heart, embodying his unique wood-splitting technique. The intensity of their sword intent mirrored his own. Even the manner in which they wielded it was identical. After dodging one attack, Tian immediately grasped the gravity of his predicament. The sword intent was akin to his own, executed in the same manner, yet their realm was a tier higher than his. Did this not imply that he was battling against a version of himself existing within the Tai golden immortal realm? "Teacher, your methods are exceedingly ruthless. Do you truly wish to bring about my demise?" Initially, Tian was elated by the enhancement of his own abilities, yet now he finds himself utterly disheartened, for his current adversary is not merely the stronger version of himself, but rather a self that has ascended to an entirely higher realm. Merely contemplating this sends a wave of dizziness through him. He senses that today may very well be his end. The very next moment, his apprehensions are tragically validated. After narrowly dodging a strike from the tree demon, the foe before him unleashes another attack. This strike not only possesses greater force, but also exudes a more potent sword intent. Furthermore, this blow is sufficient to claim Tian's life. Faced with this impending doom, Tian can no longer contain his desperate cries. "No, please!" He screams frantically while hastily drawing his sword. Although he is far inferior in realm to the kindling before him, his sword intent is not diminished in the slightest. Thus, when he retaliates with his own strike, he indeed mitigates the tree demon's sword intent. Yet, despite this, Tian still suffers injury, as another chunk of flesh is severed from him. Fortunately, The swiftness of the tree demon's strike is such that, even as he loses a piece of himself, the pain does not strike him with overwhelming intensity. However, the sight is utterly ghastly. Anyone who glimpses him would deem Tian to be undergoing unspeakable torment. After enduring 2 strikes, a sense of retreat begins to take root in Tian's mind that no, this foe is too powerful. I cannot continue this battle. I must first exit and enhance my own strength. Then return to deal with this kindling. Tian believes he should elevate his realm or refine his swordsmanship before confronting the current incarnation of the tree demon. Thus, he begins to retreat, attempting to distance himself from this forest of kindling. However, just a few steps back, he senses something amiss. Upon stepping back, he perceives an invisible barrier that halts his retreat. In his recollection, this was the entrance he had come through, a portal for ingress and egress. Yet now, that very portal has vanished. This revelation leaves Tian stunned and frantic. At that moment, Tian's voice rings out. It is not yet mealtime. You cannot leave and must continue your labor. Such words strike Tian like a thunderbolt. Witnessing the kindling before him preparing to strike again, he feels utterly paralyzed at, teacher, you truly wish for my demise. It is over. I am surely doomed this time. Under such relentless assault, Tian emits a wail of despair. Yet despite his cries, he remains trapped in this forest of kindling, forced to endure the onslaught of a foe whose sword intent mirrors his own, yet exists in a higher realm. This is, without a doubt, fatal for Tian. He can only grit his teeth through the excruciating pain of flesh being torn from his body, desperately striving to comprehend the swordsmanship that Tian has imparted to him. Seeking to grasp his own sword intent, he realizes that only by becoming stronger can he escape this sea of suffering. Consequently, the forest of kindling reverberates with his anguished cries. Similar scenes unfold in the floral garden where Yuansha resides and the pond occupied by Laozi. Upon entering, they find their enemies have grown significantly stronger, possessing an equivalent comprehension of the principles yet existing in a higher realm. This proves exceedingly challenging for them. That'll be why the time noon arrives. Neither Tian, Yuansha, nor Laozi retains any semblance of their former self that in the forest of kindling. Tian is besieged by countless sword intents, his flesh being relentlessly stripped away, rendering him a mere skeletal figure. A horrifying sight to behold. Meanwhile, in the floral garden, Yuansha fares little better. Once again, he is ensnared by the flora, which seeks to transform him into fertilizer. Yet this time, the situation is far more dire. Much of his body has already been assimilated by the plants, to the point where he is nearly unrecognizable as human, exuding a putrid aroma. Laozi, feeding the fish by the pond, shares a similarly grim fate. His body is riddled with bite marks, many areas devoid of flesh, his lower half completely obliterated by the ravenous yin-yang fish, reduced to mere fish food. Were it not for their considerable strength, the 3 would surely feel they were on the brink of death. The scene is utterly devastating for them. The 3 of them, embodying the essence of despair, lament their fates. What happened to the simple task of chopping wood and watering plants? Why must such mundane tasks threaten our lives? The 3 sages understand that this is but Tian's method of tempering them. However, the intensity of the trial weighs heavily on their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, this suffering is merely the beginning. Just as they wallow in their dismal fates, Xiaojiu reappears with 3 bathing tubs. The sight of these tubs is familiar to the 3 sages. They are the vessels for medicinal baths. However, today, the herbs within are noticeably different. Though they cannot identify the specific ingredients, they clearly sense that the potency of this medicinal bath is significantly enhanced. The abundant spiritual energy envelopes them like an overwhelming tide, providing a glimmer of solace to their anguished hearts. This a medicinal bath specially arranged by our teacher. Indeed, moreover, unlike previous baths, this one not only fortifies your bodies, but also invigorates the blood and promotes healing of your injuries. Do not be deceived by your current state. After this medicinal bath, your bodies will swiftly recover, and you shall emerge even stronger. This is splendid news. Xiaojiu, let us proceed. We are eager to begin. Very well, indulge yourselves. I must go dine with the elder. With that, Xiao Jiu places the 3 tubs down and departs, leaving the 3 sages to shed tears of both anticipation and desperation, without further hesitation. They plunge into the tubs. Upon entering, they are met with the anticipated sensation. Pain, excruciating pain, akin to being torn apart by 1,000 blades. Although the medicinal bath continuously strengthens and heals their bodies, they are acutely aware of the heart-wrenching agony they are enduring. This suffering surpasses that of previous baths, driving the 3 sages to grit their teeth in frustration. If I ever have the opportunity to concoct pills or medicinal powders for baths, I vow to create something that enhances strength without such torment. Laozi, with his penchant for alchemy and inherent talent, harbors a deep disdain for the agony of Yi Tian's medicinal baths, that he even suspects that their suffering is entirely intentional on Yi Tian's part. Yet, he possesses no evidence to support this claim. Upon hearing Laozi's sentiments, Tian and Yuanshi nod in vigorous agreement. They fully support this notion, as none of them are masochists, who would willingly endure such intense suffering daily. Brother, you must find a way to alleviate our pain. Our relief rests solely in your hands. Rest assured, I shall indeed save us from this sea of torment. Laozi is filled with confidence regarding this matter. Thus, they fantasize while their bodies undergo restoration. This process of healing persists until Yi Tian and Xiao Jiu finish their meal. After the meal, Xiao Jiu returns to the 3 sages. It appears that the bodies of my 3 junior brothers have nearly recovered. Splendid news! We can continue our work this afternoon. Indeed, otherwise what purpose would there be in restoring your bodies? At this declaration, Xiao Jiu cannot help but wink, her mischievous nature on full display. Upon hearing this, Tian is left both exasperated and amused, so the restoration of our bodies was merely a pretext to compel us to continue working. It seems that one demise is insufficient for us. They wish for us to endure perpetual death. Ahem. However, such sentiments cannot be expressed so bluntly. According to the Master's words, should your strength increase, you will no longer suffer such dire fates. Thus, you must endeavor diligently. By the way, there remains half a stick of incense before your afternoon toil commences. You ought to cherish this time wisely. Xiao Jiu's words bore profound significance, and the 3 from Sanqing immediately grasped their meaning. This not only indicated that they had half a stick of incense to rest, but also conveyed that they had this limited time to comprehend their Tao. Once the half stick of incense elapsed, their opportunity for enlightenment would diminish. This realization compelled the 3 from Sanqing to cast aside all distractions and swiftly immerse themselves in the Tao that Yi Tian imparted to them. After half a stick of incense, they were forcibly ushered into their designated work area. The 3 from Sanqing resisted this fate, yet they were powerless against Xiao Jiu's formidable strength, with a hand grasping each of them. They had no means of defense and were unceremoniously tossed into the woodshed, the flower garden, and the pond. Soon, their anguished cries echoed once more. Their screams, though just as robust as those of the morning, were noticeably lower in frequency. Yi Tian, reclining in the courtyard, heard their wails and nodded in approval. Splendid, truly, they are individuals of great fortune. Their innate talent is commendable, and they have shown progress. For Yi Tian, their advancement was a positive sign. What he feared was stagnation. Should they fail to improve, he might be compelled to adopt a more severe method of teaching. The 3 from Sanqing were oblivious to Yi Tian's thoughts. Had they been aware, they might have felt a sense of relief. The current training regimen was already exceedingly harsh for them. After all, they had endured a full day of torment, only to feel a semblance of relief at mealtime. Though once again rendered unrecognizable, their mindset had notably shifted towards a more balanced state. They sensed their progress and believed they might soon triumph over their adversaries. While the pain was acute, they remained steadfast in their conviction that a bright future awaited them. However, this newfound equilibrium was shattered by nightfall. In the evening, they were still required to stand in place, still pursued by dogs. Yet they discovered that not only were they to bear 20,000-fold gravity under the suppression of their magic, but the dogs chasing them had also gained remarkable speed. This revelation plunged the 3 from Sanqing into utter despair. Ah, save me, senior brother. I beg you. I do not wish to be bitten by a dog. Do not push me. If you crowd me while it's my turn to rest, I shall be forced down. You two mischievous disciples, I am your senior brother. Do you not understand the meaning of respect towards your elders? I am the eldest brother. I shall stand on the plum blossom stake. Even if you were my father, it would not matter. No one shall take my plum blossom stake today. Only 2 plum blossom stakes meant that one among them would inevitably be pursued by the dogs. This led to continuous bickering among the 3, employing all manner of cunning. Yet, it must be said that amidst such playful chaos, their bond grew stronger. According to the tales of their previous life, they had fought together as comrades, sharing the camaraderie of soldiers. This fellowship deepened their relationships. Tian viewed this development with great satisfaction. He had no desire to witness his 3 disciples part ways. What he yearned to see was unity, a collective effort against external challenges. This further affirmed to Tian that his rigorous training approach for the recruits was indeed a wise choice, allowing them to fully appreciate the allure of military life. The training endured by the 3 from Sanqing was exceedingly grueling. Within Tian's small courtyard, they were not only subjected to immense pressure, but also faced an ever-increasing intensity of tasks. Even as their Tao improved and their combat prowess sharpened, it bore little fruit. For as they grew stronger, Tian simply intensified the pressures within their space, ensuring their adversaries remained perpetually a realm above them. For Tian, this was merely a matter of waving his hand. Thus, they remained in a state of oppression for an entire year. In the realm of the primordial, a year was but a fleeting moment. Speak of seclusion. Even traveling could consume more than a year. In the context of the beings within the primordial world, a year might pass in the blink of an eye. Yet for the 3 from Sanqing, it was an extreme trial. Over the course of that year, they underwent relentless tribulations. Were it not for their formidable strength and unyielding will, they might have succumbed to mental collapse long ago. Presently, they teetered on the brink of such despair. They had shed the ethereal demeanor of celestial beings. Their appearances now rugged and coarse, resembling the denizens of the primordial world rather than practitioners of the Tao. However, the 3 of them no longer cared for their outward appearances. Their primary concern was the longing for a moment of respite. An entire year of unbroken training had inflicted immense torment upon them. Should this continue, they might very well descend into madness. Yet, Tian seemed to have anticipated this, just as they neared the point of breaking. He addressed them. You have trained for a year, and I have witnessed your efforts. Thus, I grant you 7 days of rest. You may roam freely for these 7 days, but you must return after. Is this true? We can finally rest? Splendid. We are finally free from this exhausting ordeal. Master, your benevolence knows no bounds. We are grateful for your grant of 7 days of respite. Upon hearing of the 7-day reprieve, the 3 from Sanqing erupted with joy. Without hesitation, they exited the small courtyard. Once outside, they felt an incredible lightness, as if they had been liberated from a tremendous burden. They now possessed a sense of buoyancy, akin to that of a swallow in flight. Even without employing any magical arts, their physical prowess alone could propel them 1,000 miles with ease. Overwhelmed by this newfound sensation, they could not help but let out exultant cries. Roar! We are free! We have emerged! Ha ha! We are free! We are liberated! Is this the essence of freedom? It is utterly exhilarating. Though they had spent merely a year within Tian's small courtyard, the passage of time felt like an eternity. They had been stifled for far too long, and upon their release, they felt a profound sense of relief. Even their previously suppressed realms began to loosen. Subsequently, it was only natural that they experienced breakthroughs. Initially at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm, their levels began to undergo monumental transformations. Late-stage Golden Immortal, peak Golden Immortal, and then the Tai Golden Immortal. The pressures within Tian's courtyard had been excessively harsh, preventing them from breaking through despite their enhanced strength. Now, however, having stepped beyond Tian's confines, the burdens upon them dissipated. Their internal energies could no longer be restrained, surging forth like a tide. This led them to break through multiple realms, reaching the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The moment they achieved this breakthrough, a tremendous commotion ensued, drawing forth a plethora of spiritual energy to bolster their beings. This significant upheaval naturally caught Tian's attention. Upon sensing that the three from Sanqing had attained the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, Tian could not help but nod with approval. Indeed, their rate of breakthrough was commendable, and he believed it would not be long before they reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Grant them a tad more time. Achieving the status of saints should pose no difficulty. With this thought in mind, Tian gently waved his hand, channeling a substantial amount of spiritual energy towards the three disciples of Sanqing, enabling their absorption. Simultaneously, Tian distinctly sensed that his own fortune had grown more abundant. As the realms of the three, Sanqing, elevated, their aura intensified, consequently enriching Tian's own fortune as their mentor, subtly enhancing his own standing. This realization ignited a deeper commitment in Tian to guide the trio, almost compelling him to summon them back at once for further cultivation. However, he ultimately restrained the impulse within him. He had decreed a 7-day rest, and he would honor that. Overexertion could lead to detrimental outcomes. With this in mind, Tian reclined once more in his chair. While in repose, he sensed a slight disturbance outside. An individual he held in disfavor had appeared nearby. Could it be that those two thick-skinned individuals were still lingering here? They must not discover our presence. Otherwise, they might take to lurking here indefinitely. Upon uttering this, Tian and the entire courtyard vanished amidst the mist, imperceptible to any onlooker. Not far from the trio of Sanqing, two figures emerged. Elder brother, the spiritual energy fluctuations above are formidable. Could a precious treasure be on the verge of emergence? That seems unlikely. We have scoured this area countless times and found no such treasure. These fluctuations suggest someone is breaking through. A breakthrough. Let us ascend and investigate. Perhaps we shall unearth something extraordinary. Indeed, that is a possibility. After exchanging these words, Zhuan Ti and Jian hastened toward the location of Sanqing's breakthrough. Should someone be experiencing a breakthrough, it would be advantageous for them to make an acquaintance. Should they encounter those of lesser strength, they could examine whether any unique treasures resided upon them. Should they meet with individuals of fate, they would naturally seek to impart guidance. With this thought, they proceeded without hesitation towards Sanqing. Soon, they beheld the trio in the midst of their breakthrough, simultaneously sensing the levels of their cultivation. They were at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, a minor tier below their own. Such individuals were certainly worthy of forging a deep connection. Yet, just as they were about to approach the three, they noticed Tian instinctively brandishing his Qingping sword, entering a defensive stance. His defenses were clearly aimed at Zhuan Ti and Jian. However, this display caught the attention of Zhuan Ti and Jian. They recognized the Qingping sword and perceived its extraordinary nature. This prompted Zhuan Ti to exclaim, "Fellow Taoist, we are fated to meet. The Qingping sword is no ordinary weapon. It is an innate treasure manifested from a fragment of the Chaos Qinglian. While it may not rival the top-tier innate treasure, the God-slaying spear, it stands on par with the three treasures of Yuan Shi and Lao Zi's Taiji diagram. Merely holding it in hand reveals its remarkable qualities." Thus, Zhuan Ti could not help but feel a surge of desire upon merely glimpsing it. His eagerness to speak precluded Jian from intervening. Observing the Tai Golden Immortal realms of Sanqing, Jian felt a pang of headache. Fortunately, both he and Zhuan Ti were at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, granting them the upper hand. Therefore, after Zhuan Ti's declaration, Jian refrained from further comment. Upon Zhuan Ti's utterance, Sanqing halted their actions. They had nearly completed their breakthrough, their realms now remarkably stable. The sudden approach of two individuals naturally rendered them cautious, as they sensed the impure intentions emanating from Zhuan Ti and Jian. This prompted the three to instinctively direct their gazes towards Zhuan Ti and Jian. "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? I say that the three of you are fated with us. May I request a glance at the treasures in your possession?" Having reached such a juncture, Zhuan Ti and Jian abandoned pretense, directly expressing their desire for the innate treasures held by Sanqing. Although they had only glimpsed Tian's treasure, unaware of Lao Zi and Yuan Shi's artifacts. This did not hinder their ambition to seize the treasures belonging to Sanqing. Upon hearing this, the trio of Sanqing became exceedingly vigilant. They discerned that Zhuan-Ti and Jieyin's realms surpassed their own, heightening their caution. Years of cultivating in the sanctuary had ingrained in them a battle instinct, prompting them to immediately draw their treasures and lock on a Zhuan-Ti and Jia. Why, it seems you intend to seize our innate treasures. Fellow Taoist, that is not how it should be seen. Innate treasures rightfully belong to the virtuous. You three possess far too many treasures, which may invite peril upon you. It would be wiser to entrust them to us for safekeeping. How audacious! This is my first encounter with someone brazen enough to speak of seizing another's treasures so openly. Truly shameless. The trio of Sanqing found themselves incensed by Zhuan-Ti and Jieyin's remarks. According to their original destinies, they would not have developed such deep-seated animosity with Zhuan-Ti and Jiyin, who were destined to be their fellow cultivators. However, their entrance into Yi Tian's courtyard had altered their fates entirely. Meanwhile, Zhuan-Ti and Jiyin, with their superior realms, found a situation markedly different. Wealth stirs the heart. Sanqing, lacking the requisite cultivation, yet wielding such formidable innate treasures, was an anomaly in the predatory wilderness. Zhuan-Ti and Jiyin, undeterred by the protests of Sanqing, had already begun to fantasize about the joy of acquiring the treasures. The innate treasures in the possession of the three could rival, or even surpass, those they themselves wielded. They were undoubtedly innate treasures. Regardless, they were determined to seize these three treasures. Should they succeed, their strength would surely multiply, and their paths to enlightenment would be within reach. Let us combine our efforts. It shall be a foregone conclusion. In the world of the wilderness, even a minor realm constitutes a significant barrier. With Zhuan-Ti and Jiyin a tier above Sanqing, they were convinced they could overpower them. Thus, having resolved to take action, they struck without hesitation. With barely a moment's notice, Zhuan-Ti wielded his seven treasures Miao tree and charged toward Tian. This tree, crafted from a plethora of precious materials, was his personal innate treasure, honed to great effectiveness, capable of sweeping away all obstacles. Although it had yet to reach its full potential, its might was already considerable. Meanwhile, Jiyin brandished his own formidable artifact, the Jiyin Divine Banner, capable of suppressing multitudes of foes. Additionally, he discreetly produced the 12-petal merit golden lotus, keeping it concealed beneath his robes. Compared to Zhuan-Ti, Jiyin exhibited a more cautious demeanor, always on guard. Thus, even when confronting foes weaker than himself, he remained vigilant. In this regard, Zhuan-Ti could not compete, which often led him to defer to Jiyin. The moment they unleashed their treasures, colossal and unparalleled attacks surged toward Sanqing in the heavens. A magnificent treasure tree loomed, casting shadows over the land, shimmering with countless treasures and brimming with peril. Simultaneously, a massive divine banner manifested, dominating the sky and ensnaring Sanqing within its confines. It was evident that their intent was to annihilate Sanqing and seize their treasures. The method of murder and theft was executed with uncanny precision. Such a lethal onslaught was an unprecedented experience for the trio of Sanqing. Consequently, their ire was ignited. Cursed be this malice, to strike with such venomous intent. You seek to consign us to death. In that case, brothers, we shall also give our all. We cannot afford to show any mercy. Upon concluding, Tian bellowed once more, "Taste my sword." The sword of Tian, known as the chopping wood sword, was honed within the confines of Tian's quaint courtyard. Within that tranquil space, the sword's potency was rather limited. Each strike subdued, with its sword aura failing to extend beyond 2 meters. In truth, it was not solely Tian who experienced this restriction. Both Yuanshi and Laozi also bore the same constraints. Even the firewood Tian face found its sword aura equally curtailed. Despite possessing strength surpassing Tian by a realm, its sword aura did not exceed 3 meters. However, upon exiting Tian's courtyard, the circumstances transformed dramatically. As Tian merely concentrated his sword intent, a colossal sword, stretching 100,000 miles, manifested beside him. The emergence of this towering sword shattered the barriers of the Jain divine pillar, soaring towards the heavens, stirring the very fabric of existence, and capturing the attention of many formidable beings. The formidable sword intent was beyond Jain's capacity to suppress, causing his grasp on the divine pillar to falter. This was not to imply that the Jain divine pillar lacked power. It too was a creation of significant fortune, and the artifacts it forged were formidable. However, Jain's strength fell short of containing Tian's sword intent. The overwhelming sword intent astonished even Tian himself, who gazed at the immense sword and murmured in disbelief. "So, my sword intent has grown this strong." Without hesitation, he charged toward Ti and Jin, wielding the very chopping wood sword that Tian had imparted to him. While this technique appeared unremarkable within the confines of Tian's courtyard, unable to contend even with firewood, the situation outside was entirely different. Its tremendous might pierced the heavens, enveloping millions of miles of terrain. The moment it was unleashed, both Ti and Jin sensed a life-threatening peril. As Tian swung his sword, they immediately felt the weight of impending doom. They then observed as the restrictions of the Jain divine pillar were effortlessly shattered, and the ethereal form of Ti's seven treasures mysterious tree appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse. Even the defensive treasure beneath their feet, the 12-grade merit golden lotus, trembled under the onslaught. Witnessing this spectacle, Ti and Jin swiftly comprehended that their adversary was far more formidable than they had anticipated. "This is dire," Ti exclaimed. "His sword intent is overwhelmingly powerful, capable of shaking our defenses. We must block it." Upon uttering this, Jin immediately maximized the power of his Jain divine pillar and 12-grade merit golden lotus, striving to protect himself and Ti. Following his suggestion, Ti also unleashed the full might of his seven treasures mysterious tree, hoping to suppress Tian's assault and deflect the chinkping sword from his grasp. Their attacks collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! In an instant, a violent cacophony erupted, reverberating across millions of miles, akin to the descent of a heavenly calamity. Many beings involuntarily turned their attention towards the confrontation between Tian and Ti. Their eyes filled with terror. The current strength of the living beings was generally not high. They had never before witnessed such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, at the sight of the confrontation, the clouds roiled, dust billowed, and the earth trembled. Had they not occupied the spine of the primordial world, the unreachable mountain, a cataclysm might have ensued. Yet, although the unreachable mountain remained intact, the seven treasures mysterious tree of Ti shattered. This tree, immensely powerful and destined to be the treasure of his path to sanctification, was not yet fully realized. As Tian's sword descended, it cleaved through the divine radiance of the seven treasures mysterious tree, splitting it in two, along with Jin's divine pillar, which was reduced to a broken remnant. Furthermore, even the 12-grade merit golden lotus beneath them wavered precariously, with the 12-grade merit golden lotus in hand. Ti and Jin felt their vitality surge, and they unleashed a torrent of blood in a furious outburst. Were it not for its innate defensive prowess, coupled with the joint refinement by Ti and Jin, it would not have withstood Tian's strike. This was still thanks to the prior mitigative efforts of the seven treasures mysterious tree and Jain divine pillar, which had absorbed some of Tian's sword's might. Had that blow landed squarely upon the 12-grade merit golden lotus, even if it had not been shattered, they would have perished under Tian's overwhelming force. And let us not forget, at this moment, only Tian was engaged. Laozi and Yuan Shi remained poised, yet unengaged that instant. Ti and Jin were overtaken by regret. Had they known Tian was so formidable, they would have refrained from provoking him. Yet now, the die was cast, and they had no remedy for their regrets. They could only muster their utmost efforts to counter Tian's onslaught. However, when Tian coalesced his next strike, their expressions shifted dramatically. They realized that this sword was even more resplendent and potent than the last. The soaring sword light induced a sensation of suffocation in both Ti and Jin. Gazing upon the radiant sword light, they felt an ominous premonition. Should this strike land, even if they survived, they would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Should they sustain such injuries, their escape would be impossible. Let us not forget, Only Tong Tian was currently engaged. Yuan Shi and Laozi had yet to make their move. Realizing this, Jane made a swift decision. Flee. Burn your essence blood. We must escape immediately. We are no match for him. Zhuan-Ti heeded Jane's words without hesitation. Additionally, he sensed the overwhelming strength of Tong Tian's assault, powerful enough to render him incapacitated. The sense of impending doom surged relentlessly. Thus, without a moment's delay, he ignited his essence blood and fled with all his might. After employing the blood escape technique at such a great cost, they successfully evaded Tong Tian's strike. Although Tong Tian's sword was indeed more formidable, it merely grazed Zhuan-Ti and Jin, inflicting no substantial harm. Nevertheless, utilizing the blood escape technique left them significantly weakened, and the time required for recovery remained uncertain. Following their escape, they dared not linger, fearing that even a moment's pause would seal their fate. As they fled, Yuan Shi and Laozi remained in a state of shock. They had witnessed Tong Tian's sword strike and initially intended to join him in the fray, united against their foes. However, upon witnessing the sheer might of Tong Tian's initial blow, both Yuan Shi and Laozi were left utterly astounded. The current Tong Tian was incomparably stronger than the one they had known a year prior. The unfamiliarity in their gazes towards him spoke volumes. Thus, they refrained from immediate action. After Tong Tian had nearly vanquished his adversaries with just 2 strikes, their opportunity to intervene had vanished. Yet the astonishment reflected in their eyes lingered. "Junior brother, what has transpired? You have become so formidable. This is unfathomable, truly astonishing. I believe your sword aura is now capable of cleaving mountains and parting the earth. Given time, you may even become invincible." At this juncture, both Yuan Shi and Laozi found it hard to comprehend. After all, they were aware of the extent of Tong Tian's suffering within Tian's courtyard, where he had been relentlessly tormented. Though he had been steadily growing stronger, the torment had not ceased. Thus, they held no clear conception of their own strength. However, witnessing Tong Tian's prowess against Zhuan-Ti and Jin provided them with a lucid understanding of his capabilities. Consequently, they felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Tong Tian, tinged with a hint of jealousy. The redness in their eyes caused Tong Tian, who had sheathed his sword, to shiver. He then spoke. "Why do you gaze at me thus, esteemed brothers? It is not only I who is formidable. You are equally impressive." Ah! The words of Tong Tian left Yuan Shi and Laozi momentarily stunned, only to subsequently awaken to a profound realization. It dawned upon them that the formidable power they had perceived was not solely possessed by Tong Tian. They, too, shared an equally formidable strength. Until now, they had merely engaged in contests within Tian's humble courtyard, never having unleashed their might in the outside world. Thus, akin to Tong Tian, they had been oblivious to the true extent of their own capabilities. However, the revelation struck them. They gazed at their own hands, murmuring to themselves, "So we are indeed this powerful." With a newfound awareness of their own strength, both Yuan Shi and Laozi were filled with exuberance. Yet, they did not linger for long, choosing instead to continue their holiday and return to their previous abode. Not long after their departure, an extraordinarily powerful Taoist appeared at the site where Tong Tian, Zhuan-Ti, and Jin had engaged in battle. After feeling the residual energy from Tong Tian's confrontation, a grave expression crossed his face. The force of the attack had already reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the assailant's cultivation level was slightly lacking, not having attained the rank of the Tai Golden Immortal, thus rendering the attack somewhat diminished in potency. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that this individual was a being of immense power within the primordial world. Hong Jun surveyed the remnants of the battle before him, pondering the identity of the one responsible for unleashing such formidable energy. Given the current state of beings, most possessed relatively low levels of cultivation. It is noteworthy that, as a chaos demon god, he had only reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal after leaving behind a fragment of his original body and obtaining shards of the creation jade plate. 4 other innate beings within the primordial realm, reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage was commendable, yet they remained far from the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Only those who, like Hong Jun, were chaos demon gods reborn within the primordial realm had managed to attain such heights, including figures like Yangmei Taoist, Shurchen Taoist, demon ancestor Luo, and the ancestor dragon of the dragon race. Hong Jun was well acquainted with these individuals, and although they had not interacted in the chaos, he was familiar with their names. Now, the sudden emergence of someone wielding the power of a great Luo golden immortal piqued Hong Jun's curiosity. In a moment of inspiration, he began to calculate the heavenly secrets. The results of this calculation were astonishing that he discovered that this individual bore a connection to him as a master and disciple. This revelation filled him with unbridled joy. What a delightful surprise! If I were to gain another great Luo golden immortal as my disciple, my own strength would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. I must remain here and await the arrival of my disciple. The great Luo golden immortal. At present, the great calamity had yet to arrive, and with the three pure ones having already departed from Tian's courtyard, the heavenly secrets surrounding them were exceedingly clear. With a single calculation, Hong Jun made unexpected gains. Had he not been solely focused on Tian, he might have even discerned the presence of Yuan Shi and Laozi. Nevertheless, even without recognizing their existence, Hong Jun was content to wait. Just the prospect of a great Luo golden immortal was enough to astonish him. If he could bring this great Luo golden immortal back, both his personal strength and fortune would grow considerably. With this thought in mind, Hong Jun settled into a meditative posture, embarking on a path of enlightenment. In an instant, golden flowers blossomed upon the earth, and purple chi surged forth. From his appearance alone, it was evident that Hong Jun was indeed a sage who had achieved mastery in his cultivation. This display was intentional, aimed at capturing Tian's attention upon his return. However, after establishing this grandiose posture, it was not Tian who first noticed him, but rather Tian. Upon discovering Hong Jun's presence, Tian immediately recognized who he was and understood the purpose of Hong Jun's arrival. This revelation amused him. He had already taken the three pure ones as disciples, yet Hong Jun remained, seeking the opportunity to claim them for himself. In response, Tian gently waved his hand in Hong Jun's direction. In an instant, Hong Jun felt the entire universe shift. He found himself in a warped dimension, seated upside down in this realm, as darkness rapidly enveloped his surroundings, as if it sought to consume him entirely. Simultaneously, he sensed a swift disconnection from the universe, as if he were being cast away into eternal exile. The sensation was terrifying, and Hong Jun was abruptly jolted awake, eyes wide with fear. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that everything around him was even more horrifying than he had perceived. Not only was he seated upside down in this dimension, but he also realized that, despite his status as a great Luo golden immortal, he could exert no effort to right himself. Within this realm, he felt weaker than an infant. Moreover, as he opened his eyes, the encroaching darkness moved with even greater speed, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. The feeling of being cast away by the universe pierced deeply into his heart, plunging him into a state of sheer terror. No. Hong Jun exerted every ounce of strength to resist the unknown peril. Yet he soon found that such efforts were futile. The darkness continued to creep over him. He felt his body rapidly fading away, a terrifying experience that shattered any semblance of his sage-like demeanor. He flailed about, a frantic struggle reminiscent of an ordinary person in desperation. Yet despite his struggles, the darkness consumed him bit by bit, eventually engulfing his head and spirit entirely. Hong Jun gradually lost all perception of the outside world. Even losing awareness of himself, his spirit came to a standstill. He was dead. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror escaped from Hong Jun's lips, and he once again opened his eyes in alarm, still seated in meditation. Yet, at this moment, he was no longer in the warped dimension, nor was he engulfed in darkness. That he remained in the same position, seated in meditation, with the golden flowers and purple chi around him unchanged. It all felt like a fleeting dream. However, Hong Jun was drenched in sweat and appeared utterly disheveled. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense that what he had just experienced was no mere dream. He had truly faced life and death. Why had this happened? That was far too terrifying. Who had made that move? Could it be that Pangu the Great was still alive? The most terrifying figure Hong Jun had encountered was the chaos demon god Pangu. In the past, before he had even appeared before Pangu, he had already perished in the aftermath of Pangu's battle. The feeling of helplessness was one he had not forgotten, even after his rebirth. Now, experiencing that sense of powerlessness once more, his first instinct was to believe that Pangu had targeted him. After all, this primordial world was shaped by Pangu, and the mountain he inhabited, Buzhou Mountain, was formed from Pangu's spine. If Pangu still existed here? No, it should not be Pangu the Great. If it were him, he would have simply struck me down with a single axe rather than issuing a warning as before. Nonetheless, there's indeed great terror atop Buzhou Mountain. I must leave this place immediately and never set foot here again. As Tian made his move, he effectively subdued Hong Jun, rendering him devoid of the courage to even set foot on the unyielding mountain. Terrified, Hong Jun fled, while Tian remained as if nothing had transpired. Tian, restraining a being like Hong Jun was remarkably effortless. After executing his actions, he emitted no sound and left no trace behind. It was conceivable that should Tian desire to eliminate Hong Jun, not a soul would detect it. This resulted in Tian being immensely formidable, yet almost no one was aware of his existence. Meanwhile, in the vicinity where Tong Tian and others were engaged in battle, individuals continued to arrive for investigation. Naturally, those who came were innate beings of considerable strength, while Tian paid them no heed. As long as they refrained from seizing his disciples, he would scarcely spare them a glance. However, two individuals soon emerged who particularly captured Tian's attention. These two were exceptionally unique, not conforming to the early transformation into humanoid forms like others, but rather retaining the appearance of innate Tao bodies. They possessed human heads and serpent bodies, wielding spiritual herbs, and emanated an aura of spiritual energy that far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Moreover, they appeared remarkably youthful, their faces still adorned with the innocence of childhood, their eyes filled with naivety. Evidently, they had recently come into existence, untouched by the harshness of the world, and were blissfully unaware of external dangers. Among them, the young girl, in particular, exhibited a tender countenance, her thoughts untainted, as she gazed around with curiosity. This, however, was not the most striking feature. Her beauty was captivating, her delicate face resembling that of a young girl. Yet her figure was exceptionally well-proportioned. Upon seeing her, Tian was taken aback. This Nuwa. She appears even smaller than I had imagined. Furthermore, she seems quite gullible. Tian harbored distinct feelings towards Nuwa. For she was the mother of humanity, the creator of the human race, and in his previous life, one could say he was a product of her creation. Thus, on this occasion, Tian personally approached Nuwa and Fushi. He then addressed Nuwa, asking, "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Tian's sudden appearance took both Fushi and Nuwa by surprise, and they instinctively braced themselves while turning to face him. Before them stood an exceptionally handsome young man, his smile radiating warmth akin to the sun. Illuminating the surroundings, he seemed to embody the brilliance of all the stars gathered in one place. Dazzlingly resplendent, Nuwa could not help but gasp in astonishment. In all her existence thus far, she had never encountered anyone so strikingly beautiful. Even Fushi was taken aback by Tian's appearance. However, he quickly regained his composure. Aware of the perils lurking in the primordial world, and understood the necessity of remaining vigilant to ensure the safety of both himself and Nuwa. With this in mind, he pulled Nuwa behind him, regarding Tian with a cautious expression. "Who are you?" Tian replied, "I was born in the primordial chaos, existing within the void, and have descended into this vast primordial world. You may refer to me as the Primordial Tao Sovereign." As the title of Primordial Tao Sovereign was uttered, a resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Boom! The thunderous roar seemed to respond to Tian's declaration, echoing as if to conceal something that ought not to be revealed. At that moment, the heavenly machinations were thrown into disarray. The already fled Hong Jun gazed in horror toward this direction, realizing the great dangers of the unyielding mountain. Indeed, there is great terror here. Fortunately, I fled quickly. Had I lingered, I might not have known how I would perish. Thoughts like these left Hong Jun feeling a lingering dread. Fushi and Nuwa, standing before Tian, were equally startled by the abrupt thunder. Fortunately, it was merely a sound, and no lightning struck down upon them. Thus, They gazed at Yi Tian in astonishment. Primordial Tao, sovereign, Fuxi and Nuwa were not manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit or bloodline. They were pure, innate deities of the primordial world. Consequently, they were unaware of the happenings within the chaos. When Yi Tian claimed to have been born in the primordial chaos, both Fuxi and Nuwa appeared utterly bewildered. They had no comprehension of what he spoke of, nor could they ascertain the extent of Yi Tian's power. However, one thing was certain. Yi Tian's strength exceeded that of both Fuxi and Nuwa, which naturally instilled a sense of reverence in Fuxi towards him. Does the esteemed senior truly wish to take us as disciples? Indeed, you are both individuals of great potential, possessing extraordinary fortunes. Would you be willing to become my disciples? I am willing. Though Fuxi had not witnessed Yi Tian in action, in his heart, Yi Tian had already grown in stature. The moment Yi Tian appeared, Fuxi began to employ his supreme treasures, the Hichu and Luo Hu, to deduce information about Yi Tian's existence. Yet, despite Yi Tian standing right before him, Fuxi could glean no information about him, not even a trace of his aura. Such a terrifying existence was unprecedented for Fuxi. He understood that both he and Nuwa had encountered a tremendous opportunity. Hence, upon Yi Tian's inquiry, he did not hesitate to express his willingness to become a disciple, though Yi Tian nodded, his attention still fixated on the innocent Nuwa. And you? To become a disciple? What benefits would that entail? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian instinctively began to expound on profound doctrines. After all, his existence surpassed the primordial world by leaps and bounds, and even the simplest technique he casually devised would be immensely profound to the inhabitants of the primordial realm. Such profound teachings would undoubtedly entice countless cultivators. Any practitioner who had endured trials in the outside world would find it impossible to resist the allure of arcane doctrines. Yet upon gazing at Nuwa's youthful visage and innocent eyes, Yi Tian abruptly altered his approach. If you become my disciple, there will be delicious treats every day, such as candied hawthorn, ice cream, roasted duck, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted goslings, and much more. Anything you can imagine, I can provide. You have so many delicious things. Then I am willing. At this moment, Nuwa had only recently emerged into the world and retained the mindset of a young girl. Upon hearing of the delectable offerings, she could hardly contain her cravings. Fuxi, hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that Nuwa would choose to become a disciple for the sake of food. However, Yi Tian could not help but burst into laughter. Excellent. Upon our return, I will have Xiao Jiu prepare a feast for you. From this day forth, Nuwa, you shall be my outer disciple, and as for you, Fuxi, you shall be a registered disciple for now. Fuxi and Nuwa were oblivious to the distinctions between outer disciples and registered disciples as described by Yi Tian. Nevertheless, upon hearing that Yi Tian would accept them as disciples, they promptly paid their respects. Yes, master. As they spoke, Yi Tian's fortune surged dramatically, far exceeding what it had been before. Nuwa was destined to create the human race and attain sanctity, and in certain respects, her fortune surpassed that of the three pure ones. Not to mention, Fuxi possessed the fate of the Saint Emperor of humanity. After accepting Nuwa and Fuxi as disciples, Yi Tian immediately felt an upsurge in his fortune. He even sensed a premonition that once Nuwa became a saint and created humanity, his own strength might advance further. While he might not break through to a new realm, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian felt an increased affection for Nuwa. Very well. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, then come with me. Reporting to Master, we have no other matters to handle. Good. Upon hearing the words of Fuxi, Yi Tian gently waved his hand, ushering both Fuxi and Nuwa into his quaint courtyard. As they entered, Fuxi and Nuwa were immediately overwhelmed by an immense gravitational force pressing upon them. The sudden onslaught of this formidable power caused Fuxi to blanch, nearly causing him to kneel in submission. Fortunately, he was able to muster his magical prowess, preventing any embarrassment. In stark contrast, Nuwa fared much worse. Although her innate talents surpassed those of Fuxi, she had only recently emerged into existence, her strength merely at the initial stage of a golden immortal. Such limited prowess nearly succumbed to the overpowering gravitational pressure. In an instant, Nuwa's face turned pale, her legs trembling beneath her. Thankfully, Tian noticed her distress in time and with a gentle wave of his hand, alleviated the gravity weighing upon her. Nevertheless, Nuwa's delicate eyelashes were already frosted with tears. Her expression reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. It was evident that the naive Nuwa was deeply frightened by the overwhelming circumstances. Perhaps in the next moment, she would burst into tears. Her intention to seek Tian as her master was primarily for the promise of delightful treats. Little did she anticipate that upon entering, she would encounter such tribulations without any food in sight. This stark contrast was indeed a heavy blow to the young girl's sensibilities that Tian, recognizing her plight, hastily exclaimed, "Xiaojiu, quickly prepare 2 candied hawthorns and 2 ice creams." Understood. Upon receiving Tian's command, Xiaojiu sprang into action. Previously, Tian had instructed him in the art of crafting candied hawthorns and ice creams, so he executed the task with remarkable proficiency. Merely 3 breaths later, the candied hawthorns appeared before Tian. That moment, Nuwa's lips were drawn tight, although she had yet to unleash her tears. Otherwise, Tian would have been at a loss for how to console the young girl. Subsequently, Tian placed 1 candied hawthorn directly in front of Nuwa. "Here." The sudden appearance of the candied hawthorn startled Nuwa. An enticing aroma wafting from it piqued her curiosity. The thought of crying vanished as her attention shifted entirely. With a hint of disbelief, she asked, "Is this for me?" Her voice, laced with the innocence of a young girl and tinged with sweetness, revealed her endearing nature. Yet, her tear-streaked cheeks and wide, innocent eyes made her look even more captivating. Observing such a charming Nuwa, Tian couldn't help but feel as though she resembled a younger sister rather than the divine creator of humanity. "Indeed, this is for you. It is candied hawthorn. Then may I eat it?" As she spoke, Nuwa looked at Tian, seeking his approval. Her youthful gaze shimmered with both eagerness and trepidation. Clearly, she was uncertain whether the candied hawthorn was truly meant for her. And a hint of fear lingered in her expression. In that moment, she seemed no different from an ordinary little girl, albeit one far more enchanting and spirited than any other. Upon hearing Nuwa's inquiry, Tian instinctively reached out to pat her head, then replied, "Go ahead and eat." Feeling Tian's comforting touch, Nuwa did not resist. His warm hand felt as if it contained the power of the stars, enveloping her in a delightful sensation. Encouraged by his words, she wasted no time in taking a hearty bite. Xiaojiu's candied hawthorns were crafted from fresh spiritual fruits, rich in essence and bursting with flavor. Coupled with Xiaojiu's meticulously prepared syrup, the taste of these treats far surpassed any other delicacies. Upon merely tasting a single bite, Nuwa's eyes transformed into crescent moons, sparkling with delight, without uttering a word. Her expression of sheer enjoyment was unmistakable, leaving Fushi visibly relieved. However, he was perplexed as to why the gravitational force in Tian's courtyard was so potent, and why Tian had only lifted the gravity from Nuwa, while leaving him under its weight. Fushi contemplated this as a test set forth by Tian. His gaze shifted to Tian's other hand, which held another candied hawthorn. He too wished to experience the flavor that had brought such joy to Nuwa. After all, he had come alongside her. As her brother, it was only fitting that he too partake in this delight. Yet in the next moment he witnessed Tian placing the candied hawthorn directly into his own mouth. Crunch! Fushi could almost hear the sound of the juices flowing from the candied hawthorn as he watched Tian savor it with evident pleasure. He had eaten it. He had actually consumed it. At that moment, Fushi felt a profound sense of injustice as he observed Tian and the small Nuwa delighting in the candied hawthorn. It struck him that he had fallen into a cunning trap. Tian had no intention of accepting them as disciples. His true aim was to entice Nuwa, that a sense of urgency gripped Fushi. He felt an overwhelming desire to whisk Nuwa away. Yet, recalling Tian's formidable power, he hesitated to act rashly. Upon entering the courtyard, he had sensed Tian's profound strength. This immense gravitational space was not something easily conjured or dismissed. Moreover, the sudden appearance of Xiaojiu left him with an impression of unfathomable depth. All he knew was that this individual was extraordinarily powerful. The fluctuations of magical energy coursing through the air made Fushi feel as though he were confronting the very essence of existence itself. Should Tian decide to strike, Fushi would be crushed beneath the weight of the cosmos, an opponent he could never hope to match. Yet, curiously, this formidable figure treated Tian with utmost reverence, appearing almost servile in his presence. This realization deepened Fushi's understanding that he must exercise restraint and avoid impulsiveness. Unbeknownst to Fushi, both Tian and Nuwa were blissfully unaware of his turbulent thoughts. The candied hawthorn was indeed a delectable treat, and both Nuwa and Tian indulged in it with great joy. After devouring one candied hawthorn, the bond between Nuwa and Tian visibly strengthened. Shortly thereafter, Tian instructed Xiaojiu to present the freshly prepared ice cream. In this primordial era, the existence of such a delicacy was utterly extraordinary. The mere sight of it was unlike anything Nuwa had ever encountered. Not to mention, Xiaojiu's ice cream was exquisitely sweet. As Nuwa caught a whiff, she could not help but swallow in anticipation. Even Fushi, who usually possessed a modest appetite, found himself salivating at the sight of Tian and Nuwa enjoying the ice cream. It was clear that he too desired a taste. However, Xiaojiu had only prepared 2 servings, one for Tian and one for Nuwa. After taking a bite, Nuwa's eyes once again narrowed in delight. Tian then guided Nuwa to sit comfortably in chair as they savored their treats, surrounded by an array of fruits and snacks, their enjoyment evident to all. Meanwhile, Fushi found himself completely overlooked. Not only had Tian forgotten him, but even Nuwa, lost in her culinary reverie, had neglected to consider her brother. This was the first time Nuwa had ever tasted such an abundance of delicious food. And as she reveled in the flavors, Fushi became a distant thought. After finishing her ice cream, Nuwa eagerly moved on to sample other delicacies. Xiaojiu, recognizing Tian's affection for Nuwa, extended that fondness to her as well. Thus, after Nuwa finished one treat, he promptly prepared another, each one more enticing than the last, captivating her attention completely. It wasn't until Fushi finally spoke up that the atmosphere shifted. "Master, what should the disciple be doing now?" You. Go and forage for wild vegetables. Here, we need to prepare enough dishes for our daily meals, so the task of gathering wild vegetables falls to you." With that, Tian reached into his attire and produced a tome-bound and beast hide, which he handed to Fushi. The title boldly proclaimed, "How to Locate Wild Vegetables." This was a guide crafted by Tian regarding the innate 8 trigrams and the principles of the cosmos. However, the name of this guide reflected Tian's casual nature, remaining as whimsical as ever. Upon seeing the title, Fushi felt utterly disheartened. He had anticipated receiving profound teachings, only to find himself presented with a book on how to locate Tian's position. At that moment, Fushi was convinced that Tian was intent on pursuing the little Nuwa, aiming to whisk her away. This thought ignited a deep anger within him. Unbeknownst to Fushi, Tian remained oblivious to his frustration. He casually pointed to a spot in the courtyard, and a door materialized there. "That is where you will gather wild vegetables. Remember to read more and forage diligently. If you fail to find any wild vegetables, you will go hungry." Such words had little impact on Fushi. For him, the prospect of hunger was not particularly daunting. He could survive solely on spiritual energy without consuming grains. Conversely, upon hearing Tian's remarks, little Nuwa grew anxious. "We can't eat. Then I must go and gather wild vegetables too." "No need for that. Just let little Fushi handle it. You can follow your master and indulge in the world's culinary delights." Is it really that wonderful?" "Indeed. I am a benevolent master. If I promise you will savor many delicacies, then you shall—" "I believe in you, master." With such words, little Nuwa nodded eagerly. The dishes prepared by Xiaojiu were simply too delectable, and little Nuwa found herself craving more with each bite. As for Fushi, she understood that Tian had assigned him the task of foraging for wild vegetables. This task seemed harmless, even exceedingly simple. Thus, little Nuwa did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, Fushi wrestled with the dilemma of whether to endure and gather wild vegetables or to forcibly take Nuwa away. However, before he could reach a decision, Tian had already made one for him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Fushi was transported into the wild vegetable garden. Though termed a garden, it resembled a small realm. Its vast expanse left Fushi with an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Yet, he sensed a lurking danger within this garden of wild vegetables. Possessing mid-stage golden immortal strength, he should have felt confident. Yet he was acutely aware that he was surrounded by entities of a higher realm. Although their forms resembled wild vegetables, the presence of Tai golden immortals was unmistakable. The power of these Tai golden immortals was terrifying. He had a premonition that one misstep would lead to his being consumed by these formidable wild vegetables. The thought of such a fate was excruciating, and Fushi found it impossible to remain calm. That wasn't this supposed to be foraging for wild vegetables. This was clearly a matter of life and death. He was certain that Tian was using the guise of wild vegetable gathering to eliminate him and abduct little Nuwa. I cannot allow this to succeed. I must survive. At this moment, Fushi's resolve was unwavering, and he repeatedly reminded himself of the necessity to endure. Thus, he remained vigilant, wary of unforeseen dangers. However, after remaining cautious for some time, he discovered that his current location was remarkably safe. The Tai golden immortal wild vegetables posed no threat to him. In fact, he had not even entered their territory. Therefore, he was secure. Moreover, he realized that there was a pathway within the garden that could be traversed. This pathway, however, was convoluted and intricate, leaving Fushi uncertain of its destination, that he sensed that one misstep could lead to his demise. Because of this, he hesitated to move, diligently searching for an exit. It wasn't until he opened the volume Tian had given him on locating wild vegetables. With a mindset of experimentation, that he felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world, he soon realized that this was no mere guide for finding wild vegetables. It was a supreme treatise encompassing the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and the principles of yin and yang. Just a glance drew him into its depths. This doctrine was even more exquisite than my river diagram in Luo book. But why was it merely about locating a small wild vegetable? Never mind, I shall seek it out. Having studied the teachings Tian had bestowed upon him, Fushi gained some understanding of the principles contained within. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend the layout of the wild vegetable garden. After a mere glance at its design, he found it profoundly intricate, sparking within him a desire to explore. Thus, Fushi ultimately embarked on the path of foraging for wild vegetables. However, these wild vegetables were not so easily gathered. A single misstep could provoke untoward consequences. And so, before long, Fushi was ensnared by the wild vegetables of the Tai golden immortal realm. Had it not been for the protective measures Tian had provided, he might have been transformed into fertilizer for the wild vegetables. Even so, upon regaining consciousness, he felt as if he had narrowly escaped death, his mind still reeling that, am I still alive? This is perilous. Truly perilous. I almost believed I had been consumed by wild vegetables. So now, have I returned to the beginning? After assessing his state and position, Fushi let out a sigh of relief, as long as he was alive. All was well. Yet, soon he found himself troubled. I only took a couple of steps, and I nearly got devoured by wild vegetables. How far am I from the wild vegetable I seek? When will I ever manage to gather any? This place is truly extraordinary, fraught with oddities. Nevertheless, my little sister should be fine. Someone capable of such formidable teachings must be a genuine sage. Such a sage would not conspire against me and my sister. He must sincerely wish to take us as disciples and genuinely care for her. With this thought, Fushi suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He realized he should not judge a noble person with the mind of a petty man. He then reminded himself, I must strive to cultivate my path, grow stronger, and fortify my sect. Only then can I repay my master for his teachings. With this in mind, Fushi discarded any thoughts of leaving. At present, he only wished to cultivate and grow stronger. His wild vegetable garden was unlike others. As long as he remained still, he was in a safe zone. Within this secure zone, he could comfortably meditate on the teachings Tian had imparted regarding how to locate wild vegetables. This contemplation lasted nearly 7 days. During this time, Tian did not summon him, nor did little Nuwa think of him. For little Nuwa, these 7 days were a time of immense joy. She savored many delicacies she had never tasted before and engaged in games she had never played. The courtyard of Tian resounded with laughter and delight. Simple souls often find joy more readily than adults, who tend to grow increasingly silent. Xiaozhou also noticed that Tian was genuinely happy. Consequently, he poured extra care into preparing his culinary creations, making them increasingly delectable. However, this joyful period lasted only 7 days before it was abruptly interrupted. "Teacher, we are back." "Teacher, where's the door? How do we enter?" "Teacher, we have rested enough. We wish to cultivate now." Outside the courtyard, the three from Sanqing shouted loudly. The courtyard had been concealed by Tian, and although the three knew it was right before their eyes, they could not enter. Seeing them return empty-handed and looking rather exhausted, Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Xiaozhou, please open the door. Those three fools are back." "Yes, master." Upon hearing Tian's command, Xiaozhou promptly went to open the door. Meanwhile, the little Nuwa also heard the voices outside and was exceedingly curious about the three individuals. "Teacher, who are they?" "They're my 3 named disciples. Just like your senior brother, you are an external disciple under my tutelage, which makes you their senior sister. They are utterly inept at everything except for devouring food, so you should discipline them well." "Huh, I'm a senior sister. How wonderful. From now on, I am the senior sister." The little Nuwa, still possessing a childlike innocence, was overjoyed upon realizing her new title. After all, at her young age, she had always been regarded as a junior. This sudden elevation in status was immensely amusing to her. Tian smiled faintly at her reaction, but it also reminded him that Nuwa needed to begin her cultivation. Otherwise, she would lose the dignity befitting a senior sister. Unbeknownst to the three from Sanqing, they had just acquired a senior sister. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of a little girl spinning in delight, which piqued their curiosity. "Teacher, who is this little Taoist friend? She seems so lively and adorable." "Ah, she is Nuwa, an external disciple of mine, and your senior sister." "What? Senior sister?" The three from Sanqing were taken aback, staring at the much younger Nuwa. They never anticipated that their brief absence would result in the addition of a significantly younger senior sister. Observing the smug expression on Nuwa's face, they felt as though their home had been invaded. Especially since Nuwa appeared completely unrestrained in front of Tian, radiating the innocence of a young girl. "Indeed, from now on, I shall be your senior sister. You all must listen to me, and if you disobey, I shall spank you." Her relaxed demeanor left the three in a state of bewilderment, sensing that Nuwa had not yet experienced Tian's disciplinary measures. Otherwise, she would surely exhibit the same respect and caution they did. The three from Sanqing remained unaware of how carefree Nuwa's life was with Tian, maintaining their composed and respectful attitudes. That why Tian then spoke at the opportune moment. "Since you have returned, let us properly introduce ourselves. Besides having a senior sister, you also have a younger brother, who is likewise a named disciple. Tonight, I shall have Xiaozhou prepare a feast for us." "What? There is going to be a feast tonight?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three from Sanqing sparkled with excitement. That moment, their thoughts were solely consumed by the prospect of a delicious meal, rendering the addition of a senior sister and a younger brother somewhat insignificant. That evening, Fushi was also brought out, and he took his first bite of food in the courtyard. Before tasting it, he thought the dishes were merely average and lacked allure. Even without eating, he could completely absorb spiritual energy to sustain himself. However, upon taking a bite, his previous thoughts vanished entirely. He had never imagined that such exquisite delicacies existed in the world. As the flavors hit his palate, they resonated deeply within him, stirring his Tao heart. Just one bite left him with an insatiable craving. He felt as though Xiaozhou's culinary skills approached the Tao. Otherwise, such an effect would be unimaginable. He could hardly fathom how someone could elevate cooking to such a near-divine level, pondering the immense strength such a person must possess. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, he cast the thought aside. The three from Sanqing had already dived into the meal with fervor, and if he continued contemplating, the feast would soon be devoured. Thus, he joined them in their enthusiastic banquet. The meal was served rapidly and disappeared just as quickly. After finishing, Fushi found himself enveloped in sheer bliss. He realized that this was the life he had always desired. However, his enjoyment was short-lived. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to rest. I hope you can seize this opportunity to cultivate your Tao methods. After the incense stick burns out, your training will officially commence. Little Nuwa too. The 3 from Sanqing had anticipated such words from Tian, so they felt no concern regarding the matter. Fu Shi, on the other hand, was even less troubled. He assumed he would be cultivating in the vegetable garden. Little did he expect that by evening, he, along with the 3 from Sanqing, would be sent to the backyard, where Xiao Jiu unleashed a dog. The master said that since you have been cultivating for so long, it's time to increase the difficulty. Including you, little Fu Shi, you must all take your training seriously without any slackening. Previously, Fu Shi's training in the vegetable garden had been lenient. From today onward, his true training would begin. Unbeknownst to him, the so-called leniency was something he had never experienced in a genuine training setting. However, upon entering the backyard, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He discovered that his magical power had been sealed, and he could not summon even a trace of it here. Simultaneously, the immense gravitational force weighed down upon him, forcing him to the ground. This sudden change caught Fu Shi off guard. What is happening? Why can't I summon even a shred of magical power here? How am I to contend with this overwhelming spatial gravity? Fu Shi, your true training has just begun. As for how to cope with this formidable spatial gravity, you must rely on your physical strength. All right, I shall not speak further. It is time to close the gate and release the dog. With that, Xiao Jiu released another large dog into the backyard and closed the gate behind them. As the large dog entered, the 2 fierce dogs began to howl madly. Woof, woof. The ferocious barking sent a shiver down the spines of the 3 from Sanqing. They were all too familiar with the danger posed by such beasts. A single bite could cost them a chunk of flesh, and if they were to be bitten all night, they would not die, but would surely be gravely injured. Thus, as soon as the howling began, they shouted in unison, "Run!" In that instant, Tong Tian and Laozi scrambled up the 2 plum blossom pillars. The only one left below was Yuan Shi, who could only shout curses from the ground. "Get down here! I climbed up here with my own skill. Why should I come down?" "Exactly. Now that we are up here, we want to come down. That it's your fault for playing so recklessly and forgetting about the fierce dogs. Your reaction was too slow. Very well. How dare you speak to me like that? Don't blame me for pulling you down then." Within this backyard, all techniques may be employed, save for the use of magical powers. Thus, Yuan Shi, relentless in his pursuit, endeavored to pull one of the 2 individuals, Tong Tian or Laozi, down from their steadfast position. However, both Tong Tian and Laozi had become accustomed to this manner of combat, their feet seemingly rooted in place, impervious to Yuan Shi's attempts to dislodge them. Meanwhile, Fu Shi had yet to react when a ferocious hound sank its teeth into him, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. Awoo! In an instant, Fu Shi let out a piercing scream of agony. Subsequently, he unleashed an immense reservoir of latent potential, rising defiantly against the overwhelming gravity pressing down upon him. The first thing he did was to flee in a frantic dash, evading the onslaught of the vicious canine. Yuan Shi, too, found himself in flight, as the small courtyard now harbored 2 savage hounds, each pursuing a different prey, a perfectly reasonable scenario. However, Yuan Shi possessed considerably more experience, which resulted in him being bitten far less frequently. Fu Shi, on the other hand, lacked both experience in evading such beasts and any advantage in speed. After merely a few dozen steps, the hound caught up to him, leaving his body marred with bite marks and missing several pieces of flesh, a sight most woeful. Even Laozi and Tong Tian, perched upon the plum blossom stakes, could not refrain from expressing their sympathy. Alas, our little junior brother is truly suffering. At this rate, he shall be left with nary a good piece of flesh. Indeed, it was a pitiful sight, yet were we not similarly afflicted at the outset. With time, he shall grow accustomed to it. Perhaps in a few days, he will come to snatch our plum blossom stakes from us. That cannot be allowed. We must not permit him to take our plum blossom stakes. The stakes were sacred to Laozi and Tong Tian, to be defended at all costs. As the saying goes, a dead comrade is preferable to a living monk. They believed that Fu Shi could withstand a few more bites without dire consequence. So long as he breathed, there remained a chance for rescue. Hence, as long as he did not perish, it was not a grave matter. However, for Nuwa, their curiosity was piqued. How peculiar! I had assumed the eldest sister would join us in our training. Yet she has not appeared. It must be that the master had other plans for her, though one could surmise that the eldest sister's circumstances were far from pleasant. Indeed, given the master's usual methods. This outcome is to be expected. In the minds of Tong, Tian, and Laozi, although Nuwa had not joined them in their training, her situation must be equally dire. However, they were entirely unaware that Nuwa's training differed greatly from their assumptions. In their eyes, even if her life was dissimilar, it could hardly be better than theirs. Little did they know that at this very moment, the young Nuwa was immersing herself in a grand cauldron, surrounded by roaring flames beneath, while an array of exquisite delicacies lay atop the cauldron. Immersed in the elixir, she bore no semblance of suffering. Rather, she radiated joy. Outside the cauldron, Tian was instructing her. Though your talent is commendable, being among the first beings of the primordial world, your foundation is woefully inadequate. Therefore, starting today, you shall spend 2 hours daily in this cauldron for a duration of 1 month. Solidifying your foundation. During this time, you must not slacken nor be lazy. Do you understand? Master, I comprehend. I promise to remain in this cauldron and go nowhere. The temperature within the cauldron was not uncomfortable for Nuwa. On the contrary, she found it exceedingly pleasant, akin to a soothing bath. Furthermore, the abundance of delicacies atop the cauldron meant that even a day would not suffice to consume them all, for her. It was the epitome of indulgence. In such circumstances, why would she ever wish to leave the cauldron? At present, she was blissfully content. Observing her expression, Tian exhaled with relief. He then refined a piece of chaos spirit grass and tossed it into the cauldron, allowing Nuwa to absorb its essence. Once you solidify your foundation, you may commence formal training, but I hope you exert yourself during this period. Nuwa shall surely strive with all my might. Nuwa replied, her mouth full of delicacies, causing her words to be somewhat garbled. Tian paid little heed. As long as she remained dutifully within the cauldron, it must be said that the allure of the food was immense for Nuwa. She remained in the cauldron, consuming for a full 2 hours. Eventually, she grew weary and dutifully drifted into slumber. Nevertheless, the elixir in the cauldron was not discarded. The following day, it was diluted and divided into 4 portions, to be used by the 3 purities and Fu Shi. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 purities and Fu Shi were oblivious to what had transpired. After enduring a night of torment, they regarded the bathing tub as a veritable lifeline. Without hesitation, they entered the tub. Once immersed, they felt the abundant spiritual energy within, sensing their bodies rapidly rejuvenating and their magical power burgeoning, expressions of bliss adorning their faces. This sensation is utterly delightful. A most cherished memory. This is the essence of a day's toil. It is thanks to this medicinal bath that I can persevere in my training. The effects of this medicinal bath were markedly superior to those of previous ones, leading them to believe that their master truly cared for them, compensating them after just a few days' absence. Indeed, this is exceedingly comfortable. It seems I made the right choice in seeking a mentor. As the medicinal bath took effect, they sang its praises, particularly Fu Shi, who had endured the harshest trials the previous day. He had attempted to seize the plum blossom pole, but had failed, and in fleeing from the hound, he found himself lacking in both speed and stamina. Consequently, he was bitten repeatedly throughout the night, with no respite. Emerging from that ordeal, his body was ravaged, nearly stripped of flesh by the relentless hound, and he considered his survival a miracle. After soaking in the medicinal bath, his flesh swiftly regenerated, the speed of recovery illuminating the true meaning of resurrection. Not only that, but he also felt a marked enhancement in both his physical form and magical power. This augmentation saved him countless years of training, leading Fu Shi to adore the medicinal bath beyond measure. Yet as he reveled, he suddenly noticed an additional object in his bath, a round, red fruit, seemingly half-eaten, resembling a spiritual fruit. Its presence piqued Fu Shi's curiosity momentarily, but he soon dismissed it. After all, it was not unusual for spiritual herbs to appear in a medicinal bath. This detail, went unnoticed not only by Fu Shi, but also by the three purities. Only Xiao Jiao, who had been responsible for this occurrence, could not help but twitch his lips. He recognized that the fruit was a candied hawthorn that Nuwa had consumed, still bearing her bite marks. Were the three purities and Fu Shi aware of this, they would surely struggle to maintain their composure. After some time in the bath, they indeed realized that something was amiss. They discovered Nuwa's absence. This revelation left them utterly perplexed. Ninth senior brother, where is our eldest sister? Has she gone partaken the medicinal bath alone? Not at all. Your eldest sister has yet to awaken and is still fast asleep. What? The eldest sister has gone to sleep. Could it be that she was too thoroughly trained last night? Has she skipped the medicinal bath to recuperate? Well, to some extent, yes. Little Nuwa did train quite diligently yesterday. 2 time periods equate to 4 hours. When measured by this standard, it indeed feels quite prolonged. However, last night, Xiao Nuwa reveled in the experience throughout, displaying no signs of fatigue, and one could even assert that she derived immense pleasure from it. Of course, Xiao Jiao did not actively contribute to this situation, and while the Sanqing felt a hint of perplexity, they did not dwell upon it. It was not until breakfast that they discerned the disparity between Xiao Nuwa and themselves. After enduring a night of torment, each of them bore the marks of exhaustion. Although their bodies had recuperated, their spirits still exuded weariness. In stark contrast, Xiao Nuwa appeared unscathed, her spirit brimming with vitality. A radiant smile adorning her face. Should this not suffice to convey a message, the subsequent differences would elucidate much more. According to convention, the three from Sanqing and Fushi were prohibited from dining as they had not completed their tasks. Consequently, they had relinquished any hope of breakfast. Furthermore, they explicitly informed Fushi that failure to fulfill their duties meant they were without sustenance. After their medicinal baths, the four began to practice the Tao techniques imparted by Tian, preparing to undertake the tasks assigned to them later. Yet, they were taken aback to discover Xiao Nuwa enjoying breakfast with Tian and Xiao Jiao. This revelation shattered their composure. What was the meaning of this? Had the senior sister completed her task last night? Why was she allowed to partake in breakfast? Was the senior sister truly that formidable? While they had failed, she had succeeded. Something about this felt far from simple. The senior sister did not seem to possess such profound cultivation. This little sister appeared to be distinctly different. It felt as though our fates diverged despite our shared lineage. Regarding Xiao Nuwa's circumstances, they could only speculate, unsure of the truth. After a few envious exchanges about her breakfast, they retreated to their designated area. These spaces, ostensibly for labor, were in truth their trial grounds. Within these trial grounds, they were ceaselessly honed, growing stronger with each challenge. Although fraught with peril, they could not afford a moment's respite. Even Fushi found himself devoid of any semblance of safety. Only by pressing forward could he evade the wilds of the Tai Golden Immortals. The challenges for Tian were even more arduous. Initially, they faced adversaries of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. However, upon breaking through to that realm themselves, they were confronted by their own selves at the Luo Golden Immortal level. While the opponents were merely one great realm above them, the gap in power became increasingly pronounced as they progressed. The Tai Golden Immortals appeared as mere ants against the Luo Golden Immortals. Although their attacks had reached the Luo Golden Immortal level, they must not forget that their adversaries were also Luo Golden Immortals. They possessed the ability to combat beyond their realm. Yet so too did their foes, that in such circumstances, each one of them suffered greatly. Numerous encounters left them on the brink of defeat, were it not for the protective mechanisms Tian had established within these trial areas. They could scarcely fathom how many times they might have perished. Even so, they were utterly drained. It was not until noon that a sense of relief washed over them. Phew! I nearly believed I would not survive. After venturing out, I thought I had grown stronger. The might of my attacks could move mountains and part seas. Yet upon returning, I realized I remained that same weakling. No, even dogs are stronger than us. Let us not forget we were chased and bitten by dogs last night. Alas, once more, we find ourselves without food. The agony of cultivation aside, the absence of delectable meals is a tremendous torment for Sanqing and Fushi. However, They understood that this midday period was designated for comprehending the Tao techniques. If they did not seize the moment to grasp the teachings, the afternoon-esque training would commence anew. Hence, they refrained from voicing excessive complaints and diligently immersed themselves in their studies of the Tao. As Fuxi shared their plight, they felt little resentment. Yet soon, they sensed something amiss. They noticed that Xiao Nuwa was not diligently practicing the Tao. Rather, she appeared to be enjoying herself in laughter with Tian. Furthermore, they were astonished to see her partaking in lunch. Witnessing this scene, Sanqing could hardly accept it. What was occurring? Why was the senior sister allowed to eat again? And why was she exempt from cultivating the Tao? They were at a loss. Yet, it seemed to them that the senior sister's treatment was distinctly different from theirs. She appeared to dine daily. Not only was she well fed, but it seemed she had not endured the rigors of training. Could it be that her methods of cultivation diverged from theirs? The trio from Sanqing desperately yearned to uncover the nature of Nuwa's cultivation methods. However, they dared not approach Tian directly for answers. Instead, once Xiao Jiu had finished his meal, they inquired, "Senior brother Jiu, is the senior sister's cultivation method different from ours? I have not seen her engage in training or toil, and it seems she is always well fed." Upon hearing their words, Xiao Jiu offered a sympathetic smile. "Indeed, your senior sister's cultivation method differs from yours. She is personally guided by the master. Moreover, she is currently in the foundational phase of her training, requiring little more than her medicinal baths each day. As for meals, your senior sister essentially dines from dawn until dusk." What? The trio from Sanqing were rendered speechless by Xiao Jiu's revelation. They had endured a year under Yi Tian's tutelage, a year fraught with tribulations, never having enjoyed a proper respite. As time progressed, Yi Tian's demands had intensified, making their existence increasingly arduous. In those moments, they fantasized about a half-day's rest, yearning for a mere half-day free from cultivation to savor the sweetness of life. To partake in a single meal prepared by Xiao Jiu would have been a divine indulgence, one they would not trade even for treasures. Yet now, their fellow disciple Nuwa not only evaded the rigors of training, but also enjoyed sumptuous meals from dawn to dusk. This revelation struck the trio from Sanqing like a thunderbolt. Their spirits crumbled under the weight of despair. Tears flowed unbidden from their eyes. Fuxi, comparing his own circumstances with Nuwa's, found her treatment excessively favorable. However, being her brother, he held a protective affection for her and wished to prevent any discord that might arise between her and the Sanqing trio. Thus, he gently advised, "Little sister is, after all, the senior sister and an outer disciple of the master. Her treatment differs from ours, which is entirely natural. We must learn to understand." Understand? You expect us to understand. Do you know what we have endured this past year? Those 300-plus days and nights have been an endless torment for us. You ask us to understand. Who will understand our plight? At this moment, Yuan Shi's composure began to fray, his voice rising with intensity, laden with grievances. The expressions of Tong Tian and Laozi mirrored his sentiments as they glared at Fuxi, their demeanor tinged with a sense of exclusion. This unified front instilled a tinge of trepidation in Fuxi. Just then, after Yuan Shi's outburst, a cool voice resonated in the air. It seems you are struggling to comprehend." "Ah, master!" the trio exclaimed in surprise. "Your voices carry such volume. It seems you harbor a multitude of grievances. Clearly, my concern for you has been insufficient. In our ranks, it is imperative to ensure compliance before executing commands. There must be no dissent. It now appears that the intensity of your training is still lacking." At this moment, Yi Tian was contemplating how to intensify the training regimen further, in his eyes. Their current state was far more relaxed and indulgent than that of elite soldiers in the army. Such a lackadaisical approach could not possibly extract their full potential. Their minds were wandering with frivolous thoughts, which was utterly unacceptable to Yi Tian's tone astonished the three Qing, who believed their previous training had already been quite rigorous. They never anticipated that Yi Tian would deem it insufficient. This revelation left Yuan Shi utterly dejected. "Master, I was wrong. It was I who spoke too loudly before. I apologize." Yuan Shi's apology stemmed from his desire to avoid any increase in their training difficulty. After all, they felt that their current training was already exceedingly challenging, and any further escalation left them uncertain about their survival. However, since Tian had identified the issue, he would not allow it to persist unaddressed. He was determined to resolve it swiftly, just as he trained new recruits in the military. He maintained a similar attitude toward the three Qing. With a subtle wave of his hand, the three Qing and Fu Shi found themselves once again within their trial arena. Upon entering, they immediately noticed a significant transformation in the arena compared to before. Previously, Tong Tian only had to practice against a single firewood figure, which would attack him alone while the others remained stationary. Now, however, Tong Tian discovered that all the firewood figures had come to life. Upon spotting him, they charged at him with the ferocity of vengeful foes. Even the weakest among them had attained the level of the Luo Hu, while the more powerful reached the realm of quasi-saints. Their collective assault left Tong Tian with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In the next instant, he was struck by two powerful sword energies, which not only obliterated his physical form, but also annihilated his primordial spirit. Tong Tian was dead. Yet, after 10 breaths, he found himself alive once more. Not resurrected in place, but reborn in any corner of the firewood forest. Shortly thereafter, the firewood figures detected his presence again and charged towards him once more. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi, Lao Zi, and Fu Shi faced similarly dire circumstances. They had perished as soon as they entered. Although they were revived after 10 breaths, the memory of being killed lingered painfully, so much so that they dreaded experiencing it a second time. However, they had barely regained their composure when they were slain again. With each resurrection, they found themselves repeatedly caught in the cycle of life and death. As they resurrected for the third time. Tian's voice echoed in their ears. Regardless of the methods you employ, you are to remain in this trial arena for a full month. If you manage to defeat a portion of your adversaries and achieve some gains, I shall bestow upon you substantial rewards. But should any of you slack off, you will face even harsher training. Upon hearing these words, the three Qing and Fu Shi felt as though the ground beneath them had split open. We must stay here for an entire month. How many times will we die? I refuse. Before they could articulate their thoughts further, they were once again dispatched by their enemies. When they resurrected, anguished cries echoed in their wake. Meanwhile, outside this tumultuous trial, the world remained oblivious to their plight. Little Nuwa, having finished her meal, continued indulging in various snacks, entirely unconcerned with the events transpiring around her. She had taken her culinary pursuits to an extraordinary level. Even after feeling full, she could summon her magical energy to consume every morsel, only to continue feasting thereafter. This prompted Tian to envision a path perfectly suited to little Nuwa. Nevertheless, he refrained from instructing her on cultivation for the time being, allowing her to build a foundation while she enjoyed her playful days. As a result, little Nuwa was blissfully content, relishing the happiest days of her life, especially with her brother and teacher by her side. Thus, she remained well-behaved, indulging in food and merriment by day and soaking in baths by night. For many, this was the epitome of enjoyment, and little Nuwa reveled in it. The bathwater she used was not wasted. Although it was not given to the three Qing or Fu Shi, it was employed to nourish the spiritual flowers and herbs. Many of these rare plants have been personally cultivated by Xiaojiu under Tian's guidance. Though lacking the renown of the 10 innate spiritual roots, their medicinal properties were not inferior to those of the most prestigious herbs in the world. In fact, some even surpassed the efficacy of the 10 innate spiritual roots, transcending the limitations of spiritual flora in the Honghuang realm. Otherwise, they would not have been able to continuously enhance the power of the three Qing, restore their bodies, and strengthen their physical prowess. If these herbs were to be found in the outer world, countless cultivators would vie for them, risking their very lives. Even the most elite practitioners in the Honghuang realm would go to great lengths to obtain these treasures. Yet for little Nuwa, these were merely everyday ingredients. The true main ingredient was the chaotic spiritual herbs drawn to Tian during the shattering of the chaotic world. Each of these herbs had the potential to alter a person's fate. Even when the chaotic demons were alive, they fought fiercely over these herbs, often to the point of bloodshed. Cultivating these chaotic spiritual herbs required a significant investment of energy, even for Tian. With them, he could lay an unparalleled foundation for little Nuwa, promising her an unlimited future. However, little Nuwa remained unaware of this. She simply felt immensely comfortable soaking in the cauldron. Thus, she continued to follow Tian's instructions, soaking for an entire month. After this period, little Nuwa underwent a remarkable transformation. Her skin became even more luminous and translucent, resembling the essence of the heavens and earth, free of any impurities. Simultaneously, her aura grew increasingly ethereal, radiating an irresistible charm with every gesture. Anyone who caught a glimpse would perceive her as the true celestial maiden of the world. Yet, these changes were merely superficial. The internal transformations were even more profound. Firstly, her physical strength had vastly surpassed her previous limits, having reached a level comparable to that of an innate treasure. This meant that little Nuwa could now withstand attacks from innate treasures purely through her physical defenses. Secondly, her magical power had evolved significantly. Upon entering Tian's courtyard, little Nuwa had been a practitioner at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Now, she had directly surpassed the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, achieving the pinnacle of the Luo Hu. However, the most noteworthy change was in her innate potential. Initially, she was part of the first batch of innate beings within the Hongwang world, possessing reasonable potential. Yet, in Tian's presence, she had paled in comparison, even falling short of Xiaojiu. This disparity was precisely why none of them had become Tian's direct disciples. His stature was simply too elevated. Now, however, the situation was different. After 30 continuous days of soaking and consuming 30 chaotic spiritual herbs, little Nuwa's potential had ascended from that of the first batch of innate beings to the level of chaotic demons. In fact, she had surpassed many ordinary chaotic demons, reaching the tier of top-tier chaotic demons. While she might not rival the transformed Pangu, she could certainly be compared to the likes of the chaotic demon, Shurchen Daoren. At this moment, even without actively cultivating, little Nuwa's realm would naturally continue to rise, albeit at a slower pace due to the need for a more solid foundation. However, with diligent effort, she would undoubtedly surpass the heights of those chaotic demons. Observing little Nuwa's transformation, Tian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, now her potential is barely worthy of my attention. It was worth the investment of 30 chaotic spiritual herbs, the qualifications of a top-tier chaos demon god, and the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. In Tian's estimation, could only be considered barely acceptable. However, for the three from the Sanqing and Fuxi, the situation was entirely different. After enduring a month of torment and countless brushes with death, their powers underwent a profound transformation. In the face of life and death, there exists immense fear, yet it also serves to greatly awaken their latent potential. Initially, within their trial grounds, they could barely endure for a breath or two before facing demise. Almost as soon as they were reborn, they would perish again. Regardless of where they were resurrected, their enemies would be poised to strike. Subsequently, those foes would ruthlessly slay them without hesitation. This was, without doubt, a brutal torment for them, especially when they would perish at the hands of their adversaries before they could even comprehend what had transpired, leaving them in a state of utter helplessness. After countless deaths, thoughts of surrender began to creep in. After all, they were no match for their enemies, and the fact that they could be reborn made a state of defeat seem rather comfortable, sparing them from the agony of dying struggles. Yet, after indulging in this defeat for a day, they realized that even in a state of surrender, their enemies would continue to hunt them down. Upon discovering their presence, the foes would remain merciless, engaging in relentless slaughter. Like tireless machines, they persisted in their killing spree. Such relentless violence would ignite even the most patient of souls. Eventually, after enduring countless deaths, the three from the Sanqing ignited with fury. They resolved to cease their surrender and sought every means to eliminate their foes. Initially, they could not escape their grim fate of being slain. But gradually, amidst the chaos of battle, they began to identify weaknesses. They learned to evade attacks at the first opportunity, granting themselves a few more precious breaths of life. They continued to fight, consistently honing their skills. They enhanced their abilities to the point where they could withstand their enemies' assaults. With a desperate strike, They elevated their offensive capabilities to new heights. In the midst of numerous adversaries, they succeeded in slaying one. Although they perished in the process, this marked a significant qualitative leap for them. Upon their next resurrection, they no longer allowed their enemies to have free reign. They began to retaliate. This counterattack signified the dawn of their transformation. After countless encounters with death, their strengths shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, their wills hardened like granite, becoming unassailable that a month later, they appeared markedly more composed. They no longer harbored feelings of imbalance due to Nuwa's ability to feast while they could not. Their resolve to pursue the Tao had solidified. Moreover, a month had passed, and each of them had undergone a transformation in strength. The Sanqing reached the mid-stage of Tai, Golden Immortal, while Fuxi advanced to the late stage of Golden Immortal. Achieving such a small breakthrough in just 1 month was a remarkable leap for them. They had previously never dared to imagine their cultivation speed could accelerate so rapidly. Notably, it was not just their realms that improved, but their combat prowess as well. Now, even in the mid-stage of Great Luo, Golden Immortal, the three from Sanqing possessed the strength to engage in battle. As for Fuxi, he too exhibited exceptional talent. Capable of fighting above his level, mastery over yin, yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams came to him with extraordinary ease. Many matters could be resolved with a mere calculation, leading to immediate enlightenment. His predictive abilities could undoubtedly rank among the finest in the Honghuang realm. Such transformations instilled within Fuxi a newfound confidence and composure. Upon exiting their trial grounds, they no longer exhibited the same exuberance as before. They had become more steady and grounded, exuding the aura of accomplished cultivators. Brothers, you have arrived. Junior brother Tian, I did not expect you to emerge so soon. It seems you have gained immensely this time. Indeed, I have benefited greatly. However, I trust that both of you have also reaped substantial rewards. The same. There hasn't been much of an enhancement, merely a small elevation in realm. Though Yuan sure claimed this. The smile upon his face betrayed his words. The trials of the past month had left an indelible mark on them, one they could never forget. Although the process had been agonizing, it had also fostered their growth. Thus, their hearts were in a state of equilibrium. Despite the hardships endured over the month, their strength had undeniably improved. This was monumental news for them. As for their eldest senior sister, while she had enjoyed her time, her realm surely remained low, and her progress slow. Given that their eldest senior sister's realm had always been inferior to theirs, it seemed unlikely she could catch up in the future. Once their strengths reached a certain level, and they ascended to become external disciples of their master, it would be time for a shift in the hierarchy, relegating their eldest senior sister to the position of junior sister. The way you put it, that does not seem impossible. Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Tian suddenly felt that such a scenario was indeed plausible. After all, little Nuwa's realm had always been low, and now that their realms had surpassed hers, it had become inevitable to in such a case. Becoming external disciples of Tian and usurping little Nuwa's position as eldest senior sister was entirely feasible. With this thought in mind, they felt compelled to greet little Nuwa, curious to see how she would react after a month of indulgence. Consequently, they consciously emitted their auras and proceeded to meet Tian. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered Tian and little Nuwa indeed present, still luxuriating in comfort. Especially little Nuwa, who was incessantly munching away. This sight evoked feelings of indignation in Yuanshi and the others. Nevertheless, they approached Tian respectfully to pay their respects. Greetings, master. Greetings, eldest senior sister. As Yuanshi bowed to little Nuwa, he instinctively glanced at her realm. To his astonishment, he found that her realm was not the golden immortal level he had anticipated, but rather that of a great Luo golden immortal, akin to what they had encountered in their trial grounds. Yuanshi was very familiar with the great Luo golden immortal level, having been tormented by them daily. Furthermore, little Nuwa did not conceal her realm, making it all too clear to him. This revelation left him utterly stunned. Upon hearing his words, Laozi and Tian were equally taken aback. Brother, in front of the master, what are you saying? Realm. Look at the realm of our eldest senior sister. Quickly, observe her realm. eldest senior sister's realm. What about it? Upon uttering this, Laozi and Tong Tian both turned to look at little Nuwa, and then they could no longer restrain their astonishment. What on earth? A great Luo golden immortal. The revelation of her great Luo golden immortal status left Tong Tian and Laozi utterly bewildered. In truth, it was not just them. Even Fushi was taken aback. He gazed at little Nuwa, feeling momentarily lost. The little Nuwa before him remained as innocent and carefree as a month ago, untouched by any hardships. Yet, her realm had undergone a seismic shift. Once merely at the early stage of Golden Immortal, she had now ascended to the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal in just 1 month's time. She had achieved a leap comparable to 3 great worlds. Even the Sanqing and Fushi, witnessing this transformation firsthand, found it hard to believe. Master, what is the meaning of this? How could eldest senior sister's realm be so elevated? Oh, you mean your eldest senior sister. After a month, she has laid a solid foundation and is about to commence her formal cultivation. What? This is considered laying a foundation to understand the current state of the 3 pure ones in Fushi. It is evident that they have yet to attain the exalted realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The journey to reach such a lofty pinnacle is fraught with innumerable trials. However, Tian has now revealed to them that the profound realm of the little Nuwa is merely a testament to having laid a solid foundation. This revelation is an overwhelming shock to the 3 pure ones in Fushi. If the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal is merely a foundation, what heights might the little Nuwa achieve in her cultivation? At the very least, she could reach the level of a quasi-saint, or even a saint. The mere thought of such possibilities sends shivers through the 3 pure ones, as they realize that the aspirations they have yearned for day and night are within the grasp of the little Nuwa. Moreover, she has scarcely begun her training, amplifying the disparity to an unbearable extent, leaving them on the brink of losing their composure. Before they could voice their thoughts, Tian spoke first. Indeed, the great Luo Golden Immortal is merely a foundation. As for you, your realms remain far too low, and your progress is excruciatingly slow. Today, I permit you to have dinner, but after that, you shall continue your training in the backyard for a month. Furthermore, this time, I shall add a little something to your training. Upon hearing Tian's words, the 3 pure ones and Fushi could not help but lament. Although being chased by dogs is not as tragically dire as being killed countless times, the pain and humiliation they would endure are burdens they are unwilling to bear. Not to mention, once they enter the backyard, their powers would be sealed, leaving them to rely solely on their physical strength to resist. The feeling of being suppressed is thoroughly unpleasant. However, acknowledging their inability to resist and recognizing the overwhelming strength of the little Nuwa, they resign themselves to their fate. Once they finished their dinner and entered the backyard, their expressions changed drastically. The backyard had expanded significantly, with uneven terrain, and the plum blossom stakes had vanished. Yet this was not the most alarming change. The 2 dogs had transformed into 200 ferocious hounds. The sight of those hounds, their eyes glinting red as if they were eager to tear them apart, left the 3 pure ones and Fushi trembling in fear. What is happening? Why are there so many ferocious dogs? Are they to be torn apart by this pack? Junior Brother Gio, can we not go in? I have an innate fear of dogs. That is not an option. This is a trial specially prepared for you by the Master. I believe that if you survive in there for a month, your strength will undoubtedly increase. Do you not wish to grow stronger and meet the Master's expectations? Upon hearing Junior Brother Gio's words, the 3 pure ones fell silent. Indeed, there were an overwhelming number of dogs here, but for the sake of fulfilling Tian's expectations, they were willing to take the risk. However, just as they resolved to risk their lives, Junior Brother Gio produced yet another item to enhance your physical strength. The Master has specially crafted a treasure for you. With that, Junior Brother Gio revealed 4 small stones and, with a resounding slap, affixed them to the 3 pure ones and Fu 11. In an instant, they felt an immense weight pressing down upon them. Crack! The weaker Fushi emitted a distinct sound as his bones fractured, the noise echoing through the surroundings. Fushi felt as though he might be crushed to death by the weight of the small stone. Not only Fushi, but even the 3 pure ones shared this sensation. Their bodies, which had previously stood tall and straight, were now unable to rise as the small stones weighed them down, making even the act of breathing tremendously laborious. They felt as if what junior brother Gio had placed upon them was not merely small stones, but rather an enormous mountain towering above them. At that moment, junior brother Gio provided an explanation. These stones are, in fact, simple stones from the unmoving mountain. The master has employed the mountain-moving divine technique to bring a portion of the unmoving mountain here. The weight you are currently bearing is merely 1,000th of the unmoving mountain's mass. The master hopes you will endure this weight and train diligently for a month. The mountain-moving technique is not particularly remarkable among the myriad of methods available. Any practitioner of the primordial world can bear the weight of several mountains. However, when combined with the unmoving mountain, it becomes an entirely different matter. The unmoving mountain serves as the backbone of the primordial world. Its immense weight renders it nearly immovable and contains boundless principles. Should one truly manage to transport the entire unmoving mountain, the entire primordial world would be left shattered beneath its weight. Many have practiced the mountain-moving technique, yet none have ever succeeded in moving the unmoving mountain. To master the mountain-moving technique and transport a divine mountain, one must possess profound understanding or mastery over that mountain, or even completely refine it. Most practitioners merely transport lesser, unknown divine mountains, extracting a fragment of their essence to channel their power. Their mountain-moving techniques rely on the weight of multiple mountains, akin to how the Silver-Horned King utilized the weight of 3 divine mountains, Shumi, Amei, and Taishan, to confine Sun Wukong. However, the unmoving mountain is unique. Not only does it possess unfathomable weight, but it is also imbued with natural prohibitions. Any part of the unmoving mountain, with the slightest refinement, becomes a supreme treasure. Nonetheless, the prohibitions of the unmoving mountain are insurmountable. No one can breach them or withstand their might. Across the primordial world, none have managed to move the unmoving mountain. Yet, Tian has achieved what others could not, elevating his stature in the eyes of the 3 pure ones and Fushi once more. Unbeknownst to junior brother Gio, after affixing the 4 stones imbued with the mountain-moving technique to their bodies, he casually tossed them into the fray. Strive to improve yourselves. Your current realms are far too low to be taken seriously for someone like junior brother Gio, who possesses the strength of a Hunyuan saint. The realms of the 3 pure ones and Fushi are indeed laughable in the external world. They would be akin to mere ants that he could crush with a single hand. Not to mention, Tian had previously bestowed upon junior brother Jiu the supreme Dao seed, further enhancing his strength. Thus, junior brother Jiu looked down upon their cultivation and spoke these words with the intent to inspire them. The 3 pure ones and Fushi grasped the implication of junior brother Jiu's words. This trial would be met with no complaints, even if they were to be devoured by 100 ferocious dogs. They would harbor no grievances. Their singular focus now was to grow stronger, even if it meant enduring countless hardships and teetering on the brink of death time and again. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of being called Tian's disciples. Fueled by such resolve, their physical strength indeed saw significant improvement. Initially, they struggled to breathe under the weight of the unmoving mountain and the gravitational forces of the space around them. Yet they soon found themselves moving with remarkable agility. It must be said that their adaptability and potential far surpassed that of others. Meanwhile, the little Nuwa embarked on an entirely different path. Little Nuwa, if you could continuously grow stronger simply by consuming food, would you be willing to cultivate such a method? What? I can keep eating? I'm willing. Upon hearing the prospect of indulging in an endless feast, the little Nuwa exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, immediately acquiescing to Tian's proposed method of cultivation. After speaking, she affectionately patted her slightly swollen-bellied out of late. The abundance of spiritual energy in her sustenance had led to a mild case of indigestion, hence the noticeable protrusion. Yet despite this, little Nuwa remained unconcerned, confident that any discomfort would soon pass, and her primary desire was simply to enjoy her meals. Everything else was trivial in comparison. Upon witnessing little Nuwa's nod of agreement, Tian casually retrieved a tome bound in beast hide. Inscribed with the title, "A delicate mouth devours the world," at first glance, The title appeared unremarkable, but within its pages lay the profound principle of devouring from the 3,000 paths of existence. Once the mouth of the Tao was opened, it could consume the heavens and devour the earth. There was nothing in the world that could not be ingested as long as one continued to feast. One could perpetually grow stronger. However, Tian's method of devouring was somewhat distinct. For little Nuwa, this practice not only enhanced her magical prowess, but also fortified her physical form, even nourishing her primordial spirit. This holistic approach led to comprehensive improvement while ensuring that her figure remained unblemished and she would not transform into an unsightly creature. Realizing this, little Nuwa felt even more content. Subsequently, she engaged in both the practice of the Tao and the enthusiastic consumption of delectable dishes. Due to her elevated aptitude, the techniques posed no challenge for her. After merely a few moments of comprehension, she adeptly applied them. The once distended belly visibly flattened at an observable pace, and simultaneously, she felt a pang of hunger. Senior Brother 9, I crave roasted goose, cooked in an iron pot. Certainly, I shall prepare it at once. Little 9 did not find such a request burdensome. Coincidentally, he excelled in culinary arts while little Nuwa had a penchant for eating, which was a perfectly reasonable arrangement. Thus, he tirelessly prepared exquisite meals for her, continually augmenting her magical essence. However, little Nuwa had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, making it increasingly difficult for ordinary ingredients to bolster her strength further. Hence, Tian proposed, in the primordial world, there exist formidable beasts that have attained the great Luo golden immortal level. Why not capture some and prepare exquisite dishes from them? Very well. Upon hearing Tian's words, little 9 perceived nothing amiss. After all, in this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and many creatures consumed their own kind without hesitation. For Tian, feasting upon great Luo golden immortal beasts was akin to dining on mere poultry. Indeed, in their presence, those formidable beasts appeared as weak as fowl. Even when little Nuwa consumed such beasts, she felt no moral qualm in her mind. The prowess of Tian and little 9 was well understood. They surpassed the great Luo golden immortal realm by a considerable margin. With such overwhelming strength, consuming a few ferocious beasts was entirely natural. However, what transpired within this humble abode reverberated throughout the outside world, creating a tremendous uproar, particularly for the top-tier practitioners of the great Luo golden immortal realm in the primordial world. What? The beast Hong has vanished. How could this be? That creature is fearsome and has even dared to prey upon our dragon clan. Our ancestor dragon has yet to intervene. How could it simply disappear? Indeed, it was true. The beast Hong had genuinely vanished. Not a sound accompanied its disappearance. There was no sign of struggle, as it simply ceased to exist within the cosmos. This was the beast Hong, a top-tier existence among the great Luo golden immortal beasts. How could it vanish without a trace? Had it perhaps hidden away in seclusion? Certainly not, for it was not only the beast Hong that had disappeared. The beast Tao Tai, the beast Zhu Huai, and even the beast Jiu Ying had all vanished as well. So many formidable beasts disappearing simultaneously. This led many to suspect a conspiracy among the beasts. The absence of any traces left behind by the beasts led many to believe that they had orchestrated their own disappearance, rather than being compelled by external forces. After all, these beasts were immensely powerful. Any one of them could dominate a region. Such formidable beings could not have been collectively subdued by anyone. Yet, scarcely had these thoughts been voiced than another shocking event occurred in the primordial world. Many witnesses beheld a colossal hand emerging from the heavens. Before the onlookers, this immense hand seized the beast Xiongqi without resistance. The mighty beast Xiongqi, in the presence of this celestial hand, exhibited no capacity for defiance. Its great Luo golden immortal power seemed to dissipate entirely. Without a struggle, it was captured and vanished from existence. This spectacle, witnessed by countless eyes, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread among many. Although the beasts possessed high realms, the effortless capture of a great Luo golden immortal beast left many in a state of trepidation. This was especially true for the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Hongjun faction. These individuals considered themselves the pinnacle of the primordial world, standing atop the metaphorical pyramid. However, if even their counterparts among the primordial beasts could be subdued with such ease, could they, who were of the same tier, expect to fare any better? The sheer might of such an entity instilled fear in many. Notably, the ancestors of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, who were remnants of the chaos demon god, possessed a deeper understanding of the world. Thus, they were acutely aware that there existed realms beyond the great Luo golden immortal. Yet they could not fathom how the chaos demon god had perished during the heavenly opening cataclysm, while such terrifying figures still roamed the primordial world. Could it be that this individual was Pangu? Had Pangu not perished? With such thoughts, many felt a tremor of unease. The members of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans cautioned their kin. The current situation is unclear, and we have no idea who wields that celestial hand. The beasts are no weaker than us. If they can be easily captured, we must refrain from venturing outside. Thus, until the situation stabilized, none dared to venture forth. All were instructed to remain indoors and diligently enhance their strength. Understood. Following the issuance of such orders by the leaders of the three clans, a semblance of calm descended upon the primordial world. Previously, as the three clans grew stronger, conflict had been incessant, and bloodshed had never ceased. However, with the three clans now restrained, the frequency of hostilities markedly diminished. Nevertheless, while their bloodshed waned, some were decidedly dissatisfied. The imminent catastrophe loomed. Yet why should the three clans cease their conflicts at this critical juncture? Were they not obstructing the unfolding of the calamity and hindering my path to transcendence? This would not do. Such a scenario was intolerable, and they must be compelled to clash once more. Yet, that celestial hand required caution. It was wise to limit outings for the time being, lest I too fall victim to its grasp. The strife among the three clans was a calamity for them, but it was also orchestrated by unseen hands, and those behind the machinations were none other than the former chaos demon god. Luo Hu, though he was no longer the chaos demon god, he had attained the strength of a great Luo golden immortal and had clearly defined his path. He was the annihilator, the demon. He must incite chaos in the world, accumulate more karma, and lead more souls into darkness. Simultaneously, he sought to refine his supreme treasure, the four swords of extermination, using the blood of living beings, should his scheme succeed. Not only would his own power surge, but he would also possess an unparalleled treasure. At that point, he would not only be invincible, but would also surpass his fellow chaos demon gods, including Yang, Mei Dao Run, and Shi Chun Dao. Eventually, through enduring more calamities, he could transcend his former self as a chaos demon god and reach even greater heights. Surpassing the previous Pangu was not beyond the realm of possibility. With such thoughts, a triumphant smile spread across Luo Hu's face. It dawned on him that the primordial world was indeed the most opportune realm for him, and the present moment was the most fortuitous time. The demonic ancestor Luo Hu seemed to have glimpsed his true path to enlightenment. Consequently, he appeared utterly deranged, instilling a sense of nightmarish dread in those who beheld him. However, Luo had remained shrouded in secrecy, with very few truly aware of his existence. Only a handful, such as Hong Jun, were cognizant of Luo Hu's ambitions, in light of the emergence of the towering hand of heaven. These individuals had become markedly more subdued, wary of venturing out too freely. Unbeknownst to Xiaojiao, this was the case. For him, he had merely gathered a few ingredients, which he deemed inconsequential. Nevertheless, after consuming these ingredients, the effects on the young Nuwa were undeniably remarkable. Though she did not transcend her current realm, her aura had significantly deepened. Her foundation was remarkably solid. Not only had her magical power grown more profound, but her physical form had also strengthened. And even her primordial spirit had become more formidable. This, indeed, was one of the advantages of the devouring principle. Provided the resources were ample, one could continually enhance oneself without the risk of an unstable foundation. This suited young Nuwa perfectly. Unfortunately, the beings within the primordial world were exceedingly weak, lacking any that could rival her. Thus, she could no longer rely on devouring these primordial creatures to augment her strength. Instead, She could only consume spiritual fruits or treasures to enhance her capabilities. Fortunately, Tian possessed a plethora of spiritual herbs and fruits, and he could effortlessly cultivate chaotic spiritual herbs, thus ensuring he could adequately provide for young Nuwa. As her aura grew increasingly profound, Tian produced a chaotic spiritual herb. The mere appearance of this herb immediately captured Nuwa's attention. Having mastered the devouring principle, she felt an overwhelming urge to consume this spiritual herb. Tian was more than willing. After reserving a small portion of seeds, he directly offered the chaotic spiritual herb to young Nuwa. Without hesitation, she devoured it, her face radiating sheer delight. This was not merely a sensory pleasure, but a profound sensation of fulfillment. After mastering the devouring principle, young Nuwa experienced a unique connection with those beings imbued with potent spiritual energy. She felt an overwhelming satisfaction upon consuming such entities. Now, having ingested the chaotic spiritual herb, she experienced that very fulfillment that it was as though her entire being had been satiated, leaving her reclining comfortably in a chair. Simultaneously, her magical power surged rapidly. In no time, she transcended the realm of the Luo Hu and reached the level of quasi-saint. Yet, her progression did not cease there. Her magical power continued to expand. Not only did her magical prowess grow, but so did her physical strength and primordial spirit. Tian's cultivation techniques enabled her to enhance herself comprehensively while lying in repose. Should the three pure ones and Fushi become aware of this, their envy would surely ignite. However, young Nuwa found nothing peculiar about her experience. She merely felt an overwhelming desire to sleep after consuming the chaotic spiritual herb. After a brief moment of rest, she unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. Remarkably, even in her dreams, she continued to evolve. One cannot overlook the singular advantages of the devouring principle. A month swiftly passed, and after enduring a month of rigorous training, the three pure ones and Fushi emerged from the courtyard. They were now more robust, their physiques more imposing. Comparatively, their strength had grown significantly since a month prior. Each of them radiated an unprecedented confidence. Yet, upon witnessing the slumbering young Nuwa, they fell into a familiar despair. They realized they could no longer comprehend her realm. However, one thing was certain. Young Nuwa's strength had surpassed the level of the Luo Hu. This realization left the three pure ones and Fushi feeling increasingly disheartened as they recognized the widening chasm between themselves and their elder sister. Moreover, given young Nuwa's rate of advancement, this gap was only destined to expand. This realization exacerbated their distress, prompting them to cast pitiful glances towards Tian. Ultimately, it was Tian, emboldened by his audacity, who addressed Tian. "Master, we too wish to cultivate as swiftly as our elder sister. I feel our cultivation pace is far too sluggish. Master, could you grant us the same rapid progression as our sister?" Upon uttering these words, Tian and his companions felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation, fearing Tian's reprimand while yearning for his guidance to expedite their cultivation. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that their pace of advancement was indeed rapid. In merely a month, they had ascended a minor realm, a feat virtually unheard of in the primordial world. Except for extraordinary opportunities, few could achieve such swift enhancements. Thus, the three pure ones and Fushi recognized their desire as somewhat unreasonable. However, while they had progressed swiftly, the disparity between their advancement and young Nuwa's was staggering. Particularly as they approached higher realms, the difficulty of further enhancement would only intensify. They speculated that by the time they broke through to the Luo Hu, young Nuwa would likely have attained the status of a saint. This realization weighed heavily upon them, intensifying their urgency to elevate their own strengths. Upon hearing their pleas, Tian merely smiled to grow stronger. One must first comprehend one's own path. Only by understanding your own way can you truly become formidable and establish a solid foundation. Otherwise, even if your realms are artificially elevated through resources, they will merely be castles in the air, easily shattered by genuine adversaries. But what of our elder sister? Has she comprehended her own path? From the sight of your elder sister, you should discern that she has indeed discovered the path that suits her. Upon hearing these words, Tian and his companions fell silent. They felt their appeal had been in vain, leaving them somewhat despondent. However, Tian's next statement took an unexpected turn in truth, there are ways for you to attain enlightenment and swiftly enhance your strength. Ah, Master, do you have a method? Under normal circumstances, it would take you far longer to cultivate to the Luo Hu. Conservatively, over 1,000 years, your potential has been nearly fully tapped, and even under the most rigorous training conditions. You cannot expect to progress as rapidly as before. However, my method can indeed facilitate your swift enlightenment, allowing you to utilize resources for further enhancement. Please, Master, teach us. Upon hearing that Tian had a solution, Tian and his companions were immediately filled with excitement. They gazed imploringly at Tian, hoping he would hasten their journey of cultivation. Seeing their earnest expressions, Tian smiled. This process may require you to endure some hardships. Master, we fear no hardship. We only wish to grow stronger. Very well. Then let it be so. Upon hearing the affirmative responses from Tian and the others, Tian pointed to the small stone fragments of Wushouchen on their persons. And in that instant, a miniature world was birthed. Concurrently, the primordial spirits of the Sanqing and Fuxi entered their respective small realms. That a flower can indeed give rise to a world, provided one's cultivation reaches the requisite heights. Thus, Tian, with merely a small stone, has conjured an entire universe. The 4 small stones adorning their bodies have bestowed upon these 4 individuals 4 distinct worlds, all of which are of the martial arts genre. Within these miniature realms, spiritual energy is conspicuously absent. Their path to strength lies solely in cultivating internal energy or honing their physical forms. Should any character from these worlds venture into the primordial realm, a single blade of grass could obliterate them entirely. Yet paradoxically, their Tao remains extraordinarily profound. The world where Tian resides is a realm of swords. Here, everyone wields a blade, and the clarity of the sword heart, along with the divine path of swordsmanship, is commonplace. Many individuals have reached an incredibly advanced understanding of sword techniques. This remarkable state is wholly attributable to Tian, who infused a mere fragment of his own swordsmanship comprehension into the creation of this world. Do not underestimate this infinitesimal insight. It is sufficient to benefit Tian for a lifetime. Moreover, Tian's primordial spirit has been reborn within this realm, albeit devoid of memories or spiritual energy, beginning anew as an infant. The arrival of this infant did not stir any ripples in the world, and even Tian himself was unaware of his transformation into a child. He can only traverse the general growth path that Tian has delineated for him. In this world, the maximum lifespan does not exceed 500 years. If fortune smiles upon him, Tian may dwell in this small world for 5 centuries. However, should misfortune arise, he might find himself departing this realm in mere decades. On another front, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Fuxi are not much different. Though their worlds are not identical and contain only their respective Tao, they are undoubtedly realms of profound insight. To be why creating such worlds, Tian effectively undertakes the role of a mentor to the 3 of Sanqing and Fuxi. As for how they will evolve, that largely depends on their own courage and fortune. Yet, gazing upon these miniature worlds, Tian's mind is ignited by a bolder thought. Should he endeavor to forge a true grand world, perhaps he could amass even greater fortune. Of course, this notion flickered fleetingly in his mind, and he felt no urgent compulsion to act upon it. As the 3 of Sanqing and Fuxi entered their small worlds, the little Nuwa fell back into slumber, bringing an unexpected tranquility to Tian's surroundings. He reclined as leisurely as before. Though he occasionally checked on Pangu's progress, he observed that Pangu remained immersed in the comprehension of the Tao. With no signs of emerging into the world, it seemed he was delving deeper into the profound layers of the great Tao, not yet ready for his emergence. Thus, Tian refrained from interrupting Pangu's enlightenment, allowing him to grow in his own time. 20 years later, Nuwa awakened. The chaotic spiritual herb had precipitated a monumental transformation in her cultivation. Upon awakening, her power surged to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Such strength places her among the mightiest beings in the entire primordial realm. Even figures like Hongjun and Luo Hu pale in comparison. Upon realizing her newfound power, Nuwa's heart brimmed with astonishment. However, as soon as she awoke, the chair she reclined upon crumbled beneath her. Having reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint, Nuwa struggled to adjust to her own strength, finding it difficult to master her own body. A mere exertion caused her chair to buckle, and she tumbled to the ground, creating a deep indentation in the earth beneath her. That moment, she could not even control her own weight, a fact she had not anticipated, leading her to a state of distress. Not even her attempts to eat went smoothly, as she crushed the bowl in her hands. Had Tian not provided her with a bowl-shaped chaotic treasure, she might have faced starvation. The inability to manage her own strength proved to be a source of significant frustration for her. Tian, recognizing Nuwa's plight, decided to teach her a game called molding clay figures. He demonstrated by crafting a small figure resembling Nuwa, so lifelike that, should he imbue it with spirit, it might very well come to life. This creation opened the door to a new world for Nuwa. Immediately, she began to mold her own figure, envisioning a likeness of Tian. However, after much effort, the clay remained a shapeless mass. Unable to control her strength, the figure refused to take form. Fortunately, Nuwa was not one to lose interest easily. Upon grasping Tian's intention behind molding clay figures, she became particularly dedicated. Each day after meals, she would join Tian in this endeavor, and thus the years slipped by, spanning over a decade. After this time, Nuwa finally mastered her strength, successfully molding a figure resembling Tian. This achievement was nothing short of monumental for her. She eagerly presented her creation to Tian. "Teacher, look, I've made you." "Let me see," Tian responded, observing the figure she held. The sight left him somewhat speechless. While it certainly resembled a clay figure and was indeed quite handsome, it bore only a fraction of Tian's essence. There remained a considerable gap when compared to the true Tian. Thus he addressed Nuwa. "Well done. You have gained full control over your strength, and your sculpting has improved significantly. However, there is still room for refinement. Make it even more lifelike. All right, eventually I will mold not just you, but also my 9 senior brothers and my eldest brother, as well as the 3 junior brothers. I aspire to be the most formidable master of clay figures." Encouraged by Tian's praise, Nuwa became even more committed, pouring her heart into her craft. While Nuwa was engrossed in molding clay figures, Tian and the others had reached adulthood within their small world. They were now 34 years of age. They had become formidable masters in their own right. Although their strength could not compare to their counterparts in the primordial realm, their understanding of the Tao had deepened considerably. Despite the low levels of power in this world, the profundity of their Tao practices was remarkable. Tian, for instance, had attained a level of divine insight in his Tao practices that, in this realm, he faced few rivals. Yet his quest for the Tao remained relentless. His heart was set on a crystal-clear goal, to touch the great Tao and transcend the void. They aspired to break free from this miniature world through their own strength. As it stood, they had yet to regain their memories, remaining oblivious to what lay beyond this small realm. Nevertheless, they were aware of the legends surrounding the transcendence of the void, trailing the footsteps of their predecessors. It was this mindset that fueled their unwavering dedication to their training, ensuring that not a moment was wasted on trivial matters. Their singular focus on the Tao was paramount. Observing Tian and the others in such a state, Tian felt immense satisfaction. For those still relatively weak, a relentless pursuit of the Tao was their only path to strength. As for other distractions, they were mere stumbling blocks in their current journey. Excessive indulgence would only serve to distance them further from the great Tao. Indeed, such a quest for enlightenment bodes well for future accomplishments. Observing the performance of Tian and his companions, Tian felt a profound satisfaction and couldn't help but offer a rare compliment. However, once the praise was bestowed, he turned his attention away from them, redirecting his focus to nurturing the young Nuwa. Decades passed, and the young Nuwa had fully mastered her innate abilities. The clay figurine she crafted bore an impressive resemblance, particularly to Xiao Jiao and his companions, who adored the likeness. Gazing at the small clay figure, Xiao Jiao saw a reflection of himself, for before his transformation, he had merely been a chaotic stone dragon. Essentially, he and the clay figure were one and the same. Yet, despite the striking resemblance, Xiaojie did not endow the figurine with spirit. He merely carried it with him, allowing it to absorb his path's essence. Although this was not an intentional impartation of Taoist resonance, Xiaojie, as a Hunyuan saint, would inevitably ensure that, given time, the clay figure would evolve into an unparalleled treasure. Why Tian observed this with keen interest, but chose not to comment further. He was equally fond of the clay figurine created by the young Nuwa. Though her abilities were insufficient to capture Tian's likeness in full, the resemblance was commendable, achieving about 50% likeness. Consequently, Tian presented her with a second chaos spiritual herb. Now that you have mastered your powers, it is time to further enhance your strength. However, during this process, you must deeply comprehend the laws of devouring. You may soon face the challenge of achieving sanctity. Upon hearing Tian's words, the young Nuwa nodded obediently. She then consumed the chaos spiritual herb he offered, experiencing the familiar satisfaction once more. Satiated, she felt drowsy and sensed that she was on the verge of falling into slumber. Yet this time, she was reluctant to succumb to sleep. She resolutely summoned her energy, entering seclusion to comprehend the laws of devouring. Throughout this period of insight, she battled against drowsiness, finding it challenging to stay awake after such a fulfilling meal. Nevertheless, the desire to grasp the power of the devouring laws burned within her, particularly as she was aware that the Sanqing and Fuxi were diligently striving to enhance their own strengths. When they eventually emerged from their retreat, it was likely their powers would have surged. Should their abilities surpass hers, her position as the eldest sister would be at risk, and she could even find herself relegated to the status of a younger sister. Thus, she persisted in her struggle against sleep, determined to comprehend the power of devouring laws. This struggle continued for several decades until ultimately, the young Nuwa could no longer withstand the fatigue and succumbed to slumber. Tian was not taken aback by her deep sleep. As the strength of the young Nuwa and her companions grew, their breakthroughs would inevitably become increasingly arduous, resulting in prolonged periods of seclusion. Even Xiaojie, during his retreats, would lose track of countless epochs. Should Tian enter seclusion, he might awaken only to find the primordial realm had transitioned into the legendary era of the end of the Dharma. Thus, while such extended periods of retreat were commonplace, Tian did not lack for tasks to engage in. That he was engrossed in studying the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. This treasure not only contained an abundance of chaotic spiritual energy, suitable for both offense and defense, but also harbored the power of the world within. Even without external cultivation, it naturally formed a small world reminiscent of chaos, if someone were to exert considerable effort to establish a world within the chaos. Its size would be scarcely smaller than the current primordial realm. However, Tian had no immediate intentions of utilizing the Chaos Pearl to create a grand world. His current focus was to cultivate chaos spiritual herbs within the naturally formed world of the Chaos Pearl. The environment within closely resembled that of the primordial chaos before its fragmentation, and devoid of other life forms or adversaries to the chaos spiritual herbs. Cultivation proved to be remarkably simple. By manipulating the flow of time within the Chaos Pearl's world, Tian effortlessly amassed a substantial quantity of chaos spiritual herbs. Of course, this approach resulted in a rapid depletion of the chaotic spiritual energy within the pearl. Were it not for the automatic regeneration of chaotic spiritual energy, Tian would have been reluctant to squander it so freely. Meanwhile, while Tian quietly tended to his plants, the primordial world experienced notable changes. Since the young Nuwa had consumed the chaos spiritual herbs, no one dared to hunt the chaotic beasts anymore. The colossal hand that once loomed over the land had vanished for some time, leading many to believe they were safe. Consequently, they cautiously re-emerged. Among them, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were particularly active. Their formidable strength, coupled with their reproductive prowess and the presence of powerful experts within their ranks, allowed them to seize resources with reckless abandon. Their relentless acquisition of resources and treasures enabled these three clans to grow increasingly powerful, to the point where few would dare to provoke them. The existence of the colossal hand had quieted them for nearly a century, during which their leaders had mandated prolonged periods of seclusion. While their strength had indeed increased during this century, many felt stifled by the constraints of confinement. As the century passed, their eagerness to emerge grew palpable, and thus, the struggle for resources resumed. Initially, there had been little animosity among them, for the vastness of the primordial world and its boundless resources seemed inexhaustible. However, as the three clans continued to grow stronger, conflict became inevitable. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, casualties began to mount among the clans. Such losses drove many into a frenzy, igniting disputes among the three clans. What began as minor skirmishes resulted in the deaths of a few members from each clan. Yet, the three clans were traditionally united. When a younger generation clashed, the elders soon followed. Consequently, the conflicts escalated into fierce battles. With members of the three clans engaged in daily bloodshed, as time passed, these confrontations became increasingly perilous. Yet, Tian remained indifferent to the unfolding chaos. He understood that this was the Dragon Han catastrophe, where some were destined to face tribulation, while others would seize the opportunity to ascend to higher realms. As long as it did not disrupt his pursuits, Tian was content to observe the ebb and flow of events. Thus, he lingered atop the peak of Buzhou Mountain for several centuries, uninterrupted. After this span, those who had entered the small world with Tong Tian finally experienced new developments. In the small world, Tong Tian's voice rang out as he unleashed a tremendous sword strike. The powerful sword intent resonating throughout the entire realm that he transformed into a sword, embodying the very essence of the heavens and earth. His formidable sword intent reverberating across the cosmos and leaving his mark in every corner of existence. Then, before the gazes of his companions, he shattered the void and emerged from the small world. In the next instant, Tong Tian returned to the primordial realm, re-entering his former body. Upon his return, he comprehended the entirety of causality, gaining profound insights into his own path. Almost immediately, a colossal sword apparition manifested atop Buzhou Mountain, immense and towering, piercing the heavens and reaching the 33 heavens above. No matter where one stood in the primordial realm, the presence of this monumental sword was unmistakable, a testament to Tong Tian's sword path. Witnessing this celestial sword shadow, countless individuals gasped in awe. Heavens! What is that? Such potent sword intent. They noted its direction, clearly pointing toward Buzhou Mountain. Could it be that a supreme treasure lies hidden within Buzhou Mountain? Rumors circulated that the mountain harbored many reclusive masters, and perhaps this sword intent was emanating from one of them. No, I believe it is more likely that a treasure has emerged. Such high-profile displays would not be typical of reclusive masters. Regardless of whether it was a treasure or not, they felt utterly powerless to seize it. Such treasures were beyond their reach. Upon contemplating the might of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, many individuals succumbed to a profound sense of despondency and closed their eyes. Their strength was lamentably feeble, rendering them utterly incapable of contending against the formidable trio of clans. The colossal phantom of the sword atop Buzhou Mountain flickered briefly, only to be swiftly obscured by Tian. Nonetheless, this ethereal sword shadow did capture the attention of the three clans. Did you all witness that magnificent sword shadow? Such an imposing silhouette. Who could have missed it? Do you think it signifies the emergence of a treasured sword, radiating an aura of sword intent? That seems improbable, does it not? It feels more akin to the presence of a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Regardless of its nature, anything that graced the presence of the Dragon Clan rightfully belonged to them, and they felt compelled to investigate. Many within the Dragon Clan wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Deep within their bones lay an unprecedented arrogance. Coupled with the Dragon Clan's formidable prowess, they acted with a remarkable degree of impunity. This sentiment was not exclusive to the Dragon Clan. The Phoenix and Qilin clans exhibited similar attitudes. Although they were acutely aware that the entity responsible for the sword shadow could very well be a powerful adversary, they nonetheless rushed toward the source. Even a formidable master must yield to the Dragon Clan that if it were indeed a powerful artifact, it ought to belong to them even more so. With such thoughts in mind, A multitude hastened toward Buzhou Mountain, were it not for the formidable restrictions atop the mountain, far exceeding those in other locales, making even flight a challenge. They would have already reached the summit. However, even without immediate arrival at Buzhou Mountain's peak, they were en route. Tian, for his part, did not probe the external circumstances. Upon Tian comprehending his own Tao and shattering the void from the small world, Tian promptly veiled the secrets of heaven and the extraordinary phenomena. Tian's current strength was insufficient. Tian preferred to keep a low profile for him. Not only Tian, but even Yuan Shi, Laozi, and Fu Shi were swiftly restrained by Tian from manifesting the extraordinary occurrences that arose upon their emergence from the small world. Their talents were comparable to that of Tian. Although they emerged slightly later, their arrival was not significantly delayed. Shortly after Tian's emergence, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Fu Shi followed suit. Each of them, upon their arrival, comprehended their own Tao, achieving a level of mastery. Despite their realms remaining unchanged, their combat prowess far surpassed their previous capabilities. With adequate resources, they could break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm on the spot. Upon their emergence, each bore a joyful expression, filled with hope for their destined path. This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for them, validating their years of arduous effort. However, before they could request Tian's bestowal of heavenly spiritual roots to aid their ascension, an unusual commotion stirred outside Tian's humble abode. After a period of arduous trekking, the members of the three clans had arrived at the threshold of Tian's dwelling. They sensed the restrictions surrounding the abode, but could not ascertain a method to breach them. Nevertheless, they surrounded the dwelling without hesitation, clearly intent on forcibly dismantling the barriers to ascertain whether any coveted treasures lay within. If indeed a master of swordsmanship resided here, they could easily subjugate him. Thus, upon their arrival, the three clans, while wary of one another, refrained from immediate hostility and instead engaged in discourse. It is apparent that the restrictions here are exceedingly formidable. None among us can breach them alone. Therefore, why not temporarily form an alliance to dismantle the barriers and then share the spoils? Upon uttering such sentiments, many within the three clans exchanged knowing glances, finding the proposal quite reasonable. However, the moment they made their presence known, Tian had already detected their arrival. Thus, Tian addressed the three Pure Ones and Fu Shi, saying, "It seems we have a band of uninvited guests outside. Kindly ask them to depart." "Yes, master." The three Pure Ones and Fu Shi were exhilarated upon hearing Tian's command. They had spent centuries honing their skills within the small world, and after such a long period, they were eager to ascertain the extent of their growth. With adversaries presenting themselves, they were naturally inclined to test their newfound strength. In the next instant, they unhesitatingly appeared before the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. Their sudden presence swiftly captured the attention of the three clans, who regarded the three Pure Ones and Fu Shi with heightened vigilance. "Who are you? Haha, how amusing. You arrive at our sect's domain and still inquire about our identities. Sect, 3 golden immortals and 1 golden immortal, and you dare speak of sect? You are little more than slightly stronger loose cultivators. If you possess any sense, open the barriers and allow us to see what treasures lie within. Otherwise, we shall raise your sect." Impudent, upon hearing the threat to raise their sect, the three Pure Ones and Fu Shi were instantly consumed by rage. In their hearts, this humble abode represented their home, and Tian, along with Xiao Jiu and others, were their family. Moreover, Tian was a figure they held in profound reverence. Such a being would not tolerate any form of disrespect. Consequently, upon the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans uttering such words, the three Pure Ones and Fu Shi wasted no time in retaliating. Despite facing an overwhelming number of adversaries, including several great Luo Golden Immortals, the three Pure Ones acted without hesitation in an instant, for distinct Tao energies surged throughout Buzhou Mountain. Whether it be sword intent, or the principles of yin-yang, or the profound Tao of Fu Shi and Yuan Shi, a palpable sense of terror enveloped the air. They felt the atmosphere shift dramatically following Tian's initial strike. What had begun as a confrontation with 3 golden immortals and 1 lesser golden immortal now felt as though they were facing four exceptionally powerful great Luo golden immortals. This realization instilled regret in many. With fear etched upon numerous faces, they began to suspect they had indeed ventured into the wrong arena. Yet, despite their implicit acknowledgement of this misstep, the pride of the three clans left them with no inclination towards remorse. After all, they had the formidable backing of their respective clans, led by the most esteemed leaders of the primordial world. They believed that even if they could not best these individuals, the latter would still remain no match for the collective strength of the three clans. Contemplating this, many found their composure restored. Even as Tian and his companions prepared to unleash their assault, some dared to question, "Do you truly dare to kill us?" In response to the inquiry from the three clans, Tian and his allies offered no reply. However, their attacks descended with unwavering resolve. Having remained hidden for an extended period, they harbored no reverence for the three clans. Furthermore, their own strength was formidable. As the inquiries echoed, Tian and his allies unleashed their strikes. Their overwhelming might enveloped the entire realm. Whether it was Tian or Yuan Shi, their strength could stand alone against the tide. As the four of them unleashed their prowess, they could sweep away all opposition. Although Fu Shi's cultivation fell slightly short, even his attacks were beyond the capacity of the Tai Golden Immortals to withstand. As for those newly ascended into the great Luo Golden Immortal ranks among the three clans, they were utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught from Tian and his companions. Their attacks pierced through the heavens and the earth, rendering the prospect of resistance utterly futile. Even the most exalted of beings found themselves utterly obliterated beneath the onslaught of Tian's assault. Following that singular strike, the representatives of the three clans who had ventured here suffered grievous losses, with casualties mounting alarmingly. Those who survived were gripped by sheer terror. How could this be possible? Were they not merely a congregation of Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals? Why was the force of the attack so overwhelmingly potent? No, they were far too formidable. I cannot remain here. I do not wish to perish. Ancestor, save me. Ancestor, please save me. The members of the three clans sensed the dire threat emanating from Sanqing and Fu Shi, and thus they released anguished cries. In their fear, they shouted desperately, calling for reinforcements. Unbeknownst to their adversaries, they had already dispatched messages to their stronghold. Indeed, within the span of merely 2 breaths, 3 voices of immense authority resounded. "Who dares to harm my kin?" Almost immediately, 3 formidable figures materialized upon Mount Buzhou. The presence of these 3 was overwhelming, each exuding their own unique aura as they advanced to suppress Tian and his companions. Among them, one showcased the prowess of a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, a force to be reckoned with. They stood on the cusp of the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal status, their might undeniably among the greatest in the primordial world. The instant their oppressive aura manifested, an ethereal projection appeared behind each of them. To the forefront was a colossal dragon, the ancestral dragon of the Dragon Clan, also known as the Chaos Demon God Ancestral Dragon. Much like Hongjun, he had been reborn in the primordial world. Accompanying him were the Yuan Feng and the Qilan Ancestor. These 3, arriving at the earliest opportunity, were indeed formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have crumpled under the immense pressure of the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal. However, Tian and his companions had endured the oppressive might of Tai Golden Immortals countless times, even withstanding the gravitational forces within their secluded courtyard. Thus, when the ancestral dragon and his allies struck at Tian and the others, they retaliated without hesitation. Tian's colossal sword became even more solidified, and without a moment's pause, he launched an attack against the ancestral dragon. This decisiveness took even the ancestral dragon by surprise. Who would have imagined that a mere Tai Golden Immortal not only possessed astonishing strength, but also the audacity that far surpassed that of others? Facing a Tai Golden Immortal of my caliber, you still have the courage to strike. Impressive indeed. Let us cease hostilities. I shall not pursue the matter of you injuring my dragon clan. Furthermore, I shall offer you our princess in marriage, along with all the resources and treasures you require for your cultivation. I shall not make excessive demands. All I ask is for you to join our dragon clan. The strength of the three clans stems not only from their formidable reproductive capabilities, but also from the many powerful allies their leaders have gathered. They have seized vast amounts of resources and treasures, and with ample cultivation resources at their disposal, their power naturally flourished. The ancestral dragon believed that his proposal would be met with acceptance from Tian. For who would refuse resources and treasures for cultivation? However, upon hearing such words, Tian merely coldly uttered two words: "Dream on." Subsequently, his sword intent descended upon the ancestral dragon. The moment the sword intent landed, the ancestral dragon's expression drastically altered. Until that point, he had yet to fully grasp the terrifying nature of Tian's strength. However, with the sword intent bearing down upon him, he instantly recognized the lethal threat it posed. If he did not react, he would surely perish in the next moment. This was still due to Tian's insufficient cultivation. Had his vigilance been heightened, his power would have been even more terrifying. Panic seized the ancestral dragon. How could this be? How could you have comprehended the Tao of the sword at this moment? You are merely at the Tai golden immortal level. As he questioned, he frantically dodged. Fortunately, his former self was no ordinary being. As a chaos demon god, he possessed numerous extraordinary means that in the next instant, he swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Tian's strike. Yet, even though he had escaped, it did not mean he was unscathed. At that moment, a portion of his left hand had been severed, dragon blood oozing forth. Instinctively, the ancestral dragon concealed his left hand behind him, ensuring that others did not see his injury, that he grew increasingly composed. To have mastered the Tao of the sword at such a young age is something I have never witnessed before. Clearly, you are not an ordinary individual. Let us consider today as events settled. We are even now, the ancestral dragon concluded, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated with his clan. This was not to suggest he did not wish to slay Tian, as one of the chaos demon gods. He had never before faced such provocation. However, despite being a Tai golden immortal, he had yet to truly comprehend his own Tao. Although he was a reborn chaos demon god, he was not the same as before. Presently, he was unsure if he could defeat Tian. Unless he was willing to go to great lengths and employ his ultimate treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl, he might have a chance of victory. Yet, the current location was clearly not their home turf. Behind Tian and the others lay formidable restrictions, and there might be even more powerful entities lurking that if he were to engage in combat with Tian here, it was highly likely that even stronger beings would emerge. Although they might not exceed him in cultivation, if they possessed the ability to fight beyond their level, it would pose a significant threat to him. After analyzing these circumstances, the ancestral dragon wasted no time and swiftly retreated with his kin. This decision was not solely his. Yuan Feng and the Chilean ancestor followed suit. They were all seasoned beings. Well aware of the importance of avoiding perilous situations, preserving their lives held paramount importance for them. The ancestral dragon's retreat was so decisive that it astonished Tian, watching the ancestral dragon depart. He found himself momentarily at a loss. Why did he flee after just one exchange? Was he not a master? This master seems rather unimpressive. Tian recognized that the ancestral dragon certainly had many more tricks up his sleeve. Yet, the fact that he fled after a single strike led Tian to view the ancestral dragon and his companions with disdain. Simultaneously, he gained sufficient confidence in his own strength. They understood that their centuries of training had not been in vain. After years of experience, they had grown significantly stronger. However, despite the ancestral dragon's retreat, they did not pursue. The accumulated wisdom gained from centuries of training taught them the principle of not chasing a cornered foe. Thus, after the ancestral dragon and his companions fled, Tian and his group returned to their secluded courtyard. Meanwhile, after escaping from Mount Buzhou, the ancestral dragon glanced back at Tian and his allies, upon seeing that they did not pursue. He let out a sigh. Indeed, those who have cultivated to such lofty heights are far from foolish. They did not follow. Had Tian and his group pursued him beyond Mount Buzhou, the ancestral dragon would have had no hesitation in wielding his ultimate treasure, the ancestral dragon pearl. Even if he could not slay them, he could certainly inflict severe injuries. However, since Tian did not pursue, he was deprived of the opportunity to strike. Thus, casting one last glance at Mount Buzhou. He murmured to himself, "What terrifying existence lurks within Mount Buzhou? Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of dread? I sense that if I linger here any longer, my demise is all but assured." The ancestral dragon's decisive retreat was not solely due to Tong Tian's formidable strength, but also because he sensed an immense threat emanating from within Mount Buzhou. Therefore, he dared not linger for long. The source of his apprehension was none other than Xiao Jiao, who was watching him intently. In his previous life, as a chaos demon god, his perception was remarkably acute. Thus, he could sense a faint breath from Xiao Jiao. However, he was utterly oblivious to Yi Tian's presence. Otherwise, he would have lacked even the courage to step onto the unyielding mountain. Meanwhile, after Zhu Long departed, Tong Tian and the others returned to the small courtyard. At that moment, each of them wore an expression of exhilaration. Although they had struck only a few times during the battle, they felt they had performed exceptionally well. Not only had they showcased their own strength, but they had also managed to suppress their adversaries. Consequently, they eagerly inquired of Yi Tian, "Master, how did we perform? Was it not splendid?" As they uttered these words, Tong Tian and the others gazed at Yi Tian with eager anticipation, clearly hoping for his praise. However, Yi Tian refrained from offering any words of commendation and instead addressed Xiao Jiao, saying, "Xiao Jiao, please evaluate their performance." "Well, it was passable, I suppose. However, there was too much unnecessary chatter, and their strikes lacked decisiveness. When those last three appeared, they should have exerted their utmost effort, leaving no room for error. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, let alone the fact that they were not merely a group of rabbits." As Xiao Jiao spoke these words, he bore immense pressure while Yi Tian observed him, and Xiao Jiao dared not voice too many insincere remarks. In Xiao Jiao's eyes, Tong Tian and the others' tactics were still rather immature. Nevertheless, Xiao Jiao understood their limitations, given their lower realms, and thus offered some encouraging words. Upon hearing Xiao Jiao's remarks, Tong Tian and the others could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. They believed they had become quite formidable, yet Xiao Jiao's words clearly indicated that they still had much room for improvement. "Junior brother Jiao, are we truly this weak? Would you care to test yourselves against me to see the disparity at the same realm?" "Certainly. Please, junior brother Jiao, teach me." Upon hearing he could spar with Xiao Jiao, Tong Tian was instantly invigorated. Without hesitation, he resolved to give it his all. Tong Tian understood that Xiao Jiao's strength was formidable. If he did not exert himself fully, victory would be beyond his reach, that a moment's negligence could result in a significant loss of face. Only by going all out could he hope to have even a slight chance of winning. His earnest effort elicited a chuckle from Xiao Jiao. "You rascal, you are putting forth your utmost effort against me. Very well, then unleash your full power." Once Xiao Jiao finished speaking, Tong Tian concentrated all his sword intent. Despite the formidable restrictions imposed by Yi Tian, the sword energy he condensed reached an impressive length of 10 meters. This intensity was something Tong Tian had never achieved before, primarily due to his current realm not being fully realized. Once his realm ascended, the sword energy he could gather would likely be even longer. Tong Tian was quite pleased with his current sword energy, convinced that this strike, even if it did not severely wound Xiao Jiao, would certainly inflict some damage. With this confidence, he confidently swung his sword at Xiao Jiao at 8T that moment. Xiao Jiao had suppressed his own realm to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Observing Tong Tian's strike, Xiao Jiao remained unfazed. He took a deep breath, and a tremendous roar erupted from him. Roar. This roar was not an intricate technique, but a pure dragon's roar. Yet, upon its release, Tong Tian found himself unable to maintain his grip on the sword. He felt as though his primordial spirit was being driven from his body. The overwhelming force was something Tong Tian had never encountered before. He was even more astonished to realize that this power was aimed specifically at his primordial spirit. Just one roar nearly sent Tong Tian's spirit astray. Had Xiao Jiao's power been even slightly greater, Tong Tian's spirit would surely have been expelled from his body. Although that dragon's roar failed to displace Tong Tian's spirit, it rendered his grip on the sword unstable, causing the sword energy to dissipate entirely. Xiao Jiao reappeared at Tong Tian's side, his hand resting upon Tong Tian's shoulder, with a mere exertion of force. Tong Tian would have met his demise. The cultivators of the primordial world were no match for the chaos demon gods at this moment. While Tong Tian was indeed impressive, he still fell vastly short compared to a true chaos demon god. In the same realm, Xiao Jiao could defeat Tong Tian with a single move. Not only Tong Tian, but even Yuan Shi and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated such an outcome. Upon realizing his defeat, Tong Tian murmured to himself, "So, I am still this weak." Xiao Jiao's strike shattered all of Tong Tian's pride, making him understand the concept of there are always greater talents and skies beyond. In the wake of his defeat, Tong Tian fell completely silent. He recognized his many shortcomings that he was still not strong enough. Otherwise, Xiao Jiao, at the same realm, would not have been able to defeat him with just one blow. This revelation ignited in Tong Tian a higher aspiration for strength. In the next moment, Tong Tian knelt before Yi Tian. Trembling as he spoke, "I wish to grow stronger. Please, Master, teach me." Tong Tian's actions immediately inspired Yuan Shi and the others. They were not foolish. They understood that they were still not strong enough. The only way for them to grow stronger was to have Yi Tian guide them. That why Yi Tian was not surprised by this. He also understood that the gap between them and the true chaos demon gods could not be bridged in a short time. For this reason, Yi Tian addressed them, saying, "As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will certainly reach the heights that Xiao Jiao currently occupies. However, attaining such heights cannot be accomplished overnight. For now, focus on elevating your realms. Later on, I will naturally assist you in returning to your roots and enhancing your innate talents." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Tong Tian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anyone else had promised to help them, they would have been skeptical. But when Yi Tian spoke, it was different. Others lacked the ability to guide them back to their roots. Yet Yi Tian possessed that capability. Thus, they believed in their future strength. Simultaneously, they came to a realization. Yi Tian recognized their potential. Otherwise, he would not have offered to assist them in returning to their roots. They knew that, in time, they might even surpass Nuwa, making her their little junior sister. Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced in Yi Tian's presence. Once they settled down, Yi Tian bestowed upon them 4 spiritual fruits. Although these fruits were not among the top 10 innate spiritual fruits, their spiritual energy was undoubtedly comparable to the legendary innate spiritual fruit. Huangzhongli Point, one of the top 10 innate roots. Huangzhongli would bloom when its time came. 1 essence yields 1 outcome. 1 essence matures into fruition, and only a matured essence can be consumed. To partake of a single fruit may lead one to attain the pinnacle of the Tao, becoming a Luo Hu. These 4 divine fruits do not require an extensive period for growth, having been hastened by the efforts of Xiao Jiao. Nonetheless, their spiritual potency is not in the slightest inferior to that of Huangzhongli. Upon consuming these 4 fruits, the realms of the 3 pure ones and Fu Shi underwent a monumental transformation. Previously merely Tai Yi Jin Xian, the 3 pure ones instantaneously shattered multiple realms, ascending to the mid-stage of the Luo Jin Xian. Fu Shi, too, demonstrated remarkable prowess, breaking through from Jin Xian to the initial stage of the Luo Jin Xian. Although his strength was slightly less than that of the 3 pure ones, his comprehension of the Tao was equally profound. After all, like the 3 pure ones, Fu Shi had honed his skills in the small world for several centuries. This extensive period allowed him to gain profound insights into his own great Tao. Had he been at the same realm as the 3 pure ones, his strength would not necessarily have been inferior to theirs. However, with such significant advancements in their realms, their individual strengths felt somewhat tenuous. They still required further tempering to solidify their newfound standings. Consequently, they re-entered their original training grounds, with the familiar landscapes of firewood forests. Flower gardens, ponds, and wild vegetable patches awaited them. Yet upon their return, they discerned some changes in their surroundings. For instance, their trial opponents had now ascended to the quasi-saint realm, faced with adversaries of a significantly higher caliber. Tong Tian and the others were left in despair. "I knew the master would not let us off so easily. Trials must continue. We are to be mercilessly tested," they lamented. "When will I finally transcend this trial ground?" What level of mastery is required to satisfy the master's expectations? As for Yi Tian's expectations, Tong Tian and his companions were oblivious, yet they sensed that it was certainly beyond the realms of the Luo, Jin Xian, or quasi-saint. This indicated that they had a long journey ahead to meet Yi Tian's standards. Nevertheless, they did not feel rushed. Even after their ascension to the Luo Jin Xian, they remained diligently engaged in their tasks and trials. They understood the paramount importance of a solid foundation. Without a firm base, they could not hope to elevate themselves to such a high realm as the Luo Jin Xian. Thus, they adopted a more pragmatic approach. Yi Tian was greatly pleased with their conduct. The elevation of Tong Tian and the others to the realm of the Luo Jin Xian also contributed to a notable increase in Yi Tian's fortune, signifying that he was closer to a breakthrough himself. Yet Yi Tian, too, was not in haste. He proceeded steadily, step by step. Although he appeared inactive, his seclusion was not dissimilar to that of Tong Tian and his companions, for he was also pursuing his own strength breakthrough. The four of them remained in their training ground for a span of 50 years. After this duration, the young Nuwa awakened once more. At this juncture, her realm had ascended again, now reaching the late quasi-saint stage. Moreover, she could now wield her devouring Tao, which, when unleashed, was more fearsome than the legendary beast Taotai of the primordial world. Should she desire, she could consume all things to enhance her own power. However, Nuwa was not one to indiscriminately devour. She preferred to consume what Yi Tian provided her. Yet, after awakening, she could not help but reminisce about the delectable dishes crafted by Xiao Jiao. Senior Brother Jiao, I thought of you while I slept. Hurry, prepare me something delicious. I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. Ha! Very well, wait a moment. I shall prepare it for you right away. Xiao Jiao possessed a delightful disposition, treating Tong Tian and the others with great kindness. His affection for Nuwa was particularly profound, for he cherished her deeply. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced to her culinary cravings. However, this time, Nuwa's request was somewhat unique. Senior Brother Jiao, I crave meat. The master spoke of the exquisite flavors of dragon meat from the heavens and donkey meat from the earth. May I partake of dragon meat? Dragon meat, you say? That could be arranged. Though Xiao Jiao was a chaotic stone dragon, he bore no reservations about Nuwa consuming dragon flesh. In fact, he contemplated personally capturing a dragon for her. Naturally, Xiao Jiao would not refuse Nuwa's request. Yet, just as he was about to set out to procure a dragon for her, Yi Tian intervened, expressing his desire for the three pure ones to undertake the task. Instead, he addressed them, stating, the individuals you battled previously were the leaders of the three clans. Your mission this time is not merely to capture some members of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, but to engage in a thorough confrontation with their leaders. This battle will serve as a trial for you. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were elated. They had not ventured outside for an extended period, having spent many years within the confines of the small world and their respective training grounds. Now presented with an opportunity to venture forth, they were naturally thrilled. Although this outing bore a mission, it was far better than remaining confined. Embracing this notion, they patted their chests, vowing to accomplish the task. Upon exiting the small courtyard, they could hardly contain their excitement. Shall we take a moment to explore and seek treasures? Treasure hunting. I have heard that the three clans possess numerous powerful treasures. Should we not consider raiding them? If we were robbed the three clans, would we still be able to fulfill our mission and return with the remains of their dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin? We must remember that our elder sister is quite the glutton, and she may crave meat within a few days. If we do not return promptly, the master might punish us. As these words were spoken, the three pure ones and Fu Shi immediately regained their composure. They understood that they could not act impulsively should they provoke a significant incident and the three clans activate their defensive formations. Summoning their kin, completing their mission would prove exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, they abandoned the notion of treasure hunting and instead set out to locate members of the three clans. Discovering these individuals proved rather simple. The entire primordial world was largely dominated by the three clans. Their formidable strength, vast numbers, and penchant for seizing territories left others unable to contend with them. Even beings of such caliber as Hongjun would prefer to avoid conflict with the denizens of the three clans. Thus, throughout the primordial realm, it was predominantly members of the three clans who roamed. Conflicts and wars frequently erupted among them. Following the traces of battle, Tian and his companions swiftly identified the presence of the three clans. At this moment, the three clans were engaged in a fierce battle. Their strongest fighters had all joined the fray, resulting in a battleground where mountains shifted and rivers flowed backward. Upon discerning the realms of the three clans members, Tian and his companions were exceedingly satisfied. 3 at the initial stage of the Luo Xian and 30 at the Tai Xian stage. Such numbers should surely please our elder sister. After all, their flesh would no longer provide any assistance to her cultivation. Her desire to consume them stemmed primarily from her cravings. This is fortunate. It bodes well for us, as we would struggle to take down an opponent of excessive strength. Since Nuwa had awakened, her power had reached the late quasi-saint stage, such a realm. Further enhancement of her strength would necessitate the consumption of beings at the late quasi-saint stage or peak quasi-saint stage. Otherwise, any flesh consumed would merely provide a modicum of spiritual energy. Not to mention, it remained uncertain whether such beings existed within the primordial world. Merely considering the prowess of Tian and his companions, they could never stand as formidable adversaries. As one progresses further into the realms of cultivation, the disparities become increasingly pronounced. Perhaps in earlier stages, Tian and his peers could contend with foes a level above them. However, upon reaching the realm of Great Luo Xian, their offensive capabilities no longer possess the same intensity as before. For them, capturing a few members of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shielan clans would suffice, as for their cultivation levels. They could not demand more than that. With this in mind, they addressed the combatants from the three clans, declaring, "Please, pause for a moment." Tong Tian's voice resonated powerfully, his mid-stage Great Luo Xian cultivation allowing him to effortlessly command the attention of all present. Consequently, upon hearing his call, the warriors from the three clans turned their gazes toward Tong Tian and his companions. Although they were unfamiliar with Tong Tian, their leader could sense the formidable power he wielded. Making them speak with utmost caution, "We are uncertain why the esteemed elder has called for a halt, but if there is any way we can assist, please do not hesitate to express it." The warriors from the three clans harbored a certain reverence for strong beings. Although their clan leader was indeed mightier, he was conspicuously absent, and they were reluctant to provoke a formidable enemy. After all, they had previously encountered an undesired existence atop Buzhou Mountain. This respectful demeanor was unexpected for Tong Tian. However, upon their utterance, Tong Tian could not help but smile. "That I halted you because I wish to discuss a matter. Esteemed elder, please speak. Truth be told, it is not a grave matter. Our senior sister has developed a bit of craving. Therefore, we kindly request to take your corpses back with us to prepare a delectable feast for her." Tong Tian's words took the three clans by surprise, igniting their fury. The three clans wield immense power, their leaders exceptionally strong, and they were accustomed to a domineering approach. In the past, every entity they encountered had to show them deference. Even those who surpassed them in strength treated them with civility. Yet now, Tong Tian audaciously demanded their corpses, even expressing a desire to consume their flesh. The three clans. This was an egregious humiliation. Having nearly the power to sweep across the entirety of the Honghuang world, every being they encountered typically bowed before them. When did they become mere prey, reduced to others' meals? Such words were absolutely intolerable to them. Thus, one among them bellowed at Tong Tian, "You seek death? Our dragon clan shall not suffer your indignities. Those who dared to insult our Phoenix clan have already been reduced to ashes. Our Shielan clan's willingness to yield does not permit you to trample upon our dignity." After uttering such words, the warriors of the three clans set aside their internal conflicts and united against Tong Tian and his companions. Although their rivalry had escalated to a point of no return, this did not hinder their collective assault. They had not even discussed it. They simply agreed to temporarily suspend their feuds. The warriors sensed the overwhelming strength of Tong Tian and his allies. Nevertheless, they charged forward, for the dignity of their clans could not be compromised. Regardless of Tong Tian's might, they were resolved to battle him to the bitter end. However, prior to engaging, they discreetly sought assistance. After all, a mid-stage Great Luo Xian was not an opponent they could confront alone. Their plan was undeniably optimistic, yet reality proved starkly different. They believed that while they might not best Tong Tian, they could certainly stall him. Yet upon Tong Tian's true display of power, they realized the vast chasm between expectation and reality. With a mere flick of his sword, he obliterated their spirits. The ferocious sword energy had yet to fully unveil its might when their adversaries crumbled beneath its force. Such sword energy could evoke envy even in the likes of Yuan Shi. My junior's sword energy is astonishing. His nonchalant demeanor makes him appear as an unparalleled sword immortal. I almost wish to be an immortal swordsman myself. Haha, senior brother, spare me your jesting. You know my strength well. You are no weaker than I. If we were to assess the strongest among us, it would undoubtedly be our eldest brother. However, his great restraint renders it difficult for us to recognize it. I am nonchalant and uninterested in such disputes, so I have not particularly shown among the three clears. Yet, should anyone underestimate me, they will surely suffer a grievous loss. Hearing their banter, Laozi merely smiled, choosing to say little further. Nevertheless, the four of them engaged in a peculiar act. They collected the corpses of the three clans' warriors but did not leave. Instead, they remained there, awaiting the arrival of the three clans. Should others learn of this, they would undoubtedly find it astonishing. Who would dare to wait for the clans whose members they had slain? Yet, Tong Tian and his companions did precisely that. Had they not known that the three clans would soon arrive, they might have even set out chairs to lounge while waiting. Sure enough, after a dozen breaths, the warriors of the three clans appeared, and not just any warriors, but their clan leaders. Although there were already mid-stage great Luo Jinxian among the three clans. Their leader remained the most powerful, and he had made further advancements, reaching the pinnacle of great Luo Jinxian. Given a little more time to consolidate his power, he would inevitably attain the quasi-saint realm, at which point few would be able to contend with him. Upon their arrival, they immediately recognized Tong Tian and his companions. You again. Upon seeing them, Zhu Long could not help but frown that he was entirely unclear about Tong Tian's origins and did not comprehend why they repeatedly targeted the three clans. However, one thing was certain to Zhu Long. Tong Tian and his companions were immensely powerful and exhibited an astonishing rate of growth. When they had first encountered Tong Tian and his allies, they had merely been mid-stage Tai Jinxian, while Fushi was at the Golden Immortal stage. Yet now, Tong Tian had ascended to mid-stage Great Luo Jinxian, and even Fushi had reached the early stage of Great Luo Jinxian. This transformation had occurred within merely a few decades. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation was truly unfathomable. Had Zhu Long and the others not previously encountered Tong Tian, they would hardly believe such rapid cultivation was possible. Nevertheless, despite their internal astonishment, Zhu Long and the others maintained their composure. So, it is you. What is this? Having improved your strength, you now dare to venture beyond Buzhou Mountain. Do you think our power is insufficient, hence we refrain from leaving Buzhou Mountain? Is that not the case? Keep in mind that you were once merely a group of Tai Jinxian that we, the Dragon Clan, could easily find a multitude of such beings. But now, things are different. You have become Great Luo Jinxian. You've matured, and thus, you dare to leave Buzhou Mountain. However, this may work to my advantage, as it allows me to deal with you without hesitation. Zhu Long's words were clearly intended to provoke Tong Tian and his companions. The moment they displayed anger, they would inevitably expose weaknesses that, if Zhu Long and his allies could seize upon these vulnerabilities, it would be all the easier to subdue Tong Tian and his companions. Yet Tong Tian and his allies had honed their skills in the small world for centuries. Although they had never traversed the vast wilderness, they were far from being mere fledgling cultivators. Words from the Ancestor Dragon held no power to incite anger in Tong Tian and his companions, who had gathered here precisely for the purpose of confronting the Ancestor Dragon. Indeed, there was no need for hesitation. After a prolonged wait, they had finally arrived. Since you are here, let us engage in battle, Tong Tian declared, his aura erupting with full force, a formidable sword intent enveloping a radius of 1,000,000 miles, completely encasing the Ancestor Dragon. Laozi and Yuan Shi were similarly poised. Laozi faced Yuan Feng, whose mastery over the Yin Yang Dao ensnared Yuan Feng within its confines. Meanwhile, Yuanshi demonstrated even greater prowess, merely invoking the character for Tao, which ensnared the Qilin ancestor in its grasp. It appeared as though a single character encapsulated myriad paths, rendering the Qilin ancestor utterly unable to escape. Such an application of Tao was simply beyond comprehension. Although Fuxi did not engage in battle with the three ancestral beings, he single-handedly held back the other members of the three tribes. His deployment of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams left everyone ensnared in his Tao, despite the fact that Tian and his companions possessed superior realms compared to the ancestor dragon and his allies. The latter found themselves engulfed in trepidation, as if at any moment they would be slain by Tian. The sword energy unleashed by Tian rendered the ancestor dragon utterly beleaguered, after only a few strikes. The protective garments adorning him lay in tatters, with blood oozing from various wounds. The sword intent had infiltrated his being, placing him in perpetual peril. In desperation, the ancestor dragon summoned his true form. Utilizing his formidable physique to withstand Tian's onslaught, no one had anticipated such a turn of events. Observers could only regard it with disbelief. Who would have imagined that the leaders of the three tribes, nearly sovereigns of the primordial world, would find themselves so beleaguered by the relatively obscure figures of the three pure ones? Roar! The ancestor dragon revealed his true form, colossal and immensely powerful, that he even managed to withstand Tian's attacks multiple times. Witnessing such a display, Tian's interest was piqued. I suddenly feel it would be more appropriate to bring you back as my senior sister's meal. Today, I shall take you back to Buzhou Mountain. Tian resolved to seize the ancestor dragon, intending him as sustenance for the young Nuwa. At this moment, he was entirely earnest, devoid of any jest. The ancestor dragon, upon hearing Tian's words, erupted in fury. How audacious! Since my emergence into this world, no one has ever dared to consider me as mere food. You are the first and shall be the last. Today, you will learn the consequences of your arrogance. With that, the ancestor dragon's form grew even larger, his immense and solid body rivaling that of an unparalleled treasure. A single flick of his tail shattered the very mountains and rivers. One claw descended upon Tian, inflicting grievous wounds. Had it not been for Tian's relentless training of Tian's body, the ancestor dragon's grasp might have obliterated him entirely. It must be said, the reincarnation of the chaos demon god indeed possessed advantages beyond the reach of others. As Tian sustained injuries, he felt no fear. On the contrary, he became emboldened. I have longed to battle a true master from the primordial world, and today you shall be my trial. Upon uttering these words, Tian's aura shifted once more. His essence rapidly dwindled, while the sword intent saturating the heavens and earth grew increasingly potent. Subsequently, before the ancestor dragon, Tian transformed into a colossal sword. At this moment, he had completely embodied the sword, becoming an exceptionally fierce blade. This sword encapsulated Tian's entire comprehension of the sword path. As he swung his sword, Tian's insights into the sword way were displayed in vivid clarity. The ancestor dragon, facing Tian, beheld an immensely sharp, giant sword descending upon him. Although he recognized it as a strike of Tian's sword energy, this energy had manifested into a tangible form, cleaving towards the ancestor dragon. It was colossal, imbued with boundless power. The force, upon landing on anyone, would instill profound dread. The ancestor dragon barely endured a single strike, losing one of his claws in the process. Had his physical strength not been unparalleled, allowing for regeneration, he might have been rendered a crippled dragon. This strike made the ancestor dragon acutely aware of Tian's might, inciting his ire. Damn it! Who is the master that has trained you? How can you comprehend such profound paths of your current realm and wield them with such finesse? To know who my master is, you are not worthy. After all, today, you are merely a dish on the table. Very well, very well. You have forced my hand. Today I shall see what grounds you have for your arrogance. With that, the ancestor dragon spat forth a pearl, his essence and ultimate treasure, the ancestor dragon pearl. It was not merely a treasure of dual capabilities, but also contained residual power from the chaos demon god, the Ancestor Dragon, this moment. The Ancestor Dragon had been ignited by true rage. He sought not only to subdue Tian, but also to uncover the identity of his mentor. His ambitions even extended to capturing Tian, the teacher behind Tian. Driven by his audacity, the Ancestor Dragon harnessed the residual power of the Chaos Demon God within the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. In an instant, his realm surged, unleashing a terrifying pressure that spread across the surroundings. Though the power within the Ancestor Dragon Pearl was limited for a Chaos Demon God, for the Ancestor Dragon, a mere de Luo golden immortal, it was more than sufficient that, in an instant, the Ancestor Dragon, previously at the peak of the golden immortal realm, ascended to the peak of the quasi-saint realm. His form expanded exponentially, and he gained the ability to wield a portion of the law's power. Though this power was temporary, it was enough to astonish Tian. Moreover, the sudden elevation in realm was not limited to the Ancestor Dragon. Yuan Feng and the Qilin Ancestor experienced similar transformations, as reincarnations of the Chaos Demon God. They possessed strength that far surpassed that of ordinary beings, while this power paled in comparison to their former states as Chaos Demon Gods. It was still sufficient for them to dominate the primordial world. However, this power diminished with each use, prompting them to be judicious. Having ignited true fury, they could no longer afford to hold back. In the next moment, the Ancestor Dragon swung his tail, striking Tian with tremendous force. PFF. The overwhelming power caused Tian to spew forth blood, his aura waning. Although his comprehension of the Tao was profound, granting him the capability to fight beyond his level, the Ancestor Dragon's elevated realm rendered him far superior, especially after ascending to the quasi-saint level and gaining access to a portion of the law's power. Tian's previous advantages now appeared negligible in the face of the Ancestor Dragon. After several exchanges, peril loomed. Even when Tian's sword energy struck the Ancestor Dragon, it merely inflicted light injuries, failing to harm him fundamentally. This situation prompted Xiao Jiao to grow anxious. Master, should I lend them a hand? No, this is a trial for them. Even if they cannot prevail, there is still the young Nuwa. Ah, I'm still here? Tian's words left Xiao Nuwa momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated being called upon for assistance. Soon, she became exhilarated. Master, let me go. I wish to battle alongside them and rescue my junior brothers and elder brother. Indeed, this is also an opportunity for you to gain practical experience. Though the enemies possess slightly higher realms, you will need to bring a treasure with you. Ah, Master, will you grant me a treasure? What kind of treasure is it? Is it formidable? Is it aesthetically pleasing? In fact, I have already provided you with that treasure. It is your little pink bowl for meals. Take your little bowl with you, and you shall undoubtedly fare well. The little pink bowl belonging to the young Nuwa is utterly adorable. When Tian presented it to her, she was immensely fond of it. Every meal, she utilizes that small pink bowl. However, she remains oblivious to the fact that this seemingly innocent bowl is, in truth, a chaotic treasure, one that can summon and devour the world, perfectly complementing her devouring principle. After Tian's revelation, the young Nuwa began to perceive her little pink bowl as something extraordinary in the past. Regardless of the size of the food, she could fit it all into that bowl, which seemed to possess an infinite space. Holding the small pink bowl, she could dine for an extended period. Thus, upon hearing Tian's words, she unhesitatingly took her little pink bowl and made her way towards where Tian and the others were located. Zulong and his companions were exerting themselves to the utmost, causing Tian and his group to suffer immensely. Were it not for their bodies having undergone rigorous training, their physiques far surpassing those of ordinary beings, they would have likely been shattered by now. Presently, they found themselves in dire straits, perilously close to being overpowered and annihilated by Zulong and his cohorts. Among the four, the one faring the best was probably Fushi, as he was contending with ordinary de Luo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian, posing little threat to him. However, should Tian's group be defeated, Fushi would undoubtedly face a grim fate as well. Witnessing Tian and his companions in such a wretched state, Zulong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Were you not once exceedingly arrogant? It appears you are not so formidable after all. If you possess any tricks up your sleeve, I advise you to reveal them now. Otherwise, you shall have no opportunity left." As Zulong uttered these words, his expression turned serious, clearly indicating his murderous intent. "Heh, do you believe you have any chance to act?" At this moment, Tian sensed Zulong's murderous aura, yet felt no fear. Even if death were imminent, he could face it with composure, not to mention that he understood he was highly unlikely to perish. In the next instant, his words were validated that a sweet, innocent voice rang out. "You wicked individuals, cease this at once." The moment those words were spoken, Zulong and his companions were immediately drawn to the source of the voice, sensing a powerful aura emanating from that direction, one that was only slightly weaker than their own. It was essential to note that they had expended their resources to reach the quasi-saint realm, while this newcomer had evidently cultivated directly to that level. Such an existence left them astounded, and they regarded the newcomer with heightened vigilance. However, upon hearing that voice, Tian and the others froze in disbelief. They had anticipated that it would be Xiao Jiao coming to their rescue, only to find that it was the young Nuwa who arrived to save them. The thought of their desire to surpass Nuwa and have her as their junior sister now clashed with the reality of being saved by her, evoking a profound sense of shame within them. They couldn't even bring themselves to meet Nuwa's gaze. Yet, since she had appeared, they felt compelled to greet her. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" "The teacher said you were in danger, so he sent me to help." "Hee. Then, can you handle those three?" "Of course, otherwise the teacher wouldn't have sent me." The exchange between Tian and the young Nuwa was straightforward, yet within those simple words lay a wealth of information. Now, they were all part of the same sect. With this young girl being the senior sister of the four, behind them stood a teacher, presumably a figure of even higher cultivation, someone who had previously posed a threat to Zulong and his companions at Buzhou Mountain. Reflecting on this, Zulong and his group felt a twinge of hesitation, contemplating whether they should proceed against Tian and the others. However, having already engaged in battle and reached this juncture, they had no intention of withdrawing. Thus, Zulong began to reassure himself. Their teacher may possess greater strength, but no matter how powerful, it was improbable she had attained the saintly realm in the Honghuang world. Upon achieving the saintly realm, celestial phenomena would occur, and all would know that a saint had emerged. Yet, since my reincarnation, no such phenomena had manifested. Therefore, their teacher should also be at the peak of the quasi-saint level, since they were all at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint stage. There was no reason to fear. They could simply join forces with Yuan Feng. With this thought, Zulong exhaled, a smile returning to his face. "Little girl, your bravado is rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree? This is a battle of life and death, not a child's game. Do you think a late quasi-saint stand a chance against us three-peak quasi-saint powerhouses? I advise you to return whence you came. This matter is not for one still in their infancy." With that, Zulong couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. However, his laughter was hollow, devoid of any genuine mirth, as his gaze towards the young Nuwa brimmed with wariness. His loud laughter was a deliberate attempt to provoke her, seeking to uncover any vulnerabilities she might display. Must be said, his words indeed roused the young Nuwa's ire. In the next moment, she could no longer restrain herself and made her move. A pink bowl appeared in her hand, manifesting before all present. Upon seeing the pink bowl, everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend why, at such a critical moment, the young Nuwa would produce an adorable pink bowl. Even Tian and his companions were filled with astonishment at her actions. Thus, they inquired, "Senior sister, what are you doing? Why did you bring out your eating bowl?" The phrase eating bowl sent the three clans into fits of laughter. "Aha! Did I hear correctly? She's actually wielding her eating bowl." In all my years of roaming the Honghuang world, this is the first time I've encountered someone bringing an eating bowl to battle. How amusing. Truly amusing. Seriously, carrying an eating bowl while out. Are you planning to eat wherever you go? If I were to get you something to eat, would you come back for more? Clearly, they held the young Nuwa's pink bowl in contempt, even perceiving her as a source of amusement. Even Zulong and his companions laughed even more heartily, their wariness diminishing. After all, who would consider a simple eating bowl to be a threat? Observing their reactions, the young Nuwa remained composed, her expression unchanged. In fact, She couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. I don't actually believe my eating bowl possesses any extraordinary power, but my teacher insists it is a treasure. Today, I shall use you as a test subject to see just how formidable this treasure truly is. Upon concluding her words, the charming Nuwa directed her magical energy towards her delightful pink bowl. Invoking its powers, the very moment she summoned her pink bowl, it transformed into an immense entity, becoming an invincible black hole that devoured all in its path, prior to unleashing its might. Nuwa's pink bowl was merely a charming trinket. However, once its power was manifested, it transcended into a treasure imbued with boundless strength. As Nuwa refined this pink bowl, it instantly expanded to the size of a colossal cauldron. A tremendous force of absorption emanated from the pink bowl, overwhelming in its intensity. This voracious power was so domineering that it immobilized the ancestral dragon and his companions, who were swiftly drawn into its insatiable grasp. In an instant, countless beings from the three clans were consumed by Nuwa's pink bowl. With their formidable strength, they were utterly incapable of resisting the bowl's devouring force, and upon being absorbed, they transformed into ethereal energy that returned to Nuwa, leaving their souls shattered. Even the ancestral dragon and his kin found themselves struggling against the overwhelming absorption. Nuwa merely summoned her pink bowl without any extraneous movements, and they were gradually pulled towards it. This predicament instilled a profound fear within the ancestral dragon and his companions, stripping them of their poise. Gazing at Nuwa's pink bowl, they were filled with dread. How could such a seemingly simple pink bowl possess such formidable power? It was undoubtedly a top-tier innate treasure, for such overwhelming might could not arise from anything less. Who were these individuals, emerging from obscurity, with names previously unheard, wielding such extraordinary artifacts? If the ancestral dragon and his companions had previously held Nuwa in contempt, that disdain evaporated in the face of her overwhelming strength. They had elevated themselves to the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, capable of wielding the power of the laws. In such a state, they could claim to be invincible. Albeit temporarily, they believed no one could rival them except for the saints. Yet, Nuwa's emergence defied their understanding. In their perception, any existence below the level of a saint should not surpass their own. But now, they acutely sensed that Nuwa was vastly superior. They were ensnared by her power, unable to move, while her pink bowl continued to voraciously consume them. The formidable force of absorption threatened to engulf them entirely. Should they fail to react promptly, Nuwa's pink bowl would undoubtedly devour them completely, reducing them to mere wisps of energy. That moment, they would be rendered to nothingness, their existence fading into oblivion. Realizing this, the ancestral dragon and his companions were truly alarmed. This was untenable. The artifact in her hands was far too powerful, and they were no match for it. If they remained stagnant, they risked incurring a catastrophic loss. We must depart at once, they declared, and seek a powerful treasure to confront her on more equal footing. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng and the others readily agreed. The emergence of Nuwa's artifact made it abundantly clear that they were no match for her. Thus, faced with such overwhelming power, they chose to retreat. In the next instant, they ignited their lifeblood, initiating a blood escape. This secret technique elevated their prowess once more, freeing them from Nuwa's grasp. Their speed reached its zenith, and they swiftly returned to their stronghold. Once back, they immediately activated the protective formations of their lair, remaining vigilant against any potential pursuit from Nuwa. This state of alert persisted for a considerable time, only easing when they were certain that Nuwa would not follow. Phew! How terrifying! Such an awe-inspiring existence lurks within the primordial world. It is utterly inconceivable. They mused. Not only is her cultivation extraordinary, but the artifact in her possession is also unfathomably powerful. Even if I reach the quasi-saint realm and rely on my companion artifact, I might still struggle to match her. Moreover, they pondered the possibility of her being backed by an even more formidable mentor. This thought sent a chill down their spines. For years, they had sailed smoothly through life, bolstered by the rebirth of the chaos demon god, which had fostered an inflated sense of superiority within them. They believed themselves to be the pinnacle of existence within the primordial world, with few capable of challenging them. Those who could defeat them were virtually non-existent. Yet today, Nuwa's intervention had shattered their assumptions, revealing to them that there were indeed beings beyond their reckoning, individuals more powerful than they could ever imagine. Her mentor might very well be the colossal hand that captured the ferocious beasts of the primordial realm. The reborn chaos demon god Pangu, someone they could not afford to provoke. With this realization, the ancestral dragon and his companions resolved not to antagonize Tian, Nuwa, and their ilk any further. They understood that these beings were beyond their capacity to contend with. Should their powerful ally ever emerge, they would hardly know how to meet their end. However, under this premise, they recognized the necessity of enhancing their own strength. After all, it was Tian and the others who had approached them unbidden. If they remained defenseless in the face of another encounter, their three clans would truly struggle to thrive, forced to tread carefully. Thus, after activating all the formations within their clan, the ancestral dragon and his companions devoted substantial resources to rapidly elevate their realms. They resolved to elevate themselves to the quasi-saint level, ensuring that they would not find themselves in such a predicament again. Consequently, the once vibrant three clans fell into a period of relative quietude. This tranquility was a boon for the beings of the primordial world, yet was less favorable for certain individuals. What manner of beings are they, continually thwarting my plans and hindering my path to enlightenment? The speaker was the demon ancestor Luo Hu, who had long awaited the moment when the three clans would clash, anticipating the arrival of the calamity. Once the calamity descended, he could harness its power to achieve enlightenment and ascend to sainthood. For him, the position of a saint was merely the starting point. After attaining that status, he would swiftly reach the heights of a heavenly Tao saint. Subsequently, he aimed to transcend this realm and attain the level of a primordial saint, even surpassing his former self to become the primordial Tao sovereign. However, due to the interference of Tian, Nuwa, and others, the anticipated conflict among the three clans had yet to commence, delaying Luo Hu's opportunity for enlightenment and fostering resentment towards them. Unbeknownst to Nuwa and her companions, upon returning to Mount Bujo, they clung tightly to their bowls. In their eyes, Nuwa's bowl was an unparalleled artifact, and their own bowls were equally divine. Thus, they channeled their magical energy into their bowls, eager to witness their displays of power. However, upon infusing their energy, their bowls shattered immediately. Their bowls were merely ordinary vessels, devoid of any extraordinary capabilities. The influx of their magical energy was too much for the fragile bowls to withstand. Witnessing this, Tian and the others were left in utter bewilderment. Why? Why is this happening? Are our bowls not treasures? Is it that only senior sister's bowl is the true artifact? Upon contemplating this, Tian and his companions felt a wave of grievance wash over them. They perceived the stark favoritism displayed by Tian as exceedingly apparent, which rendered their gazes towards him imbued with a profound sense of resentment. In response to their forlorn expressions, Tian merely offered a subtle smile before articulating. Once you have ascended to the status of outer disciples, you shall possess your own treasures. As for the present moment, the impending calamity of heaven and earth will soon commence, and the conflict among the three clans is imminent. When the three factions engage in their fierce struggle, you will have the opportunity to infiltrate their ranks and plunder their riches. At that juncture, whatever treasures you desire shall be at your disposal, and any spiritual fruits you seek shall be yours to claim. With Tian's words, a spark ignited in Tian and the others' eyes. Although their excursions had been few, they were well aware that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were the sovereign rulers of the primordial realm. They commanded vast territories and amassed abundant resources, housing countless treasures within their domains, should they successfully raid the strongholds of the three clans. Their wealth would be beyond measure. The thought of it made Tian and his companions eager to act immediately. Fortunately, Tian intervened, cautioning them, "With your current strength, you are no match for the likes of the ancestral dragon. If they were to activate their clan's great formations, even your senior sister might struggle to breach their defenses. Only when your powers have been enhanced and the calamity arrives, when their bloodlust is unleashed, will you stand a chance to seize their treasures. Thus, you must continue to cultivate yourselves." Upon hearing Tian's counsel, Tian and the others finally settled down, returning to their respective trial grounds to hone their skills and elevate their prowess. Meanwhile, the young Nuwa continued to accompany Tian in sculpting clay figurines, restoring tranquility to his surroundings. However, the serenity within Tian's realm did not reflect the tumultuous state of the primordial world. As the leaders of the three clans activated their formations to bolster their strength, the demon ancestor Luo was secretly engaged in a nefarious scheme. He stealthily laid down formations within the primordial realm, intent on using the blood of the three clans to refine his four swords of extermination. Simultaneously, he sought to harness the power of the impending calamity to ascend to greatness. This plan had been in the works for quite some time. Had it not been for the persistent interference of others, he would have succeeded long ago. Nonetheless, while he executed his formations without hindrance, numerous eyes were vigilantly watching him from the shadows, including those of Hongjun, Shurchun Daoran, Yangmei Daoran, and Qinquan Daoran. All of them had once been among the chaos demons and had been reborn into the primordial world, allowing them to cultivate at a pace far surpassing that of others, even outstripping the ancestral dragon. Presently, they had all reached the realm of quasi-saints. Furthermore, due to Hongjun's possession of fragments of the creation jade disc, he had embarked on an extraordinary path to sanctification, already beginning to sever his three corpses, having eliminated one evil corpse. However, this did not guarantee his successful ascension to sainthood. A formidable obstacle loomed before him and Shurchun Daoran, and that obstacle was none other than the demon ancestor Luo. They were acutely aware of Luo Hu's machinations concerning the three clans, and they understood all too well the dire consequences they would face should Luo Hu succeed if he were to attain his goal. Their chances of achieving enlightenment would vanish entirely. A natural enmity existed between them and Luo. Despite having met only a few times, each encounter ended in conflict, particularly for Yangmei Daoran and his companions. They had harbored significant grievances against Luo, even during their time in the chaos. And now, reborn, those grievances had not diminished. Should Luo Hu achieve his ambitions, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate them without mercy, leaving them no chance of survival or enlightenment. Thus, for Hongjun and his companions, this was a struggle for the path to greatness. Although it was not as fierce as their battles in the chaos, it nonetheless pertained to matters of life and death. Consequently, they could not afford the slightest lapse in vigilance. When a moment arose, they would have to confront Luo fiercely, but of course, they had not prematurely revealed their presence, opting instead to wait until Luo Hu's plans had deepened before intervening. They sensed that Luo Hu's current actions aligned with the broader trends of the universe. In accordance with the impending calamity, premature intervention would inevitably disrupt the natural course of events, risking their own annihilation, for they were not yet saints and could not hope to evade the forces of calamity. Thus, they resolved to wait until the calamity reached its climax before thwarting the demon ancestor Luo, at which point they could also gain immense merit. This was why Hongjun and the others, despite recognizing Luo Hu's actions, remained unmoved, biding their time. Meanwhile, the demon ancestor Luo was no fool. He too was aware that he was under scrutiny. He even knew of Hongjun and Yangmei Daoran's existence, yet he remained unfazed. Once he had successfully refined his four swords of extermination using the blood and malevolence of the three clans, he would not fear facing four adversaries alone. Moreover, with treasures such as the god-slaying spear and the world-destroying Black Lotus at his disposal, he felt emboldened to tread the path of danger. When the calamity unfolds, it will be my moment of ascension, while you shall meet your demise, he proclaimed with confidence. The years would pass, and even the master of the colossal hand would be powerless to obstruct him. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking the initiative against Hongjun and his companions, choosing instead to await the opportune moment, namely, when the leaders of the three clans emerged from their seclusion and the calamity officially commenced. This moment arrived sooner than anticipated. Within a mere 500 years, the clan leaders emerged, brimming with confidence. Having achieved the quasi-saint realm and bolstered by remnants of their former powers, they no longer felt intimidated by others. Ha ha ha! I have finally reached the quasi-saint realm. Now, even in the presence of that formidable woman, I shall no longer find myself in such a wretched state, with the formations of their clans at their disposal. They could venture anywhere, barring the forbidden Mount Buzhou. It was time for the Dragon Clan to advance further, seize more resources, and establish themselves as the unrivaled rulers of the primordial realm. The conflict among the three clans has become an inevitability. Even if they wish to avoid strife, they find themselves compelled to engage. Ultimately, their contention transcends mere strength. It encompasses territory, resources, and fate itself. Should any clan ascend to become the preeminent power of the primordial realm, their dominance would be assured at that juncture. Attaining the status of the first sage in this world would pose no challenge for the ancestor dragon. However, should he choose not to contend, both he and his lineage would surely meet a grim end. Even in their reluctance, the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan would continue to vie for supremacy. This foretells a bloody path for them, one from which there will be no retreat once it commences. Consequently, the once serene primordial world has once again ignited into discord. The embers of conflict among the three clans have flared anew as they engage in battle for resources. Yet this time, the ferocity of their combat is markedly intensified. Once the fighting begins, they're resolved to fight to the death. Many have succumbed to a murderous frenzy. Even when seizing territory, they harbor no intentions of sparing their adversaries, instead opting for total annihilation. As this situation unfolds, the beings of the primordial realm sense the disturbance. They hastily conceal themselves, lurking in the shadows to observe. Even if they are unaware that a calamity has arrived, they comprehend that the bloodshed among the three clans is a matter beyond their involvement. Thus, the entire primordial world becomes the domain of the three clans. Yet the clansmen remain oblivious to any sense of wrongness, continuing their relentless slaughter. Each day, the toll of casualties reaches into the thousands. Such carnage inevitably draws out the true might of the clan leaders, who descend into the fray. Upon their arrival, the rationality of old dissipates, replaced by a wild frenzy that a few exchanged words are swiftly followed by violence. The engagement of the clan leaders signifies the true commencement of the war among the three clans. Countless beings from these clans join the battle, shattering mountains and reversing rivers, while multitudes bleed and perish. Witnessing the ceaseless loss of life and the absorption of blood and essence by the formations, the smile upon the face of the demon ancestor Luo Hu grows ever more pronounced. Ha ha ha! Fight on! The more fiercely you clash, the greater the casualties, the more potent my 4 swords of celestial execution will become. At the same time, my gains will only grow mightier. You are but the garments that adorn my path to enlightenment. With that thought, a manic grin spreads across Luo Hu's face. The ferocity of this round of conflict among the three clans arises not solely from the impending calamity, but also due to the formations laid by Luo Hu. Within the trap he has crafted, the clansmen lose their sanity, becoming enmeshed in a cycle of slaughter. As the bloodshed escalates, their madness intensifies, ultimately leading them to lose themselves entirely, exterminating all within the formation. What follows is naturally a harvest for Luo Hu. Thus, he watches with glee as the three clans descend into chaos, eagerly awaiting the moment to reap the fruits of their conflict. However, the madness of the three clans has not gone unnoticed by several astute observers. Among them are Hong Jun and others who have been patiently waiting. They anticipate the dissipation of the calamity's power, the moment Luo Hu reveals himself, and the opportune time to seize everything. The only one who refrains from engaging in this struggle is likely Tian, that he finds no interest in their quarrels. The treasures they covet are easily within his grasp, easily conjured with a mere gesture. Nevertheless, he is willing to procure some benefits for Tian and the others. Thus, he addresses them, stating, "The calamity has reached a fever pitch. The three clans have gone mad with slaughter. Now is the perfect opportunity for you to infiltrate their ranks and seize some treasures." Ah, they have finally begun to fight. We have awaited this moment for centuries. Tian and the others have long harbored thoughts of revenge against the ancestor dragon. Though they understand that their own strength may not suffice to confront him, they recognize, as Tian has pointed out, that they merely lack powerful artifacts. Now, with the chance to plunder the three clans and acquire formidable treasures, expanding their own might while avenging themselves, how could they refuse? Hence, upon hearing Tian's words, They waste no time in heading towards the domain of the dragon clan. Their first destination is the lair of the dragons, residing in the vast oceans, with the East Sea Dragon Palace being the dwelling of the ancestor dragon. Fortified by potent formations and guarded by formidable dragon clan members. However, Tian and his companions harbor no fear. For this venture, they are not alone. They bring along the little Nuwa. Her presence here is not for the sake of treasures, but purely for amusement. After all, she has never engaged in thievery before, and her curiosity is piqued. Consequently, upon arriving in the East Sea, she hesitates not a moment, summoning her pink bowl and forcefully devouring the Dragon Clan's defensive formations. It must be said that the pink bowl is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Though little Nuwa does not unleash its full might, a single act of consumption renders the Dragon Clan's defenses utterly depleted. In an instant, the protective barrier is shattered. As the formation collapses, the Dragon Clan becomes acutely aware. Who dares to trespass upon my Dragon Clan? A thunderous voice resonates throughout the East Sea, followed by the emergence of a colossal dragon soaring into the sky. Coiling above the waters, with eyes as fierce as a giant's, it fixates on Tian, Nuwa, and the others, its gaze brimming with murderous intent. Yet, upon sensing the realms of Tian and his companions, it halts in astonishment that it realizes that they are none other than great Luo golden immortals. The leading figure, little Nuwa, is even beyond its comprehension, a fact that is utterly bewildering. However, upon recognizing the presence of these 5 individuals, the enormous dragon seems to recall something. It is you. You dare to come to our Dragon Clan? Oh, it seems you are aware of our existence. In that case, we kindly request that you present all your treasures without delay. Do not force us to take more drastic measures. The dragon confronting them is none other than Zhang, a true powerhouse of the Dragon Clan, boasting strength at the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal. Only slightly inferior to the ancestor dragon. Within the entire primordial realm, it stands as one of the most formidable entities. Yet before little Nuwa and her companions, it is woefully outmatched. This moment, Zhang feels an undeniable sense of crisis. Despite being a formidable being in the primordial realm with few rivals, he cannot afford to utter such claims in front of little Nuwa. He is well aware that the previous incarnation of little Nuwa drove the ancestor dragon and others to flee in terror. Little Nuwa and her companions have become a taboo presence within the Dragon Clan. Now, Zhang cannot compare to the ancestor dragon of that time. How could he possibly stand against little Nuwa? Thus, Zhang positions himself before them, while secretly attempting to contact the ancestor dragon, hoping for a swift return to safeguard their lair. Yet, at present, the ancestor dragon is lost in the frenzy of battle, ensnared within the grand formation of the demon ancestor Luo Hu. And no matter how he tries to reach out, the ancestor dragon offers no response. This leaves Zhang in a state of deep anxiety. Tian and his companions remain unaware of Zhang's covert actions. Even if they were, it would not concern them too greatly. However, Zhang's presence before them is indeed infuriating. Thus, Tian confronts Zhang, stating, "It seems you are unwilling to yield. In that case, do not blame us for what is to come." As Tian concluded his words, he truly delivered a resounding slap towards Zhang. However, this was no ordinary slap. It was imbued with an infinite sword intent. Upon impact, Zhang was instantly enveloped by this overwhelming sword energy. Over the course of the past few centuries, while the ancestor dragon and his kin were enhancing their strength, Tian and his companions were equally engaged in their own ascension. Although their realms had not seen an elevation, it must be acknowledged that their comprehension of the Tao had deepened significantly, and their application of it had become increasingly versatile and nuanced. In this moment, Tian did not even need to wield the treasured sword in his hand to unleash his sword intent to an extraordinary level. This degree of mastery evidently surpassed Zhang's understanding. After all, previously, Tian had compelled the ancestor dragon to utilize the ancestor dragon pearl. Now, without that pearl, Zhang was effortlessly subdued by Tian. With a single sweeping motion, Zhang was left marred with sword scars, his magnificent dragon form cleaved in two. Despite having surpassed Tian by 2 minor realms, The disparity in combat prowess between them was insurmountable. Tong Tian's casual slap sent Zhu Long crashing to the ground, gravely injured. Had Tong Tian's strength been even slightly greater, that single strike could have annihilated the formidable Zhu Long following Zhu Long's defeat. Tong Tian and his companions showed no hesitation and made their way directly to the Dragon Clan's treasury. The treasury was immense, akin to a miniature world. Upon entering, the young Nuwa and her companions were immediately dazzled by the resplendent treasures that illuminated the space. The Dragon Clan harbored a unique penchant for treasures, particularly those that shimmered brilliantly. Consequently, the treasury was filled with a plethora of radiant artifacts, not only comprising formidable magical implements, but also abundant spiritual fruits and celestial roots. Upon discerning the quality of the treasures within, each of them gasped in disbelief. Goodness, the wealth of the Dragon Clan is truly staggering. It is said that the Dragon Clan revels in collecting treasures. I was skeptical until now. Seeing this, I realize we have greatly underestimated them. My word, with this multitude of magical artifacts and celestial roots, we have stumbled upon a grand opportunity. Let us take everything. It all belongs to us. The sheer abundance of treasures within the Dragon Clan's treasury overwhelmed Tong Tian and his companions, making them feel as though they could never carry it all. Fortunately, Nuwa's pink bowl possessed not only the ability to devour all, but also formidable storage capacity. Previously, Nuwa had utilized it merely for food, but this time she employed it for hoarding treasures. After activating her pink bowl, the entirety of the Dragon Clan's treasury was swiftly emptied, leaving not a single shard behind. When the Dragon Clan members came to inspect their treasury, they were met with anguished cries. Alas, it is gone. Our Dragon Clan's accumulation over countless years has vanished. We are finished. All our efforts have been in vain. Our treasures snatched away. Hurry, informed the ancestor. We must make him pursue the stolen treasures. These Dragon Clan members were intent on alerting the ancestor dragon to intercept Tong Tian and his companions. Yet, Tong Tian and his group had already departed for their next destination. This location remained within the Dragon Clan's domain, but it was no longer the Eastern Sea. They ventured towards the Western Sea. Southern Sea and Northern in these realms. They encountered some resistance, but the strength of that opposition was too feeble to pose any real threat, and they swiftly dispatched it. Subsequently, they thoroughly plundered the Dragon Clan before moving on to the location of the Phoenix Clan stronghold. The Phoenix Clan's fortress was heavily fortified. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to breach its defenses. Furthermore, powerful existences guarded the stronghold. However, to Tong Tian and his companions, these formidable beings were hardly a concern. Nuwa produced her pink bowl and effortlessly dismantled the Phoenix Clan's defensive formations, while Tong Tian raised his hand and easily subdued the mighty beings of the Phoenix Clan. Without a moment's hesitation, they proceeded to ransack the Phoenix Clan's treasury. Although the Phoenix Clan's treasury was not as opulent as that of the Dragon Clan, it was still substantial. Moreover, many items found within were absent from the Dragon Clan's hoard. Upon witnessing these treasures, Tong Tian and his companions were left salivating. Their resolve to continue intensified. Such wealth. The three clans are undeniably affluent. Let us press on to the next one and continue our plunder. Having tasted success, Tong Tian and his companions had no intention of halting their escapade. They hurriedly made their way toward the location of the Qilin Clan's stronghold. The Qilin Clan, much like the Dragon and Phoenix clans, retained some degree of power. However, this remaining strength was utterly insufficient to withstand Tong Tian and his group. The Qilin Clan's treasury was likewise easily accessed and thoroughly emptied. This was catastrophic news for the three clans. In the immediate aftermath, they dispatched individuals to locate their clan leaders, eager to report this grave incident. Meanwhile, Tong Tian and his companions reveled in their bounty, unable to contain their joy. This time we have struck it rich. A windfall indeed. Our mentor is truly remarkable. Not only have we avenged ourselves from last time, but we have also become exceedingly wealthy. Upon our return, we must honor our mentor properly. I eagerly await the Ancestor Dragon's reaction upon discovering that we have pilfered their treasury. I wonder if they possess the audacity to confront us. After plundering the treasuries of the three clans, Tong Tian and his companions did not linger. Prior to their departure, Tian had cautioned them that the world was currently engulfed in calamity, and they should not recklessly enter the fray. Otherwise, even if they survived, they would undoubtedly face untold suffering. Although Tian might ensure their safety, who would willingly invite trouble upon themselves? Thus, after raiding the treasuries of the three clans, they promptly returned to Mount Buzhou. Their departure left the three clans in a state of frantic urgency. They dispatched numerous individuals in search of their clan leaders. However, upon entering the battlefield of the three clans, their circumstances took a turn as soon as they stepped onto the battlefield. They fell under the influence of the formations, and when they engaged with others, they became consumed by bloodlust, forgetting even to report the robbery of their treasury. This phenomenon was not isolated. Many members of the three clans experienced the same fate. It was not until one among them managed to suppress their urge to kill that they approached Ancestor Dragon and the others. Ancestor, there is trouble. Our treasury has been robbed. The Dragon clan members cried out loudly to their ancestor, yet he displayed no sign of acknowledgement. That moment, their ancestor was blinded by rage, consumed solely by the desire to slaughter. Oblivious to everything else, in their frenzy, they even unwittingly took the lives of their own kin. Their calls fell upon deaf ears. Although their ancestor had heard that the treasury had been plundered, he seemed indifferent to it, continuing his relentless rampage. This unrestrained violence was deeply unsettling. One Dragon clan member, still untainted by the carnage, instinctively glanced around, only to discover that those nearby were just as frenzied as their ancestor. In that moment, they were indiscriminate in their killing. Among the most deranged, some even resorted to self-detonation, as if their lives had lost all significance, with the sole focus on vanquishing their foes. Moreover, it was not merely one individual. Many chose to self-destruct, seeking a mutual demise with their adversaries. Consequently, the numbers of the three clans dwindled at an alarming rate. In merely a handful of breaths, their ranks had been halved. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. What truly mattered was that the instances of self-detonation among the three clans were escalating, resulting in an ever-growing number of casualties. With the situation spiraling out of control, the entirety of the three clans had descended into madness. Those capable of self-detonation did so, while those unable were grievously wounded by the ensuing blasts. They were marching towards annihilation. Witnessing such madness, one individual could not contain their exhilaration, laughing heartily. The grand path shall be realized. My grand path shall come to fruition. The three clans have completely lost their sanity. Their fate is sealed. Once they have nearly obliterated themselves, it shall be my turn to strike. At this juncture, Luo Hu was eager to act. Sensing that the moment was ripe, he was on the verge of successfully refining the four swords of extermination and preparing to gather the power of the calamity. The three clans, however, remained blissfully unaware of his intentions. It was only when one among them detonated themselves beside the Ancestor Dragon, inflicting injury upon him, that the Ancestor finally turned in outrage. Yet upon glancing back, he saw that the Dragon clan had been decimated, with barely a tenth remaining, each member battered and bruised. This was not the most pressing issue. The most alarming was that many exhibited bloodshot eyes, a clear inclination towards self-detonation. The emergence of such a phenomenon left the furious Ancestor Dragon momentarily stunned. Then, he abruptly regained clarity. As a reincarnated chaos demon god, he had previously been ensnared by Luo Hu's formation. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly extricated himself from Luo Hu's influence. Though his eyes remained tinged with red, it was evident that he now comprehended the dire nature of the circumstances. If this trend continued, it was highly probable that the Dragon clan would perish alongside the other two clans, with no victor emerging. This outcome was far from what he desired to make matters worse. Some Dragon clan members seized the opportunity of the Ancestor's awakening to rush forward, exclaiming, "Ancestor, dire news! Our treasury has been raided. All the wealth of our Dragon clan has been stolen." Upon hearing this, even the dullest of Ancestor Dragons' wits could sense the anomaly. Witnessing the grievously weakened state of his clan, he trembled in shock. This was a monumental conspiracy. Someone was scheming against the Dragon clan. using the three clans as pawns. We are but pieces on a chessboard. The three clans are mere pawns in someone else's game, deliberately inciting them to slaughter one another. The inevitable result of such bloodshed would be the decline, if not the complete annihilation, of the three clans. Contemplating this, the ancestor dragon was overcome with dread. He never anticipated that, as a reincarnated chaos demon god and sovereign of the primordial world, he would become a pawn for another, forced to engage in conflict. Especially now, as the slaughter raged on, the three clans continued to perish at a rapid pace. This compelled the ancestor dragon to unleash a furious roar. Halt! The carnage had reached its final stage, and many were already weary. The ancestor's bellow was irresistible, halting numerous individuals in their tracks, simultaneously awakening many from their madness. Particularly, Yuan Feng and the Qilin ancestor instantaneously emerged from their frenzied states. Once freed from their madness, they quickly grasped the situation on the battlefield. They recognized that all three clans had suffered grievous losses, with the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan each reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Even those who survived were gravely injured, their recovery uncertain for years to come. More critically, as their kin regained consciousness, some began to weep, lamenting, "Patriarch, dire news, our treasury has been pillaged. Patriarch, our treasury has also been raided. Someone breached our clan's formation and seized our riches." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yuan Feng and the Qilin ancestor shifted dramatically. With a newfound understanding, they realized they had fallen into a trap. Otherwise, such devastating losses and frenzied slaughter would not have occurred. Clearly, someone was orchestrating this entire affair, manipulating them from the shadows. This realization caused their expressions to darken once more, extinguishing any desire to continue the fight. "Let us flee. We have been ensnared. We must depart from here. Back to our clans. We must retreat and enter seclusion for 100,000 years." If the ancestor dragon and the others returned to seclusion, their clan would undoubtedly regain their strength, possibly even emerge stronger. Moreover, returning to their stronghold would ensure their safety. With this in mind, they were eager to leave, longing to return to their sanctuaries and escape this perilous place. However, as soon as they voiced their intentions, uproarious laughter erupted around them. Depart. Where do you think you can go? Since you have arrived, you shall not leave. I implore you all to stay and pave the way for my great path." The sudden laughter startled the members of the three clans, each bracing themselves warily. They soon discovered a massive formation had materialized around them, rapidly absorbing the blood and souls of the fallen members of the three clans while ensnaring the living. Additionally, exquisite swords appeared around the formation. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The most alarming was the emergence of a figure among the three clans, cloaked in black robes and wielding an ominous spear. His features obscured, he evoked an instinctive sense of repulsion among the three clans. It was as if this figure were inherently opposed to their very existence, eliciting a deep-seated aversion the moment he appeared. The three clans became acutely vigilant, especially the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and the Qilin ancestor, who gripped their treasures tightly. They could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of the figure before them, which was at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Furthermore, the spear he held radiated a palpable threat. "It is you," the ancestor dragon declared, recognizing him as the one behind the machinations. Thus, their feelings of wariness were eclipsed by a surge of hatred. Yet, in response to their animosity, Luo Hu merely smiled faintly. "Indeed, you are all my pawns. I thank you for paving the way. You seek death, to scheme against us, and still dare to appear before us." Upon hearing Luo Hu's brazen words, the ancestor dragon and his companions were incensed. In the very next moment, they prepared to strike. However, Luo Hu's taunts only incited his laughter to grow louder. Ancestor dragon. Even in your reincarnation, you remain as arrogant and ignorant as in the chaos. I still remember how you were the first chaos demon god to be slain by Pangu. You are the reincarnation of the chaos demon god. Do take a moment to reflect on my identity. With that declaration, Luo Hu ceased to conceal himself, revealing his true visage. the moment Zhu Long and Yuan Feng discerned Luo Hu's authentic form. They were struck with utter astonishment. "It is you, the demon ancestor Luo Hu." Within the chaos, Luo Hu's reputation is indeed monumental, that he stands as one of the most formidable chaotic demon gods. Renowned for his ruthless bloodshed, the number of chaotic demon gods he has slain reaches no less than 800, if not 1,000. Even Zhu Long and Yuan Feng have fallen victim to his hand. This instills in him a fearsome notoriety throughout the chaos. Were it not for Pangu's subsequent emergence, which obliterated countless chaotic demon gods, completed the 3,000 great paths, and forged the vast world of Honghuang, it is conceivable that the demon ancestor Luo Hu would have become the undisputed sovereign of chaos, reigning supreme over the chaotic realm. Thus, the sight of the demon ancestor Luo Hu filled Zhu Long and the others with trepidation, their eyes reflecting both fear of his might and dread of his infamous name. "Why have you plotted against our 3 clans?" they stammered. Naturally, it is to refine my 4 swords of extermination. After all, we are no longer in the chaotic world, and my swords have suffered damage," he retorted. "Moreover, if I do not scheme against you, how can I attain enlightenment? Once you perish, along with those hidden insects lurking in the shadows, the demon path will flourish anew, and the entire Honghuang world shall belong to me, the demon ancestor Luo Hu. I shall restore the splendor of the chaotic realm." Upon hearing this, Zhu Long and his companions grasped the entirety of the situation. Yet such understanding only deepened their fear. The more Luo Hu divulged, the closer they drew to death. Especially after enduring prolonged battles, their kin lay grievously wounded, devoid of combat strength. They themselves bore injuries, their magical powers nearly depleted. Under such circumstances, they could hardly stand against Luo Hu. Should he truly unleash his wrath upon them, none would escape alive. This realization cast a sorrowful shadow over Zhu Long and the others. They understood that their 3 clans were indeed facing annihilation, that a misstep could lead to their complete extinction, a fate more unbearable than death itself. Consequently, Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, and the others exchanged resolute glances, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. In the next moment, Zhu Long summoned his ancestral pearl, while Yuan Feng and the Kirin ancestor unveiled their inner deity as they prepared for their final stand. Luo Hu misinterpreted their actions as a desperate gamble, erupting in laughter. "At this juncture, you still refuse to resign yourselves to fate. How naive you are." With that, he raised his god-slaying spear, bracing himself for their ultimate frenzy. Yet, the next instant he was taken aback. The trio did not intend to confront the demon ancestor Luo Hu in a fight. Rather, they resolved to utilize their final strength to break free from his encirclement, ensuring the safety of their kin. Though the demon ancestor Luo Hu's formation was formidable, Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, and their combined might managed to create a small breach, allowing them to escape back to their ancestral stronghold. Such an act was a tremendous provocation to the demon ancestor Luo Hu, inciting his wrathful laughter. You truly believe you can escape like this? Once I deal with you and successfully refine the 4 swords of extermination, I shall descend upon your stronghold and wipe out every last one of your kin. Rest assured, none shall escape." The madness in the demon ancestor Luo Hu's words made it clear to Zhu Long and the others that he would not relent in his pursuit of their clans. This challenged their very limits, as they had already gleaned from the surrounding formations and Luo Hu's demeanor that their demise was inevitable. Faced with the prospect of complete extermination, Zhu Long and the others' expressions hardened. Once resigned to their fate, their gazes now glinted with fierce resolve that, if you seek to obliterate our lineage, then today, none shall leave unscathed. With that proclamation, Zhu Long's aura surged dramatically, so swiftly that Luo Hu's countenance shifted in alarm. "Fools, you intend to self-destruct," Luo Hu bellowed, fury surging within him. Yet he wasted no time, swiftly attempting to flee. However, as he took a single step, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. For the sake of their kin's survival, Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, and the Kirin ancestor showed no hesitation, choosing to self-destruct. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth shattered, unleashing unparalleled devastation. The explosion of 3 quasi-saints was beyond what the demon ancestor Luo Hu could withstand. He was merely at the mid-level of the quasi-saint rank. Fortunately, he had previously set up formations around him and had anticipated the impending danger. Thus, after the tumult subsided, the demon ancestor Luo Hu re-emerged. Though he was far from composed, he appeared disheveled, bloodied from the encounter. Clearly, the actions of Zhu Long and the others had inflicted genuine harm upon him. This only fueled his rage further. You shall pay for this. Once this matter is concluded, I will not merely annihilate your clans. I will enslave your progeny for generations to come, forcing them into eternal servitude. Everything belonging to your lineage shall be mine. Not a single brick or tile shall remain. Luo Hu had overheard the prior dialogue among the 3 clans. He was aware that some had seized the opportunity to pilfer a portion of his gains. Yet, he remained unhurried. Knowing that those who had stolen from him were also formidable practitioners, he resolved to first digest the benefits of his current plot before seeking vengeance against those who had wronged him. However, fate had other plans. No one would allow him the luxury of time. With the self-destruction of the 3 clan leaders, their clans faced utter decline, and the forces of the heavenly calamity dissipated rapidly, signaling the impending conclusion of the cataclysm. Those who had been observing from the shadows, including Hong Jun and his companions, finally emerged. You shall find it impossible to achieve your desires. Hong Jun, leading the group of 4, gazed at the demon ancestor Luo Hu with confidence. This time, equipped with powerful artifacts and united in purpose, they had no doubt they could overpower Luo Hu. Thus, a relaxed smile adorned Hong Jun's face as he regarded Luo Hu, akin to a hunter eyeing his prey. Yet Luo Hu's attention was fixated solely on Yang Mei Dao Run, Shi Chun Dao Run, and Qian Kun Lao Zhu, 3 top-tier reincarnated chaotic demon gods, each regarded as a rival by Luo Hu. You have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. The calmness in Luo Hu's voice astonished Hong Jun and his companions, who now recognized the gravity of the situation. They realized that Luo Hu had been aware of their existence long before, and his current composure indicated he had devised a strategy to counter them that a moment's negligence could lead them to share the same fate as the 3 clans. It appears you possess great confidence in your abilities to contend with our combined assault. Silence, a mere chaotic insect, the lowest of the low among chaotic demon gods, dares to speak to me? Upon hearing Hong Jun speak once more, the demon ancestor Luo Hu unleashed a tirade of scornful rebuke towards him. His words dripped with contempt, for in his eyes, Hong Jun was the weakest entity among the chaos demon gods. In fact, he deemed even such a being as unworthy of being called a chaos demon god. In the days when he himself was a chaos demon god, he could have extinguished Hong Jun's life with a mere flick of his wrist. Though he had since reincarnated, he still perceived Hong Jun as being on an entirely different tier, and he felt a sense of shame at the mere thought of conversing with him. This blatant disregard for Hong Jun was evident, causing the latter's countenance to darken considerably. Hong Jun believed himself to be the preeminent powerhouse in the Hongwang realm, especially after acquiring fragments of the creation jade plate, which led him to feel he was at the forefront of all living beings. Even the likes of Taoist Yang Mei paled in comparison to him. This endeavor was spearheaded by none other than Hong Jun himself, with Yang Mei and the others as his support. However, to his astonishment, in the midst of his self-congratulatory musings, the demon ancestor Luo Hu would so brazenly belittle him. This filled him with a fury so profound that he felt compelled to take immediate action. Let me see if your strength is as formidable as your words suggest. With that, Hong Jun summoned 2 artifacts. First, he called forth the supreme treasure, the celestial celebration clouds, enveloping himself in its protective embrace, rendering him invincible. Subsequently, he unleashed the primordial 5 directions banner, which obscured the heavens, disrupted the balance of yin and yang, and inverted the 5 elements, rendering all laws ineffective against him. With a mere flick of his hand, he ensnared the demon ancestor Luo Hu within its confines. The might of the primordial 5 directions banner was wielded to its utmost by Hong Jun, seeking to subdue the demon ancestor Luo Hu directly. Yet at the very moment Hong Jun made his move, Luo Hu retaliated with equal swiftness. With a mere wave of his hand, the four swords of extermination appeared before him, having been cultivated for an extensive period. Not only that, but he had also set up the four swords of extermination well in advance. Grasping the four swords, he seemed like four of himself battling against Hong Jun, and the overwhelming aura he exuded sent Hong Jun into a state of disarray. Even before the demon ancestor Luo Hu had formally attacked, Hong Jun found himself pleading for assistance. "Help me! Hurry! Come to my aid! His sword formation is too powerful. I am no match for him." Upon hearing Hong Jun's desperate cries for help, the demon ancestor Luo Hu could not contain his laughter. "Huh! I thought you were quite formidable, yet it appears you are nothing but a coward." With such derision, Luo Hu's words were imbued with contempt, yet Hong Jun found himself unable to retort. He concentrated all his efforts on defense, wary of a sudden strike from Luo Hu. Fortunately, Taoist Yang Mei and the others proved reliable. Upon Hong Jun's call for help, they swiftly appeared by his side, rallying to bolster his resolve. They understood that their fates were intertwined with Hong Jun's. Should misfortune befall him, their chances of overcoming the demon ancestor Luo Hu would be severely diminished. After all, they were already familiar with the formidable nature of the four swords of extermination. Once Luo Hu wielded those swords, it would be nearly impossible for them to triumph without a concerted effort. This was especially true given that Luo Hu had only recently perfected the four swords. Had he been granted more time, their power would have grown exponentially, and his own strength would have ascended further, allowing him to reach a higher state of being. Thus, they were compelled to fight with unwavering determination, to the death if necessary. Consequently, Taoist Yang Mei and the others hastily produced their own artifacts. Yang Mei summoned his willow branch, Time Taoist brought forth the time wheel, and Qian Kun Taoist unveiled his supreme treasure, the Qian Kun cauldron. That a fierce battle was imminent. However, unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes were observing from the peak of Buzhou Mountain. "Master, are those individuals chaos demon gods?" "Indeed. Yet they are but failures. Will they return once more to reclaim the heights of the chaos demon gods?" "That is impossible, for their fates have been sealed. Even a victor among them shall never attain the true stature of a chaos demon god." Upon hearing this, Xiaojie was somewhat perplexed. He could not comprehend why the victor in such a monumental struggle could not reach the true pinnacle of the chaos demon gods. Nonetheless, he refrained from further inquiry, choosing instead to watch alongside Yi Tian. Under their watchful gaze, the battle between the demon ancestor Luo Hu and Hong Jun commenced. Relying on the four swords of extermination, Luo Hu alone confronted the four of them. At this juncture, the four swords had been fully refined, each sword rivaling the artifacts wielded by Taoist Yang Mei and his companions. With all four swords unleashed, Yang Mei felt an overwhelming pressure, one that was nearly insurmountable, and no matter how he wielded his willow branch, he could not breach Luo Hu's defenses, and Luo Hu took advantage of the situation, using the god-slaying spear against him. This left Yang Mei with a sense of impending doom. Cursed be this power! How has he grown so strong? You must break his sword formation, or I shall not be able to hold on any longer. He is on the brink of attaining the Tao. Thus his strength has surged. Just hold on a little longer. We will break through his formation soon. Hurry, faster. At this moment, Yang Mei was in a state of desperation. For he had once been a top-tier chaos demon god, making him the primary target of Luo Hu. Not only was he engaged in combat with the extermination sword, but he was also under personal attack from the god-slaying spear. Though he still drew breath, he was already covered in wounds. Hence, he fervently hoped that his comrades could shatter Luo Hu's sword formation, that if they succeeded, the pressure on him would ease, and they could ultimately vanquish the demon ancestor. However, despite his fervent wishes, this did not guarantee that they could dismantle the extermination sword formation. It must be noted that the four swords of extermination possessed a power equivalent to that of four demon ancestors. While Luo Hu was not physically present against the others, they were effectively battling against a formidable opponent. Confronting a singular powerful demon ancestor was no trivial matter, although they were not in as dire a predicament as Yang Mei. Their situations were far from favorable. During the clash, none of them dared to let their guard down. Any misstep would lead to certain demise. With this in mind, apart from Hong Jun, none dared to conserve their strength. They all fought with their utmost might. The tumult of their battle reverberated throughout the entirety of Hongwang. Mountains shifted, the earth cracked, valleys emerged, and countless rivers and seas evaporated. Many lives perished in the wake of their conflict. As reincarnated chaos demon gods, the power they wielded had even brushed against the realm of saints. This kind of might was beyond what any other beings in the Honghuang world could withstand. With a single blow, they could alter the very fabric of reality. Were it not for the fact that the Honghuang world had grown larger and sturdier, it might have been shattered under their onslaught. More importantly, under Luo Hu's deliberate control, their battle raged from the east to the west, leaving devastation in its wake across the entire Honghuang realm. Yet, none among them cared for the destruction wrought. They were consumed by the frenzy of battle, particularly Yang Mei. As the others struggled to break through the extermination sword formation, Yang Mei found himself relentlessly contending with both the extermination sword and Luo Hu's god-slaying spear. Under Luo Hu's relentless assault, his magical energy was nearly depleted, and he was drenched in blood. If this continued, he faced only one outcome: death. This dire situation pushed Yang Mei into a frenzy. Seizing an opportunity, he thrust his willow branch toward Luo Hu, roaring, "Die!" Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Mei detonated his willow branch. This artifact was his ultimate treasure, a testament to his status as a chaos demon god. Though it had sustained injuries during its battle with Pangu, its formidable power should not be underestimated. The Taoist Yang Mei, standing beside the demon ancestor Luo, detonated the willow branch, clearly resolved to fight to the death. He aimed to eliminate the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Initially composed in the face of 4 opponents, Luo Hu's expression drastically shifted the moment Yang Mei triggered the explosion of the willow branch. "No!" he shouted, desperate to thwart Yang Mei. Yet he could not organize any counteraction against him. An immensely powerful explosion erupted instantaneously beside the demon ancestor Luo Hu. In that fleeting moment, Luo Hu's Juxian 4 swords spiraled out of control. He could no longer maintain the operation of the Juxian sword array. Simultaneously, a vast chasm appeared at Luo Hu's location. Those engaged in battle with Luo, including Hong Jun, were violently pushed back several hundred miles by the overwhelming force of the explosion. That a flicker of hope ignited within them as they beheld the center of the explosion where Luo Hu had been. Surely he must have perished in the blast. Yang Mei had sacrificed his life as treasure. Luo Hu could not possibly have withstood such an assault. Even if he had not been obliterated, he must have been grievously injured. And a single follow-up strike would ensure his demise. Observing the cataclysmic explosion, Hong Jun and the others exhaled in relief, believing they had triumphed over the demon ancestor Luo. Consequently, their gazes fixated intently on Luo Hu's location, eager to ascertain his fate. However, instead of seeing Luo, they were met with the sight of a colossal black lotus. This black lotus was immense, standing resolutely at the epicenter of the explosion, yet it appeared somewhat damaged, as if ravaged by a tremendous force. Initially, Hong Jun and his companions were taken aback by this development, but soon their expressions morphed into one of dread. This was the Annihilation Black Lotus. Luo Hu still possessed it, and he had not perished. Whether it was the Annihilation Black Lotus, the Fiery Red Lotus, the Pure White Lotus, or the Golden Lotus of Merit, they all shared a singular function: self-preservation, although they had never wielded the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Its presence immediately clarified that the demon ancestor Luo Hu was still alive. Indeed, the next moment, Luo Hu, his ominous voice resonated. "You truly have the audacity to self-destruct your life treasures, yet your performance ends here. All of you shall perish." With a subtle wave of his hand, an enormous formation materialized. There was a reason Luo Hu had traversed from the east to the west. He had established a formidable array in this western region as one of his trump cards. As the formation emerged, Hong Jun and the others' expressions shifted once more. They had initially believed that after Yang Mei's self-detonation, they would be able to effortlessly subdue Luo. Little did they realize that Luo Hu not only withstood the explosion of Yang Mei's life treasure, but had also set up a new formation. This revelation plunged Hong Jun and his companions into a dire predicament. Faced with the now enraged Luo, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Their previously fierce offensive was abruptly interrupted by Luo. However, the disruption of their assault did not equate to a cessation of Luo Hu's onslaught. On the contrary, Following Yang Mei's self-destruction, Luo Hu's assault had only just commenced. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his most ferocious attacks on Yang Mei. The combined might of the absolute immortal sword and the god-slaying spear made it exceedingly simple to deal with Yang Mei, who was now devoid of his treasures. The god-slaying spear pierced Yang Mei directly, inflicting grave injuries upon him in an instant. The spear's overwhelming power wreaked havoc on Yang Mei's bodily functions, leaving him no chance for recovery. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. The true threat lay in the fact that Luo Hu's assault showed no signs of abating, as he remained steadfast in his intent to eliminate Yang Mei. Consequently, his attacks grew increasingly vicious. Each strike aimed to be fatal. Should this trend continue, it was entirely possible that Yang Mei would perish under Luo Hu's relentless onslaught. This realization utterly terrified Yang Mei. "Save me, quickly save me. If I fall to Luo Hu, we will all perish." In truth, prior to this, Yang Mei and his companions had devised a strategy for their confrontation. The self-detonation of life treasures was part of their plan. Although such an act would incur significant losses, their treasures were reparable. The greater the sacrifice made in overcoming the demon ancestor Luo, the more they would gain in return, particularly the immense power of merit. Thus, as Yang Mei urgently sought their assistance, one among them acted. The Taoist of time hesitated for merely a moment before wielding his time wheel, appearing beside the demon ancestor Luo. In an instant, his time wheel erupted with an overwhelming aura, one that Luo Hu recognized all too well, as he understood that this was the aura of a life treasure's detonation. Without hesitation, he summoned his annihilation Black Lotus to shield himself. Simultaneously, he snarled, "You certainly play hardball." No sooner had he uttered these words than an exceedingly powerful explosion resonated once more. This explosion was no less formidable than Yang Mei's detonation of his life treasure, the willow branch. Beyond leaving a vast chasm in the earth, Hong Jun and the others were once again pushed back 100,000 miles. Their eyes remained fixated on Luo Hu's location, eager to discern whether he had been vanquished. However, as the dust settled, they discovered that Luo Hu was no longer where they had anticipated. This outcome sent a jolt of alarm through them, igniting a sense of foreboding. Yet before they could react, Luo Hu's voice echoed ominously in their ears. Why employ the same tactic twice? No sooner had his words fallen than a blood-red spear materialized, plunging directly into Yang Mei's heart, already grievously wounded. Yang Mei had no capacity to resist this sudden onslaught. With a single thrust, the light of life rapidly faded from Yang Mei's who swept the god-slaying spear. Yang Mei's essence was scattered to the winds. This unforeseen turn of events left Hong Jun and his companions utterly astounded. Yet the death of Yang Mei struck terror into the hearts of them all. With Yang Mei's demise, they were reduced from 4 to 3, making their struggle against Luo's Yuxian Four Swords all the more formidable. Not to mention that the Taoist of time had also detonated his life treasure, complicating matters further for Hong Jun and the others. Fortunately, at that moment, the Taoist of time discerned something unusual about Luo. He forcibly broke through the self-detonation of his life treasure. Not only was the annihilation Black Lotus damaged, but Luo Hu himself also suffered significant injuries. This was the optimal moment to seize victory. After uttering these words, the time Taoist swiftly retreated. He was acutely aware that the demon ancestor Luo Hu harbored murderous intentions, and at that moment, he could not afford to be complacent. Otherwise, he would surely follow in the footsteps of the Yang Mei Taoist. Thus, he remained on high alert, guarding against any sudden attacks from the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Meanwhile, upon hearing the time Taoist's words, the Chincan ancestor and Hong Jun both felt a surge of spirit. They understood that it was time for them to take action, and their opportunity had arrived. Subsequently, they charged at the demon ancestor Luo Hu with reckless abandon, as if possessed by a frenzy. Among them, the most frenzied was the Chinquan ancestor, who commanded his Chinquan cauldron to strike violently at the demon ancestor Luo Hu. The terrifying force was sufficient to make the demon ancestor feel the brunt of it. Hong Jun, not to be outdone, summoned his evil corpse, and together they launched a frenzied assault on the demon ancestor. Their ferocious attacks were no less formidable than those of their previous battles, perhaps even more perilous in the western lands. Countless mountains were obliterated, and numerous paradises vanished amidst their conflict. The demon ancestor Luo Hu and the Qingquan Taoist were both on the brink of life and death. As the battle intensified, the demon ancestor Luo Hu expended vast amounts of magical power, feeling the strain of his limits. If the fight continued, even if he did not perish at the hands of Hongjun and the others, he would be worn down by their relentless assault. Thus, the demon ancestor Luo Hu resolved to retaliate fiercely in the contest of the Great Tao. Only one side would emerge alive. Upon finishing his declaration, he braved an attack from Hongjun and closed in on the Time Taoist, who had lost his life-bound artifact. Then, the god-slaying spear pierced the Time Taoist, despite the Time Taoist's resistance, even diving into the river of time. He was ultimately struck down by Luo Hu's spear. With this outcome, both Hongjun and the Qingquan ancestor felt a lethal threat looming over them. They understood that henceforth, only one of them and the demon ancestor Luo Hu could survive. Kill! They roared, throwing themselves into the fray. At that moment, the Qingquan ancestor and Hongjun could no longer concern themselves with the potential for injury. For them, it was a matter of life and death. If they left even the slightest opening, they would have no second chance to strike. Therefore, they unleashed their full power in their assault. Such fervent attacks naturally came at a significant cost. For instance, Hongjun's evil corpse was obliterated by the demon ancestor Luo Hu, and its original form sustained severe injuries. The Qingquan ancestor fared even worse. Under the overwhelming force of the demon ancestor, he was forced to retreat into his Qingquan cauldron, which had originally been intended for offense, but now served only as a means of defense. Fortunately, the demon ancestor Luo Hu was not in a better condition. His body had been ravaged by Hongjun and the others, reduced to a mere half of its former self. Even the world-destroying Black Lotus in his hand had lost its rank and could no longer aid him in battle. At this moment, his magical power was also dwindling. Thus, despite his body being in tatters, he did not immediately attempt to repair it. Instead, his gaze towards Hongjun grew increasingly ferocious. I never expected this insignificant being to still possess some combat capability. Alas, your path has strayed. Severing the 3 corpses to attain the Tao, you shall achieve naught in this lifetime, not even reaching the heights of the chaotic demon god. Humph. In the future, you shall be but an ant under the heavenly Tao. The words of the demon ancestor Luo Hu dripped with disdain. His utterances were not merely expressions of contempt, but also aimed at undermining Hongjun's resolve. He was no longer as formidable as before. Continuing the battle could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Thus, any words that could strike at Hongjun's spirit were of immense benefit to him. However, Hongjun appeared unfazed by Luo Hu's taunts, seemingly deaf to them. At their level of cultivation, their resolve was exceedingly firm. Having chosen this path, he would pursue it to the end, unwavering in his determination. Consequently, Hongjun's assault persisted, his Taoist techniques reaching their zenith, forcing the demon ancestor Luo Hu to stagger back repeatedly. Throughout this exchange, the demon ancestor also struck at him multiple times. Yet, due to the protective artifact, the celestial celebration cloud, Hongjun remained unscathed from fatal blows, though he sustained numerous injuries. The damage to the demon ancestor, however, was greater than that inflicted upon Hongjun. If this trend continued, the demon ancestor Luo Hu risked being worn down to the point of exhaustion. This realization darkened the demon ancestor's expression, prompting him to grow more ruthless. I never imagined you could push me to such extremes. Very well, then, let us perish together. With that proclamation, the world-destroying Black Lotus appeared beside Hongjun without hesitation. The demon ancestor Luo Hu detonated the lotus. This unexpected turn of events caught Hongjun off guard. Fortunately, the celestial celebration cloud instinctively shielded him, providing a steadfast barrier. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed in Hongjun's ears, the violent tremors making him feel as though he teetered on the brink of death. Thankfully, the celestial celebration cloud, though damaged and diminished in rank, still protected him. However, in the aftermath of the explosion, Hongjun's injuries worsened, leaving him on the precipice of death. Desperate, he called out to the Qingquan ancestor, "Assist me, quickly!" He had lost all defensive artifacts, And this was the opportune moment for annihilation. The Qinquan ancestor recognized the urgency. Without hesitation, he joined forces with Hong Jun, pouring their combined strength into the battle. This was the final confrontation between the demon ancestor Luo Hu and the Qinquan ancestor and Hong Jun. The clash raged on for an eternity, utterly decimating the western lands into a quagmire. Even the spiritual veins beneath the earth were completely detonated. The entire western region was reduced to a wasteland, culminating in the war's conclusion. The body of the demon ancestor Luo Hu was utterly obliterated, leaving only his primordial spirit intact, devoid of any combat power. The situation for Hong Jun's side was not much better. The demon ancestor had not only exhausted the Qinquan ancestor, but had also gravely injured Hong Jun. Nevertheless, in the end, victory belonged to Hong Jun's faction. This being the weakest among the chaotic demon gods, emerged triumphant. This outcome was something the demon ancestor Luo Hu could never have anticipated. After all, he had held Hong Jun in utter disdain previously. Consequently, even in the face of death, he remained begrudgingly defiant. In the name of the demon ancestor, I curse you. Every cultivator shall encounter inner demons. The struggle between Tao and demon shall persist through the ages. Furthermore, every time a cultivator ascends a realm, they must face a trial of inner demons. Those who succumb to the demonic path shall see their power amplified, far surpassing that of the righteous. One day, the demon shall grow, and the Tao shall perish, as the demonic forces descend upon the world. The curse of the demon ancestor Luo Hu was not only a heavy shackle for Hong Jun, but also a significant burden for all cultivators across the realm. In the future, any cultivator seeking to break through would have to endure the tribulation of inner demons, that a single misstep could lead a practitioner to succumb to the demonic path, becoming one with the forces of darkness. Even more alarming was the possibility that the demon ancestor Luo Hu could be reborn from the depths of the demonic realm. Thus, Hong Jun's expression turned grim. He did not desire such a Pyrrhic victory. Nevertheless, he had emerged victorious. You think your curse can affect me? This is merely your desperate struggle. Now that you have fought to the end, it is time for you to perish, he scoffed. Do not revel in your triumph. The dragon veins of the West have been entirely detonated, resulting in the deaths of countless beings. While you may have won, the endless karmic retribution shall entangle you, and you shall bear the burden. The words of the demon ancestor Luo, who caused a further pallor to cross Hong Jun's face. He was acutely aware that Luo, who spoke the truth, a truth from which he could not escape. He could see that moment. He was unwilling to hear any more. Thus, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and obliterated Luo Hu into nothingness. The fierce battle had finally reached its conclusion, and Hong Jun released a sigh of relief. When he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, a smile returned to his countenance, but he discovered several supreme treasures scattered across the field, including the Qian Kuanding, the Zhu Xian sword, and the Shi Shun spear. These artifacts were among the most exalted of innate treasures, and possessing them would greatly enhance his power. Consequently, after the battle, his foremost desire was to claim these magical items. However, at that moment, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. With a swift motion, it seized the Qian Kuanding, the Zhu Xian sword, and the Shi Shun spear, drawing them into its grasp. Upon witnessing this, Hong Jun was instantly filled with fury. He had not anticipated that, at the climax of the battle, someone would seek to reap the rewards. Leave those treasures to me, he declared, and with a flourish, he unleashed the innate 5 directions flag, intending to suppress the gigantic hand. Naturally, Hong Jun's intention was to restrain this immense appendage with his flag. However, this task had been subtly orchestrated by Tian, and thus it was beyond Hong Jun's capacity to withstand. As Hong Jun sought to counter the colossal hand, he heard a soft snort from Xiaojiu. Oomph! This sound resonated like thunder, striking directly at Hong Jun's spirit, even provoking a sensation akin to the shattering of his primordial essence. The shock left him utterly aghast, causing him to lose control of the innate 5 directions flag in his grasp. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu effortlessly collected both the flag and the treasures, leaving Hong Jun utterly astounded. Yet he dared not make a move, nor attempt to reclaim his innate 5 directions flag. Just moments earlier, he had clearly sensed that any hint of recklessness on his part could result in his immediate demise at the hands of the Handsmaster, who possessed the power to crush him with a mere gesture. This realization was profoundly terrifying for him. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the colossal hand whisked away all his hard-won gains, unable to voice any objections. Even after the hand vanished, he released a sigh of relief. Phew, I survived. This was the singular thought occupying Hong Jun's mind. Grateful to be alive, he was also left with a tinge of regret. Alas, this time, he had suffered a significant loss. After scheming for so long, he had not only failed to acquire those formidable treasures, but had also lost his own innate Five Directions flag. The loss of both the treasures and his own artifact was a heavy blow for Hong Jun, fortunately. The calamity had concluded, and the heavens soon bestowed their rewards upon him. He received a substantial influx of merit and fortune, which instantly healed his injuries. Moreover, his strength surged forth rapidly. Previously, Hong Jun had only managed to sever a single evil corpse, which had subsequently been scattered by the demon ancestor Luo Hu. However, now, bolstered by the immense power of merit, he effortlessly dispatched 3 corpses. Not only that, but he also absorbed these 3 corpses into his being, on the verge of merging them and attaining the status of a saint. This transformation represented a monumental leap for Hong Jun, restoring much of his confidence. Wait for me. Once I truly become powerful, those of you lurking in the shadows will have no respite. Hong Jun silently vowed that once he achieved the saintly fruit position and ascended to greater heights, he would ensure that the master behind the colossal hand and those who had taken all the treasures would pay dearly. Subsequently, he contentedly retreated into seclusion. Unbeknownst to him, all of this had been observed by Tian and Xiaojio. As Hong Jun departed, Xiaojio smiled slightly. I thought he would come to make some grand declaration and challenge me. I did not expect him to be so patient. Indeed, he is a person capable of enduring. He will surely find his place in the future of the Hong Huang. However, his achievement of severing the 3 corpses destined him for limitations. He would remain confined within the Hong Huang world for his entire life. The curse of the demon ancestor Luo, who still held sway over Hong Jun, and combined with the injuries he had previously sustained, his potential had been irrevocably curtailed. The pinnacle of his life would merely be that of a heavenly Tao saint. And even then, he would be a saint merged with the heavenly Tao. Such a figure would hardly warrant the attention of Xiaojio, let alone Yi Tian. Consequently, Yi Tian merely cast a glance in his direction before disregarding him entirely. He intended to keep Hong Jun around to cultivate a few saints, thus allowing Tong Tian and Nuwa to gain greater fortune. As Tong Tian and Nuwa grew stronger, their fortune would deepen. And naturally, Yi Tian would also accrue more power of fortune. Furthermore, this fortune, acquired through struggle, would flow continuously, much like a cash machine. That it was with this strategy in mind that Yi Tian refrained from allowing Xiaojio to deal with Hong Jun. Tong Tian and the others were unaware of Yi Tian's intentions, nor did they realize that he had already arranged adversaries for them. At present, they were immersed in the treasures they had acquired. This expedition to the 3 clans had yielded bountiful rewards for each of them. Particularly, in light of Yi Tian's disinterest in their supreme treasures, the 5 of them had directly divided the treasury of the 3 clans. Each of them now possessed enough resources to establish their own sect. However, their current strength did not support such ambitions. Therefore, after a couple of days of revelry, Yi Tian instructed them to continue their training in their respective trial grounds. Throughout this process, Yi Tian formulated his own plans. He intended to utilize the Chaos Pearl in his possession to reopen the chaos. By reopening the chaos, he meant to create a new chaotic realm wherein he could nurture chaotic demon gods. Of course, this new chaotic realm could not be compared to the true chaotic realm. After all, the chaotic energy within the Chaos Pearl was not as profound as that of the authentic chaos. Nevertheless, the chaotic demon gods he wished to cultivate would not need to be as numerous as the true chaotic demon gods. He merely sought to nurture a few, such as the young Nuwa and others. His aim was to have them enter this chaotic realm, gestate within it, and comprehend the true might of chaotic demon gods. Simultaneously, he could seize this opportunity to transform them into genuine chaotic demon gods. By that time, they would not only possess the innate qualities of chaotic demon gods, but also inherit a portion of their power. However, this endeavor was fraught with complexity. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, prior to undertaking this task, Tian meticulously calculated the feasibility of the plan, a process that took several hundred years. After this extensive period, he finally completed his calculations and identified the optimal approach. For Tian, this was undoubtedly a moment of great joy. As long as Tong Tian and the others increased their strength, their fortune would likewise amplify, and Tian's fortune would follow suit. Thus, he was eager to usher Nuwa and the others into the chaos, to commence the creation of a chaotic world. However, before he could initiate this process, an individual suddenly appeared outside Tian's courtyard. This person adeptly located the entrance to Tian's abode and began to wander about at its threshold. The appearance of this individual instantly captured Tian's attention, particularly due to the immense fortune radiating from her. Why is it so peculiar here? I cannot seem to enter. Hutu sensed that something was amiss ahead. It was as if traversing this particular area would unveil a realm of wonders. However, devoid of the power of her primordial spirit, she found it exceedingly difficult to discern the forces of the formation surrounding her, let alone break through it. Thus, Hutu could only rely on her instincts, pacing back and forth at the entrance of Tian's abode. This incessant motion successfully captured Tian's attention. The moment Tian laid eyes on Hutu, he instantly recognized her. Consequently, he was filled with intrigue towards her, and the next instant, he appeared beside Hutu. "What are you searching for?" Tian's sudden appearance startled Hutu, and she instinctively felt a surge of wariness towards him. Although the calamity of the three clans had only concluded a few centuries prior, the primordial world was once again engulfed in turmoil, with beings continually embroiled in conflict. Thus, Hutu regarded the unexpected presence of Tian with heightened vigilance, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to strike at any moment. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here so suddenly?" Seeing her cautious demeanor, Tian could not help but chuckle. "You stand at my threshold, and yet you inquire about my identity." "Ah, your threshold?" Hutu was clearly taken aback by Tian's words. Upon assessing his cultivation level, she quickly came to a realization. She had encountered a senior expert, and here she was questioning him at his doorstep. The thought made her face flush with embarrassment. "I apologize. I did not realize this was the domain of a senior. I shall take my leave at once." Recognizing that the place had an owner, Hutu felt there was no need to investigate further, lest she offend Tian. After her apology, she sought to depart swiftly. However, just as she was about to leave, Tian suddenly called out, "Wait! Senior, do you have any instructions?" Hutu's body tensed as she spoke, fearing that Tian might impose some unreasonable demand. Should he do so, she would undoubtedly resist at once and flee. Yet Tian had no intention of making any unreasonable requests. What he desired was simply to take Hutu as his disciple. "Are you willing to become my disciple? Why you wish to take me as your disciple?" "Indeed, I share a connection with your father, Pangu. Do you wish to become my disciple?" "What? You know my father?" Hutu's eyes widened in astonishment. Among the figures she held in the highest regard, none surpassed her father, Pangu. Without Pangu, there would be no siblings and consequently, no Wu clan. This was precisely why Tian had mentioned Pangu. He understood that invoking Pangu's name would fundamentally alter Hutu's perception of him. As expected, Tian's prediction was validated as senior. "How do you know my father? Were you contemporaries?" "One could say that. However, your father's merely my junior." "Junior?" Hutu's voice ascended an octave in disbelief and indignation. Pangu was the most revered figure in her heart, the one who had forged the primordial world. How could he possibly be Tian's junior? Such a statement was an affront to her father's legacy. Were it anyone else, Hutu would have certainly reacted with hostility. Yet, in the face of Tian's formidable presence, she merely glared at him, her anger tempered by an acute awareness of his overwhelming strength, which rendered her powerless to retaliate. It must be said that Hutu possessed a bravery that surpassed that of ordinary folk. While others might have hidden their animosity when confronted by such a powerful entity, Hutu displayed her hostility openly. This unmasked defiance elicited an amused laugh from Tian. Did you think I was jesting? Trying to take advantage of your father? I assure you, everything I say is true. Not only that, your father is currently undergoing reincarnation and awaits his rebirth. What? My father is still alive? Yi Tian's revelation left Hutu in shock once more. She had thought that her father, whom she believed to be one with eternity, still existed. This realization struck her profoundly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Moreover, the implications for the Wu clan were monumental. If Pangu still lived, their lineage could ascend to unprecedented heights. Understanding Hutu's tumultuous thoughts, Yi Tian spoke again after her astonished exclamation. If you wish to ascertain the truth of his existence, you need only to see for yourself. With that, the door to Yi Tian's courtyard swung open, and he stepped inside. Huda hesitated briefly before following him into the courtyard. Upon entering Yi Tian's abode, Hutu immediately sensed an extraordinary aura. This essence was imperceptible to the average individual. Yet she discerned it distinctly, even identifying its direction. More importantly, she felt an intrinsic connection to this energy, as if it were intertwined with her very bloodline. The moment this sensation emerged, she could not help but exclaim, "Father!" Hutu clearly recognized that the aura belonged to her father. Thus, she instinctively yielded to her lineage and called out, "Hey-T," that instant. The silent Pangu responded. A faint heartbeat resonated from the grand hall where Pangu resided. The moment the heartbeat echoed, Hutu understood. Her father was acknowledging her. Overcome with joy, she wept tears of happiness. "It is truly my father. I cannot believe he still lives. This is wonderful." As Pangu's child, the revelation of his continued existence filled Hutu with immense excitement. She yearned to meet him immediately. But Yi Tian intervened. "Pangu has yet to officially reincarnate and is not yet ready to meet you. When the time comes for his rebirth, he will naturally reunite with you. Now, I ask you, are you willing to become my disciple?" Upon hearing Yi Tian's question again, Hutu hesitated not a moment longer and knelt before him. "I humbly pay my respects to my teacher." Feeling the presence of her father, Hutu comprehended that Yi Tian spoke the truth. To be able to learn from such a senior was a great honor she had long desired. Her resolute decision brought joy to Yi Tian. "Ha ha! Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my fifth named disciple." Moreover, Yi Tian was pleased that Huda had arrived just in time, as he had a fortuitous gift to bestow upon her. Yi Tian greatly appreciated Hutu's character and thus accepted her as a named disciple without hesitation. As for the differing status of Nuwa and others, that was another matter altogether. The reasons for Yi Tian's affection towards the young Nuwa are twofold. Firstly, he harbors a fondness for her. And secondly, she is destined to become the mother of humanity, poised to create the human race. In his past life as a member of humanity, Yi Tian naturally treated Nuwa with a unique regard. This sentiment remains unknown to others, and he has never disclosed such matters to her. Nevertheless, he is indeed guiding her towards this destiny, like a present. Nuwa's skill in crafting clay figurines has reached exceptional heights. Should she choose to create humans, she possesses the requisite techniques. However, the time is not yet ripe. Yi Tian must continue to nurture Nuwa. Hutu, unaware of the implications of the creation Yi Tian refers to, has little understanding of his power. Consequently, she does not harbor great expectations regarding such creation. In contrast, Tian and the others are quite different. Although they have never witnessed Yi Tian's direct intervention, they have felt the transformative power of his gestures. Anything that Yi Tian deems as creation must undoubtedly be an immense opportunity. This engenders in them a singular focus on fortune, rendering Hutu's arrival of little consequence. Yi Tian has not concealed this from them. This opportunity will alter your fates, propelling you toward the heights of chaos demon gods. Therefore, each of you must cherish it diligently, without a hint of complacency. "Yes, master," including Nuwa. Yi Tian's disciples responded earnestly to his words. Upon hearing such affirmations, Yi Tian nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he drew them into the Chaos Pearl. Not only that, but he also included the yet-to-be-born Pangu within its confines. He intended to reignite chaos within the Pearl and cultivate Tian and the others. Moreover, he addressed Xiaojiu. "Xiaojiu, you should enter as well." "Master, do I also need to go in?" "Indeed. you shall experience the benefits of the Chaos Demon God. Perhaps in the future, you may advance even further. Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiaojiu was overwhelmed with gratitude. He understood that such nurturing required immense resources. Yet despite this, Yi Tian unhesitatingly chose to cultivate this servant, evoking profound appreciation within him. Thus Xiaojiu, alongside Nuwa, remained within the Chaos Pearl. Subsequently, Yi Tian gently tapped the pearl, exhaling a breath of mystic energy. Reignite chaos. As Yi Tian's words resonated, the Chaos Pearl in his hand underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Everything within it shifted dramatically, with countless strands of chaotic spiritual energy coalescing. Soon after, it enveloped Tian and the others, inducing a deep slumber. This enveloping process represents the gestation phase of the Chaos Demon God. During this period, their bodies will undergo tremendous transformations, and their comprehension of the Tao will deepen significantly. If the chaotic spiritual energy proves sufficient, they will be indistinguishable from the Chaos Demon God. Should this revelation reach other beings in the Honghuang world, it would undoubtedly incite madness. Even Hongjun, on the brink of sanctification, yearns day and night to return to his original state and become the former Chaos Demon God. After all, even the weakest of the Chaos Demon God surpasses the current sages of the Honghuang world in strength. Those with even modest power exceed the Tao of the Honghuang world. Such a transformation is monumental for Tian and his companions, exceeding their comprehension. Of course, only Yi Tian possesses such capability. Should someone else wield the Chaos Pearl, even they could not reignite chaos, let alone enable Tian and the others to comprehend the Tao like the Chaos Demon God. The Tao that Tian and the others comprehend is merely the Tao that Yi Tian himself possesses, allowing them to regain mastery over it. Any single path that Yi Tian commands is sufficient for Tian and his companions to benefit for a lifetime. This transformation shall undoubtedly rank among the most significant events of their lives. Thus, they remain immersed in the Tao, unwilling to awaken. This tranquility will persist for a considerable time. Consequently, Yi Tian enjoyed a prolonged silence. Several centuries later, members of the Witch clan arrived. By this time, the Witch clan had grown considerably, with their ancestral witch, Emperor Zhang, reaching the pinnacle of the Luo golden immortal realm. Their numbers were rapidly increasing. However, despite their development over the centuries, they had yet to see their ancestral witch, Hu, return or even communicate with them, inciting their anxiety. They pursued Hutu's whereabouts, arriving near Yi Tian's courtyard. Where could our little sister be? Why have we suddenly lost contact with her? I don't know. We cannot reach our sister at all. We can't even find any trace of her here. Her aura has completely vanished. Could it be that a powerful being has targeted her and secretly plotted against her, leading to her demise? Impossible. We share a bloodline connection with her. If she were to perish, we would undoubtedly sense it. Then let's continue searching in this vicinity. Perhaps our sister has left some clues behind. The disappearance of an ancestral, which naturally alarmed Emperor Zhang and the others. Their concerns stemmed not only from Hu being their little sister, but also from the interconnected fates of the 12 ancestral witches. If one suffers, the other shall too. Furthermore, without one ancestral witch, they could not activate their 12 ancestral witches during divine array. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, they must locate how as they continue their search. They indeed stumbled upon the entrance to Yi Tian's courtyard, much like Hu had. However, Yi Tian did not extend the same warmth to them as he did to Hu. After all, their inherent luck was not particularly strong, making their cultivation a laborious endeavor. The Witch clan possesses some unique talents. Although they lack a primordial spirit, their perceptual abilities are exceptionally keen. They sensed that Yi Tian's abode held extraordinary wonders. Thus, they scoured the area, attempting to uncover a means to enter Yi Tian's courtyard. However, after an exhaustive search, they were unable to discern a way in. Their frustrations and anger mounted as they could find no means of entry. Our little sister must have been captured by the master of this place. We must destroy it to uncover her whereabouts. In the next instant, they focused their energies, preparing to raise the area. Clearly, they intended to destroy the place in hopes of finding Hu. However, This was not what Yi Tian wished to witness. Just as they were about to act, Yi Tian spoke up. Halt! Your little sister is undergoing a transformation. When the time is right, she shall naturally return to seek you out. Yi Tian's words were startling, causing the ancestral witches to jump in surprise. They turned their furious gazes toward the source of the voice. They understood that their sister's disappearance was undoubtedly related to its speaker. Thus, they confronted Yi Tian with questions. Who are you? I advise you to release our sister. Otherwise, do not blame us for destroying this place and forcing you out. Unaware of Yi Tian's identity and instinctively perceiving him as an enemy, they believed he had forcibly abducted their sister. Consequently, they readied themselves for battle, prepared to confront Yi Tian at any moment. Observing their demeanor, Yi Tian felt speechless. The witch clan, lacking primordial spirits, acted with greater impulsiveness. The words and intentions of this group of ancestral witches made them appear more like brutes. This slight displeasure flickered within Yi Tian's heart. Nevertheless, they were, after all, Hu's elder siblings and descendants of Pangu. Thus, Yi Tian merely waved his hand gently. Return, when the time is right. Hu too shall undoubtedly return, with a mere wave of his hand. For Yi Tian, it was but a simple gesture, yet for the ancestral shamans, it was anything but trivial. As Yi Tian spoke, these shamans felt as though the very world was spinning around them, leaving them disoriented. Once Yi Tian's words had concluded, they were astonished to find themselves back within their own clan, returned to the sacred hall of their ancestors. This sudden transformation was beyond their wildest imaginations, rendering their expressions grave. Just moments prior, each of them had been engulfed in a dizzying whirl. In the face of such disarray, none could steady their minds. They were swept along by the tide. By the time they regained their senses, they had already returned to their clan. Such signs indicated that the one who spoke to them was indeed a being of immense power. In the presence of this formidable entity, they realized they had no means of resistance. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could subdue them utterly. Should he choose to, he could extinguish the lives of these ancestral shamans without a second thought. How could such overwhelming might not instill a sense of trepidation in them? They understood that within the primordial world existed great powers, yet they had never anticipated encountering someone of such strength so casually. Brother, what should we do? Should we continue searching for our younger sister? Brother, I have a premonition that our sister is certainly atop the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Who is this powerful being? Why have we never heard of such a terrifying presence at the summit of Buzhou Mountain before? Had Yi Tian not intervened, the ancestral shamans would have undoubtedly rushed to his location, eager to confront him, especially since their sister had vanished from the vicinity of Yi Tian. They would stop at nothing to find her. However, with Yi Tian's intervention, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Although the shamans were known for their brashness, they were not fools. The ability to send all of them back to their clan in an instant was the hallmark of a top-tier powerhouse, one not to be trifled with. The thought of annihilation lay but a thought away for such a being. Realizing this, they hesitated to seek out Yi Tian any further. Simultaneously, they found themselves placing a measure of trust in his words. They believed that someone as powerful as Yi Tian would not deliberately deceive them, for there was no need to do so. With this notion, they felt a considerable sense of relief, since our younger sister has her own destiny. We should not obstruct her from seizing it. I believe she will return in due course, just as our elders have foretold. Upon hearing these words, the ancestral shamans found solace. Subsequently, they ceased to dwell on matters concerning the ancestral earth and instead devoted themselves to the flourishing of their clan. This development spanned the course of several millennia. Under their diligent efforts, the shaman clan indeed thrived rapidly. Not only did their numbers swell, but their territory also expanded. Moreover, a multitude of powerful shamans emerged from within their ranks. These formidable figures accompanied the clan, conquering cities and seizing vast resources, thereby establishing the shaman clan's reputation throughout the primordial world. However, it was not solely the shaman clan that experienced growth. Another race did as well, the demon race. Within the demon race, two formidable entities emerged, Tai and Dejuan, the innate deities known as the three-legged golden crows, born under the sun star, possessing immense magical prowess from birth. They were born as sovereigns, harboring grand ambitions, Furthermore, the Golden Crow Tian wielded a powerful artifact, the Chaos Bell, hailed as the ultimate defensive treasure. With the Chaos Bell in his grasp, Tian stood invincible. Not to mention, the Chaos Bell boasted both offensive and defensive capabilities. Its formidable striking power was beyond the reach of any adversary. Together, Tai and Dejuan vanquished numerous foes, asserting dominance over the demon race and enabling its gradual expansion. It is easy to foresee that the demon race would grow even more powerful under their guidance. Consequently, some friction arose between the shaman clan and the demon race. Yet, at this juncture, the conflicts were minor skirmishes, mere trifles, and no significant discord had yet emerged between the two factions. Moreover, the absence of an ancestral shaman rendered the shaman clan somewhat constrained, unable to act freely. This prompted the shaman clan to exercise caution, striving to avoid unnecessary conflicts with the demons. Such a mindset proved beneficial, as it maintained a semblance of peace between the two races. However, this fragile peace was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen proclamation. The voice behind this upheaval belonged to none other than Hong Jun, who emerged as the ultimate beneficiary of the three races' contention. Boom! A voice of authority, resonating like thunder from the heavens, suddenly reverberated. High above the 9 clouds, I sit upon my lotus seat, the master of the Tao. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall preside over the teachings. Pangu birthed the Taiji, the 2 elements and 4 symbols follow suit, that a message conveyed to the 3 friends. The 2 teachings delineate their divisions. The mystical gate leads the way. 1 breath transforms into Hongjun. I am Hongjun. Today, I become a sage. Feeling the plight of the myriad beings, most are ignorant and unaware, lacking a path to cultivation and the Tao. Therefore, I, the Master, vow to deliver teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace a millennium hence. All who are destined may come to listen. Hongjuan's voice echoed across the vast primordial expanse, resonating in the ears of every being. This announcement sent tremors through countless creatures, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They knew of many powerful entities within the primordial world, yet they had never fathomed the existence of beings called sages. The voice that reverberated in their minds was akin to the voice of the Tao itself, exuding an awe-inspiring might that instilled fear in their hearts. Even without having seen Hongjun, they could sense that his power far surpassed their to be eliminated by him was merely a thought away. Thus, once Hongjuan's voice faded, the crowd could not contain their fervent discussions in the domain of the demon race. Tai and Dejuan were equally struck with astonishment. This sage is utterly terrifying. His voice could directly reach our ears. Should he wish to slay us, it would be as easy as breathing. Not only could he kill us, but I even sensed that merely uttering his name would alert him, allowing him to discern our intentions and appear before us in an instant. What a fearsome sage! In the future, I too shall strive to become a sage. Prior to their awareness of the sage's existence, they felt no reverence for such beings. However, upon experiencing the might of Hongjun, an overwhelming desire took root in their hearts. They yearned to become sages. This idea took hold in their minds, becoming an indelible thought. Soon after, they spoke aloud, a millennium from now, let us go together to hear the teachings and witness what a sage truly looks like. Additionally, let us learn how one can achieve sagehood. Such thoughts are not solely held by Dejuan and Tai. There are others who share similar sentiments. For instance, the formidable demon Kuanpun concealed in the northern sea, as well as the ancient ancestor of the River of Blood, Mingi, lurking in the Blood Sea. Additionally, there are the revered Jinyuan Daxian of Wuzhuangguan and the amiable Hongyun. All of these individuals are mighty beings of the Primordial Era, who seldom venture out. However, this time, they all sense that a great opportunity is approaching. Consequently, they have resolved to attend the Tao lectures at the Zixiao Palace in a millennium's time. Each of them possesses great fortune and is among the 3,000 guests of Zixiao. By attending the lectures at Zixiao Palace, they anticipate seizing tremendous opportunities. These events are preordained. Yet among the 3,000 guests of Zixiao, several key figures will, unexpectedly, not be present. These individuals, of course, include Nuwa, Tian, and others at this moment. They remain within the Chaos Pearl, transforming themselves and comprehending the great Tao, yet have not yet emerged into the world. Thus, it is even more improbable for them to attend the lectures at Zhixiao Palace. Because of this, when Hongjun concluded his announcement regarding the teachings at Zhixiao Palace, a frown creased his brow. According to his calculations, after delivering his teachings at Zhixiao Palace, his fortune would surge and the Tao sect would flourish. In the future, he would achieve a higher status and grow stronger. However, upon making this announcement, he discovered that his fortune had not increased significantly and that the Tao sect showed no signs of thriving. This left Hongjun feeling exceedingly vexed. What could be the reason? Could it be that my calculations were incorrect? Impossible. I utilized the creation jade plate for my divination, which embodies the principles of divination. I could not have erred. Thus, there's only one possibility. Someone is plotting against me. At this realization, Hongjun's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of danger. He would not take kindly to those who conspired against him. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly eliminate them swiftly. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that there might be even more powerful beings within the primordial realm, capable of orchestrating schemes against him. Those individuals would certainly be stronger than he. Therefore, he must exercise restraint. Until his own power reached a level that instilled confidence in him, he could not reveal any dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that no one would take direct action against him. Nor could he assure himself that he would withstand any assault from those who might attack. Such thoughts only deepened his resolve. Mark my words, whether you are Pangu or other chaotic demons. When my great Tao is perfected, I shall seek retribution for all past grievances. Hongjun is a person who harbors a grudge, and the only reason he has not exacted vengeance now is that he is still biding his time. Once his strength is sufficient, he will no longer hold back. This moment. He resembles a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike when the moment is ripe. Regarding Hongjun's intentions, Tian remains unaware. Even if he were to learn of them, he would not be concerned, for Hongjun stands before him, easily extinguishable with a mere wave of his hand. Such an adversary is truly not worth his attention. Were it not for the desire to provide Tian and others with a worthy opponent to accumulate a bit of fortune, Tian would not have spared him. Thus, he remains indifferent to Hongjun's teachings. However, Tian does not concur with Hongjun's assertions. The Sanqing and others have already aligned with him, and there is no notion of a single Tao being transmitted to 3 friends or the division of teachings. Among those equally unconcerned is a group of individuals, the Wu clan. The ancestral shamans have certainly heard Hongjun's words. However, their reverence is directed solely towards their father deity, Pangu. Beyond their father deity, they harbor little awe for anyone else. Though Hongjun's display of power is formidable, the ancestral shamans remain unperturbed. Only the great Tao passed down from their father deity is deemed worthy, while the paths of others are inconsequential. Indeed, we shall guard our father deity's grand hall. With our father's heart within, we can comprehend boundless doctrines. Very well, we shall forego attending the lectures. Instead, it would be more prudent to utilize that time to enhance our own strength. The ancestral shamans possess no interest in such teachings. Firstly, they believe that Pangu's great Tao is the most suitable for them. Secondly, lacking Yuan Shun, they are utterly incapable of practicing the great Tao imparted by Hongjun. Therefore, even if they were to attend, it would be in vain. They would be far better off remaining here to bolster their own abilities. However, while they abstain, their enemies proceed. Moreover, their adversaries grow increasingly powerful as a result. This spells calamity for the Wu clan. Following Hongjun's announcement of the lectures to be held in a millennium, the world of the Primordial Era became lively once more. Such an opportunity for teachings represents a tremendous chance for everyone. Naturally, many individuals aspire to seize this opportunity to grow stronger. Consequently, numerous beings emerged, eager to journey to Zhixiao Palace. Yet, only those who are truly powerful, having attained the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, may ascend to the 33 heavens and locate Zhixiao Palace. As for those of lesser strength, they lack even the qualifications to reach the 33 heavens. They can merely gaze longingly at the lofty 33 heavens, helplessly lamenting their plight. Alas, the 33 heavens are simply too high. They're beyond our reach. I had thought this opportunity for teachings was accessible to all. Little did I know, Only the most elite beings are granted such access. Let us depart. This is not a place for us. Hongjuan's teachings are destined to leave many disappointed. These disheartened souls are the lowly cultivators, whose powers cannot ascend to the 33 heavens, hence their profound disappointment. Simultaneously, they murmur discontent, claiming that Hongjuan's teachings are exclusively for the powerful. Yet, who truly cares for the grievances of such insignificant figures? Beneath the saints, all are but mere ants. Even those who have entered the Purple Cloud Palace may not garner the attention of Hongjuan, let alone others. Thus, Hongjuan paid no heed to the reactions of the outside world. He concealed himself within the Purple Cloud Palace, observing the reactions of the assembly in the main hall. In this hall, Hongjuan arranged 6 cushions, positioned centrally at the heart of the grand chamber, the focus of all present. Although these cushions were generously placed before the crowd, not everyone possessed the audacity to occupy them. Only those of esteemed lineage, like Tian, could sit there with confidence. However, in the absence of Tian and Nuwa, the occupants of the cushions changed. Aside from the unchanged positions of the Western figures, the remaining 4 seats were filled by Dijuan, Tai, Kuanpeng, and Mingyi. Originally, Hongyan had also occupied one of the cushions, but being the amiable person he was, he relinquished his seat to the late-arriving Zhuan and Jiayin at their mere request. Consequently, he found himself distanced from this sacred position. Nevertheless, with Dijuan and Kuanping already seated, he was spared from impending tribulations. Once all were settled, Hongjuan scrutinized their qualifications, and his expression darkened considerably. Among them were 3 from the Demon Clan and 2 from the West. The only true Dao cultivator among them appeared to be Ancestor Mingyi. However, even Ancestor Mingyi was not a pure Dao cultivator, as he too had his own path to follow. This starkly contrasted with Hongjuan's assertion that one path could yield 3 friends. Furthermore, Hongjuan felt a profound absence of destined disciples. This realization filled him with a burning desire for retribution against the one who had usurped his disciples. Yet, ultimately, he found himself lacking the strength for vengeance, even the courage to calculate his next move. Although these individuals did not align with his ideal, he had no choice but to make do in the gaze of the assembly. Hongjuan manifested, maintaining an air of superiority and enigma. His sudden appearance astonished many, who realized they were utterly unaware of how he had materialized before them. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura emanated from Hongjuan. This formidable presence rendered them acutely aware that they were not merely facing a man, but the very heavens themselves. Before such heavens, they possessed no capacity for resistance. Thus, they regarded Hongjuan with profound reverence, a sentiment that greatly pleased him. He then commenced his teachings. His discourse began at an elevated level, delving into the Tao of the great Luo, Golden Immortal. While most of the audience within the Purple Cloud Palace had already attained the great Luo, Golden Immortal realm, they were nonetheless enraptured by Hongjuan's teachings. Those seated upon the cushions, such as Dijuan and his peers, gained immeasurable benefits. The cushions they occupied were no ordinary seats. They were conducive to enlightenment. Coupled with Dijuan and his companions' extraordinary talents, their understanding deepened, enhancing their strength and refining their future paths. Simultaneously, their admiration for Hongjuan's prowess intensified. After the teachings, their reverence reached its zenith. Particularly after the conclusion of his discourse, Hongjuan did not depart immediately. Instead, he proclaimed, "This session of teachings has concluded. The next shall commence in 3,000 years. Your position shall henceforth remain fixed and unalterable. The next discourse shall expound upon the Tao of the semi-saints." Yes, Master. All who had come to listen were considered Hongjuan's disciples. Though their inner thoughts remained a mystery, they showed utmost respect in their gestures. Least in that moment, they stood as Hongjuan's disciples. However, beyond the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, that status was uncertain. Nevertheless, this session of teachings had indeed yielded bountiful rewards for the attendees. The announcement of the next session on the Tao of the semi-saints heightened their anticipation. Upon returning, discussions flourished among them that, in 3,000 years, the Tao of the semi-saints will be revealed. We must enhance our strength during this period. Otherwise, we may find it difficult to keep pace with the speed of our master's teachings. If we fail to comprehend, we shall miss our opportunity. Indeed, we must swiftly augment our capabilities and not squander this grand opportunity. We require vast resources to elevate our realms. We need an abundance of resources. To amass such resources, the most effective method was to align with a powerful faction in this regard. The demon clan held significant advantages. Consequently, Dejuan and Tai endeavored to recruit formidable beings, including the likes of Kunping. Had it not been for Ancestor Mingyi's inclination for solitude and his lack of resource scarcity, they might have even enticed him to join. Nonetheless, even without securing Ancestor Mingyi, the demon clan's strength increased significantly. In fact, to a certain extent, they had surpassed the shaman clan. This surge in power led the demon clan to become increasingly arrogant. The tensions between them and the shaman clan grew sharper, with neither side willing to concede. Due to the pressing resource needs of those within the Purple Cloud Palace, conflict erupted between the shaman and demon clans. Initially, it was merely small-scale skirmishes, but gradually, the scale of battle escalated. Great demons began to attack the shaman clan. Furthermore, they resorted to devouring shaman beings whole. The shaman clan, known for their powerful physical forms, contained immense strength within. Such power was a tremendous boon for the demons. Thus, one great demon not only seized resources from the shaman clan, but also consumed hundreds of them. Upon hearing this news, the ancestor shamans were incensed. Damn it, do these demons think us defenseless? How dare they act with such impudence? They have audaciously devoured hundreds of our kin. This grudge shall not go unpunished. Come forth, let us vanquish that great demon. Without hesitation, upon learning of the shaman's consumption, the fire god Zhurong led his kin directly towards the location of the great demon, relentless in their pursuit. During this assault, they were merciless, slaying all who stood in their way. Many demons, caught unaware, fell before the might of the shaman warriors. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, the shamans, after vanquishing the demons, proceeded to consume them. However, the shamans displayed a degree of civility, rather than swallowing them whole. They opted to roast them first. The flesh of the demons was equally nourishing for the shamans, whose physical prowess was formidable. Especially prior to their transformation, demons relied heavily on their physical strength in combat. The shamans savored the meat of the demons, and thus, they feasted their way to the presence of the great demon. This great demon, at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, could dominate the wilderness. Yet, such might paled in comparison to the ancestor shamans at this moment. The ancestor shamans were no weaker than Dejuan and his peers, all being great Luo golden immortals. Moreover, with the Pangu heart residing within the Pangu hall, their realms ascended rapidly. Upon seeing Zhurong, the great demon's countenance drained of color. With barely a moment's hesitation, he initiated a blood escape, attempting to flee. However, the ancestor Zhurong had come to capture him. How could he allow such an escape? In that fleeting moment of the great demon's blood escape, a conflagration enveloped the formidable beast, the primordial, which Zhurong was most proficient in the art of fire, an innate ability that surpassed many divine powers. The great demon merely brushed against Zhurong's flames and instantly emitted a wretched scream, da-da. Amidst the chilling cries of despair, the demon was roasted to perfection by Zhurong's flames and subsequently divided among the other clan members for consumption. This gruesome spectacle left the remaining demon kin utterly petrified. Flee! The witch clan is upon us. Our forebear has perished. We must escape from this place. Quickly, inform the two great kings and urge them to avenge us. The demon kin, in a frenzy, sought to vacate the scene, hastily reporting the dire situation. Thus, each individual scrambled to flee. However, how could they possibly evade Zhurong's grasp? With a mere wave of his hand, an unending inferno encircled them. Countless demons met their demise beneath Zhurong's searing flames. Only one or two great demons, on the brink of death, cried out for help in the distance. Great King, save me! Such desperate pleas drained the last vestiges of strength from the great demon, resonating across 100,000 miles. Meanwhile, in the palace, Dejuan and Tai contemplating how to empower the demon clan, were taken aback. They sensed the formidable Zhurong unleashing a massacre among their kin. Countless demons fell under the wrath of Zhurong. igniting an intense fury within Dijun and Tai. "Damn the witch clan! Cease your actions!" As they bellowed, they hastened towards Zhu Rong's location with utmost speed. Zhu Rong naturally heard their thunderous commands and sensed that Dijun and Tai were rapidly approaching. Nevertheless, he showed no intention of halting his assault. He continued his slaughter, clearly dismissing Dijun and Tai as threats. This defiance only served to further incite the wrath of Dijun and Tai, who, without regard for anything else, launched their attack against the primordial witch Dai. Confronting Zhu Rong, Dijun and Tai raised their hands, striking forth with a palm to that moment. They were unconcerned with notions of fair one-on-one combat. They sought nothing less than Zhu Rong's life. Their decisive actions were unexpected. Yet, Zhu Rong was no fool. He anticipated that Dijun and Tai would unleash their full power against him. Thus, at the instant they made their move, he transformed into his primordial witch form. With a beastly head and human body, adorned in crimson scales, serpents of fire piercing his ears, and a fire dragon beneath his feet. He towered magnificently, embodying immense power. After Dijun and Tai struck, he endured the blow through sheer physical resilience. However, he realized that he was no match for the combined might of Dijun and Tai. Consequently, he called for reinforcements. "Elder brother, assist me." The bloodlines of the 12 primordial witches were interconnected. Upon sensing Zhu Rong's peril, Di Jiang and the others immediately felt compelled to respond. Without hesitation, they appeared beside Zhu Rong at remarkable speed. The presence of 11 primordial witches was palpable, showcasing their might to its fullest extent. These were 11 Luo golden immortals, and not just any Luo golden immortals. Upon their arrival, Dijun and Tai understood that these 11 were beyond their capacity to confront. Even with the Chaos Bell in hand, they were outmatched. Thus, they too began to summon allies, calling upon Kunpeng, Baizhe, and others. Many among them were recent recruits to Dijun and Tai's cause. Regardless, having benefited from their patronage, they felt compelled to lend their strength in this critical moment. Soon, the standoff escalated into open conflict between the demon and witch clans. The battle raged ferociously, each side refusing to yield. As countless mountains were obliterated and the once tranquil primordial world erupted into chaos once more. However, due to the battleground being on the demon clan's territory, they ultimately suffered greater losses. The witches, lacking the support of Luo Hu, could not overpower the demons and were compelled to retreat. This encounter allowed both factions to gain a clearer understanding of each other's strengths, laying the groundwork for future confrontations. The witches were left deeply frustrated by their inability to secure victory. Particularly, the hot-tempered Zhu Rong harbored considerable grievances. The demon kin were clearly no match for us. Had it not been for Luo Hu's absence, how could we have been forced to retreat in such a manner? Yet, it was unjust to blame Luo Hu. She had accompanied esteemed mentors on her path of cultivation, and one could hardly fault her for seizing such a rare opportunity for growth. Cultivation is commendable. Yet one must not forget our witch clan. Zhu Rong lamented. If she continues down this path of cultivation, I fear that even if our clan were annihilated, she might not deign to return. In Zhu Rong's eyes, had Luo Hu been present, they would have undoubtedly triumphed over the demon kin, perhaps even capturing them all. Alas, with Luo Hu absent, they lacked a formidable ally. Thus, they found themselves at a disadvantage in their struggles. This infuriated Zhu Rong to no end, to the point where he longed to confront Luo Hu for a stern lecture. However, the thought of the voice's master instilled fear within him, rendering him reluctant to seek out Luo Hu in their current state. They could only vent their frustrations elsewhere, while simultaneously striving to enhance their own abilities, ensuring they would not suffer losses in future confrontations. Unbeknownst to Luo Hu, Zhu Rong harbored such thoughts. Currently, she was immersed in the boundless principles of the Tao. They had resided within the Chaos Pearl for many years, during which they not only comprehended the existence of the Tao, but also underwent significant transformations in their physical forms. Their bodies increasingly resembled those of the Chaos demon gods. Concurrently, their realms ascended rapidly, reaching an astonishing height. Among them, Luo Hu had transcended the limits of the ancestral, which, acquiring her own primordial spirit. Her comprehension of the Tao deepened further. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that Ho-Tu and her companions felt they were on the verge of emerging into the world, after such a long wait. They were finally about to step into existence, which should have been a momentous occasion for them. However, in their present state, they achieved their optimal comprehension of the Tao that if they were to leave this place, they would lose such grand opportunities and favorable conditions. Consequently, they found themselves wishing to prolong their time here. The longer they delayed, the deeper their understanding of the Tao became. Meanwhile, outside the Chaos Pearl, Tian was equally exerting himself. He endeavored to manipulate the chaotic spiritual energy, channeling it all towards Nuwa and her companions. With a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, the timing of Nuwa and the others' emergence was indeed delayed. This delay stretched into 500 years. After 5 centuries had passed, the chaotic spiritual energy within the Chaos Pearl was finally depleted. To continue harnessing such energy, they would have to wait for it to gradually nurture itself within the Chaos Pearl once more. This forced Ho-Tu and her companions to relinquish their states as chaos demon gods and break free from the constraints binding them. Among those emerging was Pangu, who had been brewing for many years. The moment Pangu and the others opened their eyes, the world transformed. Thunder roared mightily. Their overwhelming presence stirred the very fabric of existence. Fortunately, they were within the realm of the Chaos Pearl, not in the primordial world. Otherwise, Mount Bujo would have undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire primordial realm, particularly with Pangu among them, who exhibited extraordinary might upon his emergence. He was originally a powerful chaos demon god, and with the assistance of a drop of Tian's blood, Pangu emerged with the strength of a pinnacle heavenly Tao saint. Although this realm did not match the formidable level he possessed as a chaos demon god, the profound insights of the Tao contained within Tian's blood were beyond what the previous Pangu could compare to. Given a little more time, surpassing the heights of his past life would pose no challenge for him. In the crowd, the young Nuwa also shone brightly. Though youthful, her realm was astonishingly high. She now stood on par with Hong Jun from the outside world, having reached the saint realm. Additionally, this time, as she embodied the chaos demon god, her understanding of the Tao became even more profound. Once she commenced serious cultivation in the external world, it remained uncertain whether Hong Jun could contend with her in the future. If such a realm were to be revealed to others in the primordial world, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded and incredulous. As for the 3 pure ones, they were not lacking either. Their realms had all reached the peak of the quasi-saint level, mere steps away from becoming true saints. This distance was not far at all for them. They had already comprehended their own Tao. Given a little more time, they could not only achieve the status of saints, but also grow even stronger. Fushi and Ho-Tu, though slightly weaker, had nonetheless reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level. Such power placed them among the top echelon within the primordial realm. Even figures like Dijun and Kuan Peng would not be their match. More importantly, like the 3 pure ones, they too had ample room for further advancement. With just a little more time, they would become even more formidable. Subsequently, they observed their own transformations with great satisfaction. To experience such changes was indeed a tremendous opportunity for them. Therefore, each and every one of them felt immense gratitude towards Tian. However, at that moment, the 3 pure ones were astonished as they gazed at one individual. The 3 pure ones prided themselves on being the true successors of Pangu, naturally connected to him. Thus, upon seeing Pangu, they immediately sensed something. "Who are you?" Although Tong Tian and the others were perplexed regarding Pangu's identity, they could feel the aura emanating from him, but hesitated to affirm his identity at that moment. However, Ho-Tu unhesitatingly knelt before him. "We pay our respects to the Father God." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian and the others were taken aback. They were not foolish. The instant Ho-Tu spoke, they comprehended who Pangu truly was. Without any hesitation, they also knelt down that we pay our respects to the Father God. Pangu, newly emerged, was unaware of Ho-Tu and Tong Tian's identities. However, he could sense a familiar aura emanating from these individuals that a mere probe revealed to him their blood relation. He was momentarily taken aback, but then spoke to them. "You are well. Rise." Subsequently, he knelt before Tian, who is outside the Chaos Pearl, that we pay our respects to the Father God. Pangu's declaration left Tian utterly astonished. Why do you address me as Father God? Without a Father God, there would be no previous Pangu, no primordial world, and certainly no current Pangu. To Pangu, you are the Father God of Pangu. Such words from Pangu took everyone by surprise. Tian and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Previously, they had recognized Tian's extraordinary origins, given the unfathomable capabilities he possessed. Many of his abilities surpassed their comprehension. For instance, the act of reopening the chaos was not something just anyone could accomplish. However, they had never imagined that Tian was regarded as the Father God in Pangu's heart. After all, Pangu was the one who opened the primordial world. It was entirely reasonable for him to consider himself the greatest. Even the heavenly Tao would likely retreat in the presence of Pangu. Yet, to their astonishment, such a powerful Pangu claimed that Tian was his Father God. Just how formidable was Tian? Then, this question made Tian and the others involuntarily gasp in awe. Soon after, they found themselves in a quandary. Elder, teacher, Father God has referred to you as Father God. How should we address you now? Previously, Tian and the others had called Tian their teacher with ease. However, in light of the current situation, addressing Tian as teacher seemed somewhat irreverent. After all, such a title placed him on par with their Father God, a height they dared not overstep. Yet, at that moment, Tian simply smiled. You need not concern yourselves with this. Address me as you did before, as you have always done. After all, the current Pangu was no longer the Pangu of the past. He had been reborn, embarking on a new chapter of life. In the past, Pangu, despite being the most formidable of the chaotic demigods, bore the weight of his own mission, a burden that shackled him in his previous life. However, the present is markedly different. He no longer carries such chains and lives entirely for himself. At this moment, Pangu is indeed transformed, distinct from his former self. Upon hearing Tian's words, Pangu immediately comprehended his intent. He nodded in agreement and then spoke. Father God, why not accept me as your disciple? In a certain sense, I have also inherited your legacy. There is indeed a trace of Tian's inheritance within that drop of blood. Hence, Pangu's assertion poses no issue. Why Tian, upon hearing this, contemplated briefly before conceding. He addressed Pangu, saying, Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my esteemed first disciple and the senior brother to them all. As soon as Tian's words fell, he felt a tremendous surge of fortune and power rushing towards him, almost enabling him to break through on the spot. Pangu is the foremost among the 3,000 chaotic demigods and the creator of the vast world of Hongwang. The merit and fortune he embodies are beyond anyone's imagination, to the extent that he can be considered the second heavenly Tao of this realm. Thus, Tian's acceptance of him as a disciple naturally resulted in a significant increase in fortune. Consequently, after taking Pangu as his disciple, a look of joy immediately appeared on Tian's face. The others, upon hearing Tian's declaration of Pangu as his first disciple, unanimously concurred. Although Tian and the others had fought for the position of senior brother, and there was some discontent regarding the small Nuwa status as senior sister, in their hearts, they recognized that Pangu was deserving of the title of senior brother, and they held him in high regard. Even the small Nuwa bore no dissatisfaction. Thus, Tian's circle gained another member. Tian then addressed them. All right, since you have all unexpectedly advanced in your realms, temper your auras and accompany me outside. Yes. When Pangu and the others appeared in Tian's courtyard, they felt a refreshing clarity. They were no longer the fledgling practitioners they once were. They had become true powerhouses. Moreover, they now possessed a clearer understanding of their future paths. No longer feeling lost as they once did, their demeanor radiated confidence, a quality that Tian naturally sensed. However, their current strength did not qualify them to graduate under Tian's guidance. At least Tian and the others did not. Hence, they were still cast into the trial grounds. Within the trial grounds, the strength of the trial targets had dramatically changed, and no longer mere quasi-saints. They now encountered genuine saints. Every blade of grass and tree within the grounds was of the saintly realm, that if these plants were placed in the Honghuang world, they could certainly upheave the entire realm. Fortunately, this matter was known only to Tong Tian and the others, so it did not incite any panic. Although Tong Tian and the others felt reluctant and wished to explore Honghuang, they dared not voice their complaints in front of Tian. Among the group, the only one who could wander through Honghuang was likely Pangu. His strength was beyond Yi Tian's concern, and his comprehension of the Tao far exceeded that of the others, particularly after his experience of creation. His understanding of the Tao became even more profound. Given some time, he would undoubtedly surpass his previous self, attaining the realm of primordial Tao sovereign, and perhaps even surpassing it was not out of the question. Therefore, Yi Tian spoke to Pangu. After all, this world is one you have forged. You may venture out to explore and deeply perceive the realm you have created. I believe this experience will be exceptionally unique and greatly beneficial to your comprehension of the Tao. Yes, Master. Upon hearing Tian's words, Pangu immediately understood what he was meant to do next. Soon, he requested Tian for permission to journey through Honghuang. Another who sought to venture out was Hu. She had been away from the Witch clan for many years and was utterly unaware of its circumstances. Thus, she needed to return to the Witch clan to observe its state, while Tian understood that this was a trial that Hu must endure. So he did not impede her, but allowed her to leave first. Aside from the two of them, the others remained in Yi Tian's courtyard. Even the small Nuwa, now a saint, was no exception. This was because she still had her own mission yet to complete. Therefore, Yi Tian continued to have her mold clay figurines, awaiting an opportune moment, a moment suitable for her to create beings from Earth. The specific timing would depend on when the fortuitous power became most potent. Meanwhile, Hu's return to the Witch clan stirred quite a commotion that, of course, the first to react were the witches themselves. The moment Hu appeared, she instantly caught the attention of Emperor Zhang and the others. Among them, Zhurong and Gonggong sensed Hu's presence immediately. Over the years, the conflict between the Witch clan and the Yao clan had never ceased. However, due to Hu's absence, the Witch clan had always suffered losses. Thus, Ancestor with Zhurong had long harbored grievances against Hu. Now that she had returned, Zhurong naturally expressed all of his frustrations. You still think of coming back? I thought you had forgotten that you were one of our Witch clan, forgetting about your brothers and sisters. Moreover, if you were to take on a master, you ought to inform us first. Do you have any idea how worried we were when we searched for you for a long time, only to find out that you had already taken another as your teacher? We were deeply concerned. Furthermore, while we were engaged in battles with the Yao clan after you left, we suffered greatly. Do you comprehend the troubles we faced in your absence? Zhurong's words were unrestrained, clearly expressing his reproach towards Hu. However, Hu understood that Zhurong's anger stemmed from his concern for her well-being. As for the grievances regarding the conflicts with the Yao clan, they were merely incidental complaints. After Zhurong voiced his grievances, his expression visibly softened. It was evident that he was not genuinely angry. This fact must be acknowledged. As the youngest among the ancestor witches, Hu was undoubtedly the most favored. Had it been the water ancestor Gonggong who did such a thing, Zhurong would have certainly scolded him mercilessly, and it would not have been out of the question for him to resort to physical confrontation. Understanding this, Hu wore a beaming smile, responding amicably. Brother, my journey to take on a master was entirely unexpected. However, due to this unexpected turn of events, I encountered someone you would never have imagined. An unexpected person? Could it be your formidable teacher? The curiosity of Emperor Zhang and the others regarding Hu's teacher was palpable. Although they were unaware of her teacher's identity, they had certainly felt the formidable strength of her mentor. Up until now, they still did not know how that mysterious figure had managed to retrieve them. The methods employed were simply too enigmatic for them to comprehend. Thus, when Hu spoke, their first thought was of her teacher. However, Hu's answer was bound to surprise them. What I wish to convey is not about my teacher. Even if I mention my teacher, you would not recognize him. Rather, the person I encountered this time is someone you all know. Someone we all know. The words of Hu indeed astonished the crowd. They pondered for a long time, unable to fathom that the individual in question was someone they all recognized, and that Hu felt it necessary to reveal this. Noticing the heightened interest among the people, Hutu decided to no longer conceal the truth. This time, the person I encountered is the Father God. Father, the Father God? Upon hearing Hutu's revelation, the crowd was left utterly bewildered, struggling to believe their own ears. The Father God? Pangu. How could this be possible? Although Zhang and others held a deep-seated reverence for Pangu, they were well aware that Pangu had perished after creating the vast wilderness. He had transformed into all things, giving rise to the current primordial world. Furthermore, Pangu's heart lay enshrined within their Pangu hall. Under such circumstances, how could Pangu possibly still be alive, after Hutu made such a statement? Some even reached out to touch her head, questioning whether she had succumbed to some madness. However, Hutu was not deluded. She spoke only of what she had witnessed. I truly encountered the Father God. And not only that, but the Father God is currently traversing the primordial world. Who knows when we might meet the Father God again? Of course, the reason the Father God remains alive is due to my Master's intervention. My Master is a genuine powerhouse, existing even longer than the Father God himself. The Father God has acknowledged him as his teacher. Impossible. At Hutu's assertion, an ancestral which immediately countered. Pangu was the most revered and formidable entity in their hearts. They could hardly entertain the notion that anyone in the world surpassed Pangu. Upon hearing Hutu claim that Pangu had bowed to Tian as his master, their instinct was to refute. Yet, after their rebuttal, they began to feel a sense of unease. They recalled Tian's unfathomable abilities, and suddenly, they found Hutu's words could indeed hold a semblance of truth. Hutu was unaware of their experiences, but upon hearing Zhang's protest of impossibility, she felt a surge of urgency. Why Tian was a figure even Pangu revered, and as her master, she could not allow anyone to speak ill of him. Thus, she hastily clarified, "What I say is true. Just as this time, I received tremendous fortune from my master. I have not only acquired the power of the primordial spirit, but my strength has also reached the quasi-saint realm." Upon finishing, Hutu immediately unleashed her aura. If she were merely showcasing her own cultivation level, there would be no issue. Although the aura of a quasi-saint was immensely powerful, Zhang and the others were not incapable of withstanding it. However, Hutu revealed not only her own cultivation, but also the power of her bloodline. Before entering the Chaos Pearl, her bloodline was no different from that of the other ancestral witches. Yet, everything changed once she entered the Chaos Pearl. She not only comprehended the Tao, but also underwent a transformation in her body. Her physique became more refined, and her bloodline power grew exponentially. Now, her bloodline power, while perhaps not rivaling that of the Pangu of yore, was not far behind. Having been altered within the Chaos Pearl, she bore little distinction from the Chaos Demon God, were it not for the insufficient chaotic spiritual energy within the Chaos Pearl. And their time spent nurturing therein not being long enough, upon their emergence, they could very well have possessed strength akin to that of the former Chaos Demon God, though Hutu may not possess such overwhelming power now. Her bloodline strength and the Tao she has comprehended are formidable. Thus, her bloodline power pressed down upon Zhang and the others, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads. At this moment, Zhang and the others were utterly astounded. The aura of the Father God, this bloodline power, was undoubtedly that of the Father God. This is undeniably the bloodline power of the Father God. Only the Father God's bloodline could be so potent. Could it be that you have inherited the entirety of the Father God's legacy? Inconceivable, utterly inconceivable. You have indeed acquired the bloodline power of the Father God. Then what do we have to fear from the demon race? Our witch clan is destined for great prosperity. The emergence of Hutu's Pangu bloodline shocked all the ancestral witches. They had never anticipated that her bloodline power could be so rich, potentially reaching the heights that legends claimed Pangu might achieve. With this bloodline power, it signified that Hutu could very well grow to the same heights as Pangu in the future. Merely contemplating this possibility sent exhilaration coursing through them. Each of them looked at Hutu as if she were a priceless treasure. As for their previous grievances against her, they were all but forgotten. What they cared for now was the present Hutu. You, tell me, have you truly acquired the bloodline power of the Father God? It can be said so, though the bloodline power of the Father God should be even more formidable than mine. Well, that is indeed extraordinary. After all, that is the bloodline power of the Father God. Your future holds infinite possibilities. Everything I possess now is, in fact, bestowed by my master. Without my master, the current me would not exist. As she spoke, admiration for Yi Tian shone in Huda's eyes. She understood that it was Yi Tian who had shaped her present self. Thus, she felt no trace of arrogance, only profound gratitude. Her words filled the others with envy towards her, and they held Yi Tian in awe as well. They even contemplated how wonderful it would be if Yi Tian were to accept them as disciples, allowing them to possess the Pangu bloodline like Hu. However, they were acutely aware that Yi Tian had no intention of accepting them as disciples. Otherwise, he would not have previously sent them back to the witch clan so abruptly. Thus, they could only sigh in resignation. Fortunately, Hu was one of their own, a beloved sister. Therefore, Huda's gains were not far removed from their own. Subsequently, their focus shifted back to Huda's cultivation level. Little sister, what is your current realm? I have now reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm? Excellent. With you on our side, those demon race individuals shall undoubtedly be no match for us. The witches were still preoccupied with the conflict against the demon race, especially since all 11 ancestral witches had joined forces and still lost to the demon race. This matter had long troubled them. Now that Hu had returned, and with such formidable power, they naturally sought her assistance to reclaim their honor. Holding such thoughts, they took Hu directly to confront the demon race. Hu did not decline. She was aware that during her absence, her brothers and sisters had endured hardships, and she knew that some within the witch clan had perished at the hands of the demon race. In such circumstances, she was naturally compelled to take action. Thus, she accompanied her ancestral witch siblings to seek out the demon race. The ancestral witches made no attempt to conceal their presence as they headed straight for the demon race. Their aura inevitably attracted the attention of the demon race. Dijuan and Kunpeng, among others, appeared at once. They understood that the witches had come seeking trouble, especially with the evident addition of one more ancestral witch among them. They realized that today's encounter would not conclude simply. However, they were not afraid. After all, during this time, their strength had been steadily increasing. This growth was their leverage that it seems you ancestral witches are quite confident. Daring to come to our doorstep. How amusing, truly amusing. We have yet to seek trouble with you witches, yet you come looking for us. Since you have arrived, you must feel assured of your victory over our demon race. In that case, let's dispense with idle chatter and engage directly in battle. In comparison, the members of the Yao clan are far more eager to engage in battle with the Wu clan. In recent days, they have seized a great deal of resources, relishing the sweet fruits of abundance. Should they triumph over these ancestral witches and possibly eliminate them, the vast wilderness would be free from rivals contesting for resources. At that point, they would possess an even greater wealth of resources, and their path to higher realms would be unobstructed. Contemplating this, the Yao clan acted without hesitation, with Kunpeng being the first to strike. Kunpeng harbors no fondness for the Wu clan, especially since they have been the ones to usurp his resources. Thus he was particularly unrelenting. His formidable aura erupted forth, aimed directly at Dijiang. Dijiang, known for his incredible speed and mastery of spatial laws, was unmatched in swiftness. Ordinary beings could hardly hope to match his velocity. Only someone like Kunpeng, adept in speed, could hold his ground against Dijiang's onslaught. During their previous confrontation, Kunpeng had even managed to slightly overpower Dijiang, so he was confident that this time would not be different. However, as Kunpeng surged toward Dijiang, a figure suddenly appeared before him, none other than Ho Tuesday. No one could discern how Ho Tu had materialized in front of Dijiang. Yet with a mere flick of her hand, an invisible barrier manifested, repelling Kunpeng beyond its reach. Kunpeng, caught off guard, collided forcefully with the barrier, the immense power causing him to stagger back several paces. This development left the onlookers utterly astonished, particularly Dijun and Tai Yi, whose mouths hung agape in disbelief. They were well aware of Kunpeng's formidable strength. Had it not been for Taiyi's possession of the Chaos Bell and their fraternal bond, they might not have been able to subdue Kunping. Yet, to witness such a powerful being halted by a mere barrier was nothing short of astonishing. The most astonished of all was Kunping himself. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. And while he might not be the strongest in the wilderness, he certainly ranked among the elite. Even against Dijun and Taiyi, he felt no fear, especially since he had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, now he found himself repelled by a mere barrier, leaving him in a state of shock. Gazing at Ho-Tu, he could not help but exclaim, "You are a quasi-saint." He realized that the only beings stronger than him were indeed quasi-saints. Yet, he had never anticipated that amidst those who had ventured to the Zixiao Palace, a member of the Wu clan had already attained the quasi-saint stage before them. The utterance of the term quasi-saint caused all members of the Yao clan to halt their actions. Having been present in the Zixiao Palace, they understood the weight of the title that It was the realm that Dijun and the others had longed to reach, and the very reason for their conflict with the Wu clan. Had it not been for their desire to acquire abundant resources, they would not have repeatedly clashed with the Wu clan. Yet they had not anticipated that their coveted goal had already been achieved by someone else, an adversary from the Wu clan. As they beheld the overwhelming aura emanating from Ho-Tu, Dijun and the others felt a pang of regret. Had they known of such a formidable ancestral witch within the Wu clan, they would have refrained from provoking them earlier. At the very least, they should have waited until they themselves became quasi-saints before challenging such a powerful entity. Consequently, Dijun and Taiyi found themselves unusually tense. They wished to transform hostility into harmony, desiring to avoid further conflict with the Wu clan, yet they were at a loss for words. After several breaths, Dijun mustered the courage to speak. What transpired earlier was all a misunderstanding. We, the Yao clan, have no intention of contending with the Wu clan. Let us offer 2/10 of our resources as reparations, in hopes of fostering amicable relations. 2/10 of their resources was no small sum, particularly given the current strength of the Yao clan. That It was ample enough for the Wu clan to utilize for a considerable time, and to elevate many of their members' realms. This clearly demonstrated that Dijun was willing to make significant concessions. He understood that failing to resolve the matter reasonably would lead to dire consequences if it were any other clan. Hearing such a proposal from Dijun would likely prompt discussions and negotiations, as resources were essential for cultivation. However, the Wu clan, particularly the ancestral witches, were different. While others might focus on resources, the Wu clan was preoccupied with the losses they had suffered and the lives lost. Their concern was not for resources, but for blood debts to be settled in kind. Thus, upon hearing Dijun's words, someone immediately retorted, "Impossible. We have no need for your resources, and you, the Yao clan, must pay for the lives you have taken from the Wu clan. Today's matter is non-negotiable." This sentiment was echoed not just by one ancestral witch, but by many others as well. Indeed, this is non-negotiable. If we do not engage in combat today, you shall pay a price. And this matter cannot simply be resolved. Enough talk. Let us fight. With these words, the expressions of Dijun and Taiyi darkened significantly. They believed they had already made concessions to the Wu clan and were willing to compensate them with resources. Yet, in response, the Wu clan still sought battle, clearly intent on pursuing their complete annihilation. Given this, they could no longer afford to be restrained. After all, further forbearance would yield no benefit for them. Thus, Dijun and Taiyi exchanged a glance. Both recognizing the fury reflected in each other's eyes, without hesitation, they launched a joint assault against Ho-Tu. In the instant they struck, they unleashed their ultimate treasure, the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell, a congenital treasure, was versatile for both offense and defense, wielding immense power. Although Ho-Tu's realm surpassed theirs, with their combined might wielding the Chaos Bell, the outcome remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to Ho-Tu, the treasure in their possession was the Chaos Bell. Yet she sensed the threat it posed as the Chaos Bell bore down upon her. She instinctively retaliated with a palm strike in the past. While Ho-Tu's physical prowess was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Chaos Bell. However, after the reopening of Chaos, her physical strength had vastly surpassed her previous limits. In fact, her physical power now exceeded even her own realm. When her hand collided with the chaos bell, it emitted a resounding roar. Boom! The heavy sound reverberated, causing many hearts to tremble. The two who had sent forth the chaos bell, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, felt a surge of blood boiling within them. From the palm strike of Ho Tu, they sensed an incomprehensible force, a power so immense that it was transmitted back to them through the chaos bell. Were it not for this power being a reflection in their inherent strength as mighty golden crows, they might have been struck dead. Even so, they understood just how formidable Ho Tu's strength truly was. The sheer might they faced suggested that, had it landed directly upon them, they could have been effortlessly dispatched by a mere slap from Ho Tu's day. How powerful! The formidable strength of Ho Tu was undeniably terrifying to Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. They had anticipated the immense prowess of Ho Tu at the quasi-saint level, yet they could never have imagined it would reach such astonishing heights. This realization prompted them to exchange glances, deepening their sense of difficulty. Nevertheless, they persevered, clashing with Ho Tu over 100 times. After countless exchanges, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi could no longer withstand the onslaught, blood erupting from their mouths. Yet, despite this, they sustained only moderate injuries, and their complexions even appeared somewhat improved. However, this clearly indicated their inability to endure Ho Tu's relentless assault. Such a circumstance was profoundly alarming for the demon clan, causing widespread panic among many who were at a loss for what to do. If even the combined might of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi could not contend with Ho Tu, what chance did they possess? Faced with such overwhelming strength, they began to reconsider their allegiance to the demon clan. The prospect of joining the demon race became increasingly daunting when faced with such a formidable adversary. Their involvement could lead to dire consequences. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi recognized Ho Tu's overwhelming power. They too commanded a cessation of the Chaos Bell's collision with her. Continuing this futile clash would surely result in grievous injuries, if not death. Consequently, they swiftly altered their offensive strategy that a head-on confrontation was no longer feasible. They understood that striking Ho Tu with the Chaos Bell's brute force would have little effect. Thus, they adapted their tactics. Rather than utilizing the Chaos Bell as a weapon, they resolved to harness its other capabilities. Brother, let us ring the bell. Very well, let us ring the bell. The sound of the Chaos Bell served as a formidable offensive technique. It not only had the power to suppress the magical energies of those present, but could also directly assault the Yuan Shun, or primordial spirit. The tremendous impact on the Yuan Shun could leave many in agony, and a misstep could even lead to a complete annihilation of one's spirit. They believed their bell's resonance would undoubtedly affect Ho Tu in the next moment. Without a hint of hesitation, they shifted their approach. No longer would they strike Ho Tu with the Chaos Bell. Instead, they would wield it to amplify its power through their own magical energies. The following instant, a melodious chime resounded. Dang! As the Chaos Bell rang. Its sound echoed throughout much of the chaotic realm. Countless individuals were drawn to the bell's tone. Is that the sound of the Chaos Bell? Are those the two great demons? They have actually sounded the Chaos Bell? Judging by their appearance, they seem to be engaged in a fierce struggle. It appears they have encountered a formidable foe. While the specifics of the adversary faced by Tai Yi and Emperor Jun were unknown to the masses, the palpable aura of strength emanating from this enemy was unmistakable. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to ringing the Chaos Bell. However, the nature of this adversary, worthy of such attention from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, remained a mystery. Of course, those harboring such thoughts were positioned at a considerable distance from them. Thus, the sound of the Chaos Bell had no adverse effects on them, even if they heard its resonance. They felt no discomfort in their Yuan Shun. In contrast, those situated closer were immediately struck by the bell's impact, sensing their Yuan Shun quaking with instability. Had their Yuan Shun not been sufficiently robust, it could have been expelled from their bodies. A miscalculation could lead to utter annihilation of the spirit. It was not difficult to imagine the sensations experienced by those directly confronting the Chaos Bell. Although Di Jiang and others lacked Yuan Shun, they too felt its effects when the bell rang, experiencing dizziness and disorientation. Their once full combat prowess diminished to a mere 70 or 80%. It was undeniable that the Chaos Bell rightfully earned its title as the preeminent defensive treasure of the innate realm. The sheer magnitude of its power was unparalleled by other artifacts. Yet, what astonished Emperor Jun and Tai was that, despite the resonating chaos bell, Ho-Tu exhibited no reaction whatsoever. She stood resolutely before them, her gaze unwavering, as if impervious to any assault. This unexpected development left both Emperor Jun and Tai alarmed, their expressions reflecting disbelief. From the moment they had emerged, the chaos bell had never failed them. Regardless of how powerful the adversary, they had always felt the bell's impact. Yet now, Ho-Tu appeared entirely unfazed, a phenomenon that sparked their astonishment and ire. They felt insulted, as though their chaos bell had been dismissed. Such disregard was unacceptable to them. Consequently, a fervent desire ignited within them, to ensure Ho-Tu recognized the true might of the chaos bell in their hands. With this resolve, they fervently urged the chaos bell, its thunderous peals resonating intensely, dang, dang. Under the forceful impetus of Emperor Jun and Tai, the bell's power intensified dramatically. The ferocity of this force caused many nearby to become restless, necessitating their retreat. Remaining in proximity posed a risk of injury from the bell's resonance. Although the chaos bell was not directed at them, they too felt its ramifications. One could only imagine the pressure Ho-Tu faced, standing directly before the chaos bell. Kill her. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate her, lest we face endless repercussions. Yes, let her perish. This time, let her die. The thoughts of Emperor Jun and Tai aligned, as they sought to eradicate Ho-Tu in this moment, leaving no chance for her retaliation and no lingering threats for themselves. With this mindset, they channeled every ounce of their strength into the chaos bell, refusing to relent for even a moment. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, Ho-Tu maintained her composure, her expression unchanging. In fact, as they exerted their utmost, she spoke with a lightness that belied the gravity of the situation. Is this truly all your might? If this is merely the extent of your power, then I dare say it falls short. What? Upon hearing Ho-Tu's nonchalant words, Emperor Jun and Tai were struck with astonishment. In their expectations, they believed that even if she could withstand their assault, she would not do so with such ease. In their minds, she should display signs of struggle and difficulty. Yet, contrary to their assumptions, Ho-Tu remained unfazed. Such an occurrence was utterly beyond belief. You truly feel not the slightest impact? I've already stated that your strength is insufficient. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. After Jun and Tai concluded their conversation, they continued to fervently operate their chaos bell, relentlessly assaulting Ho-Tu's day. However, Ho-Tu was no longer the passive opponent she once was. Jun and Tai urged the chaos bell. Ho-Tu directly countered their efforts. In a stunning display, she manifested her ancestral witch form, her colossal figure appearing in the midst of heaven and earth, towering over other witches by several magnitudes. Simultaneously, the power of her bloodline was evidently more formidable. The sheer might she exuded suggested that she was more than just an ancestral witch. The moment her ancestral form emerged, she reached out towards the chaos bell wielded by Jun and Tai. Faced with that gigantic hand aiming to seize their bell, both Jun and Tai were clearly alarmed. This is bad. She intends to take our chaos bell. We cannot allow her to succeed. The chaos bell was their greatest reliance. It was precisely because of this artifact that they could subdue other formidable beings, achieving their current position. But if they were to lose the chaos bell, they would forfeit everything they possessed, and survival would become an insurmountable challenge. Thus, they shouted in unison, "Protect our chaos bell." Recognizing Ho-Tu's target, Jun and Tai devoted all their strength to safeguarding the chaos bell. However, it was not as simple as they wished to defend it, especially against an enemy as powerful as the post-caste reformed Ho-Tu, who was at the mid-level of quasi-saint strength, far surpassing them. Despite their combined efforts, they could not withstand Ho-Tu's onslaught. Before the eyes of the onlookers, Ho-Tu's hand gradually descended upon the chaos bell. With a swift motion, she plucked it into her grasp. This act sent the demon race into disarray. Their reliance was on Jun and Tai, who in turn depended on the chaos bell. Now that the bell was no longer in their possession, the implications were dire. It's over. It's over. Our demon race is doomed. Ah, we should never have provoked the witch clan. The witches are simply too powerful. We have lost. We have truly lost this time. And without the chaos bell, how can we contend with them? The sense of doom was not felt solely by the other demon races. Even Dijun and Tai shared the same sentiment. Without the chaos bell, they felt as though they had lost the fangs of Tiger. Although they remained fierce, they had lost their most significant lethal capability. Furthermore, Ho-Tu had made no indication of sparing them. Whether they could survive was another matter entirely. In the next moment, with the chaos bell in her grasp, Ho-Tu launched an attack against them. That moment, she had yet to refine the chaos bell, so her method of assault was straightforward. She raised the bell and struck that in Ho-Tu's hands. The chaos bell resembled a simple brick, devoid of any embellishment, as it was hurled towards them. The manner of the strike was not dissimilar to the earlier combined assault by Dijun and Tai against Ho-Tu, albeit Dijun and Tai lacked the immense physical strength that Ho-Tu possessed. Inevitably, the chaos bell descended upon Dijun and Tai in an instant. A deafening roar erupted. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Mountains crumbled, and countless towering peaks were obliterated. The overwhelming force exerted by Ho-Tu exceeded the mountain's capacity to endure. Even the grandest and most majestic peaks disintegrated under the onslaught. Dijun and Tai, bearing the brunt of the strike, found themselves driven deep into the earth, both severely injured. During this ordeal, they had contemplated fleeing and had even begun to act on that impulse. However, Ho-Tu was far too swift. By the time they attempted to escape, it was already too late. Wounded and incapacitated, their ability to flee diminished further. Now, they lay in a deep pit, struggling to move. Even if they could muster the strength to move, there was no escaping the clutches of Ho-Tu. In that moment, they resembled two souls awaiting their demise. An experience steeped in despair. They had never anticipated that their ambitions would be met with such a tragic fate before they had even begun. Someone, anyone, please save us. Dijun and Tai silently prayed for rescue. Yet, they understood that under the current circumstances, no one could come to their aid. Even if someone were to arrive, that individual would hardly stand a chance against Ho-Tuesday. Thus, they resigned themselves to despair, closing their eyes in anticipation of death. However, just as Ho-Tu was about to conclude their fate, an unexpected voice rang out. "Stop! You must not kill them!" This sudden proclamation prompted Dijun and Tai to instinctively open their eyes. Upon recognizing the newcomer, joy flooded their expressions if they had previously felt utter hopelessness. In this moment, they were reborn. Their excitement was palpable. "Master!" They cried in unison, their enthusiasm betraying the closeness they felt. Yet, the newcomer could not be deemed a close acquaintance, nor had he acknowledged himself as their teacher. This figure was none other than Hong Jun. His sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. Ho-Tu, now acutely vigilant, sensed the strength of the newcomer's aura, comparable to that of Nuwa, and realized that he was a sage. Consequently, she deduced his identity. This was Hong Jun, the master of the Zishao Palace. You wish to aid them? Ho-Tu inquired, her voice laden with suspicion. Hong Jun, however, did not respond directly. Instead, he scrutinized Ho-Tu with furrowed brows, fingers weaving through calculations. After completing his calculations, his frown deepened. "You should not be at this level." Then what level should I be at?" "You should be at the same level as those ancestral witches, without distinction." It appeared that she had experienced an extraordinary event. Hong Jun was unaware of the specifics of Ho-Tu's circumstances and could not ascertain them through his calculations. However, one thing was clear to him. Ho-Tu should not possess her current strength. If she did, how could the witch demon calamity have occurred? The current Ho-Tu was more than capable of eliminating Dijun and Tai. This unforeseen situation posed a considerable challenge for Hong Jun. As everything unfolded contrary to his expectations, it's all in disarray. But since it is in chaos, I must restore order. With that proclamation, Hong Jun raised his hand. The moment his palm appeared, a colossal hand materialized throughout the heavens and earth, encompassing all creation. Countless powerful beings gasped in astonishment. This the realm of the sages. It is truly overwhelming. I once believed that the gap between us and the sages was minimal. But now I realize how naive I was. Below the sage level, I feel no different from an ant. Such might. My master is incredibly powerful. With him taking action, the witch clan is doomed, as Hong Jun made his move. A palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the crowd, signaling the impending doom of the witch clan. Even the members of the witch clan themselves harbored similar sentiments, though they had amassed considerable power. It was insufficient to rival that of a saint. They were incapable of summoning the grand divine formation of the ancestral witches. In such dire circumstances, they found themselves utterly defenseless against the onslaught of Hong Jun. "Rest assured, I do not seek your life," he declared. "Since your current realm is not befitting of you, I shall reduce you back to the state you ought to occupy. That I trust you will not hold it against me." With that, Hong Jun's overwhelming hand descended slowly towards Ho Tu, mirroring the manner in which Ho Tu had previously attacked Dijun and Tai. Dijun and Tai, trapped in the deep pit, were filled with exhilaration at this sight. They sensed that their master was poised to exact vengeance on their behalf. Indeed, Hong Jun harbored such intentions as he unleashed his attack. His gaze remained fixed upon Ho Tu, as if he were eager to discern her reaction. However, her response was somewhat unexpected. Despite the ferocity of his assault, Ho Tu appeared blissfully unaware of the peril she faced. She defiantly raised her head, showing no inclination to submit. This piqued Hong Jun's curiosity. "Are you not the least bit afraid?" he inquired. "Not afraid," she retorted. "For even if you were to strike me now, there would surely be others seeking vengeance on your behalf." "Seek vengeance on me? Do you even comprehend what a saint is?" He laughed heartily. "Allow me to enlighten you. Beneath a saint, all are, but ants do you intend to pit an ant against me?" With such words, Hong Jun's laughter echoed through the air. He continued his assault, pressing down upon Ho Tu's day. Given the magnitude of his power, should a strike land, Ho Tu would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries and be cast down in rank. Indeed, if Hong Jun so desired, a single blow could annihilate her. That moment, Ho Tu teetered on the brink of death. That was in this critical juncture that a resounding voice reverberated through the atmosphere. "Halt!" The voice was peculiar, compelling many to instinctively submit to its owner. Simultaneously, it evoked an irresistible urge for the beings of the primordial world to draw closer to its source. Even Dijun and Tai, ensconced in the pit, felt this inexplicable pull. Astonishingly, Hong Jun's hand, which had been poised to strike, came to an abrupt halt upon the utterance of this voice. Despite his exertions, he found himself unable to proceed. This unforeseen development caused a dramatic change in Hong Jun's countenance. "Who is it?" he demanded, fear coursing through him. As if foreboding misfortune was at hand, he sensed that the arrival of this individual signified a formidable threat, perhaps even one capable of endangering him. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Could this be Pangu? Moments later, a towering figure materialized. He bore the physique of a robust man, exuding strength while also possessing a certain handsomeness. Yet this was not the most significant aspect. Upon his appearance, he seemed to embody the very center of the universe. Even the heavenly Tao in the sky manifested alongside him, intertwining with the fabric of existence. At the sight of this figure, Hong Jun's expression shifted dramatically. "It is you, Pangu," he exclaimed. The newcomer was none other than Pangu himself. The instant Pangu made his entrance, Hong Jun recognized him immediately. The mere mention of Pangu's name caused the expressions of all present to shift in alarm. "What? The great Pangu? The Father God? Was it not said that Pangu perished after the creation of the world, merging with all things? Why, then, does he still live?" The mere mention of Pangu's name was a monumental shock to the gathered crowd. So profound that many found their thoughts momentarily paralyzed. In contemplating Pangu's arrival, they had envisioned numerous possibilities, yet none had anticipated that the figure before them would be Pangu himself. This revelation fundamentally challenged their understanding of reality. Not only were they affected, but even Hong Jun was left utterly stunned by Pangu's emergence. "It truly is you. You are alive." As the reincarnation of a chaos demon god, Hong Jun possessed knowledge far surpassing that of others. Especially considering his mastery of the fragments of the jade butterfly of creation, in his understanding, Pangu had long since perished. Yet, the events that had transpired and the figure now before him unequivocally indicated that Pangu was indeed alive. Thus, he was filled with astonishment, repeatedly addressing Pangu. However, Pangu paid him no heed. Previously, Pangu had been unaware of Hongjun's existence, but upon seeing him now, he quickly grasped Hongjuan's origins. This was once one of the chaos demon gods, and notably, the weakest among them. Such a being was easily crushed beneath Pangu's hand. Even in his reincarnated state, Hongjun remained inferior to Pangu. Consequently, Pangu found little reason to pay him any further attention. When Hongjun attempted to engage him in conversation, Pangu simply turned to Ho-Tu and inquired, "Little junior sister, are you unharmed?" "And no, I'm fine." Thankfully, elder brother arrived just in time. Ho-Tu wished to address Pangu as Father God, yet she discerned that he preferred the title of junior sister. Thus, she promptly responded. Their brief exchange revealed much. Initially, Hongjun suspected that the one orchestrating events from the shadows was Pangu. However, he was now compelled to reconsider. If Pangu were indeed Ho-Tu's elder brother, did that imply the existence of a teacher even more powerful than Pangu? Such thoughts left Hongjuan's mind in disarray. Yet his body involuntarily trembled with fear. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a staggering secret, the revelation of which could cost him his life. This realization rendered even a saint like him unable to maintain his composure. Though he could publicly proclaim that saints are immortal and indestructible, as the reincarnation of a chaos demon god, Hongjun understood the fallacy of such claims. Even a primordial saint could not achieve true immortality. Before beings of greater might, saints were inconsequential. Were you the one who previously seized my treasures and plundered my resources? There are others supporting you, are there not? At this moment, Hongjun was desperate to validate his suspicions. However, his words only deepened the dread felt by the inhabitants of the primordial world. They gleaned from the exchange between Pangu and Hongjun that there existed an even more formidable presence behind Pangu. This notion was both unfathomable and yet alarmingly tangible to them. Meanwhile, Pangu turned to face Hongjun, delivering a curt reprimand. Your verbosity is excessive. Though Pangu's words were mild, they resonated clearly in the ears of all present in the primordial world. This prompted an immediate and furious reaction from Hongjun. He perceived Pangu's words as a direct insult, a slight he could not tolerate, particularly given that, as a chaos demon god, he had once been but an ant before Pangu. Now, having been reincarnated and grown stronger, he found himself subjected to the humiliation of Pangu, a reincarnated being. This provoked an eruption of anger within him. Damn it! Do you believe you are still the former chaos demon god? You and I are merely beings of the primordial world. I emerged into this world before you, possessing greater merits and fragments of the jade butterfly of creation. I am no longer the person I once was. What do you possess to contend with me? Today, I shall eliminate you here to uphold my name. Hongjun could sense that Pangu had also ascended to the realm of the saints. That it was even conceivable that Pangu's master, the one behind him, possessed even greater power. However, he had now embarked on an entirely different path, one that entwined with the heavenly Tao. Should Pangu's master truly descend upon him, he could effortlessly harness the strength of the heavenly Tao to escape this place. He did not believe that those allied with Pangu could surpass the heavenly Tao at this moment. With this thought, Hongjun brazenly struck out at Pangu. What emerged was an unexpected treasure, the red embroidered ball. Its entire form was a delicate pink, adorned with shimmering pearls and accompanied by bells. As it was unleashed, it rang out with a resounding chime, radiating a formidable brilliance. The power of this artifact was indeed extraordinary. Yet, the onlookers regarded it with peculiar expressions, for this treasure bore an unmistakable resemblance to one designed for a woman, rather than a man. Nevertheless, Hongjun was left with no alternative. Logically speaking, he could have acquired numerous treasures. He had emerged victorious during the Long Han Cataclysm. However, at the final moment of harvesting treasures, all had been claimed by others. Thus, the only possessions he had left were the red embroidered ball and the heavenly celebration clouds. Fortunately, these artifacts were merely transitional. Once he attained the status of a heavenly Tao saint, these innate treasures would lose their efficacy, rendering them unnecessary. An attack capable of threatening a heavenly Tao saint could not be withstood by innate treasures. Contemplating this, Hongjuan's countenance softened slightly. Most importantly, Pangu did not mock him. Instead, he gently extended a hand towards the red embroidered ball. This gesture astonished Hongjun profoundly. Could it be that he intended to catch my treasure with his bare hands? Impossible! Even as a saint, he lacks such capability. This thought flickered through Hongjuan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He could not fathom that Pangu could catch his treasure unarmed. Yet in the next moment, Pangu's actions rendered the impossible possible. He lightly reached out and pressed his hand upon the red embroidered ball. Immediately, Hongjuan's powerful artifact became immobilized, and no matter how Hongjun urged it, or how intensely it shone, it remained utterly motionless. Then Pangu gently plucked it, claiming the red embroidered ball for himself. Once Pangu grasped the artifact, Hongjun instantly lost all connection to it. His formidable treasure had been seized by Pangu's bare hands. This was utterly inconceivable to Hongjun. How could this be? How could you so effortlessly take my red embroidered ball? Are you truly at the saint level? Why do I feel that your power exceeds that of a saint? At this moment, Hongjun indeed felt that Pangu's strength surpassed that of a saint. This was an unacceptable truth, a source of great fear for him. He even hesitated to initiate an attack against Pangu, terrified that, should he invoke his treasure, Pangu might again seize it unarmed. However, his reluctance to act did not deter Pangu from taking action against him. After acquiring the red embroidered ball, Pangu extended his hand once more, this time placing it directly upon the crown of Hongjuan's head. Clearly, this time Pangu was not after any treasure. He aimed to capture Hongjun himself. The overwhelming force enveloped Hongjun, and he felt as though the very heavens were closing in around him. This encompassing strength was something even he, as a saint, could not easily withstand. Consequently, he instinctively summoned the heavenly celebration clouds to shield himself that, of course, his grasp on the heavenly celebration clouds was steadier than before. This time, he held them firmly, denying Pangu the opportunity to seize them. Indeed, Pangu could not take the heavenly celebration clouds from Hongjun. The force he wielded was completely thwarted by the heavenly celebration clouds, inflicting minimal harm upon Hongjun. This prompted Pangu to swiftly alter his strategy. What began as a clawing grip transformed into a slicing hand. Yet, this was no ordinary hand strike. With a raised hand, Pangu brought it down, exclaiming, "Open the heavens!" Instantly, a colossal axe materialized alongside his hand, casting an imposing shadow. As this figure appeared, the entire realm quaked. Many beheld a glimmer of light upon the axe, a faint radiance from the divine axe of creation. It resembled the sharpest object in existence, evoking a sense of dread in anyone who dared to gaze upon it. Before Pangu, Hongjun felt an imminent threat to his very existence. No, he roared in fury, attempting to thwart Pangu's advance. Yet Pangu's assault could not be deterred by mere shouts. Thus, Hongjun could only refine the heavenly celebration clouds to their utmost capacity, maximizing their power. Subsequently, Pangu's strike descended upon the heavenly celebration clouds. Boom! As Pangu's axe fell, the entire realm convulsed violently, as if this blow could rend the very fabric of existence. For the beings of the primordial world, this was undeniably terrifying. For Hongjun, it was equally so. As Pangu's axe struck, Hongjun immediately sensed that his defensive treasure, the heavenly celebration clouds, had been cleaved in two, that his precious artifact had been split asunder by Pangu's single blow. Moreover, he felt a faint wound manifest upon his body, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. This realization left Hongjun utterly horrified. I was nearly killed. Hongjun comprehended that had it not been for the auspicious clouds of the myriad heavens shielding him, Pangu's axe might have claimed his life in an instant. Surviving this encounter left him in a state of trepidation, as he had initially believed that with his formidable power, he could effortlessly withstand Pangu's assault. However, when the moment of confrontation arrived, he was struck by the stark reality that unfolded before him, one that diverged drastically from his expectations. Had it not been for the protection afforded by the auspicious clouds, he would have perished in that very moment. The ferocity of Pangu's attack surpassed all his anticipations. While he was well aware of Pangu's immense strength, he had not fathomed it to be of such a staggering magnitude. His defensive treasure, the auspicious clouds, proved woefully inadequate against Pangu's might. were it not for his knowledge of the formidable defensive capabilities of the auspicious clouds. He might have doubted their authenticity. Nonetheless, he understood that without the auspicious clouds, he would have already met his demise. This realization compelled him to cast a startled glance at Pangu before he unhesitatingly retreated into the path of the celestial Tao. Hastily fleeing, he had come to the grim conclusion that he was no match for Pangu. A single blow from Pangu had nearly extinguished his life. Should Pangu choose to strike again, his death would be inevitable. Thus, he granted no opportunity for further assault and began his desperate escape. This unexpected flight caught all by surprise. They had merely witnessed Pangu's strike against Hong Jun, which resulted in a minor injury. After which Hong Jun fled the scene. The unfolding of the scene left all present in utter shock, their disbelief palpable to it was, after all, their teacher, a being who had ascended to the status of a sage. The mere fact that such an entity could take a single action and then hastily retreat was a result that defied belief. Yet, upon reflecting that the aggressor was Pangu, a sense of understanding dawned upon them. Pangu, the deity who had forged the vast wilderness, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. His continued existence rendered him unparalleled in strength. With this thought, they found solace. Concurrently, a notion took root in their minds. The Wu clan was not to be trifled with. The Wu clan was terrifyingly powerful, boasting not only a formidable ancestral shaman, but also Pangu himself as their protector. Such a potent adversary was beyond their capacity to withstand. Consequently, many resolved to maintain a safe distance from any members of the Wu clan in the future, lest they find themselves in perilous circumstances. Naturally, such thoughts were entertained by those who stood far removed from the battlefield. They had yet to find themselves at odds with the Wu clan and still had the option to retreat. However, the situation for the Yao clan was markedly different. The Yao clan had already clashed with the Wu clan in such dire circumstances. Even if they wished to withdraw, the opportunity to do so was non-existent. Should the Wu clan choose to target them, they would undoubtedly face aggression. This realization weighed heavily on many minds, inciting considerable distress. The more timid among them trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Fortunately, Pangu displayed no interest in them. "Little junior sister, I have heard that you have established your own clan. Shall we not pay a visit to your kin?" "Certainly. Big brother, let us go and see our Wu clan. I believe our kin will be overjoyed to see you." Upon hearing Pangu's intention to visit the Wu clan, Hutu's face lit up with evident delight. Not only Hutu, but even Dijuan and his companions were equally elated. In that moment, they momentarily forgot about the presence of Dijuan and Tai. With Pangu in their midst, their adversaries seemed insignificant. Yet, as Hutu prepared to depart, she took with her the chaos bell belonging to Dijuan and Tai. Lacking a primordial spirit, she could not activate these treasures. However, the current Hutu was markedly different from her former self. She had acquired her own primordial spirit. Thus, she was able to wield treasures that other ancestral shamans could not. Moreover, in her hands, the chaos bell would unleash even greater power. Dijuan and Tai, of course, were unwilling to relinquish their prized chaos bell, for it was their lifeline. Without it, they feared they would struggle to subdue others. Their newly formed Yao clan could potentially fall apart as a result. Nevertheless, despite their reluctance, they found themselves powerless. They were grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Should they dare to cling to the chaos bell, the Wu clan would not hesitate to end their lives. Thus, they ultimately surrendered the treasured bell. Consequently, Huta left triumphantly with her spoils, accompanied by Pangu, and returned to the Wu clan. Pangu's arrival at the Wu clan astounded all its members to an extraordinary degree. Each individual gazed in disbelief. "What? Is it our Father God? Father God is alive. Heavens, our Father God lives. Who then shall we fear? I had thought Father God had transformed into all things. I never imagined he was still among us. This is truly a blessing for our Wu clan." Upon encountering Pangu, countless members of the Wu clan erupted in fervor. They resembled fervent fans who had finally come face to face with their idol, their enthusiasm surpassing even their reverence for the ancestral shamans. Indeed, Pangu's mere presence within the Wu clan elevated his status beyond all others. One word from him could inspire countless disciples of the Wu clan to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. In a sense, Pangu had usurped the authority held by the ancestral shamans. Yet the ancestral shamans paid little heed to this development. They even harbored hopes that Pangu would seize their power and remain with the Wu clan. Should Pangu choose to stay, their clan would undoubtedly ascend to become the preeminent clan in the world, and they themselves would rightfully embody the true essence of Pangu. Pangu sensed their aspirations, albeit dimly. However, he remained unfazed as he surveyed the Wu clan, feeling an unfamiliar connection to them, as though their bloodlines were intertwined. Throughout his existence, Pangu had often experienced solitude, with no friends amidst the chaos. The existence of the Wu clan held significant meaning for him. Although he was no longer the chaotic demonic figure he once was, he treasured the bond he shared with the Wu clan. Hence, he addressed the members of the Wu clan. Since we share a blood connection, I shall bestow upon you a moment of creation. With that, Pangu waved his hand gently, and the minds of the Wu clan members were imbued with an extraordinary Dao technique, to manifest the Dao through strength. Once the forces reach a certain magnitude, it becomes entirely feasible to break through myriad laws with sheer power. To validate one's path through strength is indeed exceptionally fitting for the shamanic clan. After all, the members of this clan lack a primordial spirit and cannot cultivate other forms of Dao. Their only avenues for cultivation, aside from their intrinsic shamanic arts, are their own formidable powers. Consequently, many from the shamanic clan possess immense strength. However, this strength cannot yet be deemed their Dao, for they have yet to transcend their own path. Their physical prowess bears resemblance to that of the demon race, powerful, yet not yet elevated to the realm of Dao. However, with the advent of Pangu's teachings, the situation transforms. Armed with Pangu's Dao, they gain a clearer vision of the road ahead and comprehend the path they ought to pursue. This marks a pivotal moment for the entire shamanic clan, a true turning point in their destiny. Thus, the members of the shamanic clan hold Pangu in even greater reverence. Yet, Pangu ultimately chose not to remain with them as they had hoped. Instead, after imparting his teachings, he continued to traverse the world. He had yet to fully explore the vast expanse of the primordial realm and yearned to witness more. During this journey, numerous primordial beings encountered Pangu, and every being that met him knelt in reverence. Such kneeling was entirely voluntary, for they understood that without Pangu, the current primordial world, and indeed their very existence, would not have been possible in this light. Their gratitude towards Pangu was genuine and heartfelt. Simultaneously, they learned of Pangu's victory over the now saintly Hong Jun. With but a single strike, he had sent Hong Jun fleeing. Such a formidable presence warranted their eager attempts at flattery. Consequently, Pangu's travels throughout the primordial world became widely known. This news, of course, reached Hong Jun's ears, filling him with intense loathing. What a fine pretense, he scoffed, to wander the world merely to gather fortune and merit. You are the one who opened up this world, who among the populace does not express gratitude towards you. But mark my words, once I ascend to become a heavenly Dao saint, I shall undoubtedly bring you down, leaving you with no chance of resurgence. Indeed, he was eager to attain the status of a heavenly Dao saint at this moment. Hong Jun was exceedingly anxious. Pangu's might was overwhelming, instilling within him a profound sense of insecurity. Without becoming a heavenly Dao saint, he could never hope to match Pangu. Should Pangu choose to strike, he might very well meet his end at Pangu's hand. Only by attaining the rank of heavenly Dao saint would he find security. Thus, Hong Jun's urgency to achieve his own enlightenment intensified. In the next moment, he undertook an extraordinary action. He secretly communicated with Emperor Jun and Tian, intending to commence his teachings 30 years ahead of schedule. To encourage those who had previously visited the Zhixiao Palace to attend his lecture, he even offered a significant temptation. Among those who came to listen, some would attain sainthood, while most would become quasi-saints. Such claims undoubtedly stirred countless hearts. Even Emperor Jun and Tian found themselves greatly tempted. Brother, should we not attend? We must go. This is our chance for sainthood. However, the great Pangu would certainly be displeased with such developments. Do you think our relationship with Pangu is amicable? We have already made enemies of him. If we lack the ability to protect ourselves before he strikes, we are doomed. Thus, it became imperative for them to attain sainthood for their own preservation. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded gravely. His earlier doubts stemmed merely from his apprehension towards Pangu. Now that retreat was no longer an option, he recognized the necessity of forging ahead and growing stronger. If they could attain sainthood, they would no longer need to fear the shamanic clan. Even in the face of hoodoo, they would not feel as powerless as before, especially when they had once considered fighting desperately for the stolen Chaos Bell. Yet with their current strength, any such efforts would be futile, merely leading to their demise. Consequently, both Emperor Jun and Tai harbored an intense obsession. They must become saints, with this thought in mind. They resolved to attend Hong Jun's teachings. This sentiment was not exclusive to Emperor Jun and Tai. Even Kunpeng and the River of the Underworld shared the same ambition. Thus, when the time was right, they proceeded to the Zixiao Palace without hesitation. However, this time, their approach was markedly different from the last. They moved stealthily, fearful of being discovered by others. After all, the enemies Hong Jun had made were far too powerful for them to contend with. Should they openly attend the teachings, the consequences could be dire. Only by remaining discreet could they ensure their safety. Upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Once he confirmed that sufficient attendees had gathered, he spoke. Rest assured, everyone, this place remains relatively secure. Not only can no one reach us here, but no one shall know what transpires within. As long as you stay with me, you can listen to the teachings in peace. Moreover, I assure you that each of you will at least become quasi-saint powerhouses. With these words, the attendees of the Zixiao Palace felt a surge of excitement. As current great Luo golden immortals. The prospect of advancing to quasi-saint status was a dream come true. Thus, they felt their journey had been worthwhile. Simultaneously, Hong Jun felt a sense of relief. With these individuals attending his teachings, he would undoubtedly be able to merge with the heavenly Tao and grow stronger. This was crucial to his fate. He also felt fortunate for his cleverness in secretly imparting teachings, ensuring that no one else was aware. Otherwise, it remained uncertain whether he would become even more powerful. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, while he taught, some were already aware of everything unfolding. Although Tian was in his secluded courtyard, he was acutely aware of all that transpired in the outside world. Secretly teaching, is he? Hong Jun certainly possesses a modicum of cleverness, yet such trivial cunning pales in comparison to true strength. Having spoken, Tian showed no concern whatsoever. As Hong Jun expounded his teachings, Tian did not intervene. In fact, he refrained from informing Pangu and others, allowing Hong Jun to continue his discourse unimpeded. Such behavior naturally led Hong Jun to believe that his teachings were entirely safe and unnoticed. Consequently, he approached his lecture with utmost seriousness, fully engrossed in his work, indifferent to the occurrences beyond his immediate surroundings. Meanwhile, Tian did not hinder Hong Jun, but was engaged in a significant endeavor of his own. He was instructing Nuwa in the art of clay figurine creation. At this juncture, Nuwa had already attained the status of a sage, and her ability to mold clay had significantly surpassed her previous skills. Under Tian's deliberate guidance, she had indeed developed a desire to create a lineage of her own. To this end, she diligently practiced her craft. In her heart, she aspired to forge a perfect race, rather than merely conjuring beings at random. Of course, she was not alone in this ambition. Tian shared her vision. Thus, he not only presented her with primordial mud, but also provided primordial spiritual water, primordial gold, primordial divine wood, and primordial divine fire, bringing together the 5 elemental forces of chaos. With these elements as a foundation, the future human race would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Coupled with a formidable aura of fortune, they could indeed aspire to greatness. Moreover, Tian's preparations extended beyond this. He meticulously fashioned a divine whip, designed to facilitate Nuwa's clay figurine creation in the future. Although not every human needed to be fashioned by hand, possessing a powerful divine whip to assist in the process would be highly advantageous for the beings created. Aware of this, Nuwa could hardly contain her excitement. Master, I wish to begin crafting clay figurines immediately. I yearn for great fortune and profound merit. Patience, my dear. The time is not yet ripe. When the moment arrives, I shall inform you. In the meantime, you may practice with the divine whip. All right. Upon hearing Tian's words, young Nuwa stifled her eagerness, she found the act of creating clay figures to be immensely enjoyable, which fueled her impatience. Perhaps due to her apprenticeship under Yi Tian, despite her status as a sage, she still retained the heart of a child. This aspect of her nature took Yi Tian by surprise. Yet he found it endearing. In his heart, she remained the same young Nuwa, even after attaining sagehood. Especially during the days spent in her company, Yi Tian found himself at ease and content, present. He merely awaited the opportune moment to allow young Nuwa to mold clay and create humanity, thereby witnessing the birth of a new race and seeking greater fortune. The precise timing would be post-Hong Jun's second lecture. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Jun was immersed in his teachings, which lasted for a century, a century past. Hong Jun concluded his lecture. With his assistants, Emperor Jun and his companions had successfully ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Only one more lecture stood between him and the integration with the heavenly Tao, allowing him to become a sage of the heavenly Tao. Thus, Hong Jun felt rejuvenated and invigorated, observing the assembly within the Zhixiao Palace. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, to preempt any unforeseen events, he made a bold decision at that moment. For the time being, you shall all remain here in seclusion. After 500 years of contemplation on the great Tao I have imparted, I shall share with you the path of the saints. By then, you shall understand how to attain sagehood. Moreover, among you, some shall undoubtedly achieve it. Upon hearing Hong Jun's proclamation, the crowd was stirred. Although many among them were merely great Luo golden immortals, they yearned to become saints. The prospect of attaining such an exalted status filled them with anticipation. Consequently, they gazed at Hong Jun with eager eyes, hoping he would reveal who among them might achieve sagehood. However, at that moment, Hong Jun chose to remain reticent. He merely closed the doors of the Zhixiao Palace, preventing anyone from leaving, before vanishing into the Grand Hall. This lecture had yielded significant insights for him, and he needed time to assimilate what he had learned at AS. For the others, they glanced around and noticed that everyone was engrossed in their understanding of the great Tao, prompting them to cease their distractions and commence their own paths of enlightenment. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the others held steadfast convictions, reminding themselves of their determination to become saints. Thus, they immersed themselves even more fervently in their studies. It was at this juncture that Yi Tian turned to young Nuwa and said, "The time has come. You may begin crafting clay figures. The location will be at the foot of Buzhou Mountain for ease of supervision." Yi Tian's directive to Nuwa to create humanity was accompanied by his commitment to nurture the race he envisioned. He did not intend for humanity to become mere fodder for others, to be harvested at will until they were rendered entirely devoid of value. What Yi Tian sought was to cultivate humanity diligently, ensuring that each individual could aspire to greatness, thereby enabling the race to flourish. Nuwa, unaware of Yi Tian's broader intentions, promptly set to work. Employing the divine whip in her hand, she deftly applied the primordial materials and, with a vigorous flick, sent forth a multitude of figures springing forth from the ground. Though this act appeared deceptively simple, in an instant, thousands of figures materialized, each exquisitely crafted and strikingly beautiful. More remarkably, as soon as they touched the ground, they sprang to life. This phenomenon was truly astonishing. Even Yi Tian found himself captivated for quite some time. He had often imagined the origins of humanity, yet this time he was witnessing it firsthand, especially as he observed the clay figures swirling around young Nuwa. The experience felt profoundly different. It was not only Yi Tian who felt this way. Young Nuwa, too, experienced an unprecedented joy. Having crafted countless clay figures before, she had never felt as exhilarated as she did now, witnessing her creations come to life before her very eyes. This unique sensation propelled her to work even harder, accelerating her pace. Naturally, with Nuwa's sage-level prowess, even at an increased speed, she was able to ensure that each figure was equally exquisite. Thus, the first batch of humanity far exceeded ordinary standards. Nuwa was uncertain about the exact number of figures she should create, at why Yi Tian had provided an abundance of materials, far beyond what she could comprehend in terms of quantity. However, during the process of creation, a vast accumulation of merit power began to coalesce in the heavens. Although this merit power did not descend, it was immensely substantial, appearing in the sky and instantly capturing everyone's attention. What is that? What exactly is coalescing up there? I don't know, but I sense that whatever it is above the heavens seems extraordinarily valuable, that I yearn to possess it. Ha! You yearn for it. That is merit power, bestowed as a reward for those who act in accordance with the will of heaven, that if you dare to seize it now, you will surely meet your demise. As soon as these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. They instinctively sensed that the celestial forces from the heavens were not meant for them. Simultaneously, they perceived an overwhelming aura of danger. Any audacious transgression on their part would undoubtedly result in divine retribution. Thus, they could only gaze longingly, too fearful to make any reckless moves. Nevertheless, this spectacle continued to captivate countless onlookers, including Hong Jun, who resided within the Zixiao Palace. Initially, Hong Jun had intended to enter seclusion to assimilate the insights he had gained from his teachings. However, to his astonishment, just as he commenced his retreat, an extraordinary upheaval erupted in the cosmos. Witnessing the dense accumulation of fortune and merit in the celestial realm, Hong Jun felt an insatiable greed awaken within him. Although, as a sage of the heavenly Tao, he no longer required such merit, acquiring it at this juncture could significantly ease his efforts. It might even augment his strength when he sought to merge with the heavenly Tao. Thus, a yearning for that merit began to stir within him. However, he discerned that the merit's density was so profound that it could directly forge a sage. It was conceivable that someone was manipulating this merit to attain sainthood, which made him even more cautious. The beings of the primordial chaos were not yet ready for sainthood. Should one achieve it now, it would surely herald tumultuous changes. The mere thought of upheaval brought Pangu to Hong Jun's mind. Frankly, he was no match for Pangu. If he were to encounter Pangu once more, he would be utterly oblivious to the manner of his demise. Therefore, he restrained his impulses, refraining from rushing towards the source of the merit. Instead, he employed a fraction of the heavenly Tao's power to clandestinely observe the unfolding events in that vicinity. Through this divine energy, Hong Jun indeed glimpsed something extraordinary. He beheld a woman who had already attained sainthood, diligently creating a new race. Although these beings were ostensibly weak, their potential was undeniably immense. This sight struck Hong Jun with a pang of loss, as if he had forfeited something invaluable. This thought compelled him to consider revealing himself to halt the actions of a young Nuwa as she molded clay to form life. However, the aura of a sage emanating from Nuwa instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Should Nuwa possess formidable power or wield an incomprehensibly potent artifact, his rash appearance could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Hong Jun could only gaze at Nuwa, muttering to himself, "Having already attained sainthood, why do you still endeavor to create a race? Why do you covet such abundant merit? Is this not a squandering of heavenly resources? Why do you refuse to bestow this merit upon my disciples? If one were to achieve sainthood through merit, it would indeed necessitate an immense accumulation of it. The greater the merit, the more formidable the strength." Yet, it was evident that Nuwa did not ascend to sainthood merely through merit. She had genuinely transcended to become a sage. In this context, the merit held little significance for her. The sheer abundance of merit bestowed upon Nuwa felt like a waste. However, Hong Jun dared not intervene. He could only observe and acquiesce to the will of heaven. As he continued to watch, he suddenly perceived an anomaly. He noticed a tall figure standing beside Nuwa. This towering individual appeared to have materialized out of nowhere, as if he had always been present. Yet, Hong Jun had failed to detect his existence earlier, seemingly ignoring him subconsciously. Indeed, Hong Jun could not even ascertain the figure's realm of power. This revelation startled him. He felt as if he had stumbled upon something momentous. It was crucial to note that he was currently utilizing a portion of the heavenly Tao's power. Under the influence of this power, no being of the primordial chaos could elude detection. Yet, this individual had been instinctively overlooked by him. Were it not for the fact that he stood adjacent to Nuwa, Hong Jun might never have discerned the figure's presence. This piqued Hong Jun's curiosity. Who could this person be? And what was his level of power? However, just as Hong Jun sought to scrutinize the figure further, he was taken aback to discover that the individual was gazing back at him. In those eyes, he distinctly saw his own reflection. Then, that reflection morphed into an infinite sea of stars, transforming into an endless cosmos. Hongjun found himself soaring through this boundless universe, lost and unable to find himself. At that moment, even with the aid of the heavenly Tao's power, he could not extricate himself from this enigmatic realm that it was not until Tian withdrew his gaze that Hongjun jolted back to reality. Suddenly awakening from his stupor, upon regaining his composure, his countenance shifted dramatically. In a panic, he fled the scene, daring not to cast another glance. Even the already fortified Zhixiao Palace received several additional layers of protective formations from him. Subsequently, Hongjun trembled with trepidation, his heart racing. This was an entity to be avoided at all costs, truly terrifying, beyond comprehension. Even the heavenly Tao seemed to quail in fear before him. As he fled, Hongjun distinctly felt the tremors of the heavenly Tao resonating with his own. It was a sensation rooted in a primal fear of the soul. He never anticipated that such a formidable presence could exist in this world. That moment, Hongjun was genuinely afraid. The depths of the primordial chaos were unfathomably profound, and the outside world was overwhelmingly daunting. That powerful being might very well be a true primordial demon god, one even mightier than Pangu had been. The Pangu of yore had never instilled such terror in him. Tian's existence had truly frightened Hongjun. A mere glance had sent him fleeing. In that instant, he felt the chilling breath of death upon him. He sensed that remaining in this place would inevitably lead to his doom. Even upon returning to the Zhixiao Palace, he remained haunted by apprehension. After a considerable time had passed, and realizing that Tian had not pursued him, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew! Thank goodness, I have managed to survive. In the depths of his heart, Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having survived. Yet, simultaneously, he was enveloped by an insatiable curiosity regarding Nuwa's circumstances. If it were possible, he would have eagerly sought to observe what Nuwa was engaged in. However, he found himself devoid of the courage to do so. Thus, he remained quietly within the Zhixiao Palace, refraining from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Tian discerned Hongjun's demeanor with a single glance. Nevertheless, he held little regard for Hongjun. In fact, in some respects, he was deliberately allowing Hongjun to linger. Comparatively, Hongjun served as a commendable sharpening stone. It was uncertain when he might be refined by Nuwa and others. After all, among the group that included the young Nuwa, only she had achieved sanctification, while the others were merely at the quasi-saint level, with a long path ahead of them. Tian aspired to nurture them. But it would require time and refinement. Unbeknownst to the young Nuwa and her companions, they were oblivious to the presence of an observer in the heavens above. However, with Tian's watchful eye, she need not be overly concerned that moment. She was intently molding figures from clay. With each gentle press, she shaped a staggering total of 9,999,999 beings. Beyond that, the number would breach the 100 million mark. Yet, Nuwa felt that this quantity was already at its limit. It could not be increased further. This signified that her creation of humanity had reached a significant conclusion. In the next moment, she softly exhaled upon the newly fashioned beings, infusing them with vitality and spirit. Each individual now possessed a soul, emerging as distinct entities. Concurrently, the clouds of merit above the heavens began to envelop the sky. The depth of Nuwa's merit was extraordinary, particularly as the foundation of the humanity she created was robust, brimming with potential and numbers, making it all the more remarkable. Then, Nuwa addressed the clouds of merit above with a gentle voice. Today, Nuwa feels compelled. The heavens and earth shall bear a new life, infusing the world with renewed vigor. Hence, I shall establish humanity as the primordial Tao body, and may the heavens witness this. Her words were softly spoken, yet they resonated with the power of a saint, amplified by the support of the cosmos, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. Every sentient being in the primordial realm understood that a new race had emerged within the world, one crafted by Nuwa. Upon concluding her declaration, torrents of merit cascaded upon Nuwa. The sheer force of this merit transformed her into the revered goddess of the nine heavens, the embodiment of what many aspired to become. Countless gazes fell upon Nuwa and her creation, recognizing the formidable aura that signified her status as a saint. At the same time, they sensed the faint essence surrounding humanity. Consequently, while they paid little heed to humanity, their focus sharpened on Nuwa. This the Saint Nuwa. How formidable she is, having created an entire race and garnered such immense merit. They lamented, had I known that creating a race could yield such merit, I too would have endeavored to do so. Then I too could bask in the abundance of merit. Create a race. Do you not consider your own worth? With your feeble powers, could you truly bring forth a new race? The act of Nuwa molding humanity naturally ignited the desire of many to learn from her, as they yearned for the merit she had acquired. If they could, they would wish for the same bounty of merit. Yet, upon realizing the limitations of their own powers, they found themselves utterly incapable of even creating a few distinct forms of life. Thus, they could only sigh in despair. Only a select few harbored different aspirations, primarily those within the Zixiao Palace. Although Hongjun had sealed the palace, the commotion caused by Nuwa reached their ears. Many were aware that Nuwa had birthed humanity and acquired an immense wealth of merit. This profound merit was so abundant that it could elevate a being directly to the realm of sainthood. Such merit was immensely coveted, igniting secret plans within many hearts. I must create a race. I must obtain that vast reservoir of merit. With it, I could ascend to the status of a saint. Oh, if only that merit were mine. Had I possessed such an abundance, I would be a saint by now. They lamented, why did I not conceive of this sooner? Had I thought of it earlier, perhaps I too would have achieved sainthood. Their envy for Nuwa's merit was palpable, to the point that they wished to usurp it for themselves. If they possessed the ability, some might even contemplate seizing Nuwa's merit. However, at this moment, Nuwa made an unexpected decision. With a gentle wave of her hand, all the merit enveloping her soared forth, descending upon every individual of humanity. In an instant, countless beings felt their strength surge, their fortunes becoming more profound. They sensed that should they commence their cultivation, it would be exceptionally smooth and they would grow exceedingly powerful. With this single gesture, Nuwa elevated the entirety of humanity to a new height, leaving them overwhelmed with gratitude to owe them. Nuwa was the embodiment of a divine mother. Having created them, and now assisting them further, they were naturally filled with profound appreciation, each one kneeling in reverence. In the face of such gratitude, Nuwa felt somewhat flustered. Her heart still bore the innocence of youth, akin to that of a young girl. Observing the multitude kneeling, she repeatedly gestured for them to rise. Get up, everyone. Please rise. This is all the teacher is doing. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards the teacher. Upon hearing these words, the more astute among the newly created humanity immediately knelt before Tian. We thank our holy master. As these words echoed, the newly fashioned beings seemed to awaken to a realization, and they all prostrated in unison. As they bowed, Tian could not help but feel a tremor throughout his being. Following their prostration, he sensed a remarkable surge in his fortune that, in an instant, it surpassed the cumulative total from when Nuwa had prostrated before him, though each individual's contribution to his fortune was modest. The sheer number of 9,999,999 made all the difference. Their collective fortune catalyzed a qualitative change in Tian's own that he felt his realm loosening, an imminent breakthrough within his grasp. This was a culmination of plans long in the making, and he had not anticipated that the emergence of humanity would facilitate it so swiftly. This realization brought him unparalleled joy. Excellent, truly. The protagonists of the heavens possess fortune beyond compare. The more numerous the individuals, the more transformative their collective fortune became. If this is the case, then the number of beings can continue to grow. And I believe the fortune amassed will only increase. With this thought, Tian approached the gathered crowd without hesitation, boldly proclaiming, I wish to establish a doctrine within humanity, to enlighten all beings. Let it be that every person among humanity may cultivate, may attain longevity, may soar like dragons. Those who sincerely venerate the images of me and Nuwa shall receive powerful methods of cultivation. Having spoken, Tian gently waved his hand, and immediately two towering statues materialized among the human race. One statue depicted Tian himself, while the other represented the young Nuwa. Subsequently, Tian imparted over 10,000 techniques of Tao that he had casually created, though these methods were conceived in a moment's whim. Each possessed immense power. Provided the human race diligently practiced, those with abundant fortune could potentially attain the realm of the saints. Additionally, the two statues were imbued with Tian's strength, impervious to destruction by mortal means. They would stand eternally. The human race, unaware of this, fervently bowed in gratitude, discovering that they had indeed received methods for cultivation, although the techniques they acquired were merely fragments of a singular Tao. This did not dampen their fervent enthusiasm. They fervently expressed their gratitude towards their revered master. Countless individuals knelt before Tian once more, further augmenting his aura of fortune, which brought him great joy. Then, with a swift gesture, he summoned Tian and others from their trial grounds. Addressing the crowd, he proclaimed, "These individuals are my disciples. You may erect statues in their honor, and should you encounter any queries, feel free to consult them. They shall provide answers for you. Even if you face challenges in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek their guidance, for I believe they will be most generous in their assistance." Upon finishing, Tian glanced at Tian and Laozi, whose expressions twitched under the weight of his expectant gaze. They remained perplexed about the unfolding events, yet one certainty lingered. They had been led into a predicament by their master. They realized they could not return to their trial grounds, but were obliged to remain and guide the human race. Yet, upon meeting Tian's gaze, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, should you encounter any problems, you may inquire of us, and we shall do our utmost to resolve them. Yes, our master's words echo our own. We shall assist you." Without delay, Tian and the others waved their hands, crafting numerous smaller statues. The distinction lay not in their size, but rather in their abundance. A single area could host several statues, ensuring that many could seek their guidance. Such actions by Tian and his companions were a reflection of their alignment with Tian's intentions. However, they were taken aback when, shortly after completing their tasks, an overwhelming force of merit descended from the heavens, enveloping them in its embrace. The profound essence of merit surrounded them, leaving them astounded. They sensed that by absorbing this merit, they could ascend to the realm of saints. In that moment, excitement surged within them. Ha ha ha! I knew it. I knew our master would not have us engage in these tasks without reason. A grand opportunity awaits us. They marveled at the realization that merely by scattering a few statues and fulfilling their master's directives, they had been granted a chance for ascension. Their master was truly benevolent. The opportunity for sanctification lies before us. I too can become a saint like my senior sister. Such a shortcut presented to Tian and his companions stirred their emotions profoundly. In the next instant, they sought to assimilate the merit into their beings, hoping to elevate their realms. However, just then, Tian interjected. "You may contemplate this merit and utilize it to enhance your treasures, yet you cannot use it to elevate your own realms." "What? Master, is not this merit intended for us to break through to the realm of saints?" They queried, perplexed. "Indeed, Master, did you not arrange this for us to seize the opportunity for ascension?" Their curiosity regarding Tian's words was palpable. They yearned to grasp this chance to break into the realm of saints, having long coveted the sanctity of the young Nuwa. The opportunity lay before them, and they were reluctant to forsake it. Yet, Tian continued, "If you were to rely on this merit to ascend to the realm of saints, the challenges you would face to grow stronger would multiply tenfold. Without sufficient merit, you would find it impossible to transcend your current limits. Do you wish to be mere lowly saints, or do you aspire to grow even stronger?" Upon hearing this, Tian and the others did not hesitate. They channeled all the merit into their treasures. Though the allure of becoming saints was great, they did not desire to remain as lesser beings. They aspired to greater strength. Yes, they infused the merit into their weapons. Their auras shifted dramatically. In that decisive moment, their thoughts crystallized, and their realms began to loosen, hinting at the possibility of further advancement. This revelation filled Tong Tian and his companions with exhilaration. Are we on the brink of becoming saints? They exclaimed joyously, "Ha ha ha! I can feel it. The chance for sanctification is upon us. With just a little more effort, we shall achieve it." The three of them, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, found themselves just a step away from true sanctification. Yet this final step had eluded them for quite some time. They had labored tirelessly in their respective trial grounds, but despite their efforts, the desired results had remained elusive, leaving them anxious. However, they could hardly have anticipated that by relinquishing the use of merit to enhance their personal strength, their realms would begin to shift. This unexpected turn of events was a delightful surprise. Simultaneously, they developed a deep fondness for the human race, recognizing that their current elevation was due to the humans' influence. In a sense, it was the existence of the human race that afforded them the opportunity for ascension. Thus, they felt a sense of duty to protect the humans. In fact, Tong Tian contemplated passing down their teachings. Of course, even if they were to do so, it would be under the banner of the human teachings, for their words would remain within that framework. After all, Tian was central to this doctrine. To stray from it would be akin to abandoning their master. With this thought in mind, they shook their heads resolutely. Yet, they did not immediately seek disciples, but chose instead to remain as guardians among the human race. You may cultivate freely. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me, that if I can provide clarity, I shall certainly do so, they affirmed. Indeed, the words of our master are what guide my actions. Thus, regardless of the troubles you face, you may always seek our assistance. All of you should strive to cultivate diligently and grow stronger. I believe that in the future, there will surely be a place for you in this realm. Although the realm of the human race is exceedingly low, with many individuals failing to attain the celestial being level upon birth, a solitary celestial being could easily annihilate a vast multitude of humans. However, the potential of the human race is remarkably high. This is partly due to their lineage, as they possess an innate Tao body, harmonious with the Tao from birth. Furthermore, the materials fabricated for them endow their potential far beyond that of others. Given just a modicum of time, they're destined to grow increasingly powerful. But on another front lies the Taoist teachings passed down by Tian. These teachings encompass methods that can elevate one to the saintly realm, each possessing formidable strength. Although Tian did not grant them access to all the Tao at once, if they proceed steadily and methodically, they are bound to ascend to great heights. Indeed, it is not out of the question for them to eventually become saints. Contemplating this, Tong Tian and others felt a renewed affinity towards them. With such a group of individuals brimming with potential, it was only natural to cultivate closer ties that in the future, he might select a few from among them as his disciples. This sentiment was shared not only by Tong Tian, but also by Laozi and Yuan Shi. After all, the current human race possesses substantial potential. Coupled with the abundant fortune they exude, failing to seize upon this fortune would be a grave waste. Thus, taking humans as disciples presents nothing but benefits, without a shadow of doubt. Moreover, they have already begun scouting for promising candidates. Only Fushi appeared somewhat melancholic. He too wished to identify individuals to become his disciples. Yet at present, Fushi had yet to attain the peak of quasi-saint level. Let alone reach the saintly realm, he still had a long journey ahead. The question of when he might achieve sainthood remained uncertain, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, he sensed that his own realm was on the rise, particularly among the human race. Although he had not harnessed the power of virtue, his fortune was evidently increasing. With the rise in fortune, breaking through to higher realms would become increasingly smoother. He had a premonition that, like Tong Tian and the others, he too would soon experience a breakthrough. This prospect was indeed a source of great joy for him. Thus, like Tong Tian and the others, he chose to remain among the human race. The only one who did not stay was the young Nuwa. After molding clay to create humanity, she had gained new insights into the Tao, even uncovering a new path that belonged solely to her. Hence, she required seclusion. That, of course, she was not the only one seeking solitude. Tian also needed to enter a state of retreat. His fortune had already become exceedingly dense, signaling that he too was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, His ascent could not occur within the Honghuang realm. Any disturbance from him could shatter the entire Honghuang world. Consequently, Yi Tian manifested in the deepest recesses of chaos to commence his breakthrough. As he began, a long river appeared beside him. From this river, an endless stream of spiritual energy was drawn forth and surged into Yi Tian's body. Ordinary spiritual energy could not suffice for him. Thus, he was actually channeling chaotic spiritual energy. The river that appeared beside him was no ordinary phenomenon. It was the river of time. With the Honghuang world fragmented, only within the river of time could an infinite supply of spiritual energy be found. Indeed, only Tian possessed the capability to draw boundless spiritual energy from the river of time. Others would not even be able to manifest the river beside them, let alone extract chaotic spiritual energy from it. Were others to witness Yi Tian's actions, they would surely be filled with awe and terror. Yet, in this deepest part of chaos, Yi Tian stood alone. No one else had the capacity to appear there. Thus, his actions remained known only to him, while others remained oblivious to the astonishing feat unfolding in the chaos. Throughout this process, Yi Tian's actions stirred considerable commotion, which echoed throughout the Honghuang world. However, the inhabitants of Honghuang were utterly unaware of what transpired. They merely sensed inexplicable sounds resonating from the chaos, imbued with great dread. The people of Honghuang possessed little understanding of the chaos. Many had never ventured beyond its confines. Given their realms, stepping outside would spell certain doom. The chaos was fraught with tumultuous currents, and a single misstep could lead to a tragic fate. Consequently, they harbored both curiosity and reverence for the chaos. In contrast, Hongjun was different. Before his reincarnation, he had been a chaotic demon god. Although weak, he possessed considerable knowledge about the chaos, and in his understanding, no significant upheaval could occur within the chaos. Even if vast chaotic currents appeared, they would not manifest in inexplicable noises. Thus, a conjecture formed in Hongjun's mind. Could someone be breaking through their own realm within the chaos? Yet, the strength required to generate such a disturbance in chaos must be formidable indeed. Hongjun could not ascertain the true strength of this individual capable of causing such a stir within the chaotic realm. However, one thing was certain. This person must surpass him, and not merely by a small margin, but by an immense degree. Only then could they produce such a significant commotion within the chaos. Reflecting on this, an image swiftly emerged in Hongjun's mind. That figure was none other than Yi Tian. In Hongjun's heart, only Tian possessed such formidable power, capable of creating such a tremendous uproar. This revelation caused his mind to race. Could it be that this powerful being was breaking through their own boundaries within the chaos? The likelihood of this was substantial. After all, the commotion caused by Nuwa's creation of humanity had elicited a great deal of heavenly merit. It was inconceivable that Yi Tian would not reap benefits from such an act. If he did not gain anything, why would he invest such effort into this endeavor? If he had indeed broken through, how potent must his new realm be? This question lingered in Hongjun's mind, rendering him unable to fathom further. Initially, he believed Yi Tian had reached the level of the chaotic demon god, even likening him to a primordial being who had survived the opening of the heavens. After all these years, it was certain that this chaotic demon god had grown even stronger. Now that he had achieved a new breakthrough, it was entirely plausible for him to reach a height akin to that of the once mighty Pangu. Contemplating this, Hongjun felt a degree of uncertainty. Could it be that Yi Tian truly possessed power equivalent to that of the chaotic demon god during Pangu's time? If so, who could possibly rival him? Even with my integration into the heavenly Tao, could I truly stand against him? This thought struck him with a sense of urgency. Until I reach the same realm as the former Pangu, I must not provoke this individual. He is far too terrifying. Although Hongjun merely cast a glance at Yi Tian, the terror emanating from him had already etched itself deeply into Hongjun's mind. Consequently, he nestled within the Zixiao Palace, refraining from any reckless actions. However, his reluctance to act did not imply that others shared his caution. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless within the Zixiao Palace. Numerous innate deities resided, each considering themselves extraordinary and superior. Many among them had ventured into the chaotic realms that others had never dared to explore. Among these explorers, several had procured chaotic stones from the depths of the chaos. Though these stones were merely fragments of the chaotic world, they could be refined into supreme treasures within the Honghuang realm. Thus, upon hearing the disturbances echoing from the chaos, many could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Do you think a supreme treasure has emerged in the chaotic world? Hence the great commotion. I believe this possibility is quite substantial, for although the chaotic world is perilous, danger and opportunity coexist. Should we not consider venturing into the chaos to seek out such fortuity? Such words ignited a spark of desire in some. Yet, it remained merely a spark, as no one took action. They were, after all, within Hongjuan's Zixiao Palace, where he was to impart the teachings of the saints in a few centuries. Some among them might even attain sainthood. In this context, they were understandably reluctant to forsake such an opportunity. When Hongjun made his move, they could distinctly feel his immense power, even experiencing the sensation that all beneath sainthood were but ants, with a chance for enlightenment lay before them. Relinquishing it would leave them uncertain of their future paths to sainthood. Thus, they were unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to listen to the teachings. Yet, the noise from the chaos was so pronounced that it ignited their curiosity, compelling them to explore. Many found it exceedingly difficult to dismiss this chance. Fortunately, amid their indecision, someone spoke up that I have heard that the disturbances in the chaotic realm are quite significant and persistently ongoing. I suspect that, even if they are brewing some artifact, it requires a certain amount of time. We could easily explore the chaos after the teachings conclude to see if any supreme treasures await us. Moreover, we need not worry excessively, for apart from us, very few can enter the chaotic realm. Our fortunes shall remain secure. Upon hearing this, the occupants of the Zixiao Palace began to ponder. After their deliberation, they nodded in agreement. Clearly, they found merit in this reasoning, believing that even if they sought their fortunes after the teachings, it would not be too late. Thus, they restrained their inner impulses and refrained from departing the Zixiao Palace in search of opportunities. Their restraint also allowed Hongjun to exhale in relief. Had they given in to their desires, the ensuing chaos would have posed great trouble, not just for them, but for Hongjun as well. Should these individuals provoke Tian, and should Tian eliminate them, he might also turn his wrath upon Hongjun, leaving him no refuge, no matter how far he fled. Hence, he was determined not to allow them to exit the Zixiao Palace. Simultaneously, he resolved to warn them after the teachings concluded, urging them to avoid the depths of the chaos. The entities lurking within those depths were not to be trifled with. The inhabitants of the Zixiao Palace remained unaware of the dreadful presences in the chaos. Nevertheless, their choice to remain was indeed wise, for it preserved their lives. Hongjun felt a sense of relief for them. Yet, they were still embroiled in a dilemma. Should they venture into the chaotic depths in pursuit of opportunity? What if they delayed, and others seized the chance? Such questions stirred turmoil within many of them. This internal conflict endured for centuries. As time passed, they ultimately chose to remain, unable to relinquish the prospect of attaining sainthood. However, in their hearts, they had silently resolved to seek out that opportunity once the teachings concluded. Centuries later, Hongjun commenced his third lecture. Upon noticing that the assembly remained, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they are present, I can proceed with my discourse. After the third lecture, whether they would choose to venture forth was of little consequence to him. His concern lay solely with their fortunes and a select few individuals. The select few naturally referred to those whom Hongjun deemed worthy of sainthood. Only those who could attain such heights would catch Hongjun's eye, and only they could assist him. Those who had yet to reach sainthood were easily extinguished with a mere wave of his hand. Of course, Hongjun was aware of the formidable powerhouses that existed in the Honghuang realm. Thus, he had tempered his arrogance, adopting a more subdued demeanor. Even thoughts of exacting vengeance upon Pangu had considerably waned. The mere contemplation of Tian's might rendered him disheartened. Though he remained uncertain of the relationship between Tian and Pangu, he could not dismiss the possibility, if there existed a connection, or if Tian were indeed the teacher of Pangu. Provoking Pangu would be akin to courting death. Though he held confidence in surpassing the current Pangu, he lacked the same assurance in contending with Tian. Therefore, he must tread carefully to ensure he did not provoke those formidable beings. Ultimately, his strength was insufficient. Had he been stronger, or had the chaos demon god been at his side, he would not have needed to exercise such caution. Once the teachings concluded, he vowed to devote himself to bolstering his strength, aspiring to elevate himself to the level of the primordial Taoist lord. In his previous incarnation, Hongjun had never attained the status of a primordial Taoist lord. However, he now fervently wished to achieve this rank, believing that only by doing so could he stand a chance against Tian. Yet, the realm of the primordial Taoist lord remained a distant aspiration. In light of this, he needed to exercise utmost caution. His trepidation manifested in his demeanor. To the observers in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun no longer radiated the same overwhelming aura as before. Instead, he appeared somewhat subdued, almost timid. Yet, despite his apparent reticence, he remained more formidable than those in the Zhixiao Palace, who would not dare to offend him lightly. Nevertheless, in their hearts, they began to see through Hongjun's facade. Hongjun remained oblivious to their perceptions. Had he been aware, he would have unequivocally suppressed those who underestimated him. But since he was unaware, he continued as usual. Today, I shall speak to you about the path of the saints. First, the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment. Hongjun's discourse was remarkably meticulous. Among the assembly, there existed a faction capable of attaining sainthood, with whom he shared a master-disciple bond. Thus, he felt compelled to ensure that this select group could comprehend his teachings. However, the path to sanctification that he meticulously outlined was merely the method he wished others to grasp, a comparatively feeble approach to achieving holiness. Even upon attaining sainthood, their combat prowess would fall short of their more formidable counterparts. Hongjun's motives for this were clear: to maintain absolute control over these individuals. Once they truly reached sainthood, their limited capabilities would render them easily manageable. Should he desire to exert influence, it would be a simple task. Upon concluding his teachings, he intended to merge with the Tao of Heaven, becoming a heavenly sage. By then, subduing a lesser saint would be a trivial endeavor. The audience within the Zhixiao Palace remained oblivious to Hongjun's intentions. They were enraptured by his discourse, and upon its conclusion, they overflowed with gratitude, their voices echoing in appreciation. Hongjun keenly sensed his fortune ascending, with the merits from the heavens continuously flowing toward him. This transformation filled him with immense satisfaction, particularly as he beheld the grateful expressions of those within the palace, leading him to feel as if he were a teacher to the world. Thus he proclaimed to the assembly, "Among you, some are destined to attain sainthood." Following this declaration, he gently waved his hand, and 7 strands of primal purple energy surged forth, settling upon 7 individuals, besides the seated figures of Dijuan, Tai, and Kuanpeng. Another strand of primal purple energy enveloped the benevolent Hung. It was undeniable that he shared a special connection with this energy, though whether it would lead to his demise remained uncertain. As Hongjun summoned these strands of primal purple energy, many were left bewildered, lacking any understanding of its significance. It was not until Hongjun spoke again. This primal purple energy is the foundation for attaining sainthood. Possessing it grants one the ability to become a saint. That revelation changed the countenance of the crowd. Many who lacked the primal purple energy felt a surge of envy, their eyes reddening with desire. If given the chance, they would have eagerly seized the primal purple energy from Dijuan and the others. The prospect of becoming a saint lay before them, igniting their ambition. Yet, they ultimately restrained their impulses. They remained within the Zhixiao Palace, with Hongjun still present before them. Should they rashly confront those in possession of the primal purple energy, Hongjun might very well intervene to suppress them as a sage. He could easily subdue many among them who had yet to reach even the quasi-saint level. Realizing this, they all adopted a demeanor of feigned compliance. However, their outward humility was merely a fade. Secretly, they committed the faces of Dijuan, Tai, and the others to memory, vowing to act against them should an opportunity arise. After all, who would willingly forsake the chance to achieve sainthood? Hongjun observed their reactions without concern. The individuals he had chosen were not ordinary. If they could be so easily swayed to seize the primal purple energy, they would not have caught his attention. Moreover, he intended to accept them as disciples. From this day forth, Dijuan, Tai, Kuanpeng, and Mingi shall be my direct disciples. Jin and Juni, you too share a connection with me and may become my registered disciples. As for the rest of you, after my teachings conclude, seek your own opportunities. He continued, be warned, chaos has stirred recently, and grave dangers lurk within it. Do not venture into the chaos, lest you risk your lives. The potential loss of life among them mattered little to Hongjun. He feared only that they might implicate him in their demise. Thus, he emphasized this warning. Some heeded his words, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had initially intended to seek fortunes in the chaos after the discourse. But now it appeared they could not pursue such opportunities. With Hongjuan's warning of dire threats, entering the chaos would be tantamount to courting death. Faced with this realization, they hesitated to act recklessly. Who among them would willingly embrace death when survival was an option? However, a portion of the assembly harbored different sentiments. They believed Hongjun was deliberately obstructing their quest for opportunity. Particularly those who remained without the primal purple energy felt a growing sense of resentment. Do I not comprehend the dangers lurking in the chaos? They mused. Yet, great peril often accompanies great opportunity, and such chances are earned through struggle, but a modicum of danger is only natural. As for your reluctance to let us enter the chaos, it seems you wish to monopolize this opportunity for yourself. With these thoughts festering, anxiety gripped them. They feared that Hongjun might venture into the chaos to pursue the opportunities they coveted. Should he do so, they could find themselves in direct opposition to him. Yet, given their current strength, how could they possibly stand against Hongjun? Confronting him would spell their certain doom, intensifying their desperation to act swiftly and seek out their fortunes. Nevertheless, Hongjuan's next words captivated their attention anew. In my backyard lies a treasure cliff, abundant with various artifacts. You may divide them among yourselves, as Hongjun was on the verge of merging with the Tao. Ordinary artifacts held little allure for him. Only the prospect of encountering fragments of the Chaos Jade Butterfly or other chaotic treasures would pique his interest. However, such items were rare and elusive, and he no longer harbored any illusions about finding them. His singular aim was to enhance his own power. As for distributing these artifacts, it was entirely to gain the favor of the crowd. Indeed, their astonishment was palpable at his words, prompting them to rush toward the treasure cliff without hesitation. Upon arrival, they discovered an array of artifacts, though none were particularly potent. The anticipated innate 5 directions banner and the 4 swords of Zhuzhen were conspicuously absent. Having been claimed by Tian, the only noteworthy artifact that remained was the shattered Qiyun of the myriad heavens. Dijuan and Tai, having acquired this artifact, felt a slight sense of relief, although they had lost the primordial defensive treasure. The Chaos Bell, possessing the Qiyun of the myriad heavens, was still commendable, granting them a measure of self-preservation. Conversely, the expressions of others were far less favorable. Many among them had obtained artifacts, yet these were overwhelmingly weak, rendering their possession nearly inconsequential.